I awoke as the sole possessor of the legendary Demon Blade Master profession. Yet I was ridiculed by everyone as the weakest and most useless. Even the school principal advised me to abandon this profession. To everyone, the Demon Blade Master was known as the weakest profession. Incapable of dealing damage when not attacking and even deducting life expectancy when using skills. Even the lowest D-class professions dealt more damage than the Demon Blade Master. Little did they know, upon my awakening I had acquired a full-level insight system, which not only increased my compatibility to 100% but also elevated my qualifications to a divine level. Despite this, I felt no joy, only a determination to grow stronger and avenge my parents. At that moment I placed my hands on the awakening orb. Instantly the scenes from my memory began to involuntarily shift. The ruined living room of the villa, the walls stained with blood. My father roaring, standing in front of my mother and me urging Xioshu, take your mother and run. A crimson sword pierced through my father's chest. Carrying the last hope of my father, my mother and I hid wherever we could. 2 years later my mother also passed away due to a heart disease. My heart began to race, an agonizing pain tearing through me. Gradually my vision turned blood red and tears of blood slid down my cheeks. Simultaneously above the job-changing formation, the originally clear sky suddenly filled with dark clouds. And blood-red lightning began to zigzag through them, the thunder rumbling terrifyingly on the main stage upon witnessing such a celestial phenomenon. Principal Chen Tianming slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "My heavens, I knew this kid was no ordinary one. What kind of extraordinary profession is he about to awaken?" Beside him, a burly man in military uniform twitched his eyelid, appearing even more shocked. "This is a sign. The boy's awakening has actually triggered a celestial phenomenon." The man named Zhang Kai was an instructor from the Jiangdu military district sent to observe the job-changing ceremony. His duty was to scout potential recruits early and encourage them to enlist, as the two gaped in astonishment. The students on the field erupted in chaos, all wondering what profession I would awaken to. Just then a sharp-eyed student pointed towards the sky and shouted in surprise, "It's the rare profession of Sword Saint, the top-ranked rare profession." No sooner had he spoken than his mouth dropped open in shock, for following the Sword Saint, shadows representing various professions began to appear one after another. Necromancer, Wraith Knight, Shadow Assassin, Lich Summoner, over a dozen professions. Each exceptionally rare and powerful. Chen Tianming, gasping for breath, chuckled foolishly and collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. The school's ranking can finally improve this year. However, no sooner had he spoken than the phenomena in the sky intensified. The aimlessly wandering purple lightning suddenly began to compress and converge at one spot. The bluish-purple light growing so intense it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Something was about to break through the void. As the space shattered in an instant, a tremendous murderous intent swept over everything, silencing the playground instantly. Many faint-hearted students even fainted on the spot. Zhang Kai's forehead was slick with cold sweat, his heart chilling. From within the shattered void, a shadowy figure enshrouded in dark mist, a long blade at his waist, emerged. Despite not being able to see the man's face, everyone could feel his chilling indifference, as if he were a death god looking down on all life. Even Zhang Kai could sense, as it seemed, a deep wariness from the other professional shadows, all of which trembled slightly. The man simply stood there, making no further move. After a while, Zhang Kai finally realized what was happening and hurriedly nudged the already collapsed Chen Tianming. "This is a hidden, unique profession. Hurry, warn that kid not to choose this one." Realizing this, Chen Tianming scrambled towards the job-changing formation. In the world of job transfers, the rarest professions are often considered the best. However, there exists a unique hidden profession that, despite sounding prestigious, is usually avoided by everyone. This reluctance is due to the numerous painful lessons learned over generations. For instance, decades ago, a man who transferred into the solitary profession of Sword Immortal could control 10 flying swords and was fully equipped with visual and sound effects. Yet, when he used his abilities, the minor monsters in the beginner's dungeon lost merely 3 drops of blood. Chen Tianming, panting heavily, rushed into the magic circle and immediately warned me. "Don't choose that hidden unique profession, Lin Su." I nodded, acknowledging his concern. I only glanced briefly at the unique profession and prepared to select the Shadow Assassin instead. Just then, as I looked at the shadowy figure of the Shadow Assassin in the sky, several lines of text appeared. Rare profession, Shadow Assassin, compatibility, 83%, talent, S grade. My heart leaped with joy. Scanning the other rare professions, none surpassed 70% compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the greater the potential for growth, yet even selecting the Shadow Assassin with the highest compatibility and S-grade talent would only grant me 9 attribute points per level. Despite feeling somewhat reluctant, I accidentally glanced at the figure holding a sword in the sky. Unique profession, Blade Demon, compatibility, 100%, talent, max a divine class profession. I was a perfect match for this so-called Blade Demon profession. The only SSS-ranked job changer in the Huaxia region is Nan Gongyun, a level 79 sword saint who ranks first in both level and combat power. It was unheard of for a divine class talent profession. Chen Tianming, wringing his hands nervously, reminded me again, "Have you chosen yet? Just think of the profession's name in your mind, but remember, do not choose that unique hidden profession." He seemed more nervous than I was, yet in my mind I silently chose the Blade Demon profession. The shadowy figure of the Blade Demon shattered, turning into points of light that merged into my body. Chen Tianming's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What, Lin Su, you actually chose the unique profession?" Meanwhile, the students who had been watching the event unfold on the playground were in an uproar. "He actually chose the hidden unique profession," they exclaimed. Some who had been envious were now feeling vindicated, thinking I was foolish to choose such a risky path. However, as I completed my job transfer, several notifications flooded my mind. "Congratulations on successfully transferring to the Blade Demon profession. Due to your max talent, each level up will grant you 16 attribute points." Seeing this, my pupils dilated. With divine class talent, each level up would increase my attributes by 16 points. This was 5 points higher per level compared to Nan Gongyun. The dual-ranked first level 79 sword saint with SSS grade talent. Without any equipment, if I reached level 79, I would have 395 more attribute points than him. Following that, my attribute panel appeared before me. Name: Lin Su, God level unique profession, Blade Demon level 1, free attribute points, 16, acquired 6 God level skills. Skill 1, Blade Demon, a passive skill, level max, when attacking with blade weapons defense can be ignored, damage increased by 500%. Skill 2, Demon's Heart, a passive skill, level S, after attacking with blade weapons it can burn the enemy's equivalent amount of health and mana. Skill 3, Greed, level max, after inflicting damage on enemies with blade weapons recover an equivalent amount of health and mana. Skill 4, Will of the Demon, level S, applies negative effects like slow, stun and confusion. After the skill hits, a check is performed. If the enemy's total attributes are higher than the host's, they are immune to these negative effects. If they are higher than the host, the negative effects are halved. Skill 5, Demon Smile, level max, when hitting an enemy's vital point with a blade weapon the effect of Skill 1 Demon Blade is doubled. Skill 6, Demon Body, level S, reduces all types of damage by 50%. Upon reviewing my attribute panel I involuntarily gasped. Judging by these skills, the Blade Demon is clearly a melee profession and the damage is extraordinarily exaggerated. Even a normal attack deals 5 times the damage, completely ignoring defense. Moreover, when hitting enemies' vital points the damage could soar to 10 times. More terrifyingly, once I strike with my blade it not only reduces health but also mana. For classes like assassins and mages who have less mana, one strike from me could completely deplete their mana. As for recovery, not only can I leech health, but I can also absorb mana. If I'm in bad shape, just a couple of slashes at a minor monster could fully restore me. Coupled with the 4th skill's control immunity and the 6th skill's damage reduction, I am truly a versatile fighter. Just as I was thrillingly contemplating this, Chen Tianming, with a somewhat stern tone, interrupted my thoughts by questioning. "Why did you insist on choosing that hidden unique profession? Watching a student with such bright prospects potentially ruin his future." Chen Tianming was genuinely concerned about me. "I felt a strong affinity with the Blade Demon, so I chose it," I calmly explained. Chen Tianming opened his mouth as if to say something but ended up just sighing. He knew me very well. If it hadn't been for my mother's critical illness when he helped me front the medical bills, I probably wouldn't have bothered with him. While he was thinking this, his curiosity suddenly piqued again and he asked, "What are your qualifications like?" Although Chen Tianming was not optimistic about the profession I chose, he still had a feeling that with my attributes reaching a terrifying 12 points even before awakening, my qualifications couldn't possibly be poor. I hesitated for a moment, not revealing my God-level qualifications, but chose a middle ground response. S-level, S-level? "I knew you had it in you." Chen Tianming was overjoyed, his previous displeasure vanishing. "S-level, good lad. I am Zhang Kai from the Jiangdu military. Are you interested in training with our military?" Overhearing our conversation as Chen Tianming and I walked out from the magic formation, Zhang Kai immediately approached us. Without a second thought, he began his attempt to recruit me. Not interested. I glanced at Zhang Kai indifferently and outright rejected him. My cold demeanor left him somewhat baffled. Just then Li Xinrui also hurried over. Her reaction was much like Chen Tianming's when he first saw Lin Su's unique job change. She too seemed hesitant to speak. It was particularly painful for her to see how the classmates who had just been looking at Lin Su with envy and jealousy suddenly started mocking him coldly. However, after a moment's thought, her face broke into a smile. "It's okay, even if your profession isn't the best, I'll look out for you," she said, which sounded almost like a confession, making her face instantly flush with red. Lin Su simply smiled lightly and refused. No need. With his current skills and talents, it was not yet clear who would be looking out for whom in the future. As for the deeper implication of Li Xinrui's words, Lin Su chose to ignore it. Li Xinrui was visibly upset and the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Chen Tianming and Zhang Kai exchanged glances, faintly sensing the sourness of love in the air. "Well, this guy isn't bad. His talent is an S like yours. Even though his profession isn't great, he should still be able to protect himself." Chen Tianming quickly smoothed things over. Then he and Zhang Kai promptly left the scene. It was better for them, the older generation, to stay out of the youth's affairs. Besides, the job transfer ceremony wasn't over yet and they still had duties to attend to. But just as they left, Li Xinrui couldn't hide her pride and her temper flared. "I won't bother with you anymore," she declared angrily before turning around and walking away. Lin Su didn't stop her, preferring the peace. "Here he comes, the fool with the unique job is back." Some classmates began to mock. Really, what was he thinking? Even annoyed the school beauty who used to have a soft spot for him. "I'd love to interview him, see how sour and exhilarating his feelings are right now." Despite the mocking, Lin Su's enhanced senses, a result of his attribute points, caught every word, yet he just smiled faintly, unfazed. Then at that moment the teacher's voice rang out announcing Lin Su profession blade. Demon Talent S. In the past 5 years, only 2 individuals in Jiangdu City had achieved an S-level talent and both were in his class. The teacher, trembling with excitement, nearly broke his voice. The mocking stopped abruptly. With every level increase, an S-level talent could gain 9 attribute points. Even a dog with 9 extra points could turn into a werewolf. Even if Lin Su's profession was considered weak, with that S-level talent, who could guarantee he wouldn't soar? As Lin Su rejoined his classmates, a dozen envious peers immediately crowded around him. "Wow, big shot, can we have your contact?" "Exactly, don't forget us when you make it big." Lin Su's mouth twitched in annoyance. He realized that those who mocked him earlier were the same ones now fawning over him. "Despise you when you're down, fear you when you're rich, envy you when you have, mock you when you're without," he thought cynically. Soon after the job transfer ceremony finally concluded, Chen Tianming, having sent Zhang Kai away, called Lin Su and Li Xinrui into his office. "The National College entrance exam is just a month away. Time is tight and the task is heavy. You two have the best talents in this batch of students. I won't waste words. You have 3 days to get a set of starter equipment suitable for yourselves and to familiarize with your skills at the city's skill practice hall. In 3 days, meet at the school gate in the morning. I'll take you to your first dungeon." He reached into his office drawer and pulled out 2 cards, handing one each to Lin Su and Li Xinrui. "This is the school's reward for your awakening to S-class aptitude. It's not much, just 20,000 each for now," he said. Both Lin Su and Li Xinrui nodded and took the cards, thanking the principal. After his mother's death, Lin Su had no financial support. His tuition and living expenses were covered by the odd jobs he took on, leaving him desperately poor. Even within 3 days it was hard to imagine affording a new set of equipment, let alone a simple knife. "That's all for now. Also, as someone who has been through it, let me give you one last piece of advice," the principal continued. "For professionals, attribute points are the source of strength. How to allocate these points is a profound science. Different allocations combined with various skills can lead to diverse schools of thought. You'll learn all about this in college, so to avoid misleading you, I won't suggest how to allocate them, but remember, be very careful with it." "Understood, principal," Lin Su and Li Xinrui replied, then left Chen Tianming's office. "Wait," Li Xinrui called out as they had barely taken a few steps. Lin Su frowned slightly as he saw the bank card in Li Xinrui's hand. "Thanks, but no need," he said, turning away. Lin Su could repay some debts, like the mysterious extra amount given by Chen Tianming. Although the school awarded 20,000 to each student, his card clearly showed 50,000. It was obvious the extra 30,000 was a personal sponsorship from the principal, but some debts, like the one Li Xinrui might feel owed, Lin Su preferred not to have. "Lin Su, you're going too far," Li Xinrui's voice, tinged with a sob, echoed as Lin Su walked away from the school, heading straight for the weapon shop. He chose a level 1 long sword and 2 throwing knives. as a weapon the long sword was too conspicuous for an assassin. Lin Su knew how to use it but rarely did. He preferred the smaller, lighter throwing knives. He wondered if these knives would also receive a bonus from his passive skills. With these thoughts, Lin Su stepped into the skills training center. "I'd like to book a training room," he said, handing over the transferee ID he had received from his homeroom teacher earlier that day. The receptionist, a tall, drowsy young woman, was startled by Lin Su's voice and jumped up from her chair. "Oh, okay. Standard room is 500 per hour, intermediate is 1500 and advanced is 5000. Which one would you like and for how long?" she recited, as if reading from a script. Lin Su remained silent. Given his financial situation and training habits, such exorbitant fees were simply unaffordable for him. He pushed his credentials forward once again. The receptionist looked surprised as she glanced at the documents, her blue eyes widening in shock. "Wow, an S-rank qualification!" she exclaimed. "I'm so sorry, you can use any room for free and have absolute priority. What type of room would you like and for how many hours?" As she spoke, the receptionist looked at Lin Su more intently, her attitude noticeably warmer. This was the moment when the benefits of having a high-level qualification became apparent, not just in Jiang City but with an S-rank qualification Lin Su could use any training facility across the province for free. "A high-level room for 3 days," Lin Su stated expressionlessly. 3 days? The receptionist's jaw dropped in disbelief. She even thought she might have misheard. After all, this was a training facility where enduring 2 hours of high-intensity training was an achievement for many. But here was this man requesting 3 whole days straight. "Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Su frowned, noticing the hesitation in the receptionist. Even though the world operated with rules akin to a game, Lin Su was well aware that this was reality. In the training simulations, if you died, you really died and everything would be over. Facing such danger, treating one's life frivolously was the height of folly. Therefore he planned to use these 3 days to familiarize himself with the new skills he had acquired and to enhance his combat abilities. "No problem at all," the receptionist quickly recovered from her shock and began registering Lin Su. After all, the government covered the training costs for anyone with A-rank qualifications or higher, so she had no objections. "Your room is ready upstairs in room 201. Here, take this." She handed over what looked like an electronic wristband, the master controller for the high-level rooms. "If you have any other needs, feel free to contact me. My name is Su Luo." Taking the wristband, Lin Su turned to head upstairs but then suddenly turned back to ask, "Can you provide food and water?" He had only 3 days and he did not want to waste any energy on anything other than improving his strength. Su Luo, puzzled, pointed towards a cooler next to the bar. "Will these do?" Lin Su glanced at it and nodded. Under Su Luo's astonished gaze, he almost cleared out the cooler, taking all the bread, milk and bottled water. Realizing that Lin Su was indeed planning to stay inside the training room for the full 3 days even without stepping out, Su Luo broke into a cold sweat. "Are S-rank qualifiers really this intense now?" she pondered as Lin Su entered the high-level training room and began selecting his training regime, starting with a damage test on a dummy. With a forceful grip, he slashed his long sword at an intricate angle, instantly striking the dummy. 2 rows of numbers, 1 red and 1 blue, floated above the mannequin's head. -3290. -3290. At the same time, Lin Su received a message in his mind. Notification: due to full health and mana, the skill Greed cannot be activated. Lin Su was astonished. It was just a regular attack, yet it had caused over 3000 points of damage, and this damage ignored all defenses. It was outrageously powerful. Of course, that wasn't all. Since the target was not a real creature and lacked vital points, the mannequin didn't show the full potential of the attack. Had this strike hit an enemy's vital point, the damage would have doubled to over 6000 points. Moreover, any health and mana the enemy lost from this attack would be added directly to Lin Su's own reserves. In terms of damage, this strike was comparable to that of a level 30 mage of aptitude, and it was only stronger, not weaker. On the other hand, if the opponent was a class-changed fighter, a vital hit with 6000 true damage could even bring down a level 30 main tank. A single slash would be lethal beyond doubt. While reflecting on this, Lin Su switched his weapon to a throwing knife. The air burst in layers, and with a thud, the knife instantly buried itself into the mannequin's forehead. -3150, -3150. 2 more numbers rose above the mannequin's head. It was effective, surprisingly so. Lin Su was overjoyed. Even his use of the throwing knife benefited from his passive bonuses. However, he quickly calmed down from his excited state. the passive skills of the Blade Demon were potent but not without their drawbacks. The main issue was the limited attack range. With a long blade in his own arm's reach, he could only strike within 2 meters. If he were in a dungeon, even if he could kill all the monsters on the map with one strike, running back and forth would be a huge waste of time. As for using throwing knives, that didn't fundamentally solve the problem. Throwing knives weren't much cheaper than long blades, costing 5,000 each. Should he retrieve them after throwing or not? If not, he would be spending at least 100,000 per dungeon, an amount no one could afford easily. But if he did retrieve them, he might as well stick to hacking away with his blade honestly. Pondering for a long time, Lin Su couldn't find a solution and simply flipped through his skill list again. The more he looked, the stranger he found it. He clearly had no active skills, meaning he shouldn't be able to use mana at all. Yet, why did he have a passive that absorbed others' mana? This indicated that, from the perspective of passive skills, his Blade Demon class absolutely required mana. Could it be that he needed to comprehend the active skills himself? Musing over this, Lin Su picked up his long blade and tried to channel mana into it. A sense of resistance appeared and his arm began to feel numb. Lin Su frowned, increased the guiding force, and then swung the blade fiercely. With a buzzing sound, the blade cleaved through the air, leaving behind a very fine silver-white slash that lingered momentarily before vanishing. At the same time, a notification appeared. Notification. New skill unnamed, comprehension in progress. Progress 0.006%. Lin Su glanced at his mana points, which had decreased by 2, and a smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. He had figured out how to address the problem of his limited attack range. With this in mind, he immediately accessed the main control computer in the training room and switched it to combat mode. Whether it was strength or skills, high-intensity combat was the fastest way to improve. After setting the parameters for the enemies and the battle scenario, he resolutely hit confirm. The room, initially metallic, began to transform, and in the next moment he found himself amidst the broken bricks and rubble of towering buildings. The rustling sounds of arthropod legs scraping against the ground echoed from all directions. Not far behind Lin Su, a spider half the height of a man peeked its head out from the ruins. Its head bore 8 crimson compound eyes, all fixed intently on Lin Su. With a screeching noise, the spider remained stationary but spat out a stream of venom like a dart towards Lin Su. He rolled away just in time to dodge the attack. However, in the next moment, more than 10 spiders emerged. Their shrieks filled the air as venom rained down on Lin Su like droplets. It was his first attempt, and he had set the enemy's strength just slightly above his own with a total attribute of 50 points and a count of 20. 5 minutes later, the training room scenario reverted back and a panting Lin Su emerged from the battle. A prompt appeared: trainee deceased will be automatically ejected from the virtual scenario. Of course, this death wasn't real, and killing monsters in the virtual scenario didn't earn any experience. However, Lin Su's skill development had already increased by 0.125%. The pain, though, felt undiminished. He shook his left hand, now reduced to mere white bones due to corrosion, and tried to move his neck, which had been bitten through. Finding no abnormalities, Lin Su gritted his teeth and cursed. Being weak wasn't scary. What was truly frightening was refusing to confront one's own weaknesses and even making excuses for one's cowardice. With a fierce smile, Lin Su thought, let's go again. 10 minutes later, the training room scenario was restored once more. Large beads of sweat slid down Lin Su's cheeks as he was kicked out again after dying. This time he had managed to last twice as long as before, which greatly satisfied him. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Su began to reflect on what he had learned and what he lacked during the battle. Moments later, the training room changed scenes and 3 days had swiftly passed. Lin Su sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, his clothes completely soaked with sweat, so much so that the spot where he sat had pooled into a shallow puddle. Over these 3 days he had lost count of how many times he had died. The pain of experiencing death firsthand could drive a normal person insane. However, there are always gains with sacrifices. As he watched 2 flying knives swim around his palm like fish, Lin Su's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Just as the last battle ended, a notification arrived. Congratulations on mastering the skilled blade control technique, active rank A. This skill allows the user to control flying blades with mental power to attack enemies within a 100-meter range. For every 5 points increase in the mental attribute, the number of controllable flying blades increases by 1. The attack power of the blade control technique is the same as when using the flying blades. When the skill is activated, each flying blade consumes 5 mana points per second. Congratulations on mastering another skill, Blade Aura, active rank A. When wielding a long blade, one can slash out a blade aura at will, swiftly striking a distant target. The power of the blade aura is the same as the attack power when using the long blade, with a maximum attack range of 100 meters, and the mana consumption is determined by the force of the slash. However, these are merely improvements in skills. For Lin Su, who was not originally familiar with professional combat styles, the gains in combat techniques over the past 3 days were even more substantial. Welcome and please visit us again. As Lin Su left, Su Luola's voice trembled. She had heard from colleagues that this monster had not stepped out of the training room at all during the past 3 days. Driven by intense curiosity, she used the main control computer at the bar to access the back end of training room 201. Just one glance made her heart drop, and unable to hold herself up, she collapsed onto the floor. The computer screen was filled with a dense list of combat records numbering in the hundreds. Yet, that was not even the most terrifying part. What truly made Su Luoluo feel suffocated was Lin Su's last combat record. It starkly listed: enemy strength 140 points, total attributes, number of enemies 50, type of enemies all, enemy intelligence max, map difficulty max, duration 28 minutes 18 seconds, battle result complete victory. An attribute total of 140 points was roughly equivalent to the average level 30 of a job changer. Moreover, with maximum intelligence, the enemies could coordinate perfectly with each other, even more seamlessly than humans, without the need for pain or emotional boosts. Despite facing this hellish mode with all difficulties maxed out, the opponent had wiped out 50 enemies in less than half an hour, achieving a complete victory. A newcomer just at level 1, but powerful to such an extent. Was he really human? On his part, Lin Su left the training hall and made a trip to the weapon shop, spending the remaining 30,000 to buy 6 first level flying blades. Combined with the 2 he already possessed, he now had a total of 8 blades. With his mental attribute, controlling 8 blades would only require 40 points. Lin Su believed that with his speed of leveling up, he would soon be able to control them all. If all 8 blades were to hit a single enemy simultaneously, it would be a formidable attack. With this in mind, Lin Su returned to his rented room, took a hot shower, and immediately collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted from 3 days of intense combat. The next morning, as Lin Su arrived at the school gate, Chen Tianming was already waiting there. Along with him were several dozen classmates who, like Lin Su, had also successfully changed their jobs. Meanwhile, a bus had already stopped at the school gate. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. He had thought it would just be him and Li Xinrui on this trip, but it seemed he was mistaken. From a distance, he saw Chen Tianming waving at him. Principal Lin Su approached and greeted him. Chen Tianming looked Lin Su up and down and blurted out, "Where's the equipment you were supposed to buy?" His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of nearby students. Lin Su expressionlessly lifted the novice longsword in his hand, and its attributes instantly displayed. Named Novice Longsword. Required level 1. Attributes: attack power plus 58. A student, unable to hold back, suddenly spat out the yogurt he had just sipped, spraying it 3 meters away. Laughter erupted among the students. Indeed, in terms of equipment, the longsword in Lin Su's hand was the bottom of the barrel. Chen Tianming's face twitched as he suppressed the anger rushing to his forehead and lowered his voice slightly. "Is this it? What about armor? Don't you have any?" he asked, veins throbbing on his forehead. Lin Su hadn't considered armor at all, given his innate 50% damage reduction and his current offensive capabilities that made it questionable whether novice monsters could even get a hit in. He simply shook his head. "No." "And what about recovery potions? You must have prepared those, right?" Chen Tianming, full of disbelief, asked again. Lin Su, whose attacks naturally included life and mana leech, shook his head decisively. "No." Another wave of laughter swept through the crowd. Even though the two were not loud, all the students' attention was on them. Chen Tianming's face went from red to purple, then from purple to black. He knew Lin Su was financially strained, so he had given him an extra 30,000 yuan. Although it wasn't a huge sum, it was enough to buy a decent set of equipment. Perhaps Lin Su was just beyond help. Chen Tianming couldn't believe that for something as crucial as entering a dungeon, Lin Su had brought nothing but a shabby sword. He was at a loss for how to make this stubborn student change his reckless ways. Disappointment was an understatement. "Alright, you think you're so capable because you're physically fit, huh? Here, take this. I, Chen Tianming, have gone out of my way to get you and Li Xinrui entry tickets to a mid-level dungeon. Go on, take your lousy sword and go get yourself killed." Chen Tianming burst out yelling. After speaking with a slap, he threw a black card at Lin Su. Lin Su's mouth twitched. He wanted to explain but found no words to say, ultimately remaining silent. Everyone from Jiangdu number 1 middle school get. On the bus, we're leaving. Chen Tianming, his chest heaving, called the troops to move out, not sparing Lin Su another glance. He NS grade talent, what a pity he's a moron. Yep, I don't get it, why doesn't he listen to advice, chooses a sewer profession and goes into a dungeon without any armor? Such an idiot. Why does the principal care so much about him? Because he has all 12 attributes in his muscles, huh? Mockery and ridicule involuntarily entered his ears. Lin Su remained expressionless. Li Xinrui was the last to board the bus, giving Lin Su a deep look before she got on. Unexpectedly, disappointment filled his eyes. As the car door closed and the engine sound faded into the distance, Lin Su stood alone, expressionless. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he picked up a card from the ground and information flooded his mind. Item: Dungeon invitation, dungeon name, Vampire Manor, required level, 10 and below, difficulty, intermediate, 1.5 times the experience of easy difficulty. Holding this invitation allows one to directly challenge the intermediate difficulty of the dungeon. Experience is 1.5 times that of the easy difficulty. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Su finally pocketed the invitation, rubbed his face and muttered, "Fine old Chin, you're forcing me to slap your face." Moments later, riding a bicycle borrowed from the gatekeeper, Lin Su sped off towards the outskirts of Jiangdu City, where the Vampire Manor Dungeon Hall was located. When Lin Su arrived, the Jiangdu middle school bus had already been there for 2 hours. Entering the hall, he saw Chen Tianming chatting with a few middle-aged men in the waiting area. Chen Tianming glanced at Lin Su with a frown and said nothing. Lin Su curled his lip and ignored him, not wanting to engage in pointless conversations. All the middle schools in Jiangdu City had quotas, and the hall was bustling with over 100 people. To Lin Su's surprise, after 2 hours, less than a third of the original 30-plus students from Jiangdu Middle School had formed teams and left. Of course, Li Xinrui, an S-grade elemental mage, was not among those who had trouble finding a team, not to mention her dazzlingly luxurious beginner gear and the intermediate difficulty invitation. Her profession and qualifications alone were enough to make every team vie desperately for her. Shaking his head, Lin Su shifted his focus away from the discussions of his classmates and went to the front desk to register. "Are you Lin Su from Class 2 Year 3 of Jiangdu Middle School?" the clerk asked, looking up at him with a slightly odd expression. "Yes, what's up?" Lin Su replied. "Your classmate Li Xinrui has left a set of beginner gear here for you," the clerk informed him truthfully. Lin Su's mouth twitched, his feelings suddenly complicated. "No need, thank you," he replied after a moment's hesitation. "Alright, your registration is complete. Since it's your first dungeon, you'll need at least one teammate to enter," the clerk said, his expression still unnatural. But without further ado, handing back the documents to Lin Su, Lin Su's eyelid twitched. He had planned to solo the dungeon but hadn't expected this rule. It seemed to be a measure for the safety of beginners. Just as Lin Su was at a loss for words, a message popped up in his mind. Alert: Vampire Manor Dungeon chat channel opened. This function will disappear once you leave the hall. At the same time, a flood of messages began scrolling in the lower left of his vision, all of them recruiting teammates. At Jiangdu Middle School, the students who had stayed behind till now were either unable to meet the team formation requirements or couldn't afford the hefty fees charged by proxy players. Lin Su patted the invitation in his pocket and decided to send out a message. Lin Su, Blade Demon, unique, speedrun, intermediate difficulty, looking for one teammate, no conditions required, interested parties please contact ASAP. The moment this message was sent, there was a noticeable lag in the chat channel, and then it exploded. Random user A, warrior, unique class. Hey, someone actually chose it, huh? Random user B? Ranger, may I ask if you are the one who topped Jiangdu's hot search, can change to any rare class but chose a unique warrior? As all eyes turned to his class choice, the chat's topic veered off course. Lin Su frowned and promptly closed the chat. Just then, a private message popped up. Lin Su opened it. "Hey buddy, can you sell that invitation? 100k. Lin Su frowned and immediately blocked the sender. Another message arrived. "Bro, give me the invite, I'll team up and help you clear." Lin Su smirked. The scammers had arrived and he blocked this one too. "I'm a level 10 fire mage, full set of level 10 gear, you provide the blue and red potions, 200k to help you clear." Rubbing his face, Lin Su decided to shut off private messages altogether. Just then, a boy awkwardly approached Lin Su. Lin Su remembered him. He was the one who had cozied up on the day of the class transfer, knowing Lin Su had S-grade talents and suggesting they look out for each other in the future. So, thinking of teaming up, Lin Su asked, raising an eyebrow. The boy paled and took a step back. No, I'm here on behalf of the classmates, just since you can't use your invitation anyway, could you forget it, get lost. Before the boy could finish, Lin Su pressed his hand on the boy's head and shoved him aside. This sudden episode irritated Lin Su. At that moment, he realized something. So that's why Chen Tianming gave me the invitation so easily, Lin Su thought. The old fox must have anticipated that Lin Su wouldn't be able to form a team and was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Glancing in Chen Tianming's direction, the sly old man was indeed sneakily glancing over. All right, you've got me, Lin Su thought, chuckling sarcastically. You think you can stump me? Dream on. With that, Lin Su rolled up his sleeves ready to forcibly persuade a classmate to join his team. However, just then a timid voice rang beside him. Big shot, I saw your team-up message, can I join? Lin Su turned in surprise toward the speaker, a girl named Su Luoluo. Caught off guard by Lin Su's gaze, Su Luoluo immediately felt nervous and hurriedly explained, I'm also a newly transferred student, a priest B-grade talent. Don't worry big shot, I know the rules. I'll just be an accessory, won't steal mobs, won't wander off, won't touch the treasure boxes, she said, handing Lin Su 20,000 yuan. Fearing it was too little, she quickly added weakly. Lin Su squinted his eyes, not delving into how the other party knew of his capabilities, and took the money, agreeing to the request immediately. The invitation to the medium difficulty level of the dungeon floated into the air and instantly burned to ashes. At the same time, Lin Su and Su Luoluo vanished from sight. Lin Su has entered the dungeon. He really did, with just a broken sword at medium difficulty. Does he no longer cherish his life? The news shocked the students of Jiangdu Middle School, causing a sudden uproar. At that moment, far away in the rest area, Chen Tianming suddenly stood up, knocking over the table in front of him with a loud crash. He strode over to his students in 2 steps, grabbed a student by the arm and demanded loudly, how did he get in? Who went with him? Who let him in? It was a girl from another school, very pretty. The two of them teamed up to enter. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Chen Tianming, the student replied tremblingly, just the two of them, why didn't you stop him? Why, you are classmates, are your hearts also cold? Why just watch him go to his doom, why didn't you stop him? Why? Chen Tianming roared furiously, his anger spewing out uncontrollably. It was a rare sight for the students of Jiangdu Middle School to see him so enraged, and they exchanged uneasy glances. Overwhelmed by the questioning, the boy Chen Tianming had been interrogating burst into tears. At this moment, a slightly plump girl gathered her courage and stood up, saying, Principal Chen, this is unfair, you're biased. We are all students from Jiangdu Middle School, so why do you favor him so much? He chose a sewer worker class, yet you still gave him the invitation. Why? Chen Tianming, momentarily taken aback by anger mixed with amusement, pointed at the girl and retorted, why? All right then, I'll tell you why. It's because Lin Su, after his mother passed away, managed to pay off her 130,000 surgery fees by working odd jobs. It's because Lin Su has all attributes at 12 points. Do you think Lin Su's good constitution comes naturally? Let me tell you, for 6 years he has been training every day starting at 4 in the morning. And what about you, staying up late playing on your phones? Continuing, Chen Tianming grew even more agitated, running his fingers through his hair as he began pointing at the students one by one. And you? Do you understand what it means to have all attributes at 12 points? I'm sure he hears every bad word you say about him, every single comment made behind his back. Do you know how hurtful your words are? If I were him, I couldn't bear it either, yet has he ever troubled you over it? And how can you have the audacity to ask him for an invitation? After saying classmates should look out for each other, only to turn around and call him an idiot. So what if Lin Su switched to a sewer maintenance career? Did he eat your rice? What right do you have to criticize and point fingers? Trash, all trash. You students are the worst batch I've ever taught, there's none worse, none. With a loud bang, Chen Tianming, enraged, kicked a pillar in the hallway and stormed off. After a moment of deathly silence, the students from Jiangdu Middle School, without exceptions, silently bowed their heads. Meanwhile, Lin Su felt a blur before his eyes, and suddenly he found himself outside a vast estate, a cold wind carrying a stench of decay blowing past him. Su Luoluo couldn't help but shiver. Seeing Lin Su standing still, she cautiously asked, Boss, is there anything else you need to instruct? Realizing she was wondering why he hadn't started yet, Lin Su explained, hold on, adding points. It was only now, upon entering the instance, that he remembered he had 16 attribute points unassigned. Su Luoluo's jaw dropped. Looking at the team column, Lin Su's status was clearly still at level 1. This meant that the scores he had achieved in the training hall were without any added points. If he were to add these points now, oh my god. As Su Luoluo imagined the possibilities, Lin Su adjusted his settings to automatically add points upon leveling up. As for the distribution, Lin Su chose to evenly distribute, allocating 4 points to each attribute. This was a result of deep consideration. Through countless battles, he realized that an enemy without any weak points was the most troublesome. Lin Su wasn't worried that such an even distribution would be mediocre. With each level up, he received 5 more attribute points than someone of an SSS rank, giving him ample capital to do so. Moreover, this approach promised terrifying long-term growth. After adjusting, Lin Su opened his attribute panel and saw his combat power had risen to 958 points, 58 of which were from equipment. Including the skill Sword Demon, which multiplied damage by 5, a single strike would now deal 4,790 points of damage. Besides the direct increase in damage, his spirit attribute had also reached 16 points, allowing him to control 3 flying knives. Alright, let's go. This increase seems decent, Lin Su said, signaling to Su Luoluo to head towards the estate. Just then, a rustling sound of earth turning came from not far in front of them. From the muddy ground, over a dozen rotting hands of corpses stretched out. My god, is medium difficulty this brutal, facing over 10 rotting corpses in the first wave. Be careful, boss, Su Luoluo exclaimed, hiding behind Lin Su while urgently warning him. Thinking it over and feeling it still wasn't safe, she clasped her hands together, ready to directly grant Lin Su an aura that increased his movement speed. Even a well-equipped, full-strength team would struggle against 7 or 8 rotting corpses, and here was Lin Su alone and outnumbered by the unexpectedly large group of corpses which could easily overwhelm him if he wasn't agile enough. As she pondered this, a deep hum resonated. A crescent-shaped blade of light swept across the waists of a group of rotting corpses that had just risen. -829, -325, -1023, -195. Numbers floated above the heads of all the corpses hit by the blade. In the next moment, a series of notifications popped up. Successfully killed rotten corpse, LV1 experience +2. Successfully killed rotten corpse, LV1 experience +2. Successfully killed rotten corpse, LV2 experience +4, with a total of 12 kill records appearing simultaneously. Su Luoluo was stunned. It was an area attack, and the range of the attack was so shockingly wide, and both health and mana were dropping, and it was a one-hit kill. In an instant, Su Luoluo felt that clinging to Lin Su might have been the wisest decision of her life. Just then, the buff she had cast on Lin Su finally landed on him. Feeling his body suddenly lighten, Lin Su was somewhat displeased and turned back to question Su Luoluo. What did you do? Su Luoluo, trembling, quickly explained, it's a buff, I won't do it next time. Sudden changes in physical condition during combat can be dangerous, Lin Su explained. Got it, it won't happen again. Eager not to upset Lin Su, Su Luoluo hurriedly promised. Lin Su glanced at his experience bar, which had increased by 1%, and then at the rotting arms stretching out from the ground. Unconsciously frowning, he felt that the experience gained was indeed substantial, but the monster respawn rate was a bit slow. Notably, it took several seconds for the corpses to rise from the ground, which was a real waste of time. With this in mind, his eyes lit up and he asked Su Luoluo, can your aura affect the corpses too? Su Luoluo felt a tightness in her chest, almost as if she wanted to vomit blood. In this entire world, she thought probably only the person in front of her would think of buffing the monsters. Eventually, Su Luoluo still received a disdainful roll of the eyes from Lin Su, and the two continued forward. Similar to the scene at the beginning, as they approached the manor gates, more and more monsters began to emerge from the ground. With his blades flashing back and forth, Lin Su unleashed a massacre. Successfully killed rotten corpse, LV1 experience +1. Successfully killed rotten corpse, LV1 experience +1. The kill notifications continued to flood the screen as Lin Su's experience surged. Watching the corpses fall en masse in front of her like reaping wheat, Su Luoluo gradually became numb. The speed of this monster farming was inhuman. Truly, it was inhuman. Soon, a golden light burst forth from Lin Su. He had leveled up, all attributes increased by 20 points, now capable of controlling 4 flying knives simultaneously. How long did it take? Seeing no more monsters emerging from the ground, Lin Su asked Su Luoluo. 25 minutes and 18 seconds, Su Luoluo, her voice trembling, reported a time that even she couldn't believe. Knowing that Lin Su was aiming to top the leaderboards, and since they were idle anyway, she simply helped Lin Su keep time. According to the strategy guide she had, the progress up to now typically took 2 to 3 hours on easy difficulty, but at this pace, securing the leaderboard reward was a certainty. Into the manor With the perimeter monsters cleared, Lin Su commanded. As the Manor's Gate loomed ahead, Suloluo remembered it was no ordinary gate but a formidable elite monster with a hefty HP. She had read about it in the guide and was about to warn Lin Su. However, before she could finish, a flash of silvery blade light struck the gate. -2589, Elite Manor Gate LV6 defeated, experience plus 135 flashed the screen. Unlike other monsters, the gate was unique primarily due to its high health, making it time-consuming to defeat, and it had no mana whatsoever, yet, in front of Lin Su, it barely lasted a moment. What were you saying? Lin Su had been so focused on defeating the monster that he hadn't heard Suloluo's warning. Swallowing her words, Suloluo weakly gestured a heart with her hands and muttered, "Big boss, you're too good." Lin Su, speechless, kicked over the carcass of the gate. With a thunderous crash, the manor opened up, unleashing chaos as the noise woke several wandering zombies. They howled and lunged at Lin Su, who was thrilled by their prompt response, thinking this is great. His actions didn't slow down as his blade moved swiftly, cutting through the enemies. Zombie LV2 defeated, experience plus 4. Zombie LV2 defeated, experience plus 5. Vampire Bat LV4 defeated, experience plus 9. The kill log updated rapidly on the screen. Clearly, the monsters inside the manor offered much more experience than those outside. Accordingly, Lin Su's experience bar surged rapidly. "Congratulations, you've reached LV3. Congratulations, you've reached LV4. As he cleared the manor's monsters, Lin Su gained 2 levels consecutively. Glancing at his character sheet, Lin Su now a level 4 Blade Demon, unique, with 1400 health, 1458 attack and control over 5 flying blades. Asked without turning how much time, 1 hour 58 minutes and 16 seconds. Suloluo replied promptly, her timing precise to the second. As a newcomer herself, she realized why it was tough for someone like her who lacked offensive capabilities to find a team. Just the wave of monsters they had encountered would have wiped out any group of newcomers, leaving no chance for escape. Even before today, she used to think news of players dying in dungeons was due to their overconfidence, but witnessing today's events, she understood it was sheer luck that she had teamed up with someone as powerful as Lin Su. Otherwise, she too might have ended up a statistic, a footnote in the dungeon's lethal history. As she sipped her juice, checking the time and swaying to the music, Suloluo looked at Lin Su with stars in her eyes. Without a second thought, he hurriedly took out another bottle of juice from his storage space and handed it to Lin Su, saying, "Boss, actually, with the pace you're going at, there's no need to rush. It's important to balance work and rest, take care of your body." As he spoke, he even started fanning Lin Su with a fan. Indeed, given Lin Su's almost brutal speed of clearing monsters, he was way ahead of the original completion record and was certain to receive the record-breaking reward. "Can the personal storage space even be used like this?" Lin Su asked, a line of confusion forming on his forehead as he looked at the juice and fan in Suloluo's hands. Suloluo gave an awkward smile and replied, "Well, it was empty anyway, so I thought I might as well fill it with some snacks." "Do you have instant noodles?" Lin Su asked somewhat sheepishly. After leaving the weapon shop yesterday, he was completely out of money. It was now noon and he hadn't eaten for 2 meals straight, feeling genuinely hungry at the moment. "Instant noodles no, but how about a self-heating hot pot, a double portion with spicy flavor? Can you add a marinated egg?" "Okay, no problem." Thus, in a dungeon filled with the limbs of defeated monsters, a bizarre scene unfolded. A young man with a long sword strapped to his waist walked in front, pulling meat from the bubbling hot pot. The girl followed behind, jogging to keep up while fanning him, holding a juice with a straw, occasionally offering it for him to sip. In reality, given Lin Su's cautious nature, it was highly uncharacteristic for him to do such an outrageous thing on the battlefield. But as he pushed forward, he realized that killing the monsters in this dungeon required no technique at all, brute force was enough. "Let's go into the ancient castle," Lin Su said, balancing the self-heating hot pot and dealing with the wide noodles inside it as he instructed. When they were in the main hall of the dungeon, he had glanced briefly at the strategy guide. The ancient castle was the final stage of this dungeon. Clearing the monsters inside and then defeating the boss would mark the end of the dungeon. "What, boss, aren't you going to finish eating before you go in?" Suloluo asked, somewhat terrified as Lin Su's hands were both occupied, leaving him no way to wield his sword. "No need, just go straight in." Lin Su took another bite of the wide noodles and kicked open the grand doors of the castle. The doors creaked open with a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. Boom! The chandelier hanging from the living room ceiling of the castle lit up, casting a blue flame that illuminated the entire room. Crackling sounds of bones echoed. In the living room, several mummified corpses at the long table turned their heads looking towards Lin Su. "Be careful, boss. If nothing goes wrong, 2 or 3 of these are elite monsters," Su Luolua warned, strategically moving behind Lin Su. However, she had barely taken cover when she realized Lin Su hadn't even blinked. He just stepped forward. Simultaneously, the sound of slicing air ensued. 5 throwing knives streaked through the air, leaving bright silver trails as they sped towards the mummified corpses. Plop, plop. The sounds of heads shattering followed one after another. -1624, -859, -1725, -631. A series of red and blue numbers began floating above the heads of the mummies. Meanwhile, the kill record continuously updated. Successfully killed vampire elite LV6 experience plus 145. Successfully killed vampire elite LV7 experience plus 152, until Lin Su walked up to the side of the long table. Su Luolua's mouth formed a shot dough as she witnessed a scene filled with horror. More than a dozen mummified corpses, none of which could stand, had all been served their last meal. It was her first encounter with such a psychic manipulation attack, something she had never even heard of before. But the terror didn't stop there. Lin Su casually kicked a corpse that was sitting on a chair looking rather tragic, then took the seat next to it and continued enjoying his self-heating hot pot. Meanwhile, the 5 throwing knives that had completed their mission paused in midair for a moment before scattering like living creatures, darting through various rooms of the ancient castle. As the knives flew, the kill record updated. Successful kill, level 8 vampire experience plus 203, successful kill. Level 9 Undead Armor Experience plus 254. Su Luolua's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. How was this possible? Did these knives have built-in GPS for monster slaying? It seemed almost like cheating. If not for the inappropriate timing of the scene, Su Luolua would have knelt down in awe before Lin Su. She had latched onto not just a strong ally but a rocket. Indeed, Lin Su had already calculated his approach. The confined and complex layout of the castle didn't allow for full effectiveness of blade attacks. Using throwing knives was more suitable in such an environment. Why the knives could autonomously seek enemies was due to his psychic power covering a range of 100 meters. Although it wasn't mentioned on his skill panel, the knives also provided Lin Su with visual information. As Lin Su and Su Luolua's experience points continued to rise outside of the instance, a different scene unfolded. "Comrade, refresh the casualty list again. Check if my student is on there," Chen Tianming pleaded with an expression full of urgency to the instant staff member who was clearly growing impatient. Chen Tianming had asked the same question dozens of times over the past few hours. No, even though the staff member was annoyed, he still responded directly. That's good. Perhaps that clever boy realized something was wrong and quickly exited the instance," Chen Tianming muttered nervously to himself, rubbing his hands. Although the instance was dangerous, there was a mechanism for exiting. One needed to escape the monster's line of sight and then disengage from combat. Despite trying to stay optimistic, Chen Tianming couldn't help feeling an unstoppable despair, knowing that Lin Su had been inside the instance for far too long. If escaping were an option, he would have taken it. Chen blamed himself for speaking so harshly before. Given Lin Su's character, how could he easily give up? Amidst Chen Tianming's self-reproach, a notice suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Announcement: Vampire Manor instance, medium difficulty, completion record updated. Suddenly, a flash of white light filled the hall. Watching the person who emerged from the light, Chen Tianming's eyes widened in shock. Xin Rue, Chen Tianming exclaimed in surprise. "Principal." Li Xinrue greeted Chen Tianming excitedly, causing a stir in the hall. While the record for medium difficulty has been broken by Jiangdu Middle School's beauty Li Xinrue, she just leveled up to 6 in one dungeon run. That's insanely fast. What are you all babbling about? Did you see her team? Except for her, they're all level 10 with full gear. She's clearly here for the record. I'm so jealous. If only I had a rich and powerful dad too. Well, as long as she's safe, that's what matters. Take a rest and recover, Chen Tianming called out, a look of joy mixed with distraction on his face. Li Xinrue sensed something was amiss. She glanced at the few classmates hanging their heads nearby and asked Chen Tianming, "What's wrong, principal? Why do all the students look so down? Did something happen?" With a heavy sigh, Chen Tianming's face filled with self-reproach as he relayed the situation. "What, Lin Su hasn't come out yet?" Li Xinrue's face turned pale instantly. She had just completed the dungeon and knew how dangerous the medium difficulty could be. Thinking this, she quickly went to inquire with the hall staff. Learning that Lin Su hadn't even brought the equipment she left for him, her expression grew even grimmer. "It's all my fault," Chen Tianming murmured, as if lost in a trance. "Don't worry, Principal, Lin Su is very clever. Nothing will happen to him, absolutely nothing," Li Xinrui said with a firm tone, but her eyes began to redden as soon as she finished speaking. At that moment, several announcements appeared before everyone. Announcement: due to unknown reasons, a world boss has appeared at Vampire Manor. Announcement: the dungeon Vampire Manor's attributes have temporarily changed to an open dungeon. After the world boss is defeated, attributes will revert. Announcement: inside the Huaxia region, all entry and exit passages of the Vampire Manor dungeon are now inaccessible. Passages will reopen after the world boss is defeated. Announcement: teams from other regions attempting to defeat the world boss can enter the dungeon within 5 minutes. The passage is now open, limited to one fully equipped 5-member team per region. Teams cannot leave the dungeon until the world boss is defeated. Announcement: due to the high difficulty of defeating the world boss, team members entering the dungeon from other regions must not exceed LV15. Announcement: if the world boss is not defeated within 48 hours, the Vampire Manor dungeon in the Huaxia region will be permanently closed. Principal, what's going on? How could this happen? After reading the information in her mind, Li Xinrui's eyes widened, her voice filled with despair. She had hoped Lin Su was clever enough to escape from the medium difficulty dungeon, but now with the appearance of a world boss and the simultaneous closure of all dungeon passages within the Huaxia region, it meant that unless the world boss was defeated, Lin Su could never leave the dungeon, and more likely before the world boss could even be defeated, Lin Su might already die at the hands of other monsters in the dungeon. It's over, completely over. Not only can Lin Su not come out, but the other students who entered the instance can't either. Reacting even more strongly than Li Xinrui, Chen Tianming grabbed his hair, completely slumping to the ground. Why isn't the team that's supposed to defeat the boss from the other major regions here yet? Could it be that so many people are unable to defeat just one boss, even? Though Li Xinrui had a bad feeling, she still couldn't help asking. Looking at the naive expression on Li Xinrui's face, Chen Tianming felt a bitterness in his heart. You're thinking too simply," he sighed. "Not to mention that the world boss itself is extremely difficult to defeat, almost like a bug in existence. Its mere appearance causes all the monsters in the instance to reset and their strength to surge dramatically. On the other hand, do you really think that the teams from other countries are here to kill the world boss and get the world treasure? Chest reward, he scoffed. Those who voluntarily participate in the world instances are without exception like desperados. They are the suicide squads for their countries. Once they enter the instance, their primary target is actually the job changers from other major regions. What? Hearing this, Li Xinrui felt a chill run through her body, but then she thought about it, and indeed Chen Tianming was absolutely right. The major regions are in competition with each other. How could they possibly be kind enough to help Huaxia defeat the boss? Not only do they not provide help, but they also slaughter the new job changers within the instance, weakening the new generation strength of the Huaxia region as much as possible. Why can't our region send teams in? Li Xinrui questioned, feeling that the rule was unreasonable. Chen Tianming just shook his head with a wry smile. The job changers of the Huaxia region trapped in the instance, although our teams are lower in level compared to other regions which can only enter 5 people, we have an absolute advantage in numbers. But based on past experience, even if we defeat the world boss, the survivors are hardly 1 in 10 survive. 2 minutes earlier in the Vampire Manor instance, Lin Su leading Su Luoluo pushed forward and soon found the final boss of the instance, the Vampire Count, in a hidden underground room. The room was full of torture devices, and the Count was nailed to a cross with long nails. As Lin Su and Su Luoluo entered, the Count's eyes turned blood red and his fangs bared. But before he could even come down from the cross, Lin Su charged forward, then stomped on the ground with a thud. With a drone, his long sword shot out. -11,295, -3,588, 2 lines of numbers, 1 red and 1 blue, floated above the head of the Vampire Count. Immediately after, with a thud, half of the Vampire Count's head fell to the ground. Lin Su's strike was precise, hitting the Vampire Count's vital spot and triggering skill 5 Demon Smile, which instantly doubled the already quintupled damage. A kill record appeared immediately. Successful elimination of the dungeon boss Vampire Count. LV 10-inch experience plus 1520. A beam of golden light soared from Lin Su's body. Congratulations, advanced to LV 7. Congratulations, acquired equipment, Vampire Cloak. Congratulations, cleared Vampire Manor, medium difficulty. obtained 1 treasure chest. Congratulations, set a new record for Vampire Manor, medium difficulty, received 1 record chest, 2000 experience points, another column of light rose from Lin Su's body. Lin Su squinted his eyes, feeling that although the creatures in this dungeon were tougher than the last, the rewards were genuinely substantial. With a thought, he opened his attribute list. Name, Lin Su. Occupation, Blade Demon. Unique, level, LV8 health, 2200 attack, 2256 attributes, 44, arbitrary, controllable flying blades, 8 skills, details omitted. Looking at his attributes, which had tripled since his arrival, Lin Su was quite satisfied. If he hurried now to clear the higher difficulty level of the dungeon, reaching level 10 today would be no problem. However, just as he was contemplating this, the expected teleportation exit did not appear. Instead, a string of announcements popped up. Big shot world boss, what's going on? After reading the notices in his mind, Su Luo looked at Lin Su with a face full of confusion. She even had a faint feeling that the appearance of the world boss might be because Lin Su was too fierce. He had been steamrolling through the dungeon without giving any monster a chance to utter a single line. Dungeons were supposed to have narratives, but now that the dungeon was cleared, not to mention speaking their lines, any monster that dared even glance at Lin Su would have its head rolling the next moment. Even hiding in a room wasn't safe. His flying blades would follow through the door gaps, ensuring the same fate. Brutal, simply too brutal. Monsters have their dignity too, and by giving them no quarter, well, retribution comes as no surprise. Lin Su frowned, finding Su Luo's almost foolish question unworthy of a response. Just then, another prompt appeared. Notice, the dungeon map and monsters are now resetting. All adventurers prepare for random teleportation. Notice, after the reset, monster attributes will increase by 50% and experience from killing monsters will double experience? Lin Su's eyes narrowed, sensing that the arrival of the world boss might not be such a bad thing after all. Yet just as this thought surfaced, his arm was suddenly gripped tightly by Su Luo. Lin Su, speechless, glanced at Su Luo. Her face flushed, but she held on even tighter, quickly explaining, random teleportation. Random? Please, don't let us be separated, Big Shot. As a priest with hardly any combat ability, Su Luo knew very well that if she were separated from Lin Su, there would only be one outcome, certain death. It was only because there was no rope handy that she resisted the urge to tie herself directly to Lin Su. As the two conversed, a flash of white light pierced through the air, accompanied by the weightlessness of teleportation, transporting them into the main hall of the dungeon. A brilliant sword light cleaved through the void as an old man with white hair and beard, carrying a long sword, stepped out from the nothingness. The moment he appeared, the hall fell into a sudden eerie silence. Despite his kind appearance, the old man gave off the aura of an unsheathed sharp sword, his presence formidable. He was none other than the Sword Saint Nangong Yun, the celebrated war deity of Hua Nation. How did he come here, one might ask? Clearly, it was due to the matter concerning the world boss. After a brief moment of silence, murmurs began to spread among the people in the hall. It was then that Nangong Yun suddenly produced a jade token in his hand, which he forcefully crushed. Following the shattering of the token, a new announcement emerged. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the portals to the Vampire Manor dungeon across all regions will be closed ahead of schedule. The current number of teams from other regions inside the dungeon is 3. Principal, what does Elder Nangong mean by this? Li Xinrui asked, puzzled by the announcement appearing before her eyes. Chen Tianming's face lit up with hope. This is great. Elder Nangong has used a very rare role-type item to block other regions from entering the dungeon. The fewer the teams from other countries inside, the safer our trapped students will be, and even more, our chances of defeating the world boss increase. Perhaps overhearing Chen Tianming's analysis, Nangong Yun glanced in his direction, prompting Chen to immediately fall silent. Who is in charge here? Nangong Yun asked, floating mid-air. Here, I am Zhang Kai from the Jiangdu military region, responsible for leading the team in response to this emergency, replied a military representative who had arrived swiftly at the scene. Prepare for the permanent closure of the dungeon and start evacuating the personnel immediately. Ensure that the families of the students caught in the incident are well taken care of. Yes, Zhang Kai responded, his expression slightly uneasy. It was clear that despite using a precious rule-type item, Nangong Yun held little hope that the Hua region professionals could defeat the world boss and secure the Vampire Manor dungeon. The atmosphere quickly grew tense. Nangong Yun did not linger after giving his orders. With a single step, he vanished from everyone's sight. Meanwhile, Lin Su found himself teleported to a dilapidated European medieval living room after the white light faded. Unlike the luxurious style of the manor castle, the surroundings here were noticeably more humble. Lin Su scanned the area, noting the absence of danger but also the absence of Su Luoluo. The random teleportation had separated them. Realizing this, Lin Su's brow furrowed. Slightly acknowledging yet another complication, he quickly checked the team panel, relieved to see that the team's status was unchanged and that the other party was in good health. Lin Su didn't exactly find Su Luoluo annoying, but neither was there any fondness there. If there was a chance, Lin Su wouldn't mind lending a hand. However, compared to seeking out Su Luoluo and leveling up through combat, he had a more pressing matter to attend to: finding Li Xinrui. The attribute change in the Vampire Manor instance meant that all the professionals who were currently attempting this instance had been pulled here. After estimating his own delay and the time it would take to clear the instance, Lin Su felt it was highly likely that Li Xinrui was here as well. Given that he was only level 8 and knowing that Li Xinrui, having entered the instance with a full team, would have her experience divided more amongst her teammates, her level couldn't be higher than his. With less than level 8 and only an S-class aptitude, it would be hard for her to survive in an instance of this difficulty. Even though Lin Su had no specific intentions regarding Li Xinrui after his mother's death, the only person who truly cared for him, besides Chen Tianming, was her. At such a critical juncture, he couldn't just stand by and watch her face danger without doing anything. Resolved, Lin Su was about to get up when suddenly a cry for help came from next door. "Ah, help! Where are you, big shot?" Lin Su's heart skipped a beat. It was Su Luoluo's voice. Following the direction of the sound, Lin Su glanced and confirmed that Su Luoluo was just behind the wall in front of him. Frustratingly, he found that the living room he was in had no doors leading to the neighboring room. He glanced again at the team column and saw Su Luoluo's health drop by a third. Without further consideration, he forcefully kicked at the wall in front of him. With his physique and strength both at 40 points, breaking a hole through the seemingly indestructible stone wall was a breeze. With a loud bang, half of the wall collapsed, dust flying everywhere. Lin Su then saw a zombie with bared teeth and claws, conveniently crushed by the fallen wall. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo was huddled under a table, trembling, clutching her head and wailing, "I'm still young and a virgin. I don't want to die. Almighty One, show yourself. I'll even vow myself to you. Save me." Perhaps due to extreme nervousness, Su Luoluo hadn't noticed Lin Su's arrival. Lin Su smirked slightly, then dispatched the zombie with a single strike, earning 84 experience points. "Hey, are you alright?" Lin Su patted Su Luoluo on the shoulder. She screamed in terror, still curled under the table, and without even opening her eyes, kicked fiercely at Lin Su. With a snap, Lin Su caught her ankle. "Are you crazy? It's me, Lin Su," he scolded. This time, Su Luoluo heard clearly. Her body stiffened and her watery eyes snapped open. Upon realizing it was indeed Lin Su, she burst into tears. "Where were you just now, big shot? It's so good to see you. I thought I was going to die. I came here when I heard your voice," Lin Su explained. "Next door." Su Luoluo suddenly blushed. Now calm, she suddenly remembered what she had said earlier. When Lin Su flatly denied hearing what was just said, he instantly regretted it. At this very moment, his actions perfectly exemplified the saying, "A guilty conscience needs no accuser." True enough, as soon as he spoke, Su Luoluo's face turned even redder. "Can you please let go of my foot first, boss?" she almost pleaded, unable to meet Lin Su's gaze any longer. During their recent escape from the undead, she had lost one of her shoes. Now, the foot that Lin Su was holding was clad only in a pink Winnie the Pooh sock, lending an unintentionally intimate air to their already awkward interaction, reminiscent of a scene from a sultry Tokyo summer. "Oh, are you hurt?" Lin Su quickly realized his gaffe and let go, swiftly changing the subject. "It's nothing serious," Su Luoluo replied, her usual carefree demeanor returning. She found her shoe and performed a healing spell on herself, her shoulder wound beginning to heal and her health recovering. "So boss, are you planning to go after the world boss next?" she asked after bandaging the wound simply. In her mind, with Lin Su's capabilities, he was undoubtedly aiming for the rewards from defeating the world boss. After all, if they couldn't handle the world boss, everyone would perish here. However, Lin Su shook his head. "No, we need to find someone first," he said, and then seemed to suddenly remember something. "Do you have paper and a pen?" Confused but efficient, Su Luoluo quickly retrieved these items from her inventory and handed them to Lin Su, closing his eyes to recall a memory. Lin Su's pen began to scratch across the paper. In just seconds he had sketched a vivid portrait of Li Xinrui standing in front of the school bus, capturing not only her figure and facial features but even her clothing with striking accuracy. Thankfully, my skills from my assassin days haven't faded, Lin Su remarked. Recognizing Li Xinrui from just a description would have been difficult, but the sketch made the task much easier. Wow, she's beautiful. Is this the person you're looking for? Su Luoluo asked, a hint of gossip in her tone. Lin Su nodded, yes, her face mischievously lit up with curiosity. She probed further. Girlfriend? No, Lin Su replied, tucking the sketch away and standing up. Unconvinced, Su Luoluo muttered under her breath and quickly followed him. As they stepped outside into the living area, Lin Su dispatched two more undead with a swift movement of his arm. The surroundings resembled the architecture of a vampire manor, suggesting this was a civilian area. Under the dim moonlight, the narrow streets laid with cobblestones were worn and filthy with dried black bloodstains everywhere. The simple houses lined up one after another, eerie roars occasionally emanating from within, creating a chilling atmosphere. Su Luoluo shivered and moved closer to Lin Su. Lin Su frowned. Due to the map refresh, the old map he had used for strategy was now obsolete. Currently, he couldn't even estimate the size of the dungeon by sight, let alone know where he was. Indeed, killing the world boss would allow Li Xinrui to escape from the dungeon, but who knows where that boss was? That's why between searching for Li Xinrui and the world boss, Lin Su decisively chose the former. Both were matters of chance, but clearly it seemed more prudent to look for Li Xinrui first. Of course, if he encountered the world boss along the way, Lin Su wouldn't mind taking it on. Just as he was calculating in his mind, suddenly an orange fireball shot up from inside a nearby house. With a loud bang, the fireball burst in the air, scattering into a shower of light, dazzlingly bright. Boss, look, someone's setting off fireworks, Su Luoluo exclaimed in surprise. But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized how absurd her comment was. This was a dungeon, only a lunatic would set off fireworks here. After a brief thought, she quickly corrected herself. No, that's a fireball spelled boss. There's a professional over there, they're signaling for help. Having successfully analyzed the other party's intentions, Su Luoluo waited proudly for Lin Su's praise. However, when she turned her head, she found that Lin Su had already sprinted 10 meters in that direction. She shuddered and hurried to follow him. Hey boss, wait for me. Lin Su didn't directly enter the house where the fireball spell had originated. Not knowing the intentions of the other party, he chose to observe first. Thinking this, he gestured to Su Luoluo with a hand signal, leaped up, grabbed onto the cracks in the wall, and with a flip landed on top of a nearby bell tower. Su Luoluo was stunned. She understood Lin Su's gesture, telling her to follow him. Hesitating for a moment, she eventually chose to take the stairs. Honestly, the bell tower was not very tall and had partially collapsed. Through a crack in the wall, about half a person wide, they could clearly observe the situation inside the house. In fact, due to the proximity, Lin Su could hear voices coming from inside as soon as he arrived. Who allowed you to come up? Seeing Su Luoluo had followed him, Lin Su was a bit speechless. Due to the collapse of the bell tower, the stable area on top was only the size of a palm. With Su Luoluo coming up too, it suddenly felt very cramped. Su Luoluo, suddenly feeling choked up, felt a tightness in her chest. Quiet, don't get discovered. Realizing she didn't understand his hand signals, Lin Su simply spoke out directly. After speaking, his gaze pierced through the crack in the wall, locking onto that house. In the courtyard of the house, a fire was burning and the situation was clear at a glance. At this moment, about a dozen people had gathered in the center of the yard. The voices were slightly chaotic. It seemed they were all attracted by the fireball spell earlier. Lin Su even noticed two familiar faces among them, students from Jiangdu Middle School who had transferred in the same year as him. Just then, a young man holding a staff, looking somewhat haughty, cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Cough cough, everyone please quiet down. I'm sure you're all aware of our current situation. We have been forcefully pulled into this open dungeon, and if we don't defeat the world boss, everyone will die here. I've called everyone here because I would like to invite you to join my team to find and conquer the world boss. Oh, by the way, my name is Han Mingyu from Lingnan Middle School. Not sure if anyone here has heard of me. Upon hearing this, Lin Su lost interest in listening further. He was uninterested in joining this hastily formed team. Moreover, he had never heard of Han Mingyu before. Thinking it over, he decided to directly ask Su Luoluo, do you know him? Indeed, girls are far superior in their gossiping abilities compared to their combat skills. Su Luoluo nodded decisively. Yes, I've heard of him. He's a notable figure at Lingnan, an A-grade fire mage who awakened just half a month ago and has already advanced to level 8, she said, then paused. Oh, never mind, forget I said that. Indeed, for an ordinary student, advancing to level 8 in half a month is definitely something worth boasting about. But then Su Luoluo thought again. Today was the first time this big shot beside her had descended into the dungeon, and in less than 6 hours he had aggressively made it to Level 8. Instantly she felt that Han Mingyu was not that impressive after all, not even qualified to carry the big shot's shoes. Why don't you big shot have me ask around if they've seen him? Seeing that Lin Su had no intention of joining, Su Luoluo suggested. Being an accessory to a big shot, she was more than willing to help with whatever she could. However, Lin Su simply shook his head. Not now, they've got trouble. Why, what's going on? Su Luoluo asked, puzzled as she glanced around the calm streets. Lin Su's mind raced. A throwing knife wedged inconspicuously in the crevice of a street wall fell and flew towards Lin Su. The knife provided Lin Su with a certain field of vision, and he simply used it as a form of surveillance. Given Lin Su's current level, if he were to release all his throwing knives, his mana would be depleted in less than a minute, so he had placed only one, yet it was this very knife that sent back a very strange image. A fully equipped team of 5 dressed oddly had unhesitatingly killed a clash-changed fighter. Judging by their appearance alone, one might believe this 5-person team was a tourist group. They wore no apparent equipment. Baseball caps, t-shirts, ripped jeans, and even one strikingly attractive woman with purple long hair was dressed in a black miniskirt and thigh-high stockings, wearing at least 10-centimeter high heels. Yet, this seductive-looking woman in a mere encounter had stabbed the clash changer in the chest with a dagger. Equipment above level 10 has the capability to mimic regular clothing, and in the current dungeon, those above level 10 could only be teams from other districts sent to conquer the world boss. Realizing this, Lin Su couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Su had already guessed what this group was up to. They were targeting the transfigured fighters from the Huaxia district. Their subsequent actions directly confirmed Lin Su's suspicions. Upon seeing the fireballs in the sky, they all changed from their previously casual demeanor, drew their weapons, and began charging towards the residence where Han Mingyu was located. What are these people up to? Su Luoluo asked in confusion. The flying knife provided limited visibility, only a few dozen meters. Thus, before Lin Su could respond, the team from the other district had already come into Su Luoluo's view. They're here to kill, Lin Su explained calmly. Su Luoluo's face registered shock before she could even speak. The 5-person squad, now only 40 to 50 meters away from the residence, halted. A man wielding a magic staff had a flash of light on his staff. In the next moment, a dozen fireballs, each twice as big as the ones previously launched into the sky, hurtled down, targeting the residence. Explosions, cries of alarm, and screams of agony erupted simultaneously. Realizing their ambush was successful, the squad quickly advanced towards the residence once more. Inside, Han Mingyu and others were caught completely off guard and descended into chaos. Enemy attack, breakout, counterattack. Amidst the confusion, Lin Su couldn't see who was shouting, but clearly this person had given everyone the wrong signal. Perhaps because he was also a fire mage, Han Mingyu's resistance to fire was relatively high. Even though he was taken by surprise, his injuries were not severe and he rushed towards the door. At that moment, the main tank of the 5-person squad, who had already been stationed at the doorway armed with a huge shield, suddenly charged forward. With a loud bang, Han Mingyu didn't even grunt before he was sent flying, smashing into the wall. The main tank was momentarily dazed, not expecting his strike to unleash such power. Indeed, no one could have anticipated that the first person to rush out in a surprise attack would be a mage. The strength of a mage compared to a main tank was not at all on the same level. Just then, the remaining people inside the residence began to rush out en masse. The mage waved his staff again, and the ground quickly began to freeze. Ice crystals spread instantly up to their thighs, and the dozen or so people who had just run out were instantly immobilized. TSK, the transfigured fighters from the Huaxia district are really weak, aren't they? Giggled a woman with purple hair, covering her mouth in a scornful laugh. Meanwhile, a dagger appeared in her hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Su narrowed his eyes and instructed Su Luoluo, stay put, don't move until after the fight. With it, he leaped onto the neighboring rooftop and rushed towards the residence without looking back. Oh, okay, be careful boss, Su Luoluo hurriedly advised, but Lin Su's figure had already vanished. Lin Su was still waiting to inquire about the whereabouts of Han Mingyu and others from Li Xinrui, but dead men can't speak. Thus he found himself with yet another problem to solve. He had to save Han Mingyu and his group. Just as the purple-haired woman's dagger fiercely slashed towards the throat of a transfigured fighter, a flying knife tore through the air, aimed directly at the woman. With a crisp ding, the woman staggered back, her hand torn open and the dagger falling to the ground. Watch out, it's an ambush! Her face turned pale as she cried out in alarm and hurriedly took cover behind the main tank. Just then, with a loud thud, Lin Su leaped down from the rooftop. Lin Su, someone among the trapped professionals in the Huaxia district exclaimed in recognition. That person was also a student from Jiangdu Middle School and knew Lin Su, famous for choosing a unique profession and making it to the trending searches. Lin Su was a well-known figure in the Jiangdu city school circles. Reminded by that person, everyone's gaze shifted towards Lin Su with a mix of curiosity and wariness. They had experienced the strength of the five-person squad before. Lin Su's single strike had forced the purple-haired woman to retreat, which hardly seemed the action of the weakling rumored about. And from Lin Su's current expression, he appeared utterly calm and collected. Lin Su had no time to care about what these students thought. He pulled out a sketch from his personal space and opened it before everyone, asking, "Have any of you seen Li Xin Rue?" The entire group, including the five-person squad, was completely dumbfounded. There they were, fighting for their lives, possibly facing death, and here was someone popping up looking for a person. The situation turned bizarre in an instant. "Hump, scared me there, thought he was a master. Turns out he's just a level 8 fool, and with a unique profession too, haha, let's finish him." While Lin Su was questioning the students, the purple-haired beauty used a detection spell on Lin Su, revealing his basic information. As she let her guard down, her face turned cold and she immediately gave an order. The next moment, the mage in the five-person squad had a flash of cold light on his staff. The sound of ice crystals forming echoed ka-ka-ka. However, in the very next instant, the ice crystals that had just started to spread under Lin Su's shoes shattered instantly. Simultaneously, a message appeared in the mage's mind. Alert, due to unknown reasons the freezing spell failed to affect the enemy. Lin Su's skill 4-inch Will of the Magus had activated. The mage's total attributes did not exceed Lin Su's, making the control skill completely ineffective. The mage's eyes widened in shock. Damn, it didn't freeze him. Jilong, block him. As Lin Su unsheathed his blade and rushed forward, the mage was startled and quickly called to the main tank. "Come on, kid." The main tank responded, a gleam of light flashing over him as he smirked and charged towards Lin Su. Lin Su's look of disdain deepened. Some idiots need to be taught a lesson to realize their own weight. With a buzz, the sound of the long blade cutting through the air was sharply painful to the ears. Minus 3,962, minus 1,527, 2. Striking numbers floated above the main tank's head. The main tank felt a flash of silver light and a tremendous force surged from his shield, sending him flying back directly. After one strike, Lin Su kicked him on the shield, sending him flying back as fiercely as he came. In that instant, the main tank's thoughts turned hazy. He was robust, possessing both strong physique and strength, yet the boy opposite had managed to knock him flying. Was he a monster? As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly glanced at his health bar. A look was all it took for his scalp to tingle with shock. "Priest, save me. Captain, save your main tank." His voice was weak, his body on the brink of death. He saw his main tank's body, which had only half returned from being thrown, and the enemy held the broken halves of the shield. The purple-haired beauty swallowed hard, her pretty face contorting with the strain. As the captain, she was intimately familiar with her teammates, especially the main tank, who was now cut in half and beyond dead. With his equipment, skills and body constitution, his defense was at least 4,000, yet even so he was instantaneously slain by the monster opposite with a single strike. Including the main tank's nearly 4,000 health points, the monster's damage with that one strike was at least 8,000. And that was a conservative estimate. A mere level 8 rookie delivering strikes with 8,000 damage was beyond her understanding. But one thing was clear in her mind. With Lin Su's outrageous attack power, pulling anyone from their team would not withstand a single blow from him. Having sorted out these thoughts, the purple-haired beauty had only one idea left: to run as fast and as far as possible. One strike per child, who can withstand that? However, just as she was about to turn and signal her team to retreat, a snap sound echoed. Lin Su's beginner's long sword had shattered. Successful kill of Kimchi. District Reclasser LV 15-inch experience plus 1,500. Successful kill, obtained slaughter badge ×1, obtained slaughter treasure chest ×1. Notifications popped up in Lin Su's mind. He was pleasantly surprised by the first two notifications. He did not expect that killing reclassers from other districts would also award him with such a significant amount of experience. As for the so-called slaughter badge, its use would be determined upon further inspection. However, as Lin Su was feeling pleased with himself, the third notification appeared. He felt the sword vanish from his grip. His beginner's longsword was gone. Lin Su's mouth twitched, guessing what might have happened. His passive skill could ignore the opponent's defense, that was true, but his sword couldn't. That strike had indeed unfolded the opponent's shield. The beginner's longsword was only level 1 while the opponent's shield was at least level 10, unable to withstand the direct confrontation. The sword simply shattered. This scene caught the eye of the purple-haired beauty, and suddenly a light went on for her. She assumed that Lin Su's massive damage was largely due to his long sword. Now that Lin Su's sword was broken, it was their moment to counterattack. But as she was about to seize the opportunity, a dry thin mage exploded with a burst, blood splattering onto the purple-haired woman's face, cutting off her unfinished words. Minus 2,783, minus 2,529. With a thud, the mage's body, missing half its head, fell to the ground. Another instant kill, another moment leaving no chance for the priest to act, almost like mockery. A silver knife traced a bright arc through the air, circling around the diminished squad that now counted only 3. It succeeded in slaying a level 15 pickled vegetable area reclasser, adding 1,500 experience points to Lin Su's tally. Along with the experience, he earned a slaughter badge and a slaughter treasure box. Seeing his experience bar grow, Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk. "Who are you planning to slaughter next?" he asked coldly, his gaze fixed on the purple-haired beauty. She felt cold sweat beat on her forehead as her long, slender legs in black stockings began to tremble uncontrollably. It was now clear to her that even if her weapon were shattered, this terrifying man could annihilate their group in an instant. Without wanting to waste too much time on a few dead bodies, Lin Su got straight to the point. He presented a sketch to the trio, asking directly, "Have you seen this girl?" The response came from the team's priest, a stark contrast to the mature allure of the purple-haired woman, embodying the innocence of a young girl. Her big watery eyes pleaded with Lin Su. "No, we just entered this dungeon, we really haven't seen her. Can you let us go, please?" Observing the girl's pitiful appearance, Lin Su nodded slightly. "Fine, answer me one more question and I'll let you go." The priest was overjoyed, nodding eagerly. "Yes, ask away." Lin Su paused for a moment before smiling and asking, "How many reclassers from the Huaxia area have you killed?" The color drained from the young priest's face as she shook her head, frantically denying any such action. But the sound of a skull shattering followed immediately. Minus 2,225, minus 3,058. Her terrified expression was frozen on the remaining half of her face. Lin Su had successfully killed another level 14 reclasser from the pickled vegetable area, gaining another 1,400 experience points, a slaughter badge and a slaughter treasure box. Such a beautiful face, but what a liar, Lin Su remarked, his smile deepening, turning his attention to a trembling young man beside the purple-haired woman who was nervously adjusting his baseball cap. Lin Su gave him a chilling ultimatum. "You have 3 seconds to give me a reason not to kill you." The young man in the baseball cap shivered violently, but with his life on the line, his reaction was swift. "Yes, we did kill a reclasser from the Huaxia area, but only one, and we've never seen the girl you're talking about. I can prove it." He hastily showed Lin Su the record of their actions, fumbling as he explained. "We entered the dungeon at 8:43, and it's been less than 7 minutes. In just over 6 minutes, we've killed 3 wild beasts and 1 reclasser. Look, all the records are here. Additionally, the reclassed player we killed was a boy, not the girl in your picture. If we had come across such a beautiful girl, Quan Jilong would definitely have had his fun before leaving. A few minutes wouldn't have been enough." Listening to the baseball cap boy's logical explanation, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. As an experienced assassin, interrogation was a trick he knew all too well. From the beginning, the weakest member of the 5-person squad was the boy in the baseball cap. When it comes to interrogation, it's natural to pick on the softest. Therefore, Lin Su had chosen him as the breakthrough target from the start. The killing of the first 3 reclassed players was meant to intimidate and break down the psychological defenses of the others. Now it seemed to be working. The opponent had said everything that needed to be said and even produced evidence. As for the possibility of the opponent lying, Lin Su believed that as long as he wasn't a fool, he would not do such a thing. After all, there was still one more member of the 5-person squad alive. With this in mind, he turned his gaze to the purple-haired beauty whose face had turned pale with fear. Treating her as gently as a neighbor's little sister just starting school, Lin Su gently patted her delicate face and said softly, "Only one of you two can live. You have 3 seconds to prove your companion is lying." The purple-haired beauty collapsed to the ground, her legs giving way beneath her in despair. She couldn't prove it because what her companion had said was the truth. The boy in the baseball cap was overjoyed. "See, what I told you was true. Now you can let me go." Pfft. Lin Su chuckled at the baseball cap boy. "You believe everything I say, huh? Are you an idiot?" His gaze then shifted back to the purple-haired beauty. The purple-haired beauty's lips trembled as she wanted to plead for mercy, but she dared not speak. She realized that the seemingly sunny-faced young man in front of her was a devil who killed at will, completely unreasonable. 3 seconds to give me a reason to let you live, Lin Su spoke again in the same calm tone. Don't kill me, I'll do anything you want, I'll be very obedient, just please don't kill me. She witnessed her teammates being brutally killed one by one. Her expression had shifted from initial shock to despair, yet, in this atmosphere of despair, Lin Su paradoxically offered her a glimmer of hope for survival. Thus she gave up resisting completely, allowing herself to be manipulated. While speaking, the purple-haired beauty's delicate, boneless hands inadvertently slid across her chest. The tight office uniform was instantly released, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. As gently as before, Lin Su softly caressed her cheek, then with a swift motion a throwing knife pierced the purple-haired beauty's heart. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Lin Su smiled faintly. Sorry, not interested. With her death, the notifications popped up. Successfully killed a reclassed player from Pickle District. LV15 experience plus 1500. Obtained a slaughter badge ×1. Obtained a slaughter treasure box ×1. As these notifications arrived, a beam of golden light shot up from Lin Su's body. Congratulations on your successful promotion to LV9. Lin Su, with a raised eyebrow, he realized why these people were targeting transferers from other regions. Such rapid leveling was indeed fast. Just as Lin Su was contemplating this, an announcement appeared. Announcement: Kimchi Region's team attempting the world boss has been annihilated. Announcement: Kimchi Region's team attempting the world boss has been annihilated. Announcement: Kimchi Region's team attempting the world boss has been annihilated. The same announcement appeared 3 times in a row. Meanwhile, in the Vampire Manor dungeon lobby, following the instructions from Nangongyan, the people inside had already been evacuated. Chen Tianming and Li Xinrui did not leave and were still waiting. They've been wiped out, a whole team wiped out, Chen Tianming exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the announcement in his mind. However, seeing Chen Tianming's elated demeanor, Zhang Kai sighed and patted his shoulder comfortingly. What do you mean by this? Chen Tianming asked, puzzled. Zhang Kai pondered before explaining. It's been less than 10 minutes since the start, and to have the overpowering strength to wipe out a whole team like that, I can't think of anyone other than the world boss. Based on past experiences, the difficulty level of this world boss is off the charts. So this Lin Su, it couldn't possibly be any other region's team or our own students, right? Although Li Xinrui was nearly convinced, she stubbornly retorted. Alright Xinrui, let's go home. I'll just wait here alone. Chen Tianming had realized the truth in Zhang Kai's words, understanding that combat also required time. Judging by the timing, neither the students nor other regions' teams could possess such strength. No, I won't go. I want to wait here, wait for Lin Su to come out of the dungeon alive. Tears slid down her cheeks as Li Xinrui roared. Back with Lin Su, relieved that Li Xinrui hadn't encountered this squad, he turned towards a group of students walking behind him. However, as soon as he approached, the students immediately retreated, their eyes filled with apprehension, not just shocked by Lin Su's strength. Crucially, there wasn't a single one among them who hadn't mocked Lin Su before, and now they were being pointed at by flying knives. At that moment, Han Mingyu, looking disheveled and limping, approached Lin Su with a slightly ugly expression and asked, "We're all transferers from the Huaxia region, you're not going to attack your own people, right?" "No," Lin Su replied directly. The scene was intense as not 1 inch but 7 flying knives encircled all the students. Lin Su spoke without any expression. "I was worried that you would run away while I fought them, and indeed some of you did just that. I still have questions for you, so for now you cannot leave." Han Mingyu's face turned slightly red upon hearing this. After all, it was Lin Su who had saved them. Even though they weren't required to assist in the fight, Lin Su was still actively engaged in combat. The fact that they had fled without even a word of thanks was indeed quite shameful. "Alright, thanks for before," Han Mingyu said, now addressing what Lin Su might want to ask. Without dwelling on who exactly had fled, he tossed a long sword to Lin Su. The sword, named Cloud Piercer, was a level 5 weapon with an attack power of 78, enhancing all attributes by +1 and increasing the critical hit rate by 5%. It was a silver grade weapon. Lin Su caught the sword effortlessly, and its properties instantly registered in his mind. He twitched slightly upon seeing them. Despite being only a level 5 sword, its attributes could easily fetch 200,000 in the auction house. Lin Su smiled as he withdrew the knives that had trapped the students, pondering whether the sword was truly a token of gratitude for saving their lives or merely compensation, hoping for leniency. He wasn't particularly concerned. A free benefit was not something to be declined. Without any hesitation he pocketed the long sword and said, "I'm looking for Li Xinrue, has anyone seen her?" Handing over a sketch to Han Mingyu he spoke succinctly, "No problem, I'll ask around for you." Han Mingyu responded without hesitation, taking the sketch and turning to leave. Lin Su's lips curved into a slight smile, amused by Han Mingyu's quick assumption of leadership among the students. It wasn't long before Han Mingyu returned, shaking his head. "No one, including myself, has seen her in the dungeon." However, some mentioned that Li Xinrue entered the dungeon with 4 level 10 teammates, likely aiming for the leaderboards. Lin Su nodded thoughtfully. "That's good news. It's best if Li Xinrue isn't in the dungeon at all, but that's just a possibility. As long as there's any chance of finding her, I won't give up, nor will I rely on luck. The search must continue." With that he turned to leave. However, at that moment Su Luoluo, her face stricken with panic, ran towards them, gasping, "Boss, a zombie horde is coming." Lin Su glanced at the breathless Su Luoluo and said, "Speak clearly, what's the situation?" Realizing her initial explanation was unclear, Su Luoluo hurriedly explained, "It must be the commotion we caused earlier. The zombies have started leaving the houses and are now gathering towards us. The street's end is already blocked." Just then another student pointed fearfully towards the other end of the street and exclaimed. Lin Su followed the student's pointing finger to see what was amiss. Indeed, the street, no more than 4 or 5 meters wide, was already densely packed with zombies, completely blocking the intersection. Han Mingyu's face changed, and he suggested to Lin Su, "I know you're strong, but it seems your attacks are more suited for single targets, which isn't ideal for this situation. How about we team up and break out in one direction? Let's fight our way out." Lin Su looked at Han Mingyu as if he were looking at an idiot. Zombies, teaming up, wishful thinking. That's a whole wave of experience. Thinking this, he called out to Su Luoluo, "Don't run around, just stay behind me." With that he gripped his sword Poyan and strode towards the end of the street where the zombies were most concentrated. A student pointed at Lin Su, wanting to say something. "Forget about him, he's a master and doesn't care about teams like ours." Realizing that Lin Su disdained them, Han Mingyu spoke bitterly. Meanwhile he pointed towards another intersection where there were fewer monsters and directed everyone, "Let's break out from here." Brilliant flashes of blade light split the night sky, leaving marks on the mottled walls along the street. Successfully killed zombie LV4 experience plus 36. Successfully killed zombie LV5 experience plus 72. The monster kill feed began to flood the screen. An hour later, a bare-chested Lin Su sat atop a pile of corpses 2 people high, pouring the remaining half bottle of mineral water over his head. A golden light surged up from his body. "Congratulations, you have been promoted to LV10. Name, Lin Su. Occupation, Sword Demon. Unique, level, LV10. Health, 2650. Attack, 2726. Attributes, 53. Random, controllable flying swords, 8 out of 10. Skills, details omitted." Glancing at his attributes, Lin Su immediately closed the panel. The tide of zombies had been cleared, and no more monsters were gathering nearby. "Let's go," he said, looking down to summon Su Luoluo, who had no choice but to climb onto the rooftops, now lower than the pile of corpses Lin Su was sitting on. "Yeah, okay boss, your shirt, be careful not to catch a cold," Su Luoluo responded, carefully handing Lin Su his shirt. Just as Lin Su took his shirt, Han Mingyu, who had also been forced onto the rooftop, chuckled dryly. "Boss, do you need any accessories? Maybe you could take us along too," he said. Even now, without being hit, Han Mingyu felt his face burning. He led a team that was large in number, but the quantity of monsters far exceeded their expectations. Coupled with insufficient damage output, they had been pushed back by the zombie tide from the start, retreating until they were back to back with Lin Su. Glancing at Lin Su's side of the fight, everyone's jaws dropped. They knew Lin Su was fierce, but no one had expected him to be this formidable. With every slash of his blade, zombies fell like dominoes. The damage was staggering. Realizing that further retreat would affect Lin Su's combat, Han Mingyu and a group of students also climbed onto the roof. They then watched as Lin Su, sandwiched from both sides, fought effortlessly. When they first met, he was only level 8, and in just a short while he had soared to level 10. At that moment, those who had seen Lin Su's team recruitment message in the lobby earlier but had not joined were now deeply regretting their decision. As for Han Mingyu, his initial plan had been to gather a group of teammates and directly take down the world boss. However, after getting thoroughly defeated by a team from the Kimchi district, he realized that his plan might have been a bit unrealistic. Thus, he lowered his expectations, thinking that if he could at least keep his team alive until the end of the dungeon, that wouldn't be too bad. Even if they didn't manage to conquer the world boss and were stuck there forever, it seemed a better option. But upon discovering that the dungeon was so challenging that even the minor monsters could overwhelm them, his gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Su. He then glanced at Su Luoluo, who looked quite content. It dawned on him, the correct way to clear this dungeon was to stick close to the strong players. Thinking over his revelation, Han Mingyu shed his previous demeanor of aloof arrogance. He hurriedly approached Lin Su with a big smile plastered across his face, trying to engage with him whom he had previously ignored. Boss, hear me out. With more people we can help you gather more fighters, right? Lin Su paused, turned back and asked how so? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Han Mingyu's eyes brightened as he proposed, similar to what we just tried, casting fireballs and such into the sky. The bigger the commotion we cause, the better. This should attract plenty of job changers, and with more people gathering, information becomes easier. Plus, we might even draw Li Xinrui over here directly. Listening to Han Mingyu's explanation, Lin Su slowly narrowed his eyes. Indeed, given the current situation, it was a good plan. Thinking it over, he nodded in agreement. Alright, we'll do as you suggest. I'll ensure your safety. Elated by Lin Su's affirmation, Han Mingyu was overjoyed and thumped his chest in assurance. Boss, don't worry, I'll handle this perfectly clear for you. Observing Han Mingyu's sycophantic behavior, Su Luoluo slightly twitched her mouth corners. A strong sense of crisis inexplicably surged within her. Thinking it over, she fiercely glared at Han Mingyu. Without saying another word, she quickly retrieved a fan from her space and began fanning. Here, boss, let me help cool you down. Oh, not feeling hot? Well then, boss, would you like some fruit juice instead? Confused by the sudden glare, Han Mingyu was left with a puzzled expression. What, even jealous of a man? Are all the accessories around the boss this competitive? But despite his internal complaints, he did not dare to neglect the tasks Lin Su had entrusted to him. Moments later, spells like Fireball, Ice Arrow, and even healing from the priests began to light up the already eerie sky dazzlingly. Lin Su didn't choose to wait around. He began moving and searching. Since they had cleared a large number of monsters earlier, the number of creatures on the streets had significantly decreased, allowing the team to advance quickly. Lin Su even deployed 8 flying knives, both to protect the students and to expand his field of vision. However, 2 hours passed. Lin Su watched as nearly 200 reclassers attracted in joining the team, yet nobody had seen Li Xinrui. He silently estimated that, aside from those unlucky enough to have died, it seemed that all the reclassers who had entered the instance were here. However, Li Xinrui was nowhere to be found. Could it be that she wasn't here at all? As Lin Su pondered this in his mind, a dozen ice arrows suddenly formed in the sky not far away and smashed towards the ground. Han Mingyu's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly warned, boss, there's a battle over there, let's go check it out. Lin Su commanded and immediately ran towards that direction. Be careful, boss. The commotion from that skill doesn't seem like it's from our reclassers. Before they even reached the spot, Han Mingyu reminded from behind. Got it, Han Mingyu was right. The reclassers from the Huaxia region generally had lower levels. Condensing a dozen ice swords at once was almost impossible for them. Therefore, the ones currently in battle were likely from a team sent by another major region to tackle the world boss. Thinking this, Lin Su leaped onto a segment of broken city wall. Using the height of the wall, he looked towards the nearby battlefield. It was not 2 teams fighting, but 3. 2 of the teams were full 5-member professional squads, while the other was a team of skeleton warriors clad in armor and wielding broadswords. Lin Su's eyelids twitched. He had killed such skeleton warriors not long ago. They were level 10 elites, almost as powerful as the final boss in the Vampire Manor. However, what truly shocked Lin Su was not the creatures themselves but their numbers. There were exactly 13, and they coordinated with each other. Lin Su even saw that when a skeleton warrior at the back of the group forcefully plunged its broadsword into the ground, a pale green ripple of light spread out from it, instantly boosting the health of all the skeleton warriors. This caused the 2 teams fighting the skeleton warriors to be overwhelmed. On the other hand, Lin Su immediately recognized that the 2 teams fighting the skeletons were distinct and even sabotaged each other continuously. For instance, the little mage with a European look would often inadvertently include the Asian-looking team's warrior and tank in his skills, while the team with an Asian appearance seemed to intentionally draw the skeleton warriors towards the European team's priest. Clearly, this was a chaotic 3-way battle. Moreover, judging by the combat power of the 2 squads, they were clearly teams sent from other regions to conquer the world boss. Damn, boss, this situation is a bit messy. Just then, Han Mingyu, who had struggled to climb the city wall, arrived. He only needed one look at the battlefield below to immediately grasp the situation. Lin Su's mouth curled into a smirk. Tell our people to stay put. "I'll handle this," he said as he leaped down from the city wall. Han Mingyu's forehead creased with worry. Handle it? How is he planning to handle it? Talk them to death? Despite not having worked with Lin Su for long, his ruthlessly extreme approach had already cast a psychological shadow over Han. It was obvious to anyone that Lin Su was indeed planning just that. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the situation was different from the previous mass extermination of the undead. Below them now stood 13 boss-level elite monsters along with 2 fully staffed level 15 squads. In an instant, Han Mingyu felt that Lin Su was absolutely insane, but before he could even start rallying the troops to assist, a dazzling blade light cleaved downwards. Minus 7,284. Minus 5,325, minus 8,654, minus 3,295, minus 10,080, minus 4,269. A series of striking numbers that could make one's scalp tingle floated up from the heads of 3 skeleton warriors who were hiding at the back of their group. Then, without any suspense, the 3 elite bosses toppled over headfirst. Not just Han Mingyu, but all the Chinese region's reclassers on the city wall were stunned by such a terrifying scene. Lin Su's solo battles against the undead were legendary among them, but very few had actually witnessed them in person. Most thought the tales were exaggerated. However, after witnessing the spectacle before them, they couldn't help but scoff. So much for solo battling the undead. Who has ever seen bosses treated like mere common mobs? The sounds of difficult swallowing broke the eerie silence. Han Mingyu, his face twitching, turned to Su Luoluo, who appeared calm and collected, and asked, "Senior, has he always been this formidable?" Su Luoluo, initially unwilling to engage with Han Mingyu, scoffed disdainfully in response to his respectful address. "Do you know why it took the big boss only 3 hours to clear the medium difficulty of the Vampire Manor? Only 3 hours?" Han Mingyu felt his brain go blank. 3 hours, that's already twice as fast as the current record. And that's considered slow? Observing Han Mingyu's naive expression, Su Luoluo sneered with pride and explained, "That's because the dungeon monsters were spawning too slowly. All the monsters, including the final boss, were slain with a single strike. The whole run had no dialogue, no plot developments." In that moment, Han Mingyu felt his worldview shattering, barely managing to utter "awesome, just awesome." However, just as he spoke, he heard a collective gasp from the people around him. Following their gaze, his mind went blank again. In the brief moment he had been speaking with Su Luoluo, the 13 elite bosses had already been convinced to death by Lin Su. Successful kill of Skeleton Warrior Elite LV10 experience plus 1024. Successful kill of Skeleton Warrior Elite LV10 experience plus 1056. 13 kill records appeared. Watching his experience bar rise swiftly, Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk again. This experience, this leveling speed. To be a good person is to do good deeds, especially to mediate disputes. With this thought in mind, he squinted his eyes, his gaze falling on the 2 stunned 5-man squads across from him. What kind of monster is this, and where did he come from? Inside the European squad, a burly man dressed similarly to Captain America looked warily at Lin Su, asking his companion beside him. He knew well that the armor worn by the skeleton warrior was not just for show. A single strike could wipe out tens of thousands of hit points, with damage reaching at least 15,000, a newbie dungeon, and yet there appeared such an abnormally powerful freak. What else could he be if not a monster? He is a transfer from the China region, a level 10 blade demon, and it's very likely that the Korean squad was wiped out by him. Beside Captain America, a blonde blue-eyed woman with a striking figure holding a staff chimed in. As Lin Su engaged with the skeleton warrior, she used a detection spell on him. Captain America was stunned. Although he didn't understand what a blade demon was, but Lin Su's strength was apparent. They absolutely could not provoke him. With this thought, he decisively ordered a retreat. "Let's leave this monster to the Sakura Zone monkeys. Move out," he said, turning around to leave. However, he had barely taken a step when a sudden whooshing sound filled the air, and a dagger gleaming with a cold light tore through the air currents, shooting straight towards his neck. Captain America's pupils dilated in shock, and he hurriedly raised his shield to block. With a clang, the flying dagger struck the shield, sparking and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Su's indifferent voice sounded. His sword returned to its sheath. Glancing disdainfully at the squad from the Sakura Zone, he continued, "And you guys take one more step back." But before Lin Su could finish his sentence, a blurred shadow suddenly appeared behind him. In the next instant, the shadow's dagger, flashing with cold light, viciously slashed towards Lin Su's neck. "Be careful, boss," Su Luoluo exclaimed from atop the city wall. As she spoke, she mimicked Lin Su and leapt from the wall. The wall was too far from where Lin Su was fighting beyond the reach of her healing spells. Unlike Lin Su, Suluwalawa's physical attributes were pitifully low. The moment she landed, her health dropped by a third, and the severe pain in her feet made it impossible for her to stand. Just when she thought Lin Su was in great danger, something bizarre occurred. It seemed as if Lin Su had anticipated the attack. Suddenly bending down, the dagger carried by the wind swept over his head. Miss. The assassin, not expecting a sure strike to miss, was momentarily stunned. However, in that split second of his confusion, Lin Su's right arm, which had been resting on the handle of his sword, suddenly exerted force. With a hum, the blade sang as it sliced at an extremely tricky angle, swiftly crossing the assassin's neck. Minus 3,825, minus 2,963, successfully killed the Cherry Blossom District Reclasser LV 15-inch, gaining plus 1,500 experience, obtaining a slaughter badge ×1 and a slaughter treasure chest ×1. The assassin's figure froze beside Lin Su, his pupils dilating with disbelief that persisted even unto death. It was only then that Lin Su noticed that the assassin was a cute girl with a bun hairstyle, looking quite adorable. Such a pity you look nice but a bit foolish. Your team is short one living person. Did you think I wouldn't notice? He said, patting her shoulder with a hint of regret, but as soon as he touched her she fell with a thud. The cute girl's body collapsed headfirst, her head instantly severing, blood spurting from her neck and turning the ground into a chaotic mess. Lin Su curled his lip in disdain. To be honest, I respect every enemy who dares to face me directly, but that definitely doesn't include you. Ha, so that move just now was intentional, he said, sneering as he stepped on the girl's head and gave it a light kick. Her head rolled towards the Cherry Blossom squad. Kill him, get him, shouted a gloomy man from the Cherry Blossom squad wielding a Japanese sword, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. As he roared, he charged forward, his sword slashing fiercely towards Lin Su. Lin Su scoffed. After 10 years of intense close combat training, he had never met his match. Just as the sword was about to strike him, he suddenly dodged to the side. With a ping, the sword cut through the air and shattered a large stone slab on the ground. Miss, how is this possible? The gloomy young man thought in shock, his face turning ashen as he realized the gravity of the situation. However, the sound of the blade's whine was already near his ear. So, are you the idiot? Look at your companions, what are they doing? Lin Su's indifferent voice rang out. The gloomy young man was startled and turned around, but the next moment he felt the world spin and drowsiness enveloped him. Before his eyes closed, he saw his headless body and his companions, who hadn't moved at all, standing still. The corners of his mouth twitched, his eyes unable to close in death. Successfully killed the Cherry Blossom District Reclasser LV 15, gaining plus 1,500 experience, obtaining a slaughter badge ×1 and a slaughter treasure chest ×1. As the notifications arrived, Lin Su smiled satisfactorily, kicking away the gloomy young man's head with the same disdain he had shown earlier, and asked softly, so can we talk now? The remaining members of the Cherry Blossom squad were already terrified. This was why they had chosen to stand by as the gloomy young man attacked Lin Su. Thump. Struck by Lin Su's emotionless icy gaze, a female archer from the squad couldn't hold it in any longer and collapsed to the ground. At that moment her only thought was, pervert. This man in front of me is definitely a pervert. With that in mind, she immediately looked up at Lin Su with tearful eyes, pleading. Alright, as long as you stop attacking us, we'll tell you whatever you want to know, said Lin Su with a nod of satisfaction. He turned to look at the Eagle Craftsman squad, who had been restless nearby. How about you? Want to try resisting too? His gaze swept over the scattered fragments of armor from the boss and the two headless corpses whose eyes were still open in death. After only a moment's hesitation, the burly man dressed like Captain America simply put away his weapon and raised his hands over his head. We believe you have the strength to wipe us out. We surrender, please spare us and I'll tell you the whereabouts of the world boss. Hearing the American captain's words, Lin Su's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been running around all afternoon and had a good understanding of the current map of the instance. Unlike the small area of the Vampire Manor, this place was an entire medieval European city, a whole city. With only 48 hours, it was not just about finding and killing the world boss. Without significant strength, it would be difficult even to traverse the entire map. If the other party really knew the whereabouts of the world boss and Li Xinrui was indeed in the instance right now, then finding the world boss and facing off against the other party might be the quickest way to resolve the current awkward situation. However, even though Lin Su thought this, he did not agree immediately. Instead, Jolly took out a sketch and waved it in front of both squads, asking, have you seen this girl? She's a priest and I'm looking for her, the American captain. Glanced at it and immediately shook his head, haven't seen her. But as soon as his words fell, a shooter girl from the Cherry Blossom Squad, tears in her eyes, brightened up and pointed at the American captain. He's lying, we've seen this girl, they were the ones who killed her. Hearing this from the Cherry Blossom Squad shooter, the American captain's face instantly turned pale as he hurriedly explained to Lin Su, she's lying, and all the Huaxia district transfer players we've killed there was definitely none. Suddenly a flying knife pierced through the chest of the shooter girl, -3,895, -2,927, successfully killed Cherry Blossom District transfer player LV14 experience plus 1,400. Successfully killed Cherry Blossom District transfer player LV15 earned slaughter badge ×1 earned slaughter treasure chest ×1. Lin Su curled his lips, not even glancing at the dead shooter girl. His gaze moved to the American captain, his tone heavy with implication. I hate liars, and my friend is not a priest, right? Swallowing hard, the American captain was about to nod when suddenly the Western woman behind him changed her expression and quickly pulled her captain aside, interjecting, we really haven't seen the girl in the portrait, I swear on my integrity, truly. Raising her hand, she took an oath. Captain America only realized what was happening at that moment, aware that he had just narrowly escaped a linguistic trap. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The strength and cunning of the man before him were terrifying indeed. Thinking this, he no longer harbored any thoughts of antagonism towards Lin Su. Hastily, he made a pledge in the manner of a Westerner, right, I also swear we really haven't seen anything. Seeing the sincerity in his words, Lin Su decided not to trouble them further and turned to ask the remaining two members of the Sakura squad, have you also not seen anything? In unison, the two shook their heads, no, we haven't seen anything. Lin Su sighed, slightly disappointed, and turned his gaze back to Captain America. Tell me the whereabouts of the world boss, and then I'll let you go. In the Central City's church, the world boss is named Akasha. She's the vampire queen, and today is her wedding date. Captain America replied directly. Lin Su raised his eyebrows, puzzled. As fellow class changers, they had entered the dungeon around the same time. He had been in this dungeon all afternoon and had not gathered even a hint of this information. However, he thought again, since both Sakura and Falcon squads are at the same location encountering the same elite monsters, they must have similar clues. With this in mind, he asked the remaining two Sakura squad members, tell me what you know and you can also leave afterward. Hearing Lin Su's words, the two members of the Sakura squad breathed a sigh of relief and began to recount their team's clue-searching process. After a while, having confirmed that neither side had lied, Lin Su waved his hand. Go, you really are letting us leave? A Westerner beside Captain America asked incredulously. Lin Su nodded solemnly, then said, of course, yes, it's a lie. With that, a cold light flashed in his eyes and the long-charged Poyan breaking cloud sword technique was unleashed with a whoosh. A brilliant crescent blade swept across their waists. Successfully killed Falcon District Class Changer LV 14-inch experience plus 1,400. Successfully killed Falcon District Class Changer, obtained a slaughter badge ×1, obtained a slaughter treasure chest ×1. Notifications flooded the screen. Announcement. Sakura District Team wiped out in World Boss Challenge. Announcement. Falcon District Team wiped out in World Boss Challenge. 6 consecutive announcements appeared. Following this, a golden light surged from Lin Su, shooting up into the sky. Congratulations, Lin Su has successfully advanced to LV11 job, Blade Demon, unique, level, LV11 HP, 2850 attack, 2926 attributes, 57, any, controllable flying knives, 811 skills, omitted, you're dishonest and you will die miserably. The Westerner's blue eyes widened in horror, regret and resentment mingling in his gaze. Lin Su chuckled nonchalantly, closing his attribute panel. Alright, I'll be waiting. With it, he turned and walked towards Su Luo Luo below the city walls. Having killed the already surrendered enemies, Lin Su felt no psychological pressure, not for any other reason but because if their roles were reversed today and it was Lin Su lacking in strength, the other side would certainly not show mercy. Any bit of compassion towards an enemy was cruelty and irresponsibility towards oneself. With this thought in mind, Lin Su walked over to Su Luo and helped her up from the ground. Can you still walk? Lin Su asked indifferently. He had heard Su Luo's shout earlier, but at that moment he had no time to pay attention to the situation here. He roughly guessed what she intended to do by jumping down. Boss, you killed them all? Su Luo asked knowingly, her expression unnatural. Anyone who had seen Lin Su's methods and expression when he killed would inevitably have some psychological shadows. Now, the way Su Lolo looked at Lin Su was as if she was staring at a major villain. Even when Lin Su's palm touched her body, she couldn't help but shudder. Sensing Su Lolo's unease, Lin Su smiled faintly, a rare joke escaping his lips. Right, what else? Should I have spared them for a New Year celebration? Previously, Lin Su was a cold-blooded assassin. The brutal and fierce methods he used against his enemies were deeply etched into his soul. He couldn't forget them. Being incompetent meant death. However, after crossing into this world, Lin Su had 8 years of a warm family life which allowed him to treat people kindly like anyone else. These two states coexisted within him without conflict. Lin Su was clear in his heart that those cruel methods, when used on enemies, only counted as cold-blooded, but if used on unrelated people, that would be perverse. Even with a heart for revenge, Lin Su did not wish to fall to that level, because he believed that if there were spirits in heaven, they would be his deceased family members who wouldn't want to see that. Hey, that's right, haha. Realizing Lin Su's attitude towards her was as disdainful as ever but mixed with a hint of warmth, Su Lolo felt relieved and quickly forced a smile. Boss, where are we heading next? As the battle concluded, Han Mingyu also came down from the city wall, asking timidly. Lin Su didn't waste words. We're going to find the world boss. World boss? Boss, you already know where it is? Han Mingyu asked, his eyes wide with shock. After all, he had been blindly following Lin Su all afternoon without a single clue about the world boss. How had Lin Su found it so suddenly? Noticing Han Mingyu's confusion, Lin Su explained, I forced it out from the mouths of the other two groups. Han Mingyu's mouth twitched, a wave of speechlessness washing over him. The two squads had not only lost their lives but also unwittingly served the boss all afternoon, yet upon reflection he felt it was quite fitting. This approach was truly befitting of a boss. As he pondered in his heart, Lin Su asked with some suspicion, do monsters really speak? Why haven't I heard them once? Han Mingyu stumbled, feeling that the big shot's boastfulness was too much. He muttered under his breath, why don't they speak in front of you? Don't you have a clue? Meanwhile, at the Central District Cathedral, the sky was oppressively overcast with ink-like clouds. The blood-red moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting a ghastly pallor over the faces of all the reclassed fighters. A warning appeared stating entering the world boss's territory. Due to rule suppression, all active skills of reclassed fighters are temporarily sealed and cannot be used. Seeing this blood-red warning in his mind, Su Luo swallowed hard and stuttered, Big shot, are you really going to solo the world boss? Why not? Lin Su glanced at Su Luo and stepped onto the crimson carpet, walking towards the interior of the cathedral. The ceiling of his active skills did affect him, but not significantly. Su Luo wanted to say more but was stopped by Han Mingyu. Senior, let it be. In this situation, any of us joining would just be a hindrance and might distract the big shot. Indeed, with active skills sealed, classes that relied heavily on them, like mages and priests, were rendered useless. Even tanks and warriors, whose primary attributes were physique and strength, had their combat effectiveness greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, to gang up on the world boss was possible, but it would be at the cost of their lives, and success was not guaranteed. But we have so many people here, just watching him go alone, Su Luo argued. Han Mingyu smiled freely. Don't worry, when the big shot can't hold on anymore, it'll be our turn to step in. With that, he gestured to the other reclassed fighters from the Huaxia region and said, let's go watch the battle. If the big shot can't hold on, we'll step in immediately. The Huaxia region doesn't breed cowards. If we die together. The crowd roared in agreement. Lin Su, following the crimson carpet, made his way directly to the front of the cathedral's main hall. Strangely, no enemies were encountered along the way, yet the air grew increasingly thick with the smell of blood. By the time he reached the main hall, the bloody scent was almost tangible. He was certain that this odor emanated from inside the main hall. Glancing at the tightly shut doors, he maintained his grip on his knife, lifted his foot against the iron door, and then pushed hard. A grating, tooth-aching sound of metal friction echoed as the iron door, much heavier than he had anticipated, opened slowly despite his considerable effort. As the door opened, blue candlelight on the church walls burst into brilliance. At that moment, the church hall's benches were densely packed with what appeared to be thousands of people, or more precisely, mummies. The sight made Lin Su's pupils shrink abruptly as he assumed a defensive stance. However, contrary to his expectations, the mummies did not surge towards him like a tidal wave. They merely sat quietly, all turning their desiccated heads towards Lin Su in unison. The crackling sound of their joints echoed like waves, sending shivers down one's spine. From the far end of the hall, a delicate, charming laugh echoed. A woman clad in a pristine white wedding dress of stunning beauty covered her mouth and giggled, Stranger, have you come to attend my wedding? Why are you scared? Not daring to come in, chuckled the stunningly beautiful woman mockingly. Lin Su squinted his eyes, ignoring her teasing, and gently touched the main hall door, revealing a faint red barrier as it opened. A prompt appeared. Warning: this is the absolute domain of the world boss. Entering the domain will subject you to attacks by the world boss. Note: the world boss cannot move outside the domain. Within the domain, the world boss automatically regenerates 200 points of health and mana per second. After reading the prompts, Lin Su's lips curled slightly. He had wondered why those mummified corpses, despite seeing him, did not attack on their own, and why the vampire woman kept trying to provoke him into entering. Realizing now that they couldn't leave the domain, "Come on, outsider, with all your bluster, you're not scared, are you?" The beautiful woman taunted, her skills in mockery at full throttle, and with a seductive face she beckoned Lin Su with her hand. Lin Su sneered inwardly. "All right then, time to send you on your way." Thinking this, he forcefully stomped his foot down. With a loud crash, the slate beneath his feet shattered, and like a cannonball he shot towards the cathedral's main hall. The enemy could automatically recover within the domain, so a quick and decisive battle was essential. As for the thousands of mummies, in Lin Su's view, they were nothing but supplements for him. The moment Lin Su charged into the main hall, the mummies stirred, beginning to rise from their seats. However, Lin Su's speed was too fast. By the time a mummy lunged at him, he was already less than 20 meters away from the woman. With a crunch, the shoulder of the first mummy that pounced towards Lin Su collapsed under his foot. Using this momentum, he leaped forward, his speed undiminished. The wind howled past his ears as Lin Su held his blades high above his head. "Die!" he roared. The blade whistled down towards the woman. Apparently caught off guard by Lin Su's fierce momentum, the woman's block was visibly delayed. She had just raised her arm, sharp nails and all, when the blade struck. With a clang, Lin Su felt a sudden numbness in his arm, and his long sword nearly slipped from his hand. -7,695, -7,695. Two conspicuous numbers floated above the woman's head. Because the strike hadn't hit a vital spot, it didn't deal full damage. This was the real world after all. Even if a professional's attack power was high, hitting a non-lethal part like fingers wouldn't cause maximum damage. The woman screamed in agony, retreating continuously, her two slender fingers falling to the ground. Staring at the notch about the size of a fingernail on his blade, Lin Su was astonished. He had thought that his strike would at least sever half of her hand, but her bones were unexpectedly hard. Even with the shock, Lin Su's actions did not stop. The moment he landed, he flung his long sword, ready to charge at the woman again. However, Akasha, the vampire queen, who had already suffered a major setback at their first encounter, was not about to give Lin Su this opportunity. She suddenly opened her mouth wide, revealing her sharp fangs, and her originally stunning face instantly transformed into a hideous visage. With a roar that could pierce through eardrums, a high-pitched scream burst forth from her mouth. As the blast of air hit Lin Su, he felt a buzz in his head. His body was thrown backward as if hit by a truck. Instinctively, Lin Su glanced at his remaining health, only 7%. He had nearly been annihilated, and this was after having 50% of the attack damage immunized. "Tear him apart!" In a rage, Akasha, clutching her injured palm, her face twisted, commanded the direction in which Lin Su had fallen. The mummies, as if gone mad, fiercely pounced on Lin Su. The moment he hit the ground, Lin Su swung his long sword, severing several mummies at the waist. Simultaneously with the bonus from his greed skill, his health was fully restored. However, before Lin Su could get up from the ground, dozens of tentacles suddenly stretched out from the semi-coagulated paste like blood on the ground and latched onto his limbs. In the next instant, they tightened abruptly. As Lin Su struggled, one mummy after another piled onto him. In the blink of an eye, the spot where Lin Su was located was turned into a small mound of mummies. Excruciating pain spread throughout his body from biting and scratching, and Lin Su could even hear the crunching sounds of his bones being chewed. He screamed, exerting all his strength to move his arms, but the density of the mummies left no space for him to maneuver. Seeing his health quickly drop to less than 1/5, Lin Su's heart sank. "Su, promise Mom, live well, don't seek revenge, don't run Su." The last words of his loved ones echoed repeatedly in Lin Su's ears amidst his haziness. Die? No, he couldn't die. Their vengeance was not yet fulfilled. He absolutely could not die like this. Get up, kill them, kill. His heartbeat accelerated, and simultaneously his eyes gradually turned blood red. As Lin Su internally screamed to stand up, he had not noticed his skill bar lighting up, followed by one value that began to skyrocket rapidly. Boss, outside the Grand Hall, Suluoluo, who had just arrived, saw Lin Su being overwhelmed by mummies and burst into tears. To hell with this, she cursed, a wooden staff appearing in her hand as she charged into the grand hall. What do we do, boss? Han Mingyu's classmate asked nervously beside him. What are you babbling about? Are we worse than a little girl? Grab your weapon and fight. Saying this, he too plunged into the grand hall, his staff whistling towards the head of a mummy. Under the command of the vampire queen Akasha, all the mummies continued to throw themselves recklessly at Lin Su. They completely ignored the newly arrived group of transmigrators. With a cackling laugh, Akasha found amusement in the situation. Interesting, very interesting, more fodder for death. Go take them down too, boom. Before she could finish her sentence, the pile of corpses where Lin Su had fallen suddenly exploded. Covered in blood, Lin Su struggled to stand using the tip of his knife as support against the ground. His body revealed stark white bones in several places and his eyes were a deep blood red. Akasha's pupils shrank suddenly. He's still alive, he's still alive, kill him, kill him. However, before Akasha could finish her command, Lin Su let out a furious roar and instantly transformed into a blur, charging directly at Akasha. Stop him, stop him. Fear was evident in Akasha's red eyes as she ordered her minions while retreating, but Lin Su, in his berserk state, moved more than twice as fast. The wailing of his blade cutting through the air sounded almost like a ghost's cry. Any mummy daring to block his path was instantly sliced into pieces. As Lin Su approached Akasha, his speed hardly decreased. With a sinister laugh, he wielded his knife single-handedly, the blade tearing through the airwaves at a tricky angle aimed straight for Akasha's neck. Akasha's face twisted in panic as she hurriedly raised her hand to block. Another clang, the blade broke through the resistance. The flying half of the blade sliced off half of a mummy's head before embedding itself in the wall. Minus 16,430, minus 9,725. Amidst Akasha's agonizing screams, half of her arm fell to the ground. With a roar, Akasha once again opened her mouth wide, attempting to use her sonic attack to blow Lin Su away as she had done before. However, Lin Su, with eyes red like a wild beast, stood fiercely breathing but unmoved. A flicker of panic crossed Akasha's eyes as she quickly realized the problem. Her mana, over 10,000 points, had been depleted by Lin Su's 2 strikes emptied. With a sinister smile, Lin Su roared again and lunged at Akasha. Akasha's pupils contracted. She realized that Lin Su had lost all reason, acting purely like a beast. Thinking this, a cold smile appeared on her lips. As she dodged to the side, her remaining arm reached straight for Lin Su's chest. The sounds of a palm piercing a chest and a blade piercing a heart rang out simultaneously. Minus 36,254. A string of scarlet numbers floated above Akasha's head. Her health dropped to 0 in an instant. However, bizarrely, she did not die. Instead, her health immediately surged by 200 points. Her skill Absolute Territory was triggered, which automatically added 200 points to her health once it reached 0. This bug-like mechanism could only be triggered once. If she were to be attacked again and the damage exceeded 200 points, she would die immediately. Yet, in her mind, such an occurrence was no longer possible. After all, Lin Su's heart was currently in her grasp. With this thought, she squeezed hard, intending to crush Lin Su's heart completely. Just as she exerted force, a notification appeared in her mind. Attack ineffective due to the target being in a seal magic state. Akasha was stunned. A beast-like scream erupted from Lin Su. Instinctively, he clenched his hand, aiming to pull out the broken blade that was embedded in Akasha's heart. Akasha shivered and grabbed Lin Su's hand the moment she withdrew her palm from his chest. She could not allow Lin Su to stab her again or she would die instantly. Holding onto Lin Su's wrist, Akasha's beautiful face revealed her fangs biting down towards Lin Su's neck. She intended to drink his blood. A sharp pain shot through his neck. Lin Su, his eyes bloodshot, let out another agonizing scream. He had completely lost his mind and instinctively opened his mouth, biting down on Akasha's neck. Unlike Akasha, who simply wanted to drink blood, Lin Su's bite was like that of a wild beast aimed at killing her outright. Ah, the veins on Lin Su's neck bulged. Akasha's skin, seemingly delicate, was actually extraordinarily tough. A tremendous tearing force came from her neck. Akasha's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill ran through her heart. She could never have imagined that Lin Su would go to such insane lengths, actually trying to kill her. A spurt of blood sprayed from Akasha's neck as Lin Su tore off a large chunk of flesh. Minus 429, a seemingly insignificant number floated above Akasha's head. Akasha stiffened, her pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. Although the number above her head was small, it was all the health she had left. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. All the howling, roaring mummies in the hall suddenly halted their movements and silence fell over the main hall. Su Lolo and Han Mingyu turned around dumbfoundedly just in time to see Lin Su with a chunk of Akasha's neck flesh in his mouth. Han Mingyu's eyeballs nearly fell out and he stammered, "Boss, did he just kill Akasha? We won." "The boss won," Su Lolo cried, tears of joy. However, before she could finish, Lin Su and Akasha collapsed together. In the next instant, all the mummies in the hall collapsed into pieces. "Boss," Su Lolo cried out, limping towards Lin Su. At the same time, Lin Su received a notification in his mind. Successful kill of world boss Akasha, LV 10 XP plus 50,000. World chest times 1 obtained. Completion of world. Instance Vampire Queen's Wedding completion, chest times 1 obtained, XP plus 20,000, a golden light sword up from Lin Su's body. Congratulations on advancing to level 12 master, you cannot perish now. Upon seeing the ghastly wound on Lin Su's chest exposing stark white bones, Su Luoluo's face drained of color. Healing potions, does anyone have healing potions? Han Mingyu was equally shocked. As he opened a vial and poured it into Lin Su's mouth, he loudly inquired among his companions, "How is this possible? Teams in other regions tackling the world bosses have been wiped out for hours. How could there be no sign of anything in the dungeon?" In the lobby of the Vampire Manor dungeon, Zhang Kai nearly smashed the desk in front of the staff member with his forceful questioning. The staff member, with a face full of grievance, neck stiffened as he explained, "Sir, I've refreshed the list of deceased students 800 times. No new names mean there are no new additions. The regional instruments cannot be wrong. The results are as they are. How would I know what's happening inside the dungeon?" Stumped by the rebuttal, Zhang Kai paused, wanting to speak but found himself at a loss for words. "Old Zhang, calm down, okay?" Chen Tianming, annoyed by Zhang Kai's outburst, pulled him away from the staff member. "Calm down? How can I calm down when over 200 students are still trapped inside? If they all perish, do you realize the impact it would have on our Huaxia region?" Just as Chen Tianming and Zhang Kai were about to come to blows, Li Xinruwei hurried over to try to mediate. However, at that moment a flash of white light filled the hall and a crowd of over 100 people appeared. The first batch of students was being transported out of the dungeon. Zhang Kai froze, then burst into a delirious laugh. "They're out, the students are out, the world dungeon is over, and so many are still alive. And our region's dungeon has been preserved, it won't be shut down." Chen Tianming, ignoring Zhang Kai's hysterics, immediately started looking for his students among those who had just been transported. Li Xinruwei without hesitation grabbed a student who had just emerged from the dungeon and asked directly, "Did you see Lin Su?" At the sight of Li Xinruwei, the student paused, clearly startled. Instead of answering her question, he pointed at her excitedly and exclaimed, "Li Xinruwei, you're Li Xinruwei. Everyone knows Lin Su was looking for you in the dungeon and everyone has seen that sketch of you." This revelation meant that all the students emerging from the dungeon recognized Li Xinruwei. Seeing the young man's reaction, Li Xinruwei was thoroughly confused. However, before she could continue to inquire, the student who had recognized her suddenly shouted, pointing at her, "The big boss was looking for Li Xinruwei, and here she is, safe and sound." Instantly, all the eyes of the newly emerged students turned toward Li Xinruwei, followed by a burst of cheers. It was no exaggeration to say that these students' survival from the dungeon was all thanks to Lin Su. Upon hearing that Li Xinruwei was safe and sound, everyone was overjoyed on behalf of Lin Su. Caught up in the excitement with her classmates, Li Xinruwei felt utterly confused. However, her confusion quickly dissolved when she spotted a student from Jiangdu High School in the crowd. "Have you seen Lin Su?" she asked directly. "Yes, he should be out soon," replied the student, her expression turning slightly unnatural upon the question. Lin Su had saved their lives, after all, but when they once belittled Lin Su, these Jiangdu High School students were among the strongest. Remembering how disdainful she had been when she first saw Lin Su's team information and then considering the gap between herself and Lin Su in the dungeon, she knew deep down that after tonight Lin Su would surely become a hero not only in Jiangdu City but across the Huaxia region. Suddenly, her train of thought was interrupted as a flash of white light burst through the central hall. Doctor, come quickly to treat the wounded." Su Luoluo supported Lin Su, who was covered in blood. Medical teams were always stationed outside the dungeon hall ready to treat those who emerged injured. Lin Su's appearance was frightening. Immediately 4 or 5 doctors surrounded him with a stretcher. Watching the wound on Lin Su's chest, Li Xinruwei's face went pale as she anxiously asked the doctors, "Doctor, my classmate, he won't be in danger, will he?" The doctor, wiping the sweat from his forehead, assured her as he checked Lin Su's vital signs. Even though accustomed to severe injuries, seeing someone survive such grievous wounds from the dungeon was still a shock. He is not in immediate danger, but he needs to be hospitalized for further observation, he said, then looked around and asked who can help with the hospital admission. I will, Li Xinrui and Su Luoluo said in unison. Then, almost simultaneously, the two exchanged glances. In that moment, the air seemed to crackle and the atmosphere turned strangely tense. Noticing how a mere comment had sparked a rivalry between two top beauties, the doctor couldn't help but smirk. It seemed there was indeed a reason Lin Su had managed to hold on despite his severe injuries. Ahem, I'll go, interjected Chen Tianming, the principal. Noticing the odd tension, he quickly stepped in to ease the situation. Then, to change the subject, he pointed at Lin Su and began to scold. Young man, you really are something. We told you not to enter the dungeon, yet you went anyway, and look at you now, all injured. As Chen Tianming continued his tirade, all the students from the dungeon were teleported out, followed by a rather brash world announcement appearing before all the adventurers. Announcement: the world boss Akasha has been conquered by the Huaxia region with Blade Demon Lin Su and his teammate Priest Su Luoluo. In the midst of the excitement, Chen Tianming's words were abruptly cut off as he was about to say more, and it looked like he might lash out at any moment. Pointing at Lin Su, Chen stuttered, the world boss, was it really defeated by him? Having listened to Chen Tianming berating Lin Su, Su Luoluo felt displeased and retorted with a pout, yes, what else did you think? Did you really think I, a priest, could take down a world boss by myself? Chen, completely missing the jest in Su Luoluo's tone, gasped in shock and nearly fainted. Just then a cold voice intervened. So you must be Su Luoluo. Li Xinrui sized up Su Luoluo from head to toe. Unfazed, and with a light smile, Su Luoluo responded while looking back at Li Xinrui, yes. Pleased to meet you. Immediately, the air thickened with tension as if a battle without smoke was about to commence. However, just before the silent confrontation could escalate, Zheng Kai, who had already inquired about the status of other students, approached with excitement and punched Chen Tianming in the chest, exclaiming, I told you this old man has an eye for talent. Do you know who wiped out the teams from other regions in the dungeon? Who? Chen Tianming asked, confused, unable to fathom that anyone capable of defeating other regions' challengers could also defeat the world boss. It was your monstrous student Lin Su, and he wiped out 3 teams by himself. Zhang Kai didn't mince words and provided the answer straight away. What? Chen Tianming was shocked, his mouth agape. Not only did he wipe out the teams from other regions, but all the students present were under his protection, which is why they safely exited the dungeon. So Lin Su has truly performed a great service this time, and I'm going to report this to Senior Nangong. That kid's made it big. Seemingly not satisfied with just that revelation, Zhang Kai burst out with another piece of explosive news. Finally, overwhelmed, Chen Tianming clutched his chest and collapsed. When Lin Su awoke, it was already noon the next day. Barely awake, he saw a big round face hovering in front of him. Hey, he's awake, Luoluo, go call the doctor, came Chen Tianming's delighted voice. Su Luoluo responded and immediately left the room. Has Li Xinrui come out of the dungeon? Lin Su asked without even checking his injuries. She came out long ago, she never even went through the world dungeon, Chen Tianming explained with a slightly strange expression. After a night's fermentation, the news of Lin Su cutting through the world dungeon to find Li Xinrui had gone viral. Overnight, Lin Su had become a model for countless infatuated men and women. Where is she then? Lin Su asked curiously. Normally, she should be in the hospital room looking after him. You shocked her. She went down the dungeon again, Chen Tianming answered with a sense of speechlessness. In truth, he was somewhat displeased to see Lin Su and Su Luoluo together with Li Xinrui. After all, Su Luoluo was incredibly beautiful, and her concern for Lin Su seemed more than what one would expect from just friends. However, once she learned about everything Lin Su had done for her in the instance dungeon, she was deeply touched and left the dungeon without a second word. She did this not for any trivial reason, but because Lin Su was already at level 12 while she was only at level 6, even 2 levels behind Su Luoluo. Worried about holding Lin Su back, she began to level up furiously in a burst of anger. At that moment, Su Luoluo arrived with a doctor to check on Lin Su. It was then that Lin Su discovered that all his injuries, including the one on his chest, had fully healed, a feat beyond the capabilities of any hospital. Thinking about this, he looked at Chen Tianming in surprise. Chen Tianming quickly explained that it was thanks to a top-tier healing potion given by Senior Nangong, which worked wonders without leaving any side effects. Lin Su puzzled asked, which Senior Nangong? Chen Tianming laughed. Who else but our military sword saint Senior Nangong, known for his generous deeds. Zhang Kai entered the room with a look of pride on his face. As soon as Chen Tianming saw him, his face soured and he directly said, "Don't get any ideas about Lin Su, he's going to university." Zhang Kai scoffed dismissively. Given Lin Su's performance in the world instance, whether he joins the military or goes to university isn't something you or I can influence. I'm here to deliver the military's rewards to Lin Su. Saying this, he took out a badge and an antique redwood box. Zhang Kai pointed to the badge first, explaining this badge can generate false information in response to any detection spells used against you, and it works just as well in your personal space. It's a special item used by our top commanders, and now it's yours. Seeing the first item of the reward given to Lin Su, Chen Tianming was speechless and looked at Zhang Kai, feeling that the badge was somewhat trivial and that the military was being stingy. Knowing what Chen Tianming was thinking, Zhang Kai ignored him and looked at Lin Su seriously. Your performance in the world instance was too conspicuous. Whether it's other districts or those creatures from the abyss, many are interested in either recruiting or eliminating you. This badge will help you avoid a lot of trouble. Okay, got it. Lin Su nodded and immediately put away the badge. Although he felt that he had only cleared a world instance and the situation might not be as severe as described, trouble was naturally something best avoided. Seeing Lin Su accept the badge, Zhang Kai smiled in satisfaction and then pointed to the wooden box. As for the reward, this is the main part. Another piece of advice: this item is extremely rare. You might want to use it here and now, because once you step out of this door, there will be people eyeing it. Watching Zhang Kai's mysterious demeanor, Chen Tianming scoffed slightly. It was just an old wooden box, what could it be? But as Lin Su opened the box, a surge of immense and pure life energy instantly spread throughout the room. In the blink of an eye, the wooden hanger began to sprout. Chen Tianming's sarcastic remarks came to an abrupt halt as he exclaimed in shock, Mulong crystal, the military is actually using this as a reward. Are you all mad? The item's name was Mulong crystal, a type of enhancement item. The effect: after consumption, it permanently increases the user's maximum health and mana by 2500 points, but it is ineffective upon a second use. Lin Su's eyelids twitched as he finished reading the item information in his mind, and he glanced at Zhang Kai. The effects of the Mulong crystal were terrifying. Increasing both life and mana limits by 2500 points each was akin to boosting one's physical and mental attributes by 50 points each, a total of 100 attribute points. Even for someone of max level talent like himself, gaining so many attribute points would normally require leveling up 7 times. However, now all he had to do was swallow this thing in front of him and he could achieve that instantaneously. Such a precious item could not be measured in terms of money. Thinking this, Lin Su looked at Zhang Kai with an inquiring gaze. Zhang Kai understood and smiled broadly. Don't worry, our military isn't as bad as you think. You can use this item boldly without any strings attached. Besides, considering you saved so many students in the dungeon, I should actually be thanking you on behalf of the military. Getting the answer he wanted, Lin Su smiled faintly. If it weren't for his search for Li Xinrui, he wouldn't bother about the lives of those students. But now that the benefits were in his hands, there was no reason not to accept them. With that thought, he decisively tossed the Mulong crystal into his mouth. A powerful surge of life energy began to resonate within his body and the effects were quickly apparent. However, in the next moment, Lin Su's expression turned odd. Zhang Kai was alarmed and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss?" Looking at his life and mana values, which had nearly doubled instantly, Lin Su shook his head slowly, pondering for a long time before speaking. "There's no problem, but why do I feel like my teeth are loose?" Zhang Kai's face twitched and he rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you even realize what you've done to yourself?" Trying to change the subject, he coughed and said, "Don't mind these details. Ahem, my task of delivering the item to you is complete. Lastly, Elder Nangong asked me to relay a message to you. He said he'd like to have a chat with you when you have the time, about your family." Lin Su's heart skipped a beat and his eyes narrowed instantly. Indeed, this incident had gotten too big and he had already been investigated. Details about his family had been uncovered. Where is he? "I have time now," Lin Su immediately said. Zhang Kai waved his hand. Elder Nangong said, "There's no rush, you'll meet when it's time." After saying this, he greeted Chen Tianming and Su Luoluo, then decisively left. Watching Zhang Kai's retreating figure, Lin Su's mind was in turmoil. Since his mother had never mentioned anything about their enemies until her death, Lin Su knew even less about them. 10 years had passed and the memory that lingered most vividly in his mind was of the crimson longsword that had pierced his father's chest. There was also a woman shrouded in black mist wielding a short-handled battle scythe who had nearly cleaved him in two. Now he was eager to find out what Nangong Yun would reveal to him, regardless of whether the outcome would be good or bad. As Lin Su's heart fluttered with a mix of chaotic thoughts, Chen Tianming's round, eager face approached him once again, asking pleasingly, Xiu, are you hungry? Is there anything specific you'd like to eat? I can get it for you right now. Lin Su merely curled his lip, recalling how Chen had glared and blustered at him at the school gate, which instantly ignited his anger. With a swift flip of his wrist, he took out the bicycle key he had borrowed from the old gatekeeper and handed it over. Yesterday, I left the gatekeeper's bicycle by the gate. You can walk over and ride it back. Any problem with that? Chen Tianming's face twitched, immediately realizing that Lin Su was seeking retribution, and quickly made an excuse. That old Zhang's bicycle is so rundown it's hardly worth anything. How about I just buy him a new one instead? Lin Su gave a slight smile and nodded. That would be fine, but I suddenly feel like joining the military might not be such a bad idea after all. Chen Tianming paled, his smile strained as he gritted his teeth. Fine, it's just riding a bicycle, no big deal. With that he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Once Chen Tianming was gone, Lin Su breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Su Luoluo. Why haven't you gone home? Is there something you need from me? Su Luoluo nodded and pulled out a treasure chest from her spatial bag. This is for you. Lin Su glanced at it and saw that it was a treasure chest from killing a world boss, different from his own red one as this was golden. Does everyone else have one too? Lin Su asked, not reaching for the chest Su Luoluo was offering him. She shook her head. Just you and me, but I think I should give mine to you. Also, those who didn't make it into the Great Hall didn't even get a treasure chest for completing the world instance. Lin Su smiled faintly, feeling that the instance was somewhat fair after all. Thinking it over, he pushed the chest back to her. This is rightfully yours, consider it a thank you for being willing to rush in to save me at the end. Just then, as if he suddenly remembered something, Lin Su asked Su Luoluo, how did I actually kill the world boss in the end? Pinned under a zombie, as his health dwindled, Lin Su's consciousness blurred. He faintly remembered that he seemed to have stabbed the world boss in the heart. Su Luoluo's mouth twitched slightly, testing the waters as she asked, do you really not remember anything? Lin Su decisively shook his head. I really can't remember. Seeing the confusion in Lin Su's eyes, Su Luoluo racked her brain for words, eventually hesitating before saying the boss was bitten to death. Lin Su's expression stiffened, and he suddenly understood why Zhang Kai had looked at him as if he were a monster. All right, understood. Keep this to yourself, head back home and I'll contact you if there's anything, Lin Su said as he got up and headed to the washroom in the hospital room. Right now, there was only one thing on his mind: brushing his teeth. There's no need to keep it a secret. It's already trending online, Su Luoluo added weakly. Lin Su's forehead creased as he rubbed his face and waved his hand helplessly. Okay, got it. After that he escorted Su Luoluo to the door and closed it with a loud bang. Although he wasn't particularly concerned about his public image, the fact that he had bitten the world boss to death was indeed terrifying to say out loud. Lin Su felt that the label of being a monster might be impossible to shake off. After a quick wash, he first opened his skill list and squinted his eyes in surprise. As expected, the previously 6-slot passive skill bar had now expanded to 7, the 7th skill, Frenzy. Passive S rank, when health falls below 5%, enter a frenzied state, losing rationality, and all attributes increase by 50%, immune to all fatal attacks. For every level increase of the host, the duration of the frenzy state extends by 1 second, currently lasting 12 seconds. Skill cooldown time, 24 hours. After reviewing, Lin Su couldn't help but be amazed. This skill was a perfect counterattack miracle with its lock-on health invincibility and high burst potential. Moreover, there was no weakened state after the burst. In fact, if combined with his greed skill's blood-sucking and mana-absorbing characteristics, as long as he could land a solid hit on his opponent, both health and mana would be fully restored. If he really encountered a tough opponent, this would definitely be a huge surprise. Thinking of this, Lin Su licked his still loose teeth, feeling that Akasha's death was indeed well-deserved. He then sat cross-legged back on the hospital bed and glanced at his personal space, which now contained 19 treasure chests, 15 slaughter badges, and a level 5 vampire cloak. Not knowing whether Nangongyan's search for him was good or bad, he decided to convert all the gains from this dungeon into strength in the shortest time possible. By then, even if the negotiations with Nangongyan broke down, his ability to protect himself would be enhanced. With this in mind, Lin Su first took out the 2 treasure chests that came from clearing the vampire manor and setting a new clearance record. These 2 chests had the lowest value among all. He opened them directly, obtained a high-level skill scroll for detection I ×1. Obtained a level 10 mage boots, quality, bronze, obtained an invitation to the Vampire Manor, high difficulty, ×1, obtained a level 5 warrior arm guard, quality, silver. After a quick glance at these items, Lin Su took out the detection eye skill scroll and crushed it immediately. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Su gasped in surprise. Another exclusive skill for the Blade Demon, and at maximum level no less. He couldn't help but think back to a time when such a skill would have saved him from a brutal defeat at the hands of the world boss, Kasha. This made him realize just how overpowering the Blade Demon class could be. He quickly glanced over the other items' attributes and, finding none to his liking except for those he stashed in his personal space, he decided to auction them at the guild later. They could fetch at least 500,000. This is why so many aspire to switch to combat-oriented classes, he thought. Even if you were destitute yesterday, possessing strength could turn fortunes overnight with a single dungeon run. In front of Lin Su, 15 blood-red chests appeared in a neat line. Without hesitation he exclaimed, "Open," and the items revealed themselves. A drywood staff LV15 of gold quality, a courage helmet LV15 of silver quality, and an unusual item, a pair of black stockings, described simply as original flavor with no rank specified. He also secured a healing necklace LV10, also of gold quality. The rapid listing of items dazzled Lin Su, although he wasn't completely familiar with the market prices for these stage items. Their quality was undeniably high, not dropping below silver. This assured him that he had struck a bargain. Among the loot, the peculiar inclusion of black stockings momentarily dampened his spirits, but this was quickly overshadowed by the high-quality equipment. Disposing of the stockings in a trash can, he stored the rest in his personal space. Taking a deep breath, Lin Su prepared to open the last two chests, one awarded for killing a world boss and the other for clearing a world dungeon. Notifications popped up indicating that due to his profession and personal contributions, opening these chests would guarantee him profession-exclusive weapons and a diamond-level armor set. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Su noted the different colors of his chests compared to those of his companion, Su Lolo. It turned out his unique contributions had earned him these special rewards, making him perhaps the greatest beneficiary of this world dungeon. Suppressing his excitement, he chose to open them immediately. As he did, a red and a white light shot into the sky and the notifications confirmed his prizes: the Blade Demon exclusive weapon, the Rift Blade, and the Phoenix armor set. Lin Su squinted his eyes as he gripped the Rift Blade, its body pitch black, as deep and mysterious as the night sky. Named the Rift Blade exclusive to the Blade Demon class, it was a long sword with no level requirement for wielding. It boasted an attack boost of +1000 and increased all attributes by 50%. Its special trait was immortality. Any collision with other weapons or armors would not damage it. The skill Rift Blade allows for spatial teleportation within a 100-meter range and has a cooldown of just 3 seconds. Its level is glittering/max. Note that the Rift Blade can be fused with other exclusive weapons from the Demon Blade series to enhance its quality. Lin Su grinned silently, amused by the sheer absurdity of the equipment's attributes. Indeed, it was monstrously overpowered. The attack power was instantly boosted by 1000 plus a 50% attribute bonus. Coupled with his own 5x damage multiplier, a single strike could deal nearly 28,000 damage. Of course that was without hitting a critical spot or involving his flying knives in the battle. If he were to deploy all his tactics and hit an enemy simultaneously, the damage could soar to several 100,000, and to think he was only at level 12. Imagining the possibilities, Lin Su quickly checked the attributes of the Phoenix set. He was eager to find out just how explosive his combat power could become when equipped with the Rift Blade and the Phoenix set. The set included a necklace, cape, arm guards, and shoes suitable for wear at level 10. Its set effect added 10 to all attributes and 1000 to defense. The Phoenix Shield skill could generate a shield equal to his own health, which could be activated at any time and would reset 12 hours after being shattered. The quality was diamond. Lin Su decisively equipped the Phoenix set and opened his attribute panel. Name: Lin Su. Profession: Blade Demon. Unique: level LV12. Health: 7500. Mana: 7500. Attack: 6000. Defense: 6000 plus 7500. Shield: attributes: 100. All. Number of controllable flying knives: 8/20. Active skills: Blade Aura, Blade Control, Demon Eye. Passive skills: Blade Demon, Demon Heart, Greed, Demon Smile, Demon Will, Demon Body, Mad Demon. Seeing his attributes, which had increased nearly tenfold since entering the dungeon, a smile unconsciously formed on Lin Su's lips. Now he felt that any class changer below level 50 was unlikely to be his match. With that thought, he intended to check the usage of the slaughter badges in his spatial inventory. However, just then a card fell out from a dissipating white light above. He received a World Instance LV20 invitation card ×1. Lin Su raised an eyebrow and picked up the black card adorned with intricate patterns. Name: World Instance Invitation. Level: LV20. Difficulty: Nightmare. The content of the invitation stated that upon using the card, an instance would be randomly generated with the entry requirements being 1 inch. The profession level of the participant must be less than or equal to level 22. Only one full team of 5 people per major region was allowed. After reading the invitation, Lin Su's expression turned peculiar. This item, if used well, could tremendously boost his strength and even put the entire Huaxia region in his debt. However, if misused, it could not only burn him but potentially end his journey. Since it was a level 20 instance, he decided it might be best to wait until he reached that level. With this thought in mind, Lin Su tucked the invitation into his personal space and pulled out a slaughter badge he had obtained from a dungeon. The badge, designated for decoration and honor, could be exchanged at the Regional Professionals Union for advanced equipment, skill scrolls and potions. Realizing its use, he also decided to head to the Professionals Union to sell some equipment. Thinking thus, he slipped the rift blade into his personal space and walked out of the hospital room. However, no sooner had he left the hospital than an odd sensation crept over him. Was he being followed? After turning another corner to confirm his suspicion, he glanced casually over his shoulder. His magic eye activated, revealing 2 figures stealthily following him, a level 27 archer and a level 25 assassin. Such a combination hardly seemed benign. With a slight smirk, Lin Su headed straight for the outskirts of the city. Due to the abyssal descent, the area beyond the city was teeming with wild monsters, naturally making it a popular spot for professionals to level up. Of course, with no supervision in these wild areas, crimes like murder and looting were all too common. After making a simple registration at a military checkpoint, Lin Su left the city. He feigned attacking a couple of roadside monsters to confirm that the 2 followers were still behind him, then quietly made his way deeper into the dense forest. This looks about right, he thought. The level 25 assassin flipped his wrist, a dagger appearing in his hand as a signal to his companion. The archer scanned the surroundings, saw no one else, and nodded decisively. The squeak of the bowstring tensing up filled the air as a cold, gleaming energy arrow aimed straight at Lin Su's chest from dozens of meters away. Simultaneously, the assassin's feet glowed as he dashed towards Lin Su at high speed. However, just as the archer was about to release his finger, his vision blurred and Lin Su vanished. At the same time, a cold voice echoed near his ear, "Looking for me?" The archer's heart skipped a beat and he whipped around only to find a deep black long sword resting against his throat, stopping all his movements. Lin Su smiled faintly. It was his first time using the spatial teleportation skill, and the effect was indeed explosive. Previously, covering such a distance to face an archer would have been troublesome, requiring him to dodge arrows and shake off the assassin. Now, however, he felt like within 100 meters around him was a death zone for any fragile profession. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Su pointed to the assassin, who was equally shocked at losing his target, and sneered, "Say goodbye to your companion." As his words fell, a cold, gleaming throwing knife instantly shattered the assassin's head. -5,629, -4,432. The headless corpse of the assassin thudded to the ground. Observing the kill record in the mere addition of 1 experience point, Lin Su disdainfully curled his lip. Upon realizing that killing reclassers from his own region yielded no experience, and seeing his companion barely had time to grunt before meeting his demise, the archer felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He understood he had definitely bitten off more than he could chew today. Note, it was more like he had kicked a steel plate. Oddly enough, the information he'd received indicated that the opponent was only level 12. How could a level 12 newbie possibly show such prowess? As he cursed the person who had hired him through generations, the archer hurriedly put on a smile and began to explain, realizing he had been thoroughly deceived. "Yes, right, no experience gained, so name your terms." Lin Su nodded and went straight to the point. "I'm equipped with a skill that detects deceit." "How did you find me?" More than wondering who his employer was, Lin Su was puzzled about this. If the badge given to him by Zhang Kai was ineffective, he could be facing endless troubles ahead. "We have your photo. We even know which hospital you were at before and your room number," they replied. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, his expression growing even more baffled. Given Zhang Kai's demeanor, it was impossible that his information had been willingly shared. Despite this, the fact that the other party knew so much indicated they were no small force. With this thought, Lin Su decided it was futile to guess any further. He retracted his sky-splitting blade and asked directly, "Tell me who hired you and then get lost." Seeing that Lin Su had no intention of attacking further, the archer was overjoyed and quickly responded, "The employer is Yi Hao, the eldest son of the Yi family, his father." But before he could finish, a throwing knife pierced his heart. The archer's face froze in surprise, staring at the blade embedded in his chest. The kill was recorded. Lin Su suddenly understood everything. Yi Hao, the deputy mayor, it all made sense. Thinking this, he patted the archer's shoulder as if to comfort him and said lightly, "Being an assassin isn't easy. Even if I didn't kill you, Yi Hao wouldn't let you off anyway, so it doesn't really matter whose hand you die by, right?" It seemed the archer realized this too, and with a thud he collapsed. Lin Su chuckled, checking the attributes of the archer's bow, level 20 silver quality, and felt even better, promptly pocketing it. After a moment he also retrieved the assassin's dagger, also level 20 but of gold quality. Instantly Lin Su felt this trip into the wilderness had truly been worthwhile, and even Yi Hao seemed less annoying. However, just as Lin Su's figure disappeared into the dense forest, there was a pop. The already dead archer's eyeball burst open and a small flower covered in pupils sprouted from his eye socket. The flower's bud rotated, gazing in the direction Lin Su had left for a long time, as a man's mocking voice rang out, "Tisk tisk, what an interesting little fellow, just Akasha's bad luck, hee hee." But as he laughed, the eerie little flower seemed to hesitate, murmuring to itself, "But then, such an interesting little fellow, should I kill him or take him as a slave? The Jiangdu City Professional Guild might have something to say about that." "Sir, how may I assist you?" A sweet-faced staff member approached Lin Su and asked. "I'm here to consign some equipment." Lin Su got straight to the point. "Certainly sir, right this way," the girl replied, her enthusiasm noticeably heightened as she led Lin Su towards a private booth. Consigning items was one of the guild's most profitable ventures, unmatched by any other. The main hall, crowded and filled with prying eyes, was not suitable for transactions involving high-value items, as they could easily attract the wrong kind of attention. Just as Lin Su reached the entrance of the booth, the sweet-faced staff member used a detection spell on him, causing her to pause mid-step. "Sir, if the equipment you're consigning is limited in quantity and generally of lower quality, you might consider using the automatic vending machine over there." Lin Su, guessing that the badge he was wearing had something to do with her reaction, remained silent. Though he didn't know the specifics she detected, he imagined they must have been disappointingly low. He planned to exchange a slaughter badge for items later and didn't want the hassle of the vending machine, so he simply stated, "I have 18 pieces of equipment to consign, one of which is a level 5 bronze and the rest are at least level 10 silver quality." The girl's face stiffened. She turned around sharply and with a bow she said, "Please follow me to the VIP booth upstairs, sir. I will inform the head of our guild immediately." Equipment sellers she had seen plenty, but someone who casually consigned 18 pieces, with 17 of them being silver quality or higher, was unprecedented in her experience. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man in a suit sporting a small mustache pushed open the door of the VIP booth and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Xia Jixuan, the head of the Jiangdu City Professional Guild. May I take a look at the equipment?" Of course, Lin Su nodded, and without further ado he gestured with his hand. Clang clang clang, nearly 20 pieces of equipment landed on the coffee table, instantly covering it. Some even fell to the floor due to the small size of the table, and the entire room was illuminated by the glow emitted from the equipment. Xia Jixuan's mouth twitched as he began to examine the equipment, his expression changing several times. Sensing something amiss, Lin Su discreetly used the Eye of Magic on Xia Jixuan, level 43 Holy Light Warrior, very strong with abnormally high defense. He thought to himself, unworried about the defenses. Considering this, Lin Su asked directly, "Is there a problem?" After a long pause, Xia Jixuan, stroking his chin, ventured, "No problem as such, but may I ask where you acquired such an abundance of high-quality equipment?" Seeing the wary look in Xia Jixuan's eyes, Lin Su immediately understood the man's suspicions. Indeed, anyone presenting such a quantity of high-quality equipment at once would be suspected of obtaining them through illicit means, and Xia Jixuan wasn't wrong in his guess. Indeed, these items were obtained through slaying. Lin Su found himself in a dilemma, wanting to explain the situation without seeming too boastful. Seeing Lin Su hesitate, Han Mingxian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Unperturbed, he discreetly pressed a button on the leg of the coffee table. Although Han Mingxian's movement was subtle, Lin Su, as a skilled assassin, was extremely sensitive to such actions. His expression chilled as he looked at Han Mingxian and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Not embarrassed by having his slight movement pointed out, Han Mingxian instead smiled appreciatively at Lin Su and praised, "Good lad, so vigilant. Alright, before the military arrives, let me entertain you a bit." Saying this, he slowly stood up, stretching his limbs with a series of pops, and a crushing aura suddenly enveloped him. Lin Su's pupils shrank as he instantly vanished from sight, a spatial technique manifesting in his hand. Han Mingxian was startled, but before he could fully register his shock, a solid kick landed on his abdomen. Knowing that the situation was likely a misunderstanding, Lin Su chose not to strike lethally. However, dissatisfied with Han Mingxian's rash aggression, without asking questions, Lin Su used his full strength in that kick. The floor cracked under Lin Su's feet, and Han Mingxian was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall behind him. Despite the stark difference in their levels, Lin Su used the Eye of the Demon to ascertain their attributes and found them to be closely matched, which gave him the confidence to confront Han Mingxian directly. Han Mingxian, who rolled into the adjacent room like a ball, was utterly stunned. He had used a detection spell on Lin Su, discerning him to be a level 7 priest. Being kicked through a wall by a level 7 priest seemed impossible. The strength attribute should have been in his favor, and besides, since winded priests wield swords, in an instant Han Mingxian concluded that Lin Su must possess equipment that deceived detection spells, perhaps even higher than his own level. With this thought, he dared not underestimate his opponent any longer. As he rose from the rubble, he already had a broadsword and a half-human high shield in his hands. The next moment, a red circular barrier enveloped him as he charged towards Lin Su. Han Mingxian had activated his strongest defensive skill, Iron Blood Barricade. Lin Su sneered, seeing that Han Mingxian was ready to fight desperately. There was no longer any reason to hold back. A whooshing sound filled the air as 8 gleaming throwing knives shot towards Han Mingxian's shield. With a crack like shattering glass, the shield, seemingly made of paper, was effortlessly penetrated by Lin Su's throwing knives. Fortunately, the knives did not target Han Mingxian directly but whizzed past him. Even so, Han Mingxian staggered, nearly falling face-first. He was flabbergasted, knowing his shield had a defense rating of 50,000 points and it was breached so casually. Little did he know the combined force of Lin Su's 8 throwing knives approached an astonishing 250,000 damage. Just when Xia Jishuan's brain froze, Lin Su didn't let him off easily. The blade whistled, slicing fiercely towards the shield in Xia Jishuan's hands. With a loud clang, sparks flew and a slash several tens of centimeters long appeared on the shield. Xia Jishuan's face twitched, and before he could mourn his shield, he was kicked away by Lin Su once again. "Are you done?" The tip of the blade pressed against Xia Jishuan's throat. Lin Su asked coldly. Xia Jishuan sneered in response. "The military has arrived. You can't escape." As his voice fell, the chaotic footsteps in the corridor grew louder, and soon the door was kicked open and a group of military personnel rushed in. "Drop your weapons now," the leading soldier commanded. As the Eye of the Demon activated, Lin Su glanced over the military men. The leader was a level 52 warrior and none of the rest were below level 30. Lin Su did not resist. He moved his foot off Xia Jishuan's chest and retracted his blade into his spatial storage. "I was the one who alerted the military. I report that this man has a large amount of high-quality beginner's equipment which I suspect was obtained through illegal means. Additionally, he possesses equipment that can deceive detection." Xia Jishuan suddenly perked up as the reinforcements arrived and began to babble non-stop. However, before he could finish, Lin Su directly handed over his transferer's credentials and the deception badge that Zhang Kai had given him in the morning to the leading officer. Zhang Kai had mentioned that this badge was used by top military leaders, which should prove his identity. Thinking this, he explained, "This badge was given to me by Zhang Kai, you can verify it with him." The officer took a brief glance at the badge in Lin Su's hand, his expression changing immediately. He then looked at Lin Su's credentials and his demeanor softened considerably. "This is a serious matter. Please wait while we verify this." Saying this, the officer whispered to a companion beside him, who promptly turned and left the room. Moments later, the officer's companion returned, stood at attention before Lin Su, and saluted. "Thank you for your contributions to the world instances for the Huaxia region. Additionally, Elder Nangon would like to meet you." Lin Su frowned. That morning, Zhang Kai had spoken cryptically about meeting when the time was right, and now suddenly they were seeking him out? Although puzzled, Lin Su was eager to find out what Nangonyan wanted to discuss, so he promptly nodded in agreement. "All right, please wait while I make some preparations," said the officer's companion, pulling the dazed Xia Jishuan up from the floor. "Let's go, Mr. Xia, please help us find a spacious office." Xia Jishuan, still somewhat out of it, asked groggily, "What world instance? Who is Elder Nangon? What are you talking about? Why aren't you arresting him? Was my beating in vain?" The officer glanced at Xia Jishuan wordlessly. His equipment was legitimately obtained in the world instances by defeating other regions' transferers. Why should he be arrested? As for you, a 43-level holy warrior being pinned down by a level 12 newbie, how can you even think of complaining? Xia Jixuan was momentarily stunned, his face alternating between shades of red and pale. However, it didn't take long for him to remember something astonishing. Are you Lin Su, the fierce one who bit the world boss to death? Lin Su, with an expressionless face, indicated that he wasn't familiar with the person Xia Jixuan was referring to. Let's go, we can talk about your issues later, let's find the office first, urged the officer, pulling Xia Jixuan away. When Xia Jixuan learned that the revered Nangong everyone spoke of was the sword saint Nangong Yun, he hurriedly scampered off and the office was quickly arranged. As Lin Su pushed open the door, he saw an elder in white waiting inside the office. Despite his kind and benevolent appearance, the elder exuded an incredibly sharp aura, almost too intense to look directly at. Seeing that Lin Su could face him without changing his expression, a hint of appreciation flashed in Nangong Yun's eyes as he chuckled and asked, "Child, do you remember me?" Lin Su was baffled, completely confused by Nangong Yun's sudden question. He quickly searched through all his memories of the past 18 years, certain and sure that he had never met this man before. Seeing Lin Su's puzzled face, Nangong Yun smiled even more kindly. This time he rolled up his sleeves and stretched out both hands, fingers spread wide. "How about now? Do these arms look familiar?" Lin Su gazed at the dense centipede-like fierce scars on Nangong Yun's arms and the missing little finger on his left hand. Suddenly, like a thunderclap, a realization struck Lin Su. "Are you Uncle Nine Fingers?" he murmured softly, hardly believing what was before his eyes. Years ago, Lin Su's grandfather, who was the vice-chancellor of Jing University, often invited a quiet middle-aged man to their home for drinks and chats. This man, who had been saved by his grandfather during an abyssal invasion, became a dear friend. The middle-aged man was peculiar. He could have easily healed the scars from the abyssal invasion with advanced healing spells, but he chose not to. He let the scars grow, not caring even for the missing finger. He said he used them as a reminder of his weaknesses and as motivation to grow stronger. He also mentioned that he wanted to keep the memory of his lifesaver etched in his heart. At that time, Lin Su, not fully understanding memories of his past life and merely a child, thought the middle-aged man was not only strange but also found the scars quite ugly. He often mocked the man and adamantly refused to let him hold him, even though the man showed him great affection, which often led to Lin Su getting scolded. However, what Lin Su had never imagined was that this eccentric middle-aged man would one day become the war god of the Huaxia region. As these thoughts filled his mind, Lin Su couldn't help but feel puzzled as he stared intently at Nangong Yun. "But your face?" He started recognizing him despite the changes. Nangong Yun burst into laughter, relieved, and patted Lin Su on the shoulder, explaining, "In a later battle, my face was disfigured. As a war god, for political reasons, they just crafted a new face for me. If it weren't for this world instance, I wouldn't have even known you were still alive." Lin Su opened his mouth, his feelings incredibly mixed, and after a long pause he finally asked Nangong Yun, "What exactly happened to my family back then?" Nangong Yun's eyes carried a trace of pain as he pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. "It was a long-planned assassination aimed at all the core senior members of the Huaxia region. In that assassination, more than half of Huaxia's top combat forces were killed, and even I was not spared. Fortunately, I survived." "Who was the assassin?" Lin Su asked directly. Nangong Yun sighed deeply, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "The Abyss, as well as all the regions hostile to Huaxia, were involved. Their goal was to make the Huaxia region fall and become a territory of the Abyss. Indeed, the day after the assassination, the Abyss's army invaded directly." Lin Su already knew the subsequent events without needing further explanation from Nangong Yun. Then the professionals of the Huaxia region rose up in resistance. Nangong Yun alone confronted hundreds of thousands of the Abyss army and achieved legendary status. All of this is written in the textbooks, Lin Su thought to himself, but soon became curious again and asked directly, "What happened after that? Didn't the Huaxia region retaliate?" Nangong Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. "In recent years, the frequency of invasions from the Abyss and infiltrations through instances has been increasing, leaving our government and military overwhelmed and unable to attend to other matters." Lin Su's mouth twisted slightly, not with anger but with a cold laugh. "So you're saying that all my enemies are still alive?" Seeing Lin Su's reaction, Nangong Yun patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Good boy, I understand your desire for revenge. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. But right now, the most urgent task for you is to improve your strength. As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, I heard you're resistant to joining the military, why is that? Lin Su stared intently at Nan Gongyun, and after a long moment he said meaningfully, I'm not afraid of death, but I am afraid of dying senselessly. Nan Gongyun's expression stiffened, and he quickly asked, what do you mean by that, son? Lin Su gave a cold smile and explained, the scale of that year's assassination suggests that there might be traitors within the military and I'm worried they might target me. Hearing this, Nan Gongyun's expression became frantic, but he quickly calmed down and said guiltily, don't worry, with me around no one will dare to lay a finger on you. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su explained his difficulty. So, you want me to join the military, but I want to go to the capital, it's where my grandfather spent most of his life. Nan Gongyun waved his hand dismissively, there's no conflict, I can directly recruit you into the Shadow Blade Division, a special forces unit comprised entirely of Huaxia's finest. There you can access the best resources from the military without the need to perform missions regularly, just rejoin the team when needed in your region. As for going to the capital, you can visit whenever you like without any repercussions. As the conversation reached this point, Nan Gongyun still wouldn't relent, so Lin Su simply nodded in agreement. All right, when should I report for duty? Seeing Lin Su finally agree, Nan Gongyun laughed heartily. Good lad, that's the spirit, he exclaimed. And then tossed a sparkling ring towards Lin Su, explaining, take this, it's a reward for joining the military. Also find Zhang Kai tomorrow morning, he'll take you to report. As soon as he caught the ring, item information appeared in Lin Su's mind. Name, meteor ring type, equipment ring, effect, attack plus 1000 skill, paralysis, passive. Note, wearing this ring each attack carries a 50% paralysis effect lasting 1 to 3 seconds. Stackable quality, dazzling wear level, none. After reading the item information, Lin Su's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Surprised, he said, this is too precious, dazzling great equipment that's almost at the level of divine artifacts. Moreover, it carries a paralyzing effect without any wear level required. Crucially, Lin Su could now control 20 flying knives. If he released them all at an enemy who lacked a purification skill, they would surely be paralyzed to death. Nan Gongyun waved his hand dismissively. I heard you can control multiple flying knives, while I have only one sword. This item will be more effective in your hands. Lin Su was stunned. He hadn't expected Nan Gongyun to give him his own equipment. Here, take this jade pendant as well, crush it if you're in danger and I will appear immediately. That's all for now, off you go. It seemed Nan Gongyun was anticipating Lin Su's reluctance, so he promptly started ushering him out. Holding the ring and jade pendant in hand, Lin Su's expression was complex. He thanked Nan Gongyun and turned to leave. With a click, the office door closed and silence fell over the room once again. Watching Lin Su's departing figure, Nan Gongyun stood still for a long while, his expression equally complex. Just then, crack, a bloody hole suddenly burst open at Nan Gongyun's neck and a small flower covered in pupils sprouted out. As the flower appeared, a barrier emerged, isolating the office from the outside world. What an interesting little fellow. I feel like he's discovered something, a hoarse voice emanated eerily from the flower. However, before it could finish speaking, Nan Gongyun, enraged, grabbed the flower by the neck and exerted force. With a squelch, the flower screamed in agony. Its roots and flesh were brutally ripped out by Nan Gongyun. Nan Gongyun's neck suddenly began to bleed profusely, but he paid no attention, his grip on the small flower tightening fiercely. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll die too. Don't forget the agreement you made with us. As Nan Gongyun was about to deal her a deadly blow, the small flower struggled, desperately screaming in terror. However, Nan Gongyun remained indifferent, only stopping his deadly grip moments before crushing her completely. Like a drowning person suddenly reaching the shore, the small flower gasped for air while flapping vigorously. Nan Gongyun glared at her, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Remember what I'm telling you now, if you dare to hurt him, even if it costs me my life, I will absolutely definitely not let you off easily. The small flower, her stems soaked in blood, flapped backwards, retreating while trying to defend herself. Have you ever considered that this newbie at level 12 is already crushing level 40 professionals? If he grows, how terrifying he will become. Plus, once he discovers the truth about what happened in the past, do you think he'll spare you? Shut up, you despicable worm, it's not your place to meddle in my affairs. Not wanting to engage further on this topic, Nan Gongyun stepped forward and vanished. On the other side, Lin Su frowned as he left the office. Name, Nan Gongyun/Moros. Occupation, Sword Saint/Abyssal Demon. Level, 79/70. Status, Symbiotic Attack Defense Unknown. As he looked at the information detected through the eye of magic, he felt a chill down his spine. Words like abyssal demon and symbiotic indeed pricked his nerves. It was precisely because he saw this information that he had tentatively fabricated the excuse of not wanting to join the military due to concerns about traitors within it. Sure enough, he clearly saw the momentary panic in Nangong Yun and his heart sank. Years ago, his grandfather truly had a close friend covered in scars and missing a finger. But 10 years had passed, was he still the same person? Even though he had lost trust in Nangong Yun after seeing his information, Lin Su was not worried about his own safety. If Nangong Yun wanted to eliminate him with his current strength, it would be impossible to survive a meeting. Nevertheless, this was good news. However, if that was the case, what exactly did the other party want by getting close to him? Thus, he decided to follow Nangong Yun's intentions and join the military to see what he really intended to do. As for the past events of his family that Nangong Yun narrated, Lin Su just listened. It was up to him to discover the truth himself. He must go to the capital university. As Lin Su thought to himself, Xia Zhishuan approached him with a beaming smile. Boss, the equipment you auctioned has been appraised. After deducting a 5% fee, the total is 7.5 million, which can be transferred to your account now. Lin Su glanced at Xia Zhishuan with some surprise. Isn't the consignment fee 10%? Why are you only charging me 5%? Xia Zhishuan rubbed his hands together and explained with a smile, since you helped preserve a copy for the Huaxia district, your contribution level at the professional guild has reached grade B. This is your privilege, and in addition to that you also have the priority to buy and sell equipment. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that clearing the world instance would come with such benefits. Thinking it over, he decided to take out the 15 slaughter badges he had prepared earlier. What about these? What can these be exchanged for? He opened the bulging bag and with just one glance Xia Zhishuan shuddered. Even though he was over level 40 and the president of the Jiangdu District Professionals Guild, he had never seen so many slaughter badges before. Well, there are too many eyes here, let's talk in the VIP booth. Once inside the booth, Lin Su quickly scanned the computer screen filled with an array of items and shook his head slightly. Except for that forced return scroll, I'm not interested in anything else. Unlike regular return scrolls, this one could be used without disengaging from combat. It would immediately teleport the user to the nearest main city, a lifesaver during critical moments, worth 1 slaughter badge. Xia Zhishuan nodded. We have that scroll in stock. We can exchange it for you right away. As for the remaining badges, if you want to cash them out, that's also possible. 3 million per badge. Lin Su was taken aback, inwardly marveling at the outrageous value of the slaughter badges. But it made sense, considering the items they could be traded for were hard to come by on the market. Calculating in his mind, Lin Su bluntly asked, do you have any throwing knives? The higher quality the better. I need 20 of them. Indeed, given the current situation, Lin Su felt that the only way to enhance his strength in a short period was to focus on those few novice throwing knives. Xia Zhishuan was instantly troubled upon hearing this request. Throwing knives were not only niche but also consumable items. It was rare for anyone to make high-grade versions of such items. Moreover, Lin Su wanted so many all at once. Even if he could gather them, the performance and style would vary, rendering them unusable once obtained. Thinking this, Xia Zhishuan's eyes suddenly lit up and he suggested, if you're not in a hurry, how about customization? The Professionals Guild has blacksmiths, though it might be a bit costly. Without any hesitation, Lin Su nodded immediately. That's fine. Transfer 500,000 to my card and use the remaining 7 million plus the 14 slaughter badges for the 20 throwing knives. They must be completed within half a month. With only a little over 20 days left until the college entrance exam, the 500,000 was for Lin Su to sustain his living expenses. The rest of the money, he decided, would go all into crafting the throwing knives. He had to get into Beijing University, so before the exam he was determined to enhance his strength at all costs. Startled by Lin Su's assertiveness, although feeling that time was really pressing, Xia Zhishuan still gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. All right, no problem, he said and hurriedly walked towards the door. Soon 500,000 was transferred into his account and a teleportation scroll to return to the city was delivered to him. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Su decided to first purchase 20 ordinary quality throwing knives. After all, as his level increased he would eventually need them, so it wasn't a waste. Thinking this, Lin Su prepared to leave the Professionals Guild. However, just as he was about to step out, Xia Zhishuan stopped him again. "What's up, is there something else?" Lin Su asked, frowning at Xia Jixuan, who seemed hesitant to speak. Xia, rubbing his hands together like a fly and smiling broadly, made a proposal. "You know, the fight we just had didn't feel satisfying. How about we find a place and spar a bit more?" he quickly added. Seemingly worried that Lin Su might misunderstand. "Don't get me wrong, boss. I just feel like I lost too quickly earlier. I want to try again, see if I can do better." Assured that Xia Jixuan had no intentions of revenge, Lin Su decisively refused. "Quick, I was holding back earlier. I didn't even draw my sword. If I had to, Xia Jixuan would have been on his knees in an instant. "Why not give me another chance, boss?" Xia Jixuan, the president of the Professionals Guild, pleaded in front of everyone, almost coquettishly. "Fighting with you is really tiring," Lin Su explained, trying to keep his patience. Xia Jixuan, mistaking Lin Su's comment as an offer to coach him, excitedly asked, Why? Is it because of my high defense or my indomitable fighting spirit?" Lin Su, facepalming, said somewhat embarrassingly, "Mainly because I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you in an instant." Xia Jixuan felt a darkness before his eyes, nearly fainting on the spot. The next morning, Lin Su first went to Chen Tianming and handed him an invitation for a high-level difficulty vampire manor. This item was of no use to him and wouldn't fetch much if sold. He knew that this was exactly what Chen Tianming needed most at the moment. Seeing the invitation, Chen Tianming was so happy he could hardly contain himself, exclaiming that his afternoon drive had not been in vain. Lin Su briefly explained to Chen that joining the military wouldn't affect his plans for university and got the contact details for Zhang Kai. Soon a military green SUV stopped in front of the school and headed straight for the Jiangdu military region. After passing several checkpoints, the SUV finally stopped in front of an unremarkable two-story building within the military district. Before getting out of the car, Zhang Kai adjusted his military uniform and reminded Lin Su, "Be sharp when you meet the commanding officer and keep a respectful attitude. Just answer what you're asked." "Got it," Lin Su nodded, stepping out of the vehicle. Along the way, he used his demonic eye to scan every soldier they passed. Finding no anomalies like with Nangongyun, he felt somewhat relieved. Zhang Kai led Lin Su to an office door, explained the situation to the guard next to it, who then knocked on the door. "Enter," a robust male voice called from inside. Walking into the office, Lin Su saw a middle-aged man in military uniform with sharp eyebrows, piercing eyes, and slightly graying temples standing next to a large sand table. As Lin Su used his demonic eye to scan the man, the officer also sized up Lin Su thoroughly. "So you're the one who just cleared the world instance, the little doll that's been all the rage online lately?" Without waiting for Zhang Kai to report, the middle-aged man asked directly, his tone clearly dismissive. Lin Su was momentarily taken aback by such an opening, merely giving a faint smile without responding. It was a question that simply couldn't be answered. Reporting, "Sir, Lin Su has arrived." Realizing the awkwardness in the air, Zhang Kai quickly stood at attention and saluted. He gestured to Zhang Kai to stop interrupting with a wave of his hand, and the middle-aged man's gaze returned to Lin Su. "Old Yun has briefed me about your situation. He suggests that you join the Shadow Blade Special Combat Team directly." Shadow Blade is one of the most elite special forces units in our Huaxia region. Indeed, in terms of benefits, Shadow Blade's resources are among the best in the Huaxia region. But all members of Shadow Blade not only need exceptional qualifications and strong capabilities, but they must also possess a will far beyond that of ordinary people. "Do you think you're up to it, Zhang?" Kai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately had to shut it. Indeed, it wasn't his place to speak. Thinking so, he couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Su, who still maintained a light smile. With the conversation having reached this point, Lin Su had already understood. The other party had given him a soft snub right from the start. It was because they simply didn't regard him highly and wanted to dismiss him. As for the question, "Do you think you're up to it?" it was another question that didn't need answering. Not to mention that the other party already had an answer in mind, and to argue would only prove Lin Su's arrogance. But to draw his sword and prove himself would seem rash. In any case, it was a no-win question. As he thought this, Lin Su couldn't help but take another look at the middle-aged man. Nangongyun was known as a war god of Huaxia, and to not give face to him showed real nerve. But this was actually good news. It at least proved that there were no issues with the military in Jiangdu. Thinking this, Lin Su simply turned off the eye of magic that had identified the other's information. "Tang Dingbang, a level 72 berserker, no anomalies detected." "Alright," he noted. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward, Lin Su simply responded and was ready to turn away. After all, he had never intended to join the military, especially after discovering the situation with Nangongyun. He couldn't be further away from the military, the better. this was a good opportunity to just walk away. Hey kid, wait a minute. Realizing he had spoken at length and the other party was not only not flustered but also turning to leave, Tang Dingbang panicked and quickly called out to Lin Su, "What, is there something else?" Lin Su stopped and asked, puzzled, realizing that the situation had reversed in an instant. Tang Dingbang's eyelids twitched. He realized that although Lin Su was young, his composure was terrifyingly deep. Clearing his throat twice to suppress the awkward emotion in his heart, Tang Dingbang suddenly changed the topic, saying, "It's good for young people to recognize their own shortcomings, but they still need to have the necessary drive." As he spoke, he seemed to make a very difficult decision, hesitatingly handing a dark card to Lin Su. "Since old Yun has spoken, I can't refuse to give some face. Take this, it's an invitation to the Abyssal Dungeon." "Chief, is this appropriate?" The words Abyssal Dungeon reached Zhang Kai's ears and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Su looked at Zhang Kai puzzled. Zhang Kai hurriedly explained, "The Abyssal Dungeon is an extremely rare instance in the Huaxia region. In the entire military, only 200 spots are available each year to enter for trials, but the huge benefits it offers match its abnormally high difficulty." Feeling that Zhang Kai was talking too much, Tang Dingbang cleared his throat again, cutting him off, and looked solemnly at Lin Su, saying, "That's settled then. Take this invitation as a test or compensation, but if you can't last more than 2 hours in this instance, don't bring up joining Shadow Blade again." 2 hours? Upon clearly hearing the conditions set by Tang Dingbang, Zhang Kai's face turned pale. Tang Dingbang glared at Zhang Kai and waved his hand. "Go on, arrange some teammates for him and be careful." Outside the door, Lin Su looked at the invitation in his hand, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up as he sighed inwardly that Tang Dingbang was indeed a cunning fox. He had thought that given Nan Gongyun's status in the military, the other party shouldn't be so stubborn. It turned out he was waiting here for himself. Clearly, even if Nan Gongyun spoke up, Tang Dingbang was unwilling to let him take the shortcut to join Shadow Blade directly. However, due to Nan Gongyun's face, he couldn't outright refuse, so he thought of a very tactful way. He gave away the trial spot in the Abyssal Dungeon directly, and he set the condition that only if one lasted at least 2 hours inside could they join Shadow Blade. Perhaps in Tang Dingbang's view, lasting 2 hours in the instance was simply impossible. This way his refusal to let him join Shadow Blade was justified. As for Nan Gongyun, he had already offered such a precious spot, which was completely justifiable. If he ultimately couldn't join Shadow Blade, it would only be because of his own lack of strength. Having figured this out, Lin Su checked the information on the invitation in his hand. Name: Abyssal Dungeon Invitation. Effect: allows entry into the Abyssal Dungeon for trials. Requirement: level must be 25 or below. Maximum trial duration: 72 hours. Difficulty: Nightmare. Note: each profession can only enter this instance once. After reading the invitation, Lin Su looked at Zhang Kai and asked directly, "Isn't this just a normal instance invitation except with more restrictions? How could this be considered a treasure by the military?" Zhang Kai rolled his eyes and explained, "The reason there's a 3-day time limit is that the monsters inside the dungeon respawn endlessly, and the reward for clearing this dungeon is a profession enhancement stone." Ever heard of such a divine item? Lin Su's pupils shrank. He now understood why there were so many restrictions. It was because they were worried about people farming enhancement stones in the dungeon. Indeed, if that was the case, Tang Dingbang was truly generous to give this item to himself. The invitation was indeed a valuable thing. Thinking of this, Lin Su spoke to Zhang Kai, who still looked constipated. "What are you still dazed for? Let's go." "Go where?" Zhang Kai scratched his head, puzzled. "To the Abyssal Demon Cave Dungeon." "Where else?" Lin Su replied, a bit exasperated. He wasn't a military man, after all. How could he possibly know where the entrance to the dungeon was? Zhang Kai was startled and exclaimed, "You're going now? You're only level 12-inch and that's a level 25 nightmare dungeon. Plus, do you even realize how precious this dungeon invitation is?" According to Zhang Kai, the best thing for Lin Su to do would be to level up in other dungeons first. Once he reached around level 20, he could come back to tackle this dungeon. By then he could find a few strong teammates for Lin Su. Although the profits might be less, it would be a stable choice if they persisted for 2 hours. Lin Su, guessing what Zhang Kai was thinking, nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm going right now." Zhang Kai was flabbergasted. In the midst of their conversation, a large group of young faces in military uniforms crowded around, all eyes fixed intently on Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai felt a headache coming on as he marveled at the speed with which news spread. He didn't need to guess to know that these red-eyed recruits were all here for the remaining 4 slots in Lin Su's invitation. "What are you doing?" Go back to training, I don't have any invitations here, nor do I hold the slots. Zhang Kai decided to be preemptive. The recruits' faces fell immediately, and soon someone pleaded, Instructor Zhang, you know how rare these trial dungeon slots are, just give us a chance. Yeah right, I ranked first in the new recruits combat competition, I can definitely ensure the safety of the VIP. Absolutely, right, include me too. With one trial slot snatched by Lin Su, the new recruits labeled him a VIP and even started discussing among themselves right in front of him as if he wasn't there. Considering that bringing teammates would mean sharing experience and also not wanting to trust his back to teammates who didn't trust him, Lin Su simply declared, sorry, I'm going solo, I don't need teammates. At his words the place fell dead silent. Everyone including Zhang Kai looked at Lin Su as if he were a fool. At that moment Lin Su realized he indeed was being foolish. The invitation clearly stated that it could directly transport him into the dungeon, yet here he was foolishly asking Zhang Kai where the entrance was. Thinking this, he used his mind to activate the invitation. A beam of teleporting white light emerged beneath his feet. Zhang Kai's eyes widened. Kid, you're really going solo? After the blinding light faded, Lin Su disappeared from sight, leaving onlookers in shock. Meanwhile, a group of new recruits who had been watching burst into uproar. What the heck? A level 12 going solo in a level 25 nightmare dungeon, has he lost his mind? He clearly doesn't. Want to live? Do you really think all the second generations are fools? This is a trial dungeon, you get teleported out before you die, so no one actually dies. But this is such a waste, I bet he won't last more than half an hour, no make that 10 minutes before he gets teleported out. Hearing the new recruits' discussions, Zhang Kai's face darkened as he hurried towards Tang Dingbang's office. What? He went into the dungeon alone. Zhang Kai relayed the events to Tang Dingbang, who immediately slammed his hand on the desk, rising to his feet. At that moment he felt as though his heart was bleeding. His military district had only one invitation per year, amounting to a total of 5 spots. He had thought that by using the team mechanism they could at least sneak 4 people into the dungeon, but now all ruined by Lin Su. The more he thought about it, the angrier Tang Dingbang got, and he ended up slamming his fist on the table, cursing, I knew it, I knew these backdoor entrants were trouble, all of them thorns in the side. Once he gets kicked out of the dungeon, he's out of here. Zhang Kai shivered and snapped to attention, yes sir. Meanwhile, Lin Su, after the white light disappeared, found himself transported to a dimly lit, secluded valley facing a massive cave entrance. Several burly orcs, weapons in hand, stood guard on both sides of the entrance. At the same time, a countdown timer appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Only 72 hours were left, bringing a sense of urgency. After scanning the orc's attributes, Lin Su strode confidently towards the entrance. Minotaur level 20, health 3500, attack 2200. Skills: Strength, critical hit, savage charge. Lizardman level 22, health 4100, attack 2500. Skills: Venom, attack by death roll. Lin Su was stunned. No wonder Zhang Kai and the others thought he was a fool for soloing. These guards could be bosses in any beginner dungeon. It's a pity I'm indifferent to this level of difficulty. With a flash of his blade, he swiftly took down the Minotaur and Lizardman, gaining significant experience. Hours later, a golden light erupted from Lin Su, illuminating the sky. Congratulations, you've successfully advanced to level 13. Having learned from his last dungeon experience, Lin Su had stored a large number of supplies in his personal space. Unscrewing a bottle of mineral water, he took a few gulps and continued deeper into the cave. Now Lin Su's plan was clear. Level up by battling monsters while searching for the dungeon's boss. The cave complex was not only massive but also intricate, making the task of finding the boss require considerable effort. Regarding leveling up, Lin Su decided that he could only reach level 19 before encountering the boss. He also had a level 20 world dungeon ticket in his hand, the highest entry level permissible for that dungeon. Lin Su had experienced the generous rewards of the world dungeon before. They were truly mind-blowing. Thus, missing out on the world dungeon was out of the question. If he managed to clear this dungeon, he would awkwardly overshoot to level 20 or above. Meanwhile, Lin Su was searching for the whereabouts of the dungeon boss. At the Jiangdu Military Region's training field, where Lin Su had vanished, hundreds of new recruits had already gathered, standing densely packed. Wow, it's been 3 hours already. How come that connected guy hasn't emerged from the dungeon yet? How could he possibly be that strong? What? I heard that the trial dungeon is especially complex. If you ask me, he must be hiding in some corner, too scared to come out. Exactly, that must be it, definitely. Listening to the recruits' discussions, Zhang Kai's expression changed. He had personally witnessed the brutal condition of Lin Su when he exited the World Dungeon. Knowing Lin Su's fierce style, he could not believe that Lin Su would just find a place to hide. Thinking this, he headed straight for Tang Dingbang's office. Reporting Sir Lin Su has successfully persisted in the dungeon for over 3 hours, Zhang Kai stated straightforwardly, standing ramrod straight. Although it was unconventional for Lin Su to enter the dungeon alone, disregarding advice as a friend of Chen Tianming, he decided to speak up for his protege regarding joining the Shadow Blade. Tang Dingbang was still fuming at this point. He glanced at Zhang Kai sideways and questioned, "What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that just because he lasted 2 hours in the dungeon, I should immediately agree to let him join Shadow Blade?" Realizing that he was overstepping his bounds and making decisions on behalf of the commander, Zhang Kai's forehead broke out in cold sweat and he quickly bowed his head, reporting, "Sir, no, that was not my intention." Tang Dingbang scoffed coldly, throwing a document on the desk. "Out, you're undisciplined and disorganized. If you're thinking about joining Shadow Blade, forget it." After saying this, seeming still unsatisfied, he glared at Zhang Kai, "And don't come looking for me without my orders in the future." Time flew by and another 2 days passed. As Lin Su was nearing 70 hours inside the dungeon, the military training field was now densely packed with people. Everyone was eager to find out how much longer the audacious individual who entered the level 25 nightmare dungeon at only level 12 could last. 2-1, it's a record break. On the training field, a new recruit holding a stopwatch danced excitedly with his hands and feet. His surrounding comrades also cheered and shouted. The longest record for enduring in this dungeon was 69 hours, 58 minutes and 23 seconds, set by the previous generation's military god Wu Weigua. However, today that record had just been shattered. Moreover, when entering this instance, senior Wu Weigua was already level 19 while Lin Su was only level 12. Now no one doubts anymore that Lin Su managed to last so long by using shortcuts. It's simply impossible to avoid being detected by monsters for 70 consecutive hours. Now everyone is thoroughly convinced of Lin Su's abilities and the only thought they have about him is admiration. Even some veterans are so excited that they feel tingling in their scalp. They believe they might witness the birth of another military god, and it's happening right in their military region. In Tang Dingbang's office, he was all smiles as he waved at Zhang Kai. "Come here, Xiao Zhang, have a seat. Don't be shy, treat it like your own office." Zhang Kai frowned, marveling at how quickly the chief could change his demeanor. "The main reason I called you here," Tang Dingbang said with a chuckle, "is to inquire about some details of how student Lin Su managed to clear the world instance." Tang Dingbang threw out the main topic of the conversation as if the stern face he had put on just 2 days ago, preventing Zhang Kai from seeing him, was not his doing at all. Zhang Kai, who had been handling the aftermath of the world instance and was responsible for inquiring about the students' specific situations, was puzzled by the chief's sudden interest in these details. Given the military's strict hierarchy, however, he didn't hesitate and began to recount everything he knew about the event. After a moment, Tang Dingbang's expression turned slightly odd. He asked Zhang Kai very seriously, "Are you sure everything you've said is true, with no artistic embellishments?" Zhang Kai stood at attention. "I guarantee it with my integrity, sir." Tang Dingbang's expression stiffened. Suddenly, with a loud slap on the table, he startled Zhang Kai, who quickly started to explain, but then he saw Tang Dingbang sigh deeply in regret. "I thought all those things they said online were fake. I should have known better than to doubt Jun. Come on, let's go greet our future military god," Tang Dingbang said, not waiting to see if Zhang Kai had caught on. He strode out the door, leaving Zhang Kai stunned before he finally realized, oh, so that's why the chief didn't seem favorable towards Lin Su at first. He always thought Lin Su was just a media creation. Now he realizes that kid is genuinely talented. In the Demon Cave instance, Lin Su was running at full speed while cursing his bad luck. About 12 hours earlier, he had luckily found the instance's boss. Unfortunately, the boss was a dog, yes, literally a 3-headed demon hound with an exceptionally sharp sense of smell. After a brief encounter, the beast charged at Lin Su without hesitation. Without a second thought, Lin Su turned and ran, not because he feared the creature's strength, but because he was still just level 18, slightly short of reaching level 19. If Lin Su had turned around now and simply slain the boss, the dungeon would have ended immediately. But then wouldn't the remaining dozen or so hours spent grinding monsters have been a waste? What Lin Su had never anticipated was the onset of a prolonged and insane chase. The cursed 3-headed hellhound pursued him relentlessly, refusing to let go. Driven by the principle of maximizing benefits, Lin Su fought back hard. As he sprinted to evade the boss's pursuit, he simultaneously used his flying knives to kill the monsters along the way, which kept him extremely busy. Finally, with less than 2 hours left before he would be forcibly ejected from the dungeon, a golden light burst forth from Lin Su. "Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to LV-19. He staggered to a stop, his body uncontrollably trembling. Eventually he vomited out loud after running for 12 hours straight. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Lin Su turned around and coldly looked back. With a thud, the persistently pursuing three-headed hellhound collapsed, its three tongues hanging out and breathing heavily, clearly not faring any better than Lin Su. In fact, Lin Su could clearly see foam forming at the mouths of two of its ferocious heads. Drawing his rift blade, Lin Su stared at this formidable foe, feeling somewhat speechless. The last boss had been bitten to death by him. Surely this one wouldn't die from running, he thought, but he was overthinking it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the three-headed hellhound shook its head and stood up again, all six of its crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Su. "Very well, then come," Lin Su sneered, his hands gripping the knives, ready to strike. Sensing the danger, the three-headed hellhound growled lowly and cautiously took a half-step back, focusing all its attention on Lin Su. But at that moment a whooshing sound pierced the air. In the next instant, Poochie, -276,729, -68,654, numbers exploded above the head of the three-headed hellhound. The kill record appeared randomly. Successfully killed boss three-headed hellhound, LV-25, experience plus 150,000. Successfully killed boss three-headed hellhound, LV-25, obtained a profession enhancement stone ×1. Successfully cleared the dungeon, abyssal hell, experience plus 70,000. Obtained a three-headed hellhound hatching egg ×1, obtained an abyssal hell dungeon invitation ×1. Another golden light surged from Lin Su. "Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to LV-20. Lin Su grinned, not bothering to check his attributes and newly acquired items. First he collected each of the flying knives stuck in the three-headed hellhound. If he didn't collect them now, they would be lost once teleported out. Glancing at the still defiantly dead three-headed hellhound, Lin Su helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Don't blame me for being cunning. You've chased me so long that I can barely hold my knives steady. You didn't really think I still had the energy for a melee fight, did you?" A prompt appeared. "You will be transported out of the dungeon in 30 seconds. Please prepare in advance." Lin Su shifted his gaze away from the corpse of the three-headed demon dog and opened his attribute panel. Name: Lin Su. Occupation: Blade Demon. Unique level: LV-20, health 9900, mana 9900, attack 9400, defense 8400 plus 9900, shield, attributes 143, all, controllable flying knives 28/29, skills, omitted. Wow, my attributes have nearly doubled in just 3 days, awesome, Lin Su thought excitedly. Just then a flash of white light appeared under his feet. Before he could get a clear look at his surroundings, cheers surged around him like ocean waves, one higher than the other. Lin Su was stunned, overwhelmed by the sea of people before him. The playground was densely packed with soldiers, and in an instant he was swallowed by this green sea. Enthusiastic soldiers tossed Lin Su up in the air like a rag doll for 10 minutes before finally letting him down. Tang Ding Bang, smiling, gestured to the soldiers to calm down. All right, the celebration is over. I have some things to discuss with student Lin Su. Everyone disperse, he said. Then he summoned Zhang Kai to bring Lin Su directly to his office. Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Tang Dingbang, the head of the Jiangdu military region. I apologize for my impolite behavior when we first met, Tang Dingbang said straightforwardly with a tone full of sincerity. Understood, Lin Su nodded, not putting on airs. He didn't really have a problem with Tang Dingbang. It was all part of his duties. Moreover, for a senior officer to speak to him with such respect was enough. Seeing Lin Su's calm demeanor, Tang Dingbang's fondness for him grew even more. Such a young age, yet so composed, it's truly rare, he thought, and decided to change the topic with interest. How do you find the difficulty of this dungeon? Lin Su nodded, speaking honestly. It's tough. However, the difficulty he referred to wasn't due to the monsters and bosses themselves, but rather the dungeon's terrain rules and the troublesome nature of the boss. With all these factors combined, maximizing benefits was nearly impossible. Tang Dingbang nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. A level 12 newbie staying over 70 hours in a level 25 nightmare difficulty dungeon and with monsters that respawn endlessly. I can't fathom how extreme one's physical stamina, endurance, willpower and combat skills must be to achieve that. With this thought, he curiously asked Lin Su, "Can you tell me what your secret is for enduring so long in the dungeon?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Su pondered and replied, I think to last longer in this dungeon you mainly need to endure. Tang Dingbang's eyes lit up, pressing on, endure what? The relentless assault of wild monsters? Lin Su glanced at him and said truthfully, you have to resist the urge to kill the boss. Tang Dingbang spit out a mouthful of tea in shock. So you're saying you came out after killing the boss? He exclaimed, otherwise, what? Lin Su asked rhetorically, feeling that the earlier conversation had been completely at cross purposes. So you've also got the professional enhancement stone? Tang Dingbang asked excitedly, rubbing his hands and starting to pace in circles. What, do I need to hand it over? Lin Su asked cautiously. Tang Dingbang quickly waved his hands. No need, everything you get in the dungeon is yours. Are you interested in joining Shadow Blade? He looked intently at Lin Su. What's in it for me? Lin Su did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Originally, to probe Nan Gongyun's intentions, he was going to join Shadow Blade, but clearly he now had the bargaining chips and it would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation from heaven. Tang Dingbang smiled confidently, decisively saying, once you join equipment, potions, dungeons and other resources will be heavily biased toward you. Even a training room that can simulate abyssal monsters at a 100% accuracy will be opened exclusively for you. Moreover, ordinarily the military won't assign you any tasks, but there is one condition. What is it? Lin Su raised an eyebrow and asked directly. Tang Dingbang answered seriously, in times of great peril for the region you must respond when summoned. Come ready to fight, fight to the death. Deal. Lin Su nodded decisively. I knew you had it in you. Zhang Kai excitedly punched Lin Su in the chest and immediately brought out a military uniform that had been prepared in advance. The uniform was quickly changed and Tang Dingbang, looking at the dashing Lin Su, had stars in his eyes. After a while he stared at Lin Su and introduced himself loudly. Now let me reintroduce myself, Tang Dingbang, head of the Shadow Blade Special Operations Team in the Huaxia region. Welcome to Shadow Blade. Lin Su's eyelid twitched, and he quickly stood at attention. At the same time his doubts were cleared, so the decision to join the Special Operations Team isn't up to a local leader after all. After the simple commissioning ceremony, Tang Dingbang told Zhang Kai, alright, Lin Su just came out of the dungeon, find him a dormitory to rest a bit and later introduce him to the military situation. The next day Lin Su woke up at noon, truly exhausted from the past 3 days. Zhang Kai didn't disturb him even once. It was then that Lin Su had the energy to inspect the 2 items he had acquired in the dungeon. Soon a stone shimmering with starlight and a giant egg half the height of a person appeared at the head of Lin Su's bed. 3-headed hellhounds are oviparous. He felt like Darwin's coffin lid was about to burst open, but then again he thought it seems there was no such person as Darwin in this world, so he let it go. Curious, he placed his hand directly on the giant egg. Name: 3-headed hellhound, incubation egg, category: summoning beast, incubation egg effect, can hatch a 3-headed hellhound, talent unknown, usage: blood recognition, immediate hatching. After reading the information on the incubation egg, Lin Su was somewhat startled. He had never heard of a dungeon that could drop a summoning beast before. Of course, having a summoning beast as an ally was a good thing, but what made him hesitate slightly was, as someone who isn't naturally a summoner, Lin Su could only bond with one summoning beast in his lifetime. Moreover, if the summoning beast died, it would be gone forever. He had no idea whether the 3-headed hellhound he was about to contract would turn out to be competent or not. In fact, Lin Su already had a bad feeling about it. How exceptional could the attributes of a boss from a level 25 dungeon really be? More importantly, once bonded, he would have to share some of his experience points with the creature. If the beast turned out to have poor attributes, it would be more of a burden than an asset. With this thought, Lin Su decided to contact Zhang Kai. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Kai burst through the door. After checking the information on the hatching egg, his eyes widened and he started to stutter. Kid, how on earth did you manage to get this thing? Lin Su, puzzled, responded, doesn't everyone who clears this dungeon get one? Zhang Kai felt as if he might faint right there in front of Lin Su. What are you talking about? I've been in the military for 30 years and I've never heard of anyone bringing such a thing out of a dungeon. Wait here, this is serious. I need to report this. I'll get back to you soon. With that, he rushed out the door like a dog with its tail on fire. As Zhang Kai left to make his report, Lin Su smirked and picked up a stone that shimmered with starlight. It was labeled as a professional enhancement stone, a strengthening item that could enhance one's profession once per 20 levels. The quality was marked as S. Lin Su's pupils dilated with excitement. A chance to enhance his already formidable profession. Without hesitation he chose to use it. Instantly a notification appeared. Professional enhancement stone successfully used. Profession. Enhancement plus 25%. Lin Su was momentarily stunned. Only 25% enhancement from such a powerful stone. He would need 3 more to fully enhance his profession. Recalling the painful moment when Tang Dingbang had given him the invitation to the dungeon, Lin Su realized just how rare this opportunity had been. He still had 1 invitation left, but due to the dungeon's restrictions he couldn't enter it a second time. Where would he find the remaining 3 enhancement stones? Just as he was wrestling with this dilemma, Zhang Kai burst back into the dorm room. "You've really hit the jackpot this time," he exclaimed. "I've consulted with the most authoritative summoners in Kyoto. It's rare but not unheard of to bring a hatching egg out from a dungeon. Typically, this happens when the challenger impresses the boss with an extraordinary feat during the dungeon raid, prompting the boss to entrust their offspring to the challenger. Moreover, the summons hatched from these eggs usually have high aptitudes, so don't hesitate any longer. Just go ahead and bind with it." Reassured by Zhang Kai's words, Lin Su was ready to proceed with the binding. However, just as he was about to begin, Zhang Kai suddenly stopped him. "Hold on, I have one last question. What exactly did you do in the dungeon to get the boss to hand over the incubation egg to you? If your method works, I'd like to try it next time I enter the dungeon." Lin Su pondered for a moment before responding succinctly. "It chased me for 12 hours and couldn't catch up. After that I turned around and took it down in a second. During those 12 hours I managed to level up by grinding mobs. That's all there is to it." Zhang Kai gasped in astonishment. "Damn. That's brutal, bro. I can't imitate that method at all," he said, gesturing weakly for Lin Su to continue. Soon a drop of fresh blood fell onto the giant incubation egg, a beam of red light shot up into the sky, an alert appeared. "Due to the host's unique class demon blade, the incubation of the triple-headed demon dog has failed and mutation is occurring. Alert. Incubation of the devouring triple-headed dog complete. Recognition of master successful." With a crack, the massive egg split open, and a furry paw timidly reached out. At the sight of this paw, Lin Su felt a moment of relief. Thankfully, the mutated triple-headed demon dog hadn't developed in an indescribable direction. Lin Su was well aware that his actions were quite villainous. Having a fierce and terrifying summoned beast would definitely make them appear unapproachable. Quickly, a half-human, tall, seemingly ferocious yet adorable triple-headed dog crawled out of the egg. It bore an 80% resemblance to the dungeon's boss. The moment the little creature appeared, it rubbed Lin Su's palm with its 3 heads, then all 6 watery, pitiful eyes stared at him. After recognizing its master, Lin Su and the triple-headed dog understood each other immediately. Lin Su instantly knew the creature was hungry. He quickly took out some food from his spatial storage and notified Zhang Kai to get some food from the canteen. In less than 5 minutes, all the stored food in Lin Su's spatial storage was devoured. Fortunately, Zhang Kai was quick to act, bringing over a large bucket of raw meat. Seeing the scattered food wrappers on the ground, Zhang Kai was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Is this what you feed it? Can dogs not eat these?" Lin Su appeared puzzled. Zhang Kai frustratedly said, "Whose dog is born the size of a calf and has 3 heads? You're raising a summoned beast, a fierce beast, understand? Fierce beasts eat meat." Sure enough, as soon as the bucket of meat was placed on the ground, the little creature, no all 3 heads, dove straight into it, relishing the meal. Lin Su was speechless, now realizing why the creature was crying while eating earlier. He thought it was moved. Thinking of this, he quickly checked the creature's attributes. The creature, known as the devouring Cerberus, unnamed, belongs to the category of summoned beasts with an S/max aptitude. At level 1, its stats are impressive: 1050 health points, 1400 mana, and an attack of 1400. Its strength stands at 18, agility at 23, constitution at 21, and spirit at 28. One of its skills, devouring, is a passive ability at max level that allows it to consume the flesh of higher level life forms, enhancing its own qualities and potentially gaining the abilities of its prey. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Cerberus, Lin Su couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The basic attributes of this level 1 creature were already leagues ahead of his own past capabilities. Of course, this superiority was partly because it was a beast. Unlike humans, summoned beasts do not have the freedom to allocate attribute points. As they level up, their attribute points are distributed randomly. Therefore, the strength of a summoned beast is judged solely by its aptitude, and this was what truly shocked Lin Su. Currently, the Cerberus's aptitude was at S, but it had the potential to reach max level simply by devouring the flesh of higher level beings. Even more, during this process, the Cerberus could acquire the abilities of its prey. Judging from this alone, the Cerberus was undoubtedly a creature with immense potential and would become a formidable force once it matured. As Lin Su was examining the attributes of the Cerberus. Zhang Kai anxiously asked, "How is it? What's the aptitude?" Lin Su nodded, "Well, it's S. You're really lucky. Wait, I'll report this immediately. Just like you, this little guy needs to be prioritized for cultivation." Excited, Zhang Kai leaped up and dashed out. Lin Su felt a headache coming on, as if someone was cursing him. It wasn't long before a beaming Tang Dingbang entered the dormitory with Zhang Kai. "What a majestic summoned beast!" Tang Dingbang exclaimed sincerely upon seeing the Cerberus. After devouring a large bucket of dried meat, the Cerberus had grown significantly larger. Its dark, glossy fur had grown to the length of a palm, and coupled with its 3 fierce, tiger-like heads, it looked incredibly intimidating. "Right, we definitely need to give it a majestic name," Zhang Kai suggested. After some thought, Lin Su watched as the Cerberus nuzzled him with its head. "Given its appetite, let's call it Fan Fan." The dormitory fell silent instantly. Everyone, including the Cerberus, stared at Lin Su in shock. Tang Dingbang's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something but eventually held back. Indeed, naming a summoned beast was a personal choice, and after all, it was just a name. Clearing his throat and smiling, Tang Dingbang handed Lin Su a bottle of pills. "These are leveling pills for summoned beasts. Consider it a reward. Feed them to Fan Fan and it should be able to reach level 20 instantly, allowing you to take it into dungeons right away." Lin Su's eyelids twitched. Leveling pills for summoned beasts were not cheap, especially enough to jump straight to level 20. He had been worrying about how to level up Fan Fan, but this solved everything. "Thanks," Lin Su said to Tang Dingbang, accepting the pills and feeding them directly to Fan Fan. Roar! Golden light surged from Fan Fan and its body rapidly expanded, quickly reaching the ceiling. Lin Su quick put Fan Fan away. Zhang Kai's alarm shout came a bit too late. Tang Dingbang moved swiftly, taking Lin Su and Zhang Kai outside in a flash. With a loud crash and a cloud of dust, the ceiling was punctured by Fan Fan's 3 massive heads. Roaring as if feeling cramped by its surroundings, Fan Fan bellowed skyward, shaking its head vigorously to dislodge the building debris from its body. The dormitory's 2-story building crumbled into ruins amidst the booming sounds. Alarms blared throughout the military zone. "My God, the boss from the instance has escaped. Everyone assemble quick!" Fully armed soldiers rapidly gathered towards the scene. Zhang Kai grimaced and hurriedly restrained the soldiers, ready to spring into action. Finally, Fan Fan stopped growing. Even standing still, it towered over 5 meters tall. Gazing down at its master, who was only as tall as its front legs, Fan Fan appeared puzzled. It trotted forward, intending to nuzzle Lin Su with its head, causing the ground to tremble once more. Tang Dingbang grimaced as he dusted himself off. Cough cough, this dormitory was indeed getting a bit old. "Demolishing it is actually for the best," he muttered, unable to comfort Tang Dingbang further. Lin Su checked Fan Fan's attributes again. Name: Fan Fan, demon-eating 3-headed dog. Category: summoned beast. Aptitude: S/max. Level: 20 life, 8470 mana, 8120 attack, 7420 strength, 101 agility, 130 constitution, 121 spirit, 116. Lin Su couldn't help but marvel at the stats, which nearly matched his own. Even without any skills, Fan Fan's strength was formidable enough to overpower many level 30 professionals. With the thought, Lin Su turned Fan Fan into a beam of red light that merged into his body. Given Fan Fan's size, if it were to frolic around the military area, it would be akin to a mobile bulldozer. Seeing Lin Su store Fan Fan away, Tang Dingbang relaxed and was about to leave after giving a few instructions. However, at that moment, Lin Su presented an invitation, handing it over to Tang Dingbang. "Commander, please take this." Tang Dingbang's pupils dilated as he exclaimed in shock, "Is this an invitation to the Abyssal Demon Cave? You managed to obtain this too?" Lin Su nodded. "Good lad, tell me, what reward do you desire?" Tang Dingbang unreservedly took the invitation and asked directly. Lin Su gave a wry smile, inwardly remarking how none of the high-level professionals like Tang Dingbang were simple to deal with. They could see right through his intentions. "The item I desire can't be fully compensated with just this invitation, and I have another request." "Speak plainly, we're all allies here, no need for formalities," Tang Dingbang said straightforwardly. Lin Su explained, "I have a friend whom I want to secure a slot for in the Abyssal Demon Cave trial." Tang Dingbang paused for a moment, then his eyes narrowed in realization. "Are you talking about that young miss from the Li family, your little girlfriend?" Caught off guard, Lin Su found himself neither able to nod nor shake his head. He indeed intended to use this opportunity to repay a favor to Li Xinrui, although she was not his girlfriend. Seeing Lin Su acting shy, Tang Dingbang laughed heartily. "I knew it was her. That girl has a military background, and though it's an exception to let her into the instance, it's not against the rules, no problem. Seeing Tang Dingbang agree so readily, Lin Su gratefully nodded his head. Thinking further, he took out an invitation from his personal space and handed it over. This one is for Dan, but I must be included in this instance. Tang Dingbang, puzzled, checked the contents of the invitation and his face turned pale as he exclaimed, "A world instance? Typically, among all types of instances, world instances offer the highest returns." Lin Su thought that seeing the invitation to a world instance would excite Tang Dingbang. However, at this moment, Tang Dingbang's face showed more worry than joy. "Is there a problem?" Lin Su asked, perplexed. Tang Dingbang first shook his head, then nodded, seeming to think that outside was not the place for this conversation. He promptly led Lin Su into his office. After arranging guards at the door to ensure they were not disturbed, he slowly began to explain, "You've entered world instances before, you know how brutal they can be. It's less about teams going in to defeat the world boss and claim the world treasure and more about it being an arena specially designed for regions to settle scores and seek revenge. Even teams with no grievances might end up fighting to the death over the rewards." Here Tang Dingbang paused, his gaze complex as he looked at Lin Su for a long while before speaking meaningfully. "So are you really sure you want to participate in this world instance?" Realizing that Tang Dingbang was actually worried about him, Lin Su smiled faintly and nodded firmly. "Good lad, I knew you had it in you." Tang Dingbang thumped Lin Su's chest with admiration. Little did he know that Lin Su was purely motivated by the rewards of the world instance. Excited, Tang Dingbang spun around and looked intently at Lin Su, asking, "Tell me, what is it you really want?" By now he had figured it out. If Lin Su was willing to pull out invites to both the Abyssal Caverns and a world instance, what he wanted was no trivial matter. Indeed, Tang Dingbang was prepared to make a significant sacrifice. With the world instance invitation from Lin Su, the Huaxia region could make comprehensive preparations in advance, seizing a considerable advantage. This was definitely a great achievement, so whatever Lin Su would request, as long as the Huaxia region had it, he would make sure to get it. "I want 3 professional enhancement stones," Lin Su stated directly. Tang Dingbang's eyelids twitched and he looked at Lin Su in astonishment. The rarity of professional enhancement stones couldn't just be described as priceless because they were essentially unobtainable in the market. However, this wasn't what surprised Tang Dingbang the most. What baffled him was that these stones were only usable once at level 20, and he couldn't fathom why Lin Su wanted so many at once. But after a moment's thought, he decided not to probe into Lin Su's intentions and just nodded in agreement, gritting his teeth. "All right, I'm on my way to pick up supplies from the military district headquarters warehouse now," I said. "Additionally, I need to inform the higher-ups about the world instance. Be ready to enter at any moment." As we talked about this, Tang Dingbang suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Su, "Oh right, I need to consult with you on something. Do you have any specific requirements for the teammates who will enter the world instance with you?" Understanding that Tang Dingbang was looking to recruit teammates, Lin Su thoughtfully replied, "Less nonsense and no panicking would be good." In fact, Lin Su preferred to solo the world instance according to his nature. However, after handing over the world instance invitation to Tang Dingbang, things quickly became complicated. The world instance was undoubtedly dangerous, but clearly it was also an opportunity, and even seen as a golden opportunity by some. Thus, once Tang Dingbang released this news, those seeking favors through backdoors, leveraging relationships, or engaging in quid pro quo would immediately come knocking. Of course, Lin Su was not interested in these convoluted dealings and was happy to leave these social obligations to Tang Dingbang. He only wanted what he desired, so when Tang Dingbang offered to recruit teammates for him, Lin Su couldn't really refuse. He just prepared himself to deal with any messes that might arise. As Lin Su finished speaking, Tang Dingbang was about to nod but paused, slightly startled. "What kind of requirements are these?" he thought, looking at Lin Su speechlessly before turning around and leaving. 2 days later, in Tang Dingbang's office, he handed Lin Su 3 enhancement stones. "Here are the items you requested. It took quite an effort to gather them. Take good care of them." Lin Su, storing the enhancement stones carefully, asked immediately about what concerned him most. "When do we enter the world instance?" Lin Su had been training relentlessly in the training room with his pet Fan Fan due to his inability to level up any further, and he was quite bored. Knowing what Lin Su was thinking, Tang Dingbang nodded. "This time I brought back the teammates who will enter the world instance with you. They are all top prospects from the Huaxia region. You will meet each other shortly and spend a few days getting familiar with each other's fighting styles before we launch the instance," he explained. Lin Su nodded in acknowledgement. After leaving Tang Dingbang's office, he didn't immediately go to meet his new teammates. Instead, he went to his dormitory first. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he shattered the 3 enhancement stones. Specks of starlight merged into his body. Enhancement successful. The system alerted profession enhancement level reached 100%, enhancing. Skill, Blade Mastery and Blade Surge, active, enhanced successfully. Skill, Blade Demon Smile Demonic Body, passive, enhanced successfully. New skill acquired, Necrodemonic Puppeteer, active. Lin Su watched as a string of notifications popped up, his breathing quickening with excitement, and he immediately opened his skill panel. Knife Control Technique. Active at S level, it can use mental power to control flying knives, attacking targets within a 200-meter range. For every 5-point increase in mental attributes, the number of controlled flying knives increases by 1 and each knife consumes 1 mana point per second. Knife Glow. Active at S level, it can slash out a blade globe attacking targets within a 200-meter range with the attack power the same as using a long knife. Knife Demon. Passive at max level, when attacking with blade weapons it ignores defense and deals 1000% damage. Demon Smile. Passive at max level. When hitting the enemy's vital points with blade weapons there is a 20% chance of producing a killing effect. Demon Body. Passive at S level, reduces all types of damage by 70%. Necromancer Demon Puppet. Active at max level, after eliminating an enemy can transform the enemy into a necromantic puppet imprisoned within one's own body. The puppet possesses all the abilities it had in life and can be released at any time, absolutely obeying the master's commands. The puppet has undead characteristics. If it falls in battle, it can be resummoned after 24 hours. Upon reviewing his newly enhanced skills, Lin Su felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The level of enhancement was so profound it was as if he had been completely reforged. First, the attack range of Knife Glow and Knife Control Technique had doubled, and the mana consumption of Knife Control Technique had significantly reduced, greatly enhancing his own endurance. Secondly, the damage of the passive skill Knife Demon had skyrocketed to 1000%. This meant that his normal attacks now dealt 10 times the damage, ignoring defense. A single strike could inflict nearly 100,000 damage, something that even a level 60 professional might not withstand. Following that was the direct transformation of Demon Smile into a killing effect, and the damage mitigation of Demon Body had increased to 70%. Already bolstered by the Murin Crystal, his health was exceptionally monstrous, and with the additional damage mitigation he was TSK perhaps on par with a level 60 main tank. Finally, there was the addition of the new skill. Lin Su could only describe this skill as abnormal. Although the enemies he could annihilate were likely not as powerful as him, the qualitative change brought about by quantitative accumulation meant that he could control an entire army of the undead. Even Lin Su had a vague feeling that this might just be the true combat method of the Knife Demon. When Lin Su pushed open the training room door, Tang Dingbang and the teammates he had recruited for Lin Su were already waiting inside. 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. Among the men, one sported a neat buzz cut, stood about 1.9 meters tall and had dark, exceptionally robust skin. The other man appeared slightly slender, his demeanor arrogant as he looked at Lin Su with a half smile. Of the 2 women, one looked exceptionally gentle, even appearing somewhat shy. The other, with a high ponytail, smiled radiantly. Come on, Xiao Su, these are your teammates for this world instance. Let's all introduce ourselves and get to know each other. Tang Dingbang greeted them warmly. He glanced at Lin Su, clearly indicating for him to start. Lin Su, Knife Demon Damage Dealer, level 20. Lin Su said straightforwardly without any hesitation. I am Xiong Zhuang, the Holy Shield Warrior, the main tank, level 20. Lin Su's voice had just fallen when the buzzcut strong man immediately followed. Yuling, Arcane Mage DPS, level 20. This time, a girl with a high ponytail spoke, and after finishing, she meaningfully smiled slightly at Lin Su. As the 3 members of the team had finished introducing themselves, the arrogant man glanced at the timid girl. Her face instantly turned red, and she quickly lowered her head, gesturing for him to start first. The arrogant man snorted disdainfully and said, Long Chen, Thunder Dragon Warrior DPS, level 20. After finishing, he still looked at Lin Su with a half-smiling expression. Lin Su felt puzzled. He didn't know any of these people, so why were they all looking at him? Suppressing his confusion, he turned his gaze to the last girl in the group. Her face grew even redder, and she said hesitantly, I am a priest, an elf priest, level 20. My name is Chu Jing. As everyone had finished introducing themselves, Tang Dingbang summed up, Good, now that everyone knows each other, spend some time getting familiar with each other's combat styles. When you feel the team has meshed well enough, let me know. After speaking, Tang Dingbang left, leaving the 5 staring at each other. Hey, what are you all spacing out for? The commander has said let's get familiar with each other's fighting styles, so let's start. Xiong Zhuang couldn't hold back and immediately suggested. All eyes turned to him and Long Yichen still had that mocking smile, shaking his head. No rush, we five need to choose a leader first, otherwise whose orders will we follow during the battle? As he spoke he provocatively glanced at Lin Su. Lin Su's lips curled. He thought to himself that it was no wonder this guy seemed hostile from the start. It turns out he saw him as a rival for the position of team leader. Agreed, I choose Lin Su. Just as Lin Su was lost in thought, Yu Ling suddenly raised her hand to vote. After speaking, she quickly pulled Chu Jing along, who, realizing what was happening, timidly raised her hand too. I agree, I also choose Lin Su. Lin Su was startled, baffled by the sudden actions of the two women. However, this was exactly to his liking. Lin Su had already used the Eye of Magic to assess the attributes of the others. To be fair, at level 20, these individuals were exceptionally brilliant, but in his opinion none were a match for him. Thus, for the upcoming world dungeons, Lin Su had already categorized them as mere accessories. What is the most crucial point for a pendant to survive? Listen, yes, listen. With this thought, Lin Su decided he would be the team leader. Thinking this, he looked towards Long Yichen, whose face immediately darkened. But before he could speak, Xiong Zhuang interjected. Hey, what do you two mean by this? It can't be that whoever looks better gets to be the leader, right? Do you know how dangerous the world instance is? If you want to be the leader, you need to show your strength. Yes, that's what I mean, so I nominate myself, Long Yichen said with his arms crossed, quickly echoing the sentiment. Just then, with a snap, Yu Ling snapped her fingers and said with a chuckle, in that case, how about the three of you have a contest and the winner becomes the leader? Agreed. No problem, let's compete, Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang said in unison. As the two agreed, immediately everyone's gaze naturally fell on Lin Su. Lin Su slightly curved the corner of his mouth and glanced at Yu Ling, who was stirring the pot, then nodded. Fine, but I have a condition. What is it? Speak, Long Yichen said disdainfully. Lin Su chuckled and scanned the group. I want all four of you to take me on together. What? Long Yichen's eyes widened in shock and Yu Ling's smile also froze on her face. Xiong Zhuang, the most straightforward of them, looked at Lin Su with a dumbfounded expression and said seriously, brother, we're all level 21 versus 4, do you realize what you're saying? Lin Su smiled faintly, not bothering to explain as he clapped his hands and a red light emanated from his body. In the next instant, a mountain-like creature named Fan Fan appeared, its three pairs of crimson eyes fiercely staring down the group, its fangs bared menacingly. It had already picked up on its master's intentions, waiting for the command to prepare for the attack. A gasp echoed as Chu Jing covered her eyes in fright. Let me introduce Fan Fan, my summoned beast, and your new teammate. Lin Su said with a smile, nodding at Fan Fan. 5 minutes, subdue them, leave them alive, or no dinner for you tonight. With a roar, realizing that these people stood between it and its dinner, Fan Fan's eyes turned blood red and with a thunderous roar it lunged towards them. Bro, are you serious? Xiong Zhuang exclaimed while his face twitched in shock and a giant metal shield appeared in his hands. But before he could even position his shield, Fan Fan's paw, as large as a round table, viciously stomped towards his face. An unexpected scene unfolded. The main tank, known for his defense and strength, was directly flattened to the ground by Fan Fan, utterly powerless to retaliate. Even before Xiong Zhuang could get up, Fan Fan lifted its paw and swiped, sending him flying with a single blow. Seeing Xiong Zhuang knocked out in a single encounter, Long Yichen's pupils shrank. He flashed and reappeared midair, swinging a thunderous war hammer towards Fan Fan's head. Anticipating the move, Fan Fan tilted its head and the hammer missed, whizzing past its ear. Miss. Long Yichen was stunned. Enraged, Fan Fan bellowed, its fangs exposed, and lunged at Long Yichen, still suspended in the air, biting fiercely. Long Yichen's pupils dilated in horror as he clearly saw the sharp fangs, the smallest of which were as long as his lower leg. A bite from those and he wouldn't just be injured, he might not survive. But just when he thought he was doomed, a clang of metal sounded. Fanny's massive maw, bristling with sharp teeth, snapped shut mere inches from Long Yichen. Fortunately, Fanny didn't bite him, rather it seemed to deliberately spare him. However, before Long Yichen could even hit the ground, a colossal paw swooped down with a whoosh and struck him hard. With a loud bang, Long Yichen was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the alloy walls of the training room. Don't come any closer, Yu Ling cried out, pale-faced, as she saw Fanny charging towards her. A flash of light sparkled from her staff and hundreds of arcane missiles hurled towards Fanny. In a bizarre twist, as it ran, Fanny's body rapidly shrank, reducing to the size of an ordinary pet dog in the blink of an eye. Now smaller, Fanny moved like lightning, its speed creating afterimages. With a few graceful dodges, it was already at Yu Ling's side. Without any hesitation, Fanny leaped up, and before Yu Ling could react, her staff had vanished from her hands. Immediately after, she saw a massive paw descend from above, rendering her incapable of fighting as Fanny's 3 pairs of crimson eyes turned simultaneously towards Chu Jing. Chu Jing collapsed to the ground in an instant. She had tried hard to restore her teammates' conditions just moments before, however Fanny's movements were too swift, leaving her no chance to act. With this thought, Chu Jing timidly raised her hand in surrender, but before she could finish her sentence, the great shadow of the paw engulfed her. Bored, Fanny shook its 3 huge heads and nonchalantly stepped over her, trotting towards Lin Su. Half an hour later, as Lin Su glanced at his teammates, who were now mostly recovered but still disheartened, he spoke lightly. "So any objections to me being the captain now?" "No objections." Yu Ling was the first to raise her hand. "And me too," Chu Jing quickly agreed. Xiong Zhuang, though still visibly reluctant, nodded after a moment's consideration. "I give in too. If we can't even beat a summon, I'm not fit to be captain," he said. But then, curiosity piqued, he turned to Lin Su and asked, "How on earth do you raise your summon? Why is it so freakish?" Hearing this, the 3 others also turned their intense gaze towards Lin Su. Clearly, this was the biggest question on their minds. Lin Su chuckled, glanced at Long Yichen and said, "Among all of you, the one with the highest aptitude in SS level 20 and with equipment bonuses, his attribute points barely break 300. Fanny's total attributes exceed 450 points. Plus it can control its size. How could you possibly stand a chance against it?" Everyone fell silent, not only amazed at Fanny's strength but also surprised at how quickly Lin Su could discern their detailed profiles, a level of detail not even the military had access to. With a snort of disdain, Long Yichen glanced at Lin Su, his lips curling in derision. "So he just relies on having a powerful summon beast. What's so great about that?" Lin Su, on the other hand, offered a faint smile and sighed. He had thought that a slight show of force from his creature Fan Fan would suffice to keep the others in line, but he had underestimated them. Each of these individuals was a top figure in their own circles, akin to stars around which everyone else orbited. The warning he had given was evidently too mild. As Lin Su pondered this, he willed a dummy used for testing damage into existence. Everyone looked at Lin Su, puzzled by the move. Catching Long Yichen's eye, Lin Su asked, "Do you know the maximum health of a damage testing dummy?" 1 million inch. "So what?" replied Long Yichen, his face a mixture of confusion and defiance. Buzz! Suddenly dozens of knives shimmering with cold light carved silver arcs through the air, hurtling towards the dummy like meteors. In the next instant, boom! The dummy exploded into myriad fragments, scattering like dust in the wind. Silence fell, a deep death-like silence. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Long Yichen's forehead. The dummy had been obliterated, indicating that Lin Su's attack had exceeded 1 million in damage, extraordinary for someone at level 20. In that moment, Long Yichen felt utterly ridiculous. Just moments before, he had been contemplating challenging Lin Su to a fight that he believed would be evenly matched. Now it seemed laughable. A fair fight was out of the question. Obliteration was but a blink away. With a light smile that didn't reach his eyes, Lin Su ignored Long Yichen, who was frozen in shock. His gaze shifted to another Yu Ling as he asked softly, "Now do you see why I refrained from engaging with you directly?" Swallowing hard, Yu Ling, her eyes wide and voice barely a whisper, managed to reply, Because even your basic attacks exceed our maximum health, you're afraid that you might accidentally kill us." Pleased with her understanding, Lin Su chuckled, his expression suddenly turning cold as he continued, "Then can you tell me why when we first met you were fanning the flames, insisting that the 3 of us fight?" Originally, Lin Su had been merely surprised when Yu Ling supported him as the team leader upon their first meeting. However, after seeing the attitudes of Xiong Zhuang and Long Yichen, he understood her support was a facade. She was deliberately stirring up trouble. The purpose was to provoke a skirmish among them. Lin Su was baffled by her motives. They had no prior grievances. Once Lin Su pointed this out, both Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang turned their incredulous gazes towards Yu Ling. Her face paled. She hadn't expected Lin Su to be so perceptive, to see right through her little scheme. No wonder he had allowed Fan Fan to reprimand her as well. With that realization, she hurriedly explained to Xiong Zhuang and Long Yichen, I'm sorry, I really was trying to gauge the big guy's strength through you, but I meant no harm. How could I have possibly anticipated that his power would be so immense?" After speaking, Yu Ling looked towards Lin Su. Boss, the fact that you've been slashing through world instances just to find a girlfriend has become super popular. I'm a fan of yours, that's why I wanted to test the waters a bit," Yu Ling said nervously, only to be met with Lin Su's silent and cold demeanor as he patted Yu Ling on the shoulder. "Not again," Lin Su stated firmly. Yuling felt a chill run down his spine and quickly nodded like a pecking chicken. "Alright, I promise." Lin Su sighed in relief and glanced at Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang, whose expressions varied, then asked, "Now do any of you still have objections to me being the team leader?" Long Yichen's face twitched, a sense of despair rising in his heart. He realized not only was there a huge gap in strength between him and Lin Su, but even in terms of mentality he was far behind. Thinking this, he resignedly said, "No objections, I'm completely convinced," while Xiong Zhuang scratched his scalp and said admiringly, "Boss, you're awesome. From now on, whatever you say I'll do." Lin Su nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, then let's talk about what happens after we enter the world instance." It was 2:30 a.m. when Tang Dingbang was woken up from his sleep. He saw Lin Su and the others already geared up and couldn't hide his astonishment. "Why are we setting out in the middle of the night, and how have you guys become so familiar with each other's combat styles so quickly?" None of the four spoke. They all just turned to look at Lin Su. Under the streaks of sweat on his forehead, Lin Su said, "Yes, we've gotten used to it." Realizing everyone was looking to Lin Su for guidance, Tang Dingbang, a bit shocked, lowered his voice and asked, "Did you really get them under control so quickly?" Sort of," Lin Su responded vaguely. "Good lad, you really have your ways. Then tell me, why choose this specific time to depart?" Tang Dingbang continued to inquire. "To not give other regions time to gather their forces," Lin Su explained. "In this world there's no time difference between regions. If it's day everywhere." At this time most professionals in other regions would likely be asleep. If we start the world instance now, it would catch them completely off guard, and some might even miss the notification entirely. Lin Su was aiming for the rewards of the world instance, not to kill professionals from other regions, making this timing perfect. After a moment's thought, Tang Dingbang chuckled and punched Lin Su lightly on the chest, saying, "I wouldn't have guessed you were so cunning, but this is a good time to choose." Then handing over the invitation to the world instance to Lin Su, Tang Dingbang's expression changed slightly as he sighed and said earnestly, "I'm only going to say this to you: if possible, bring everyone back alive from the instance. Of course, I'm just saying it's a possibility, remember not to force it. Moreover, no matter the outcome, the Huaxia region will owe you a favor after this." "Alright, got it." Lin Su nodded decisively. He had chosen to go through the trouble of disciplining Long Yichen and his companions before bringing these burdens into the instance. He was waiting for Tang Dingbang's words. Otherwise, he could have simply parted ways with them after entering the world instance. Discovering Nan Gongyun's abnormalities, Lin Su felt constantly uneasy, especially since Nan Gongyun had been a witness to the calamity that befell his family years ago. This revelation sent chills down Lin Su's spine. Therefore, when circumstances allowed, Lin Su planned to prepare more amulets for his own protection. The goodwill of the Huaxia region was undoubtedly one of them. Tang Dingbang, feeling reassured, patted Lin Su on the shoulder as he agreed readily. "Additionally, concerning your upcoming entry into the world instance, Lao Yun is already informed. He's currently at the Abyss frontline and can't come to see you off. However, he asked me to tell you, if you encounter any danger, just crush the jade pendant he gave you and he will appear immediately." "Alright, definitely," Lin Su verbally agreed, though he resolved in his heart not to touch the jade pendant unless it was a matter of life or death. Suppressing the turmoil in his mind, Lin Su's gaze landed on the invitation in his hand and he chose to use it. A notification appeared. "World Instance Invitation, Level 20, Nightmare Difficulty, used successfully, selection of instance content underway. Selection complete." Name of this world instance: the Zerg Conflict. Objective: within 7 natural days, locate and kill the world boss Ira, Zerg Matriarch. Another notification followed. Transport portals to the world instance have been opened in other regions, available for 5 minutes. Countdown begins. Each region may only send one team of up to 5 members into the world instance. Before clearing the instance, professionals cannot leave in any form, if not cleared within 7 natural days. Professionals will be trapped in the world instance. Teleportation begins in 30 seconds. Please prepare in advance. As the white light began to rise from beneath Lin Su's feet, Tang Dingbang waved his hand, saying, "Wish you all a smooth journey. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return." "Alright," Lin Su replied. As he nodded, the sensation of weightlessness from teleportation set in and the surroundings started to shift rapidly. A wave of humidity and heat, struck with the smell of decaying plants filling the air, and complete silence surrounded them. Once his vision cleared, Lin Su immediately scanned his surroundings. They were in a vast primeval forest with gigantic shrubs thick enough to require several people to encircle them, and the ground was covered with a layer of dead branches and leaves as deep as one's lower leg. "Wow, what a huge forest, it's so hot and stuffy," Yu Ling exclaimed upon seeing their environment. Predictably, everyone's gaze turned to her. Rule 1 for the Huaxia region's World Instance team: no panicking upon entry. Realizing her mistake, Yu Ling quickly covered her mouth. Lin Su frowned and cautioned, "Be on guard, the silence around here is unsettling." Saying this, he sent 4 flying knives in 4 different directions. Simultaneously, Fan Fan, who had shrunk to the size of a normal dog, was released. As soon as they landed, Fan Fan immediately sniffed vigorously twice, then let out a low bark and dashed towards a particular direction. In the instant that Fan Fan charged, the sound of the air tearing resounded. Several long spears glowing with green light whistled through the air, shooting rapidly towards the people on the clearing. It was an enemy attack. Xiong Zhuang's pupils constricted, and as he shouted a warning, a huge metal shield appeared in his hands, immediately positioned in front of Chu Jing and Yu Ling. Long Yichen rolled over to dodge a spear aimed at him, and with a powerful push off his feet, he was ready to charge towards the direction from which the spears were coming. However, before he could even start, the kill record appeared. Successfully killed Insectoid Sentinel LV-21 experience plus 1435. Successfully killed Insectoid Sentinel LV-19 experience plus 1078. A dozen kill records flashed across the screen. The sneaky spear attack came to an abrupt halt. Long Yichen stumbled slightly and turned around speechlessly to look at Lin Su. Just as he saw Lin Su casually catching a spear aimed at him and playing with it, a mix of emotions welled up inside him. Freak, it truly was a case of comparisons between people can be deadly. Noticing Long Yichen's complex expression, standing still, Xiong Zhuang was about to remind him when Chu Jing pulled him back, and he then noticed the kill record, involuntarily gasping in shock. The 3 people behind the shield exchanged glances, and their eyes unanimously fell on Lin Su, filled with astonishment. At that moment, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly aligned. This is what it feels like to be carried by a pro. Exhilarating. Realizing that everyone was staring at him with strange looks, Lin Su raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Damn it!" Long Yichen cursed softly and gestured a peace sign. Rule number 2 of the Huaxia district strategy for world instances: do not in any form express astonishment, exclamation, or admiration towards the team leader, that is Lin Su himself, concerning his combat power or his style of combat. Simultaneously, the other 3 also gestured a peace sign at Lin Su. Just then, the snapping sound of tree branches being stepped on suddenly came from all directions, causing Long Yichen and the others' nerves to tense up again. "Be cautious, we're surrounded," Long Yichen exclaimed, immediately readying himself for battle. Lin Su smiled faintly and explained, "It's okay, they're with us." "With us? Boss, this is a world instance, where do we have people on our side?" Everyone looked puzzled at Lin Su, with Yu Ling directly questioning him. While they were talking, a dense thicket was parted by a gray-white hand. A creature the size of a normal human appeared, its upper body human-like, while its lower half consisted of an abdomen and limbs similar to that of an ant. This creature had a dozen spears on its back, identical in appearance to those used in the attack on Lin Su and his group. However, just as Long Yichen and the others were about to panic, the creature did not attack. Instead, it meekly walked up to Lin Su and lay prostrate on the ground, as though Lin Su was its master. With the appearance of the first insectoid sentinel, more than a dozen sentinels from all directions gathered around, all prostrating at Lin Su's feet. This happened just as they had killed these insectoid sentinels. Lin Su had recently acquired a new skill, necromancy, puppeteer. He transformed all the slain sentries into puppets. "Stand up," Lin Su commanded. In an instant, like a military parade, all the puppet sentries rose to their feet in unison. "Lie down." This time Lin Su used his mind without uttering a word. Again, like a swift brush, all the puppets simultaneously lay down. Lin Su's eyelids twitched. Does this actually work? He then ordered number 1 stand at attention, number 2 lie down, number 3 inch spin in place. Lin Su began experimenting with various commands to control the group of sentries. Soon he concluded that mind control was surprisingly effective, working perfectly on both the group and individual entities. What delighted Lin Su even more was that he could not only control the puppets but also access their field of vision. The only drawback was that these puppets could not convey any emotions or valuable intelligence. They were merely shells preserving their pre-death abilities and combat instincts. However, for Lin Su this was more than enough and far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, when Long Yichen and the others realized that Lin Su was actually controlling insectoid sentries, they were utterly astonished. If Lin Su's earlier display of spiritual power was shocking, now their scalps tingled at this unimaginable feat of controlling insectoid sentries. Finally, unable to hold back, Long Yichen gestured 2 with his left hand and 3 with his right. The Rule 3 of the Huaxia region for conquering world dungeons states, it is forbidden to inquire or probe into the team leader's skills in any form. Should an event surpass personal understanding, one must make sense of it independently. Knowing that Long Yichen wanted to ask about Lin Su's mysterious skill, the remaining 3 members all gestured 2 and shook their heads, as they communicated through sign language. A miniaturized version of Fan Fan clutching a half-dead insectoid sentry in its mouth flew back. Unlike the puppet sentries summoned by Lin Su, this insectoid sentry had green skin, making it hard to spot in the bushes. Fan Fan came to a sudden halt and dropped the limbless, dying sentry at Lin Su's feet. "Can you speak?" Lin Su kicked the insectoid sentry covered in green blood and asked. Having learned from the experiences of the last world dungeon, Lin Su thought to first communicate with it to see if he could obtain any useful information. Given the current situation, the map of this world dungeon was enormously vast, making finding the world boss no easy task. The insectoid soldier emitted a piercing roar. Lin Su frowned slightly. Although the creature had a mouth, its structure was more akin to a mouthpart, making it impossible to produce sounds understandable to humans. Realizing this, Lin Su shrugged helplessly. "Sorry, I'm not good with foreign languages," he said, then lifted his foot. With a crunch, the sentry's head was crushed underfoot. Another kill was recorded. Without any hesitation, Lin Su glanced at Fan Fan and said, "Fan Fan, eat it." Eager as ever, Fan Fan's form enlarged momentarily, swallowing the sentry's torso in one gulp. Good, now for the final experiment, Lin Su thought. With a flicker of his mind, the skill Necromancer Puppeteer was activated. A dark mist rose from where the sentry had been crushed, quickly condensing into a puppet with ashen gray skin, identical to the other puppet sentries. Is this also possible? Lin Su was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Previously, all puppets were transformed from corpses, but this one was summoned out of thin air. This meant that any enemy he killed could be transformed into a puppet, regardless of whether a body was left behind. Fan Fan needed to consume the flesh and blood of other high-level life forms to enhance its own qualities. With this realization, Lin Su saw that there was no conflict between Fan Fan's feeding and his own summoning of puppets. Understanding this, Lin Su called everyone to set off. Simultaneously, an announcement appeared. Announcement countdown: over 7 teams have entered the world instance. "Boss, where are we headed next?" Yu Ling, still startled by Lin Su's ruthless methods, asked with a stutter. Lin Su's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Fan Fan, whose size instantly returned to that of a small mountain. Leaping onto Fan Fan's back, Lin Su beckoned everyone. "Come aboard, we're off to recruit soldiers." Recruit soldiers? Everyone was baffled. However, when they recalled the head that had exploded and then reappeared, instantly obeying Lin Su's commands as a transformed insect sentry, they quickly realized what was happening. This is going to be big. Soon everyone cautiously climbed onto Fan Fan's back. Fan Fan was large enough to comfortably carry all 5 people without feeling crowded. Lin Su patted Fan Fan's head and commanded, "Follow the scent of those bugs, find their lair." Woof. Fan Fan understood and began to race forward, sniffing the ground as it ran. As for the insect puppets that had been transformed earlier, they were too few in number to be of any combat significance and couldn't keep up with Fan Fan's pace. Deciding they were better used elsewhere, Lin Su sent them in various directions to scout the terrain. Meanwhile, dozens of images appeared in Lin Su's mind. About 4 hours later, Lin Su noticed the tall bushes around them were rapidly thinning. Meanwhile, a motley crew of dozens of insectoid puppets transformed along the way, followed behind Fan Fan. These insectoids varied in appearance. Some bore spears on their backs, others had evolved arms into sharp blades, and still others had lost all humanoid features and resembled car-sized beetles capable of spraying strong acid. These were just some of the insectoids that Fan Fan had encountered along the way and that Lin Su had casually dispatched. Of course, the number of insectoids that were dealt with was far more than these. Fan Fan ran too fast and the puppets simply couldn't keep up, stretching the battle line incredibly long. Lin Su didn't choose to release these puppets because he felt that a fierce battle was likely to ensue soon. Just as this thought crossed Lin Su's mind, Fan Fan let out a low growl. Lin Su understood immediately and frowned as he looked into the distance. His pupils suddenly narrowed when he saw a grassland appearing abruptly in what was once a dense jungle. At the center of this grassland stood a gigantic mound nearly 100 meters in diameter and as tall as a 20-story building. The mound was covered with countless large and small insect holes swarming with all sorts of bizarre insects entering and exiting without exception. Lin Su didn't need to count to estimate that the number of insects he could see alone definitely exceeded 1,000. if he included those inside the insect holes, this number could at least be multiplied by 10. Thinking of this, Lin Su narrowed his eyes, called Fan Fan to a halt, and then jumped down from its back. "Everyone dismount," Lin Su ordered directly. "What's up, boss?" Yu Ling asked curiously as she climbed down from Fan Fan. "Wait for the teammates, prepare for battle," Lin Su explained. As he spoke, he went to Fan Fan's tail and pulled out a few long spears embedded in its buttocks. Fan Fan shivered in pain but managed not to cry out. Without waiting for Lin Su's command, Chu Jing clasped her hands together and a green light rippled from Fan Fan's body. The wounds on its buttocks immediately stopped bleeding and began to heal. Although Fan Fan ran fast, it was indeed a large target. Coupled with the insectoids it encountered along the way, it inevitably suffered some minor injuries. Fortunately, these did not affect its combat ability. Upon hearing Lin Su mention waiting for teammates, Xiong Zhuang scratched his head, puzzled. "Aren't all of us here, boss? Who are you waiting for?" Lin Su just smiled and didn't explain. Long Yichen rolled his eyes at Xiong Zhuang and pointed towards the insectoids that Lin Su had killed and transformed into puppets on the road. He clearly meant that the teammates Lin Su referred to were them, not us. "We're just accessories, get it?" Xiong Zhuang got the hint, feeling as though he had just harshly slapped Lin Su's hand with his own face. Just then Long Yichen grew curious and asked Lin Su, "Captain, who are you planning to fight?" Since Fan Fan's head had been in the way earlier, the group hadn't noticed the insect nest in the distance. Lin Su raised his chin towards the direction of the insect nest. Following his gaze, the group looked over and immediately turned pale. You. "We just took one look at that insect nest," Xiong Zhuang stammered, trying to dissuade Lin Su but at a loss for words. Pushing Xiong Zhuang aside, Yu Ling spoke up directly. "Boss, what kind of joke is this? Do you have any idea how many insects are in that nest? I know you're powerful, but this is too much." She trailed off, realizing she couldn't continue. Lin Su's idea was no longer just arrogant, it was outright madness. "Captain, Yu Ling is right, don't joke about this," one team member said. "Normally when you claim you can take on 10 of me, I might believe it, but thinking you can attack the nest with just over 100 bugs? No way, it's impossible." Among everyone, Long Yichen was the calmest and finally spoke a complete sentence. Even Chu Jing, usually the least noticeable member of the team, shook her head firmly at Lin Su after Long Yichen finished speaking. Seeing that everyone thought he was insane, Lin Su simply smiled faintly without explanation, relying on the images sent back by the puppets he had transformed upon entering the instance. Up until now, they knew the exact locations of 3 insect nests, and the one in front of them wasn't even the largest. Lin Su now understood the real challenges of this world instance. First, there was the map, vast to the point of absurdity. 7 days were not enough to even consider defeating the world boss, let alone clearing the world instance or just traversing the entire map. Then there were the nests themselves. Even the smallest known nest would be a death sentence for a typical level 25 person team. Lastly, according to the announcement, the identity of the world boss was the Insect Queen. Even without considering her potential to control other nests, the sheer scale of her home nest was daunting. All these factors combined meant that any standard regional team stood no chance of clearing the world instance. However, these difficulties were relative to ordinary professionals. As for Lin Su, with his ability to summon necromantic puppets, he was an unsolvable war machine. Besides, if they couldn't even handle this minor situation, they might as well forget about clearing any world instance and just wait to die. With this in mind, Lin Su checked the last remaining image in his mind. Leaves fluttered and the view was unstable as a puppet moved swiftly through the terrain. Suddenly an insect, resembling a dragonfly but with sharp barbs on its abdomen, swooped down fiercely. The view shook violently and rapidly ascended. In a fleeting glimpse, Lin Su saw the puppet's headless corpse. The puppet's head had been plucked off, blurring the vision. Lin Su glanced into the distance. Another unexpected clearing appeared, its central structure about 80% similar to the one they currently faced. Soon, the last set of images vanished. Lin Su subconsciously touched his intact neck and curled his lips slightly. Good, the known number of nests had now increased to 4. The demise of this final image group marked the total annihilation of Lin Su's first dispatched scouting team. But no matter, in 24 hours Lin Su could summon them again. The fact that they were not true members of the insect species meant that Lin Su's summoned puppets could also be attacked by the insects. As the group conversed, the puppets transformed by Lin Su had almost all assembled along the road. Counting them, there were 168, a rather impressive number. With this in mind, Lin Su patted Fan Fan on the head and instructed, "Keep an eye on these bottles of soy sauce, including yourself. No matter how the battle unfolds, do not get close, be ready to retreat at any moment." Fan Fan shook his head softly, whimpering lowly, rubbing his head against Lin Su as if coaxing or perhaps even pleading. Touched by the gesture, Lin Su stroked Fan Fan's head and said sternly, "Listen, this is an order." After speaking, he glanced at Long Yi Chen and the others. "I won't waste words, I have only one request for you, don't complicate things." With that, the previously scattered puppet troops began to swiftly form ranks. For hard-shelled fire beetles took the front line, followed closely by blade-armed beetles, and at the rear were the spear-carrying insectoid sentinels. Once the formation was adjusted, Lin Su leaped onto the back of a giant centipede. This centipede was the fastest crawler among all the insect types Lin Su had seen, although not as fast as Fan Fan, but it was barely qualified as a mount for a charge. "Prepare," Lin Su commanded. The well-adjusted formation moved swiftly, instantly aligning behind Lin Su. Seeing that Lin Su had no intention of listening to advice, and with Fan Fan vigilantly watching, Long Yi Chen and his group exchanged uneasy glances. "Wait!" Just as Lin Su was about to order the charge, he was suddenly stopped by Chu Jing. Lin Su turned his head, puzzled, to look at her. Still with a timid expression, Chu Jing raised her arm, her hand open towards Lin Su. A flash of golden light instantly rippled from Lin Su. A snap sounded as the bracelet on Chu Jing's wrist shattered. Alert teammate skill activated. Dirge, temporary increase of 30% to health and mana. All attributes temporarily increased by 20%, movement speed temporarily increased by 50%, skill cooldown time temporarily reduced by 50%, effect lasts for 1 hour. Watching the long list of buffs appear, Lin Su looked deeply at Chu Jing and nodded slightly. "Thanks," he said, then drew his rift blade, its tip pointing towards the insect nest. "Annihilate them," he ordered. Roaring, all the insectoid puppets behind Lin Su charged like arrows released from their bows, heading straight for the insect nest. With no bushes to obstruct them, the speed of the insectoid puppets surged dramatically. The sound of wind howled past their ears. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters. As the insectoid puppets led by Lin Su got to about 1,000 meters from the insect nest, they were spotted. The nest began to stir. 800 meters. Scores of large wasps, the size of adults and tasked with guard duty, assembled and charged straight at Lin Su's puppet forces. 500 meters. The insectoid ground forces responsible for guarding the nest were in position, a dark mass looming ahead. Squeak, an insectoid resembling a human but with a beetle shell on its back, pointed at Lin Su from a distance. Roar! The ground forces of the insect nest boiled over, roaring as they pressed towards Lin Su. 300 meters, long hairs and stingers crisscrossed in the air, weaving into a giant net. With a series of poochie sounds, the giant centipede beneath Lin Su was almost instantly turned into a porcupine with arrows, yet its forward momentum didn't decrease at all. Meanwhile, dozens of large wasps from the insect nest were pierced by spears and fell straight from the sky. Clanging sounds filled the air as a white shield appeared around Lin Su. The shield of the Phoenix armor set was activated. Every spear and stinger that hit him was deflected without exception. With 8,400 points of defense plus 70% damage reduction and a series of buffs provided by Chu Jing, the strength of the Phoenix shield was monstrously high. The insect tribe's attacks couldn't even scratch it, and the shield's points only dropped fractionally. 200 meters, Lin Su and the insect soldiers guarding the nest finally clashed. With a splash, the giant centipede collapsed. Under huge inertia, its massive body was dragged far away, smashing into a group of insect soldiers. Behind the insect soldiers, the beetle-like commander was stunned. Although the earlier barrage of arrows had directly caused more than half of the casualties among these strangely charging aliens, the human who had just been standing on the centipede had now disappeared. Just as he was stunned, buzz, a circular blade burst explosively at the densest part of the insect soldiers. Every insect soldier struck by the blade aura was split in two. In the next moment, dozens of flying knives leaving silver trails soared into the sky. Following this, those insect guards capable of flight began to fall flutteringly from the sky. The beetle commander was shocked, because in just the blink of an eye, the hastily assembled insect soldiers had already suffered more than half casualties. However, what terrified it even more was that all the insect soldiers killed by that human would soon rise again. Afterwards, as if controlled by an invisible force, they started attacking the insect nest fearlessly. On Lin Su's side, running, he used spatial translocation again. His figure reappeared 100 meters away. Another buzz sound as the second circular blade burst open. The kill record refreshed again. A golden light surged from Lin Su, ascending to the sky. Congratulations! Successfully advanced to LV21, just 2 strikes and he leveled up. What a speed! Just as Lin Su was rejoicing, squeak, the distinctive piercing roar of the insect tribe exploded right next to his ear. Lin Su's head buzzed, his consciousness momentarily lagging. At that moment a pale green fist broke through the air, fiercely smashing towards his head. With a bang, Lin Su was sent flying backward, his phoenix shield, already reduced to half, now slipped by another third. Humans, why do you invade my territory and slaughter my people? It was still the distinctive chirping sound of insects, but this time Lin Su understood the meaning. Shaking his still somewhat groggy head, Lin Su looked towards the direction from which the voice had come. There, where he had just appeared, stood a female insectoid, unlike the others whose appearances were erratic and varied. This female insectoid looked almost exactly like a human. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with pale green skin and long dark green hair, her beauty strikingly cold. The only insect-like features she possessed were the delicate antennae on her forehead and the 3 pairs of transparent wings on her back. Lin Su even thought that her wings seemed somewhat superfluous, for she could stand suspended in the air without them fluttering. Without showing any emotion, Lin Su used his demon eye on her. Name: Einald. Category: Insectoid Queen, 3rd Order Elite, Level 27, Health 116425, Mana 146914, Attack 15724, Defense 11629, Skills: Psychic Roar, Soul Shatter, Psychic Pierce, Psychic Shield. After viewing her stats, Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Just as he thought, her earlier punch hadn't even broken his shield. Why then was his head still throbbing? It seemed she specialized in psychic attacks. Realizing this, Lin Su couldn't be bothered with further useless talk. Pointing his rift blade directly at Einald, he demanded, 3 seconds. Tell me the location of the Ira hive. Einald, already wary of Lin Su's capabilities, instinctively stepped back half a step and retorted angrily, you haven't answered my question. Why should I tell someone who slaughters them? Seeing that Einald was not going to cooperate, Lin Su didn't wait for her to finish her sentence. With a command, he ordered an attack. Chirp! Thousands of puppets roared and launched another assault on the hive. Human, the numbers of my hive's army far exceed your imagination. You are simply overestimating yourself. Panic flickered in Einald's eyes as she rebuked him sharply. Is that so? Lin Su sneered. With that, his figure suddenly vanished. Einald, startled, instinctively prepared to fly into the air. But just then, with a metallic clang, -96,724, -96,724, 2 exaggerated numbers floated above Einald's head. Green blood splattered, and Einald's arm was severed by the force. Chirp! She groaned in excruciating pain, her face contorted. Before she could even react, Lin Su stomped fiercely on the ground. Boom! With a powerful kick, he struck Einald's abdomen. She didn't even have time to scream before sliding more than 10 meters away on the ground. Want to try again? Lin Su asked lightly as he stepped on Einald, who was trying to rise, forcing her back to the ground. With his blade pointed directly at her throat, he said, Human, move your foot away or you will die a miserable death. Really? Lin Su chuckled, pressing down harder with his foot. With a retch, Einald spat out a large amount of green blood. Come see what those people of yours are doing now? Saying this, Lin Su stepped aside, allowing her a line of sight. Glancing behind Lin Su for just a moment, Inar's pupils suddenly contracted, and an endless fear instantly overwhelmed her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. This occurred within the brief time she clashed with Lin Su. On the battlefield, the insectoid soldiers who had originally fallen began to rise one after another, launching an unwavering attack towards the insect nest. This led to a war that, although seemingly mismatched in numbers, had almost 0 casualties on the enemy side. The gray-skinned aliens who were shredded one second would rise anew the next, continuing the fight relentlessly. Moreover, these gray-skinned aliens coordinated with exceptional synergy. Their strength was comparable to that of the insect nest soldiers, yet they always managed to achieve more efficient results, often trading 1 for 2 or even 1 for 3. This fearsome scene unfolded, causing shivers down one's spine. The gray-skinned aliens fought more valiantly as the battle progressed, and their numbers not only didn't decrease but began to grow at an exaggerated pace. Stop the war, I can answer your questions, Inar pleaded desperately. Lin Su nodded with a smile. Okay, he said, and with a thought, all the puppets stopped their assault. Realizing that Lin Su could control these aliens with his mental power, Inar's fear intensified. From here, head northwest at the speed of a normal insectoid. And after about 2 days and nights you will see the largest insectoid nest. That's where the Queen Mother Ira resides, she directed. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, amazed at the vastness of this world instance. According to Anar, the location of the world boss was at least 200 kilometers from their current position. Lin Su internally scoffed, thinking that this nightmare-level world instance was not meant for ordinary humans to complete. Meanwhile, he changed the topic and continued, how many insect nests are there in this land? Inar seemed surprised by Lin Su's question. After pondering for a moment, she replied thoughtfully, the exact number is unknown, but there are 7 third-tier nests like mine, 2 fourth-tier, and only 1 fifth-tier, which is where Queen Mother Ira resides. Lin Su was genuinely taken aback by the numbers revealed and couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. 7 days' time, even with my ability to convert puppets, there's no way to annihilate all the nests. There simply isn't enough time, he thought. Thus the wisest decision now was to first eliminate the 2 fourth-tier nests and then go straight to battle with Ira. Resolved, Lin Su continued his inquiry. Tell me the locations of the other 2 fourth-tier nests. One is to the northwest, about a day's journey, and the other is due north, just a day's journey away. Inar replied, visibly relieved that Lin Su didn't seem intent on targeting her own nest. Lin Su recalled the information sent back by the reconnaissance team he had sent out earlier and nodded to himself. There indeed was a larger nest in the north, and Inar was not lying. With this in mind, Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, and he asked curiously, so your insect species doesn't lie, do they? After some serious contemplation, Inar's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly as she asked in confusion, the weak submit to the strong. This is the law of survival for our insect race. Why lie? Watching the naive Inar, Lin Su couldn't help but burst into laughter. Excellent, a powerful reason indeed. So you're useless now. With a swish, the splitting blade instantly pierced through Inar's throat. Lin Su successfully killed the insect queen. Inar, level 27, gaining 7,423 experience points and obtaining an item, Insect Queen's Pendant, level 20. The pendant, classified as equipment under necklaces, enhances mental attributes by 40 points, reduces the cooldown time of magic skills by 50%, and doubles the speed of mental recovery. It also grants the skill King's Shield, which creates a mental shield equal to the user's health with a cooldown of 24 hours. The quality of the pendant was diamond. After reviewing the pendant's details, Lin Su smirked, finding it useless for himself, and tossed it into his spatial storage. After storing the pendant, Lin Su's gaze returned to Inar's corpse. With a mere thought, Inar rose again, her severed arm restored and her pale green skin turned to ashen white. Can you still speak? Lin Su tested. Inar's eyes were empty and she did not respond. Lin Su frowned and tried a different approach. He commanded, say hello to me. Hello, Inar replied mechanically, her expression blank, her eyes hollow and her voice devoid of any emotion. Lin Su realized that she could speak but lacked the capability for communication or autonomous thought. In other words, if he asked Inar any question now, she wouldn't be able to respond. She was merely a puppet. Understanding this, Lin Su straightforwardly ordered the extermination of all insect soldiers within the nest. Following Inar's death, sensing that their queen was no longer, the soldiers in the nest immediately began to disperse, offering much less resistance. This significantly sped up the harvesting by the puppet army. 3 hours later, the battle ended, and the once bustling nest was now eerily silent, filled with ashen-skinned puppet soldiers. Lin Su slightly closed his eyes and counted the number of puppets. Over 2,000 were alive and more than 1,000 had fallen, only to be summoned again the next day. These were the total military forces of this third-stage insect nest, far fewer than Lin Su had initially imagined upon encountering the nest. Of course, he now understood why. Not all insects within the nest were fighters. Most were tasked with transport, tunnel digging, tree felling and other menial tasks. They were low-level, virtually non-combatants, yielding no experience upon death and useless as converted puppets. Thus, Lin Su chose to ignore these ordinary insects. Within the nest, Lin Su entered an oval room emitting a pungent acidic smell. Touching the wall, a prompt appeared. This is the third-stage decomposition chamber of the hive, capable of breaking down biological individuals or corpses and transforming them back into Zerg energy crystals. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. He had been exploring the hive for several hours. He discovered that the structure of the hive was exceptionally complex, containing various rooms of all sizes, each with strange and unusual purposes, like the hatching room, the spawning room, and the decomposition chamber he was currently observing. Lin Su opened his palm and a pale green crystal appeared. Named the Zerg Energy Crystal, it could be used to hatch Zerg individuals or to enhance the energy levels of Zerg leaders by 2,000 points. The system notified him that after raising the rank of a Zerg leader, their combat power would significantly increase, allowing the hatching of higher combat power type Zerg soldiers. Lin Su had found this stone in the most luxurious room within the hive, presumably the living quarters of Anar. It was this discovery that spurred Lin Su to begin a wide-ranging search within the hive. Of course, Lin Su did not expect Anar to hatch more high-power Zerg for him because it was too slow compared to transforming puppets directly through warfare. What Lin Su really cared about was the so-called significant increase in combat power. The world boss was just a 5th order Zerg queen, and now knowing the origin of the stone in his hand, Lin Su could raise Anar to the 5th order or even higher. A powerful fighter was right in front of him, and the question was to take it or not. Lin Su's lips curled into a smile. The answer was naturally to take it. Puppets could be taken out of the world instance. Elevating Anar was all benefit and no harm to Lin Su himself. Moreover, the materials for converting energy crystals were readily available. Those useless ordinary Zerg. Thinking this, Lin Su checked Anar's rank progress, named Anar rank 3rd order, 1427/50,000, in energy points. No wonder it was so weak. It had only just advanced to the 3rd order. With that, eat this. While internally criticizing, Lin Su tossed the energy crystal to Anar. He didn't know the exact usage of the energy crystal and simply adopted the most primitive method. Anar didn't even blink, catching and swallowing the energy crystal in one gulp. The system notified Anar advancement plus 2000. Seeing the prompt, Lin Su grinned. Good, it was effective. Thus he directly ordered Anar to operate the decomposition chamber at full capacity. Afterward he had puppet soldiers send batches of ordinary Zerg to the decomposition chamber. Having done all this, Lin Su sent several puppets to call Fan Fan and Long Yichen. Lin Su could clearly see that Yuling was trembling with fear as they entered the nest, stuttering as she asked, Big boss, how did you manage this? How did you conquer the entire nest like this? Xiong Zhuang followed suit, his voice trembling as well. Before Long Yichen and Chu Jing could respond, Lin Su glared at them, prompting them to promptly shut their mouths, swallowing the words they were about to speak. Seeing Chu Jing, Lin Su remembered the insect queen pendant he had thrown into his personal space, took it out and handed it directly to her. I thanked you before. This pendant is to compensate for your bracelet. When they set out, Lin Su noticed when Chu Jing used a buff skill on herself, her bracelet shattered, likely sacrificed in the process. Since the pendant was of no use to him, he decided to repay her kindness with it. Seeing the pendant's diamond quality glow, Yuling exclaimed in shock, wow, it's diamond quality. Boss, aren't you being a bit too biased? I want one too. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing's face turned red and she quickly waved her hands. No need, Captain, this is too valuable, keep it. Lin Su insisted seriously and handed the pendant directly to her. Alright, we're all tired from the day and I'm hungry, let's get the food from our personal spaces and prepare to eat. This place is safe, we'll rest here tonight. Everyone pick a room you like, I'll arrange for someone to keep watch. As Lin Su finished, the group exchanged looks, a world instance of nightmare difficulty, yet they could still rest, pick any room and even have someone keep watch. At this moment everyone's thoughts were surprisingly unanimous. Lin Su was absolutely worth relying on. Any problems? Seeing the hesitation, Lin Su asked in confusion. No problem, let's get to it, Yuling said cheerfully. Moments later, a small round table was set up and the barbecue grill was ready, sizzling with various types of skewered meats. Compared to the humid and hot outdoors, the inside of the nest was quite cool. Lin Su gulped down an ice-cold beer, took a skewer from Chu Jing, bit into it, and lay back in the rocking chair, too lazy to speak further. After more than 10 hours of rushing and fighting, Lin Su was indeed a bit tired. Xiong Zhuang, while fanning the grill and sprinkling seasoning on the skewers, laughed heartily. I feel like I'm dreaming. Can someone tell me this is really a nightmare difficulty world instance? Yuling took out her phone, snapped selfies and composed her thoughts. It's all thanks to the boss. Let me take a few pictures for you guys too. Once we're out of the instance, I'm posting these on social media. We must be the first to have such a treatment in a nightmare difficulty world instance. Yes, send me a copy too, I want to post it as well. Xiong Zhuang quickly chimed in. Meanwhile, Long Yichen, once considered a prodigy of the capital, now relegated to a mere background character, guiltily downed a big gulp of beer, feeling surprisingly content, as he was about to pass a half-eaten skewer to the side. His pet Fan Fan gave him a disdainful look, pointing its paw at the grill. Feeling a sudden pang in his heart, Long Yichen exclaimed, Fan Fan, you're actually despising me. Completely speechless, Fan Fan didn't want to spend another second with Long Yichen the fool and scampered over to Lin Su, starting to nuzzle against his leg. Lin Su immediately understood what was meant, but he was too lazy to get up, so he snapped his fingers. Soon the tall Anar walked in, picked up the skewers of meat from the small round table and handed them to Fan Fan bite by bite. The gaze of the four people in the room simultaneously fell upon Anar, and everyone's eyes suddenly widened. None of them had ever seen an insect species that looked so close to a human, especially since Inar's features were incredibly delicate paired with her ethereally aloof demeanor. It instantly shocked everyone present. "Wow, big boss, the lady is gorgeous," Yu Ling couldn't help exclaiming aloud. "Captain, who is this?" Long Yichen's eyes were nearly popping out as he asked directly, "Why don't you introduce her since the skewers are starting to burn?" Xiong Zhuang asked with a silly smile. Lin Su, speechless, quickly had Anar turn over the skewers before explaining. "Her name is Anar, the queen of the insect hive, but she can't understand what you're saying, so save your breath. Although Anar is beautiful, she's just a puppet without even basic thinking capabilities." Putting aside the issue of species isolation, just the fact that Lin Su could share Inar's vision and hearing was significant. If Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang, these two infatuated men, pursued Inar, it would be almost like pursuing him. The thought alone made Lin Su's skin crawl, so to avoid such melodramatic scenarios, Lin Su decided to be upfront about it. With a snort, as soon as the words "queen of the insect hive" reached Long Yichen's ears, whether from shock or fear, he immediately spat out his beer. In fact, more than Inar's identity, what shocked Long Yichen was Lin Su himself. Having the queen of the insect hive feed him like a dog, he instantly felt that Fan Fan's disdain for him earlier was completely justified. As for Xiong Zhuang, his reaction was much the same. He probably thought of the scene in the animal world where male bees queue up to find the queen bee, which made him grimace and seriously focus on grilling the skewers. What he didn't know was that in the insect species there were no male bees at all. What they had was an incubation chamber for nurturing larvae. On the other hand, upon learning of Inar's identity, Yu Ling and Chu Jing became excited. They grabbed their phones, took a barrage of photos with Inar and even selfies, saying they would post them on social media when they went out to the world's dungeons. They were sure it would drop their classmates' jaws. The commotion lasted for a while before the dinner finally came to an end. As everyone dispersed, Lin Su closed his eyes and a scene appeared in his mind. In a vision tinged with luminescent green, thousands of insect puppets charged ferociously, sprinting with legs blurred, heading straight for a fourth-tier insect hive in the north. This scene was transmitted back by a flying capable insect puppet. Long before Long Yichen and his companions entered the insect hive, Lin Su had already used his mind to order the puppet army to assemble. Leaving 200 puppets to guard the home, he released the rest. Among these puppets, over 300 were capable of flight, while the rest comprised the ground forces. Pressed for time, Lin Su was unwilling to wait any longer. After all, puppets do not tire, and even death is inconsequential for them. They could simply be summoned again the next day. Thus, with a single command, the war against the first fourth-tier insect hive began. Approximately 2 hours later, the fourth-tier insect hive came into view, its scale several times larger than the hive where Lin Su currently resided. The surroundings of this fourth-tier hive were also a plain, devoid of any trees for cover. Like all other hives Lin Su had encountered, it was unmistakably designed this way. The purpose was clear: to facilitate observation of the surroundings and detect intruders at any moment. Concealment was no longer a concern. With this in mind, Lin Su directed his thoughts. The 200 fast-sprinting vanguard troops sped up and charged directly towards the fourth-tier hive. The remainder of the puppet army slowed down, advancing steadily towards the hive. The vanguard was spotted by the hive defenders when they were about 1,000 meters away from the hive. The fourth-tier hive began to stir. Hundreds of insect soldiers responsible for guarding the hive rushed towards the vanguard, rapidly closing the distance between them. However, just as the vanguard was about to enter the attacking range of the hive soldiers, even as the defending soldiers raised their spears, without any warning, the puppet vanguard suddenly turned around, the rear guard sprinting forward as swiftly as they had approached. The hive guards were momentarily dumbfounded by this bewildering maneuver, hesitating for a few seconds before deciding to pursue. Thus, what started as an encounter quickly turned into a chase. Yet, just when the hive guards had chased not too far, the strangely behaving puppet vanguard turned back again. But this time, the puppet vanguard was no longer just over 200 strong. They had successfully merged with the main army behind them, now numbering over 1,800. A torrential downpour of spears rained down from the sky. The pursuing hive guards, including aerial units, were pinned to the ground, dead beyond doubt. A dense ink-like black fog quietly spread across the battlefield. Moments later, the recently fallen insect soldiers rose, their eyes vacant, pulling out the spears that impaled their bodies. Some insects lacking arms were helped by their companions, a scene most bizarre. Watching the puppet soldiers swell to over 2,100 strong, Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk. With such a rate of conscription, if a few more waves like this were to come, wouldn't this fourth-tier hive fall immediately? With this thought in mind, Lin Su decisively issued another order. Employing the same feinting tactic, the vanguard troop numbers increased to 500 and the attack continued. An hour later, after 3 waves of forced conscription, the puppet army's numbers had surged past 3,500. Lin Su's smile almost reached his ears. With such numbers, there was no need for further negotiation with the enemy. It was time to test the enemy's limits with a strong offensive. With this plan in mind, Lin Su prepared to give the order. Just at that moment, a visible and piercingly loud sonic wave burst forth from the depths of the insect nest. With a buzz, Lin Su's ears were met with silence, and his green-tinted vision plummeted into darkness in the blink of an eye. His heart skipped a beat. This indicated that the insectoid flying puppet, which had been transmitting images back to him, had either fainted or been destroyed. Shaking his slightly groggy head, Lin Su quickly switched his view. What he saw next was unexpected. Following the sonic wave, nearly 1/3 of the puppets had lost connection with him. Those capable of flight were all affected, not one spared. Damn it, Lin Su cursed, quickly locating a ground puppet that was positioned relatively towards the back, and the visual feed resumed. A terrifying scene unfolded. Around the insect nest, what had been a vast, flat grassland now seemed to boil. The earth churned tumultuously. The next moment, countless thick vines, as thick as an adult's arm and covered with sharp barbs, burst through the soil. They writhed like tentacles, and anything living that they touched was instantly bound. A chill ran through Lin Su, and he immediately ordered a retreat. Just then, an even more unexpected scene occurred. In the distance, on a hillside, hundreds of ghostly green lights rose from the ground. These lights traced an exaggerated parabolic arc hurtling directly towards them. Lin Su's pupils contracted. Due to the distance, the lights were actually not small at all. When they finally crashed to the ground, each was as large as a car. Boom, 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 the ground trembled violently, and the explosive shockwaves instantly shredded the vines and the entangled insectoids regardless of friend or foe. Ghostly green flames soared, turning everything they engulfed into ash in the blink of an eye. Looking at the escape from death, only over 800 puppets remained, and Lin Su's face twitched. He had not anticipated that the queen of this fourth-tier insect nest would be so ruthless. It should be noted that nearly 2,000 of the enemy's insectoid soldiers were still engaged in battle with the puppet army. The enemy did not even blink an eye, opting instead for a barrage of firepower that scorched the earth. Trying to outdo me in ruthlessness, eh? Alright, let's toughen up again. Thinking this, Lin Su gave his orders. He left a few dozen puppets to scatter and hide outside the grassland, constantly monitoring the movements of the insect nest. The remaining puppets sped towards the hillside that had emitted the green lights like lightning. While the puppets marched, Lin Su kept an eye on the insect nest, summarizing the lessons from this wave of battle. Currently, his biggest weakness was his lack of understanding of the insect nest, especially the enemy's methods of attack. During the attack on the Anar insect nest, he had never encountered those strange vines that could burrow out of the ground. And as for the thing on the distant hillside that had launched the green lights, he still had no idea what it even was. These tactics must belong to the higher-tier insect nests, Lin Su thought with a resigned smile. There was nothing to be done. Mastering the insect nests in a short time was simply impossible. However, the good news was that he seemed to have found weaknesses in these two methods. First, the vines did not discriminate between friend and foe. Once activated, any living creature within the range of the grass would be attacked. This meant that while Lin Su's remaining puppets had retreated far away, the insect nest had not sent any soldiers to pursue. The vines encircled the nest like a circular green belt, even though this green belt had been significantly breached by the green artillery fire. It had healed in just a moment. This meant that, except for the insects capable of flight, all were blocked inside the nest, unable to pursue at least for the short term. As for the device firing the green artillery, Lin Su felt it likely couldn't attack enemies that were too close to itself. If it could have, it would have opened fire when Lin Su used the feint tactic. With these thoughts clear in his mind, a vision flashed across Lin Su's mind's eye, a shimmering green landscape. On a hill not far away, dozens of insects as large as heavy trucks with 3 to 5 appendages resembling cannons rather than mouthparts struggled to advance. Hundreds of insect soldiers guarded them on the sides. Lin Su narrowed his eyes. He had found them. With a grit of his teeth, he gave the order decisively. Take them down. Lin Su's guess was correct. Although those giant cannon-bearing insects had powerful attacks, they were truly helpless against enemies that got too close. Furthermore, their movement speed was very slow, thus, the battle concluded quickly. In less than an hour, all 36 of the giant cannon-bearing insects, along with the hundreds of insect soldiers protecting them, were annihilated. After this battle, the number of puppets sent out to attack the 4th-tier insect nest had once again broken through to over 1,200. The stats for the giant cannon insect appeared: level 28, elite, health, 79624, mana, 156254, attack, 14345, skills included Hellfire Heavy Cannon, capable of launching heavy artillery over a range of 2 to 5 kilometers, causing explosion, burning, corrosion, and other area effects. Reviewing the giant cannon insect's information, Lin Su unconsciously raised an eyebrow. This creature was truly monstrous in capability. Its attack power was almost comparable to that of Yinar, however its drawbacks were also glaringly obvious: the baffling range of its attacks and its frustratingly slow movement speed. In close combat, not to mention Yinar, even an ordinary insect from the nest could easily deal with these creatures. Rubbing his face, Lin Su scoffed. Alright, you wanted to bombard me, fine, let's see how this thing is really supposed to be played. The next day Lin Su woke up in the afternoon. Normally he could stay in the training room for 3 consecutive days, but due to using his mental power to control the puppets in battle, his mental energy was greatly depleted. Just one day of fighting and he was already struggling to keep up, which is why he had slept so long. He took some water from his personal space and quickly washed up. Lin Su first went to the decomposition chamber of the bug nest for a check. After more than 10 hours of full operation, all the common bugs in the Einal bug nest had been completely decomposed. Using telepathy, he called over Einal and pointed to a funnel-shaped container on the wall, instructing take out the crystals inside and eat them all. Einal promptly complied. A series of advancement value increase prompts appeared. It wasn't until Einal stuffed the last crystal into his mouth that Lin Su checked his advancement level. Name: Einal. Rank: Tier 3, 47427/50,000. Unit: energy points, just over 2,000 points left. Not bad, this pace is good. He can definitely advance to Tier 4 today. Thinking this, Lin Su couldn't help but be curious about what changes would occur after Einal advanced to Tier 4. Big boss, what are you doing here? Here, lunch. Just as he left the decomposition chamber, Lin Su was met by Yu Ling and several others. As she spoke, Yu Ling handed a lunchbox to Lin Su. Without any hesitation, Lin Su opened the lunchbox and began to eat as he instructed. Clean up, we're ready to set off. Where are we heading next? Xiong Zhuang asked curiously. We're going to take over another bug nest, Lin Su replied without concealment. Take over? Catching the profound implication in Lin Su's words, Long Yichen exclaimed in surprise. Lin Su nodded. Yes, I conquered another bug nest last night and there are some matters that need to be dealt with, so we must make a trip there. Long Yichen's scalp tingled as he stuttered. Captain, are you saying that while we were sleeping last night you conquered another bug nest? Xiong Zhuang scratched his head, puzzled. But weren't you sleeping last night too? How did you conquer the nest? This was too long a story for Lin Su to explain, so he simply gestured to 3. Everyone turned pale and decisively shut their mouths. Yu Ling, the most astute among them, didn't continue to question Lin Su. Instead, she directly opened the kill record. Instantly, she gasped in shock. In just one night, the team's kill record had grown by thousands. Yet after taking another careful look at the kill record, Yu Ling's expression turned strange and she tentatively raised her hand. Boss, may I ask a question that's not about your abilities? Go ahead, Lin Su replied directly. Have you ever looked at our team's kill record? Yu Ling asked hesitantly. No, unaware of the severity of the issue, Lin Su responded directly. Would you mind taking a look now? Yu Ling cautiously suggested. Lin Su frowned, sensing the odd reaction from her, and directly opened the kill record. Then he was stunned. Successfully killed bug tribe Dragonfly Hunter LV-29, experience plus 106. Successfully killed bug tribe Yellow Jacket Shooter LV-24, experience plus 74. And below, thousands of entries like these, each adding mere dozens or even just a few points of experience. Lin Su's mind turned into mush. He lamented that after such a big score last night, how could he possibly not have leveled up even once? Thinking of this, Lin Su quickly opened the summoning list and indeed found the answer. A significant portion of the experience gained from killing monsters had been allocated to the puppets. Of course, it wasn't distributed among all the puppets. If that were the case, he might not have gained any experience at all from each insectoid monster killed. Therefore, Lin Su surmised that the experience gained from killing a monster was shared among all the combat-involved puppets plus Lin Su 5 others and Fan Fan the dog before being distributed. Lin Su didn't know the exact distribution weights, but he figured he must have received the lion's share. Understanding this, Lin Su's expression became cloudy with mixed feelings. The good news was that since experience could be gained, the puppets he summoned could level up. With more battles experienced, they would become increasingly stronger. The bad news, however, was that the number of puppets Lin Su currently owned was already being counted by the thousands. If he wanted to level them all up together, he chuckled, the amount of experience needed was no longer a mathematical problem but a metaphysical one. Naturally, there were ways to escape this situation, that was to control the number of puppets involved in battles or perhaps not use them at all, but this made Lin Su feel incredibly stifled, as if he possessed peerless martial arts yet was doomed never to spar with anyone. Just as Lin Su was caught in this dilemma, a bright idea struck him. There really was a place where one could fight endlessly day and night, the abyssal battlefield. With this thought, Lin Su instantly felt refreshed. He quickly finished the rice in his lunchbox and ordered prepare to depart. He didn't bother answering when asked about Yu Ling's issues, as it was a long story. Moments later, a swirling mist of black fog gathered in the clearing in front of the ENAR insect nest. Over 1,300 gray-skinned insectoid puppets appeared. These were the puppets that had fallen during the assault on the ENAR insect nest and could now be summoned. As for the rest, 24 hours hadn't passed yet, and summoning them would have to wait until evening. After scanning the already prepared group of Long Yi Chan and others, Lin Su tucked Fan Fan away, and with a thought, the 200 puppets that had guarded the insect nest last night merged with the freshly summoned puppets and began to form ranks. Everyone come up, Lin Su instructed. Speaking, he jumped onto the back of the giant centipede from yesterday with ENAR following closely. He stopped the few who were about to board while Yu Ling quickly took out her phone and snapped away. The photos filled up a 3x3 grid quickly. The caption read, World Instance Nightmare Difficulty Barbecue, Beer, Insectoid Cabin, and the man who conquered the Insectoid Queen, the great Lin Su, depart. Once Long Yi Chan and the others were seated, Lin Su decisively gave the order, pointing directly at the Tier 4 insect nest. As dusk approached, Lin Su and his group barely reached the Tier 4 insect nest they had battled the night before. Now, the insect nest was unrecognizable. The building, originally tens of meters tall, had been halved by artillery fire. Huge craters crisscrossed the ground and the air was filled with the smell of char. Broken limbs and shells of the common insect species were scattered everywhere. Boss, did you do all this last night? Yu Ling asked in astonishment as she looked at the hellish scene of destruction before her. Lin Su nodded and admitted, yes, sort of. Then, Captain, what about the soldiers who were guarding this nest? Long Yi Chen immediately followed up. The insect nest was eerily silent at the moment. Apart from the corpses of ordinary insects, not a single living creature was visible. They're coming, said Lin Su, nodding towards the dense forest in the distance. As his words fell, all the surrounding woods began to shake simultaneously, leaves rustled loudly together. After a moment, thousands of insect soldiers with gray-white skin and armed with weapons emerged from the forest. At the same time, thousands more of these gray-skinned insects capable of flight buzzed as they took to the sky. However, these insects just watched from a distance and did not approach the nest. Having learned from the previous night's encounter, Lin Su realized that the sonic or psychic attacks emitted by the nest were particularly lethal to flying insects. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he had kept them at bay. On the ground and in the air, nearly 10,000 insect soldiers appeared at once, a sight overwhelmingly shocking. The faces of Long Yi Chan and his companions turned pale simultaneously. They had only speculated about Lin Su's abilities and did not fully understand them. Seeing such a vast number of insects suddenly made it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Indeed, everyone subtly felt that it was more likely these insects were enemies. If Lin Su could control so many insect soldiers at once, he would have truly transcended the human realm, becoming a veritable walking disaster. As these thoughts raced through everyone's minds, Xiong Zhuang's face twitched with despair. Old man, we're surrounded. In this situation, is there even a point in resisting? Faced with nearly 10,000 insect soldiers, he could hardly muster the will to fight. Old rules, stay put and don't mess things up, Lin Su said with a faint smile, reassuringly patting Xiong Zhuang on the shoulder. Saying this, he turned around and walked straight towards the interior of the nest, with Yinar following closely behind. as the two departed, the insect puppets began to shift formations subtly, seemingly guarding Longichen and his companions within their ranks. Seeing this, everyone's expressions froze on their faces. After a long moment, Xiong Zhuang, with a flushed face, broke into a silly laugh. "They're all our own people, Boss 666, he exclaimed. Lin Su meanwhile continued deeper into the nest, heading straight for a particular burrow. Having mapped out the terrain during his conquest of the nest the day before, he now navigated with ease. Suddenly a piercing roar resounded. Unlike when they first met yesterday, the sonic attacks now seemed feeble and only irritating to the ears. Lin Su scratched his somewhat itchy ears, frowning slightly. He hadn't expected that almost a day later his adversary still had the energy to make noise. Glancing at Anar, he commanded, "Retaliate and tell her she'll be slaughtered if she screams again." Anar complied, and a visible circle of sonic waves rippled out, abruptly silencing the shrill cries. Lin Su smiled with satisfaction. "Good, knowing the fear of death is enough," he thought, quickening his pace. 10 minutes later, Lin Su came upon a bug nest as large as a soccer field. In the center of the nest lay a gigantic bug, half human, half insect. Unlike Anar, the bug nest queen, who retained only a few insect features, the creature before him had a human-like upper body of normal size, but its lower half was a massive abdomen covering a third of the soccer field. This grotesquely disproportionate body meant that without the aid of other insects it couldn't move. Lin Su looked disdainfully at it and activated his magic eye. Name: Idinisha. Category: Insect Queen. Tier 4 Elite, Level 30, Health 166425, Mana 39234, Attack 7249, Defense 2327, Skills: Psychic Storm, Rapid Breeding, Quick Hatching, Genetic Fusion. Reading the information, Lin Su's brow furrowed. A Tier 4 Queen, is this it? What a waste! Just as he was pondering and about to ask a question, Idinisha roared first. Upon seeing Anar, her expression twisted grotesquely as she broke down. "Anar, it's you, you despicable aberration. Why attack my nest, slaughter my people? Why? Tell me why." As a puppet, Anar remained expressionless and did not respond. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, knowing there was likely a misunderstanding. "You're mistaken, the one who attacked your nest last night was me." Upon hearing this, Idinisha finally noticed Lin Su. After sizing him up, she furiously said, "Human, it was you, this despicable human. You came to rescue your kind, right? Well, you've succeeded. Your kin are in the dissolution room. If you're lucky, they might still be alive. Take them and get out of my nest." Like when he first met Anar, the insectoid's thought process was straightforward and simple, their emotions plainly visible. Realizing this visit held unexpected gains, Lin Su signaled Anar, who headed straight for the dissolution room. Lin Su speculated that his fellow humans mentioned by Idinisha were professionals from other regions. Such a windfall from heaven, who to even share this with, he mused. As Lin Su was feeling pleased, Idinisha roared again, "Human, you've got what you wanted, now why don't you leave? Get out of my nest, I never want to see you again." Lin Su's lips twitched slightly. He had already prepared himself for Idinisha's almost frantic and hostile attitude towards him. Only the night before, he had commanded the remaining 1,000 insectoid puppets, pulling 36 heavy artillery beetle tanks across the hills in a spectacular and flamboyant guerrilla warfare, until he had turned Idinisha into a bare-pulled commander. Anyone caught in such a desperate situation, unable to fight, run, or even grasp who the enemy was from start to finish, would undoubtedly be in a foul mood. With these thoughts, Lin Su smiled magnanimously, drew his sky-cleaving blade and said, "All right, answer a few questions and I will leave your hive." Idinisha could barely finish her sentence before a slash of the blade swiftly severed one of her arms, turning her unfinished words into a scream. "My patience is limited. Think carefully before you speak. This is your first warning. Next time I will sever your neck," Lin Su stated coldly. Idinisha's expression twisted in pain, and after a moment suppressing her rage, she said, "Fine, ask what you want to know." An hour later, confident that there were no more questions to ask Idinisha, Lin Su's blade fell swiftly. Successful kill. Insectoid Queen Elite Idinisha, LV30, experience plus 16,954. A beam of golden light burst forth from Lin Su. "Congratulations, you have been promoted to LV22. From killing the insectoid Queen Elite Idinisha LV30, Lin Su obtained a Queen Staff LV30 ×1 of diamond quality. Lin Su's lips curled slightly, acknowledging that a significant portion of the experience had been shared. However, given the sheer volume of creatures he had killed, his leveling speed was not slow. Thinking this, Lin Su tossed the newly acquired staff into his spatial storage without even checking its attributes. It was of no use to him. After these actions, Lin Su glanced at Idanash's lifeless body and dismissed the idea of turning her into a puppet. He required intense combat strength, not a tool for producing it. This was akin to earning money. Lin Su's current approach was like openly robbing. While Idanasha was no more than a small-scale printing press. With robbery far more efficient than printing money, Lin Su unhesitatingly chose the former. Having sorted out these thoughts, he ordered the puppets stationed at the perimeter to begin occupying the hive and sent all the insectoid corpses, including Idanasha's, to the decomposition chamber. Through his recent conversation with Idanasha, Lin Su's concerns were alleviated and his plan to strengthen Einal continued. According to Idanasha, Einal was an anomaly among all hive leaders. Ina chose to evolve in a direction most similar to humans, primarily enhancing her combat abilities. This evolutionary path was determined when she became a first-order hive leader. As a result, Ina wasn't exactly popular in the hive. However, this development was to Lin Su's liking. On the other hand, Idanasha chose to strengthen her reproductive capabilities, which was why her combat strength was notably weaker. While Lin Su was contemplating this, Ina and several puppets carried over what seemed to be barely recognizable human forms. It was evident that these humans had been in the decomposition room for some time. Their limbs had completely melted, and their torsos were a horrific sight. Even with their armor on, there would have been nothing left of them otherwise, not even bone fragments. My God, what are these disgusting things? Yu Ling exclaimed, almost vomiting at the sight as they walked into the hive with the puppet army. Lin Su curled the corner of his lip, ignoring Yu Ling's question. His curiosity was piqued about the origins of these unfortunate souls who had fallen into the hands of the insect race. To satisfy his curiosity, his blade flashed and the kill record updated. Successfully killed J region professionals. LV20 plus 4,000 experience. Obtained 1 slaughter treasure box and 1 slaughter badge. Announced the system as 5 kill records appeared simultaneously, followed by a notice: J region team annihilated in the world dungeon. Captain, how did these J region professionals end up like this? Longi-chan asked in horror. The hive threw them into the decomposition room to extract their genes for synthesizing stronger insectoids, Lin Su explained. This wasn't a guess on his part. Idanasha had told him herself. That's just too cruel, Yu Ling remarked, genuinely appalled. Yet, it is quite cruel, Lin Su agreed, nodding. He then ordered the puppets take them away back to the decomposition room. Also tell Ina to keep the decomposition room running at full capacity. As the hive queen, Ina had the ability to control the hive, even a fourth-order one like the current one. Upon hearing Lin Su's orders, Yu Ling and the others were visibly distressed. Who was more cruel, boss? Don't you have a clue? They thought to themselves. Just then a swirl of black mist coalesced and 5 human puppets with ashen faces of Asian descent appeared, 3 men and 2 women. After observing the group interestedly for a moment, they turned and left. What are they up to now? Xiong Zhuang asked curiously. Lin Su settled into a rocking chair, finding a comfortable position, and said leisurely, I'm just giving them something to do. I've sent them each with 1,000 insectoids to hunt down professionals from other regions, and if they encounter other hives they might as well stir up some trouble. Since we can't leave for now, might as well keep busy. Oh, and what are we having for dinner? Ignoring Lin Su's abrupt change of topic, the others broke out in a cold sweat. Finding something to do? That's outright brutality. Yeah, brutal, right? Lin Su agreed nonchalantly. How about hot pot for dinner tonight? Yu Ling suggested with a nervous smile. Sure, Lin Su nodded, and with a snap of his fingers the plan was set. Soon a beetle half a person tall engulfed in flames and another beetle, completely ice blue and radiating cold air, crawled in. The group looked puzzledly at Lin Su, who explained. The fiery one is for boiling water and the blue one serves as air conditioning. It's easy to sweat when you have hot pot. Oh, everyone nodded hurriedly. Driven by intense curiosity, Longi-chan used a detection spell on the 2 beetles. Name: Fire Saint Beetle, level 30 life, mana. Name: Ice Saint Beetle, level LV 30 life, mana. Rubbing his face, Longi-chan no longer wanted to talk. The only reason information couldn't be displayed was that the attributes of these creatures were over 50% higher than his own. Indeed, comparisons can be depressing. He had to admit that he couldn't even beat the household appliances at the team captain's home. Feeling that shared misery is better than suffering alone, he sent the detected information about the Saint Beetles to the team's chat group. Of course, Lin Su was not in this chat group. The sounds of sharp intakes of breath were soon heard, and as the night deepened, everyone dispersed, leaving Lin Su with his eyes slightly closed. Black mist surged and over 2,700 insectoid puppets appeared out of nowhere in front of the ruined 4th-tier insect nest. These were the puppets that had fallen in yesterday's attack on the 4th-tier nest, now ready to be summoned again. Thinking this over, Lin Su counted the number of puppets he currently possessed. Excluding the 5,000 sent out to hunt other professionals in different regions, there were still over 4,000 left to guard the nest, adding the newly summoned 2,700. The puppet army's numbers officially exceeded 10,000, however, these were just the puppets he could summon at the moment, as battles were happening nearly every moment. There were still about 1,000 more scattered puppets that couldn't be summoned for now. After a moment of reflection, Lin Su dismissed the idea of attacking another 4th-tier nest tonight. A rapid assault was fast indeed, but it also wasted a lot of resources. For example, in the recent assault on the current 4th-tier nest, a large number of ordinary insect corpses were blasted to bits beyond recovery. These were all potential energy points. Thinking this, Lin Su decided to rest for the night and try to take the next 4th-tier nest tomorrow with minimal costs. As he was calculating this in his mind, an image was transmitted back to him. In the green-tinted view, a dragon with a wingspan of at least 50 meters swooped by in the air, rapidly flying towards Lin Su's current location at the insect nest. Lin Su frowned and immediately ordered all the puppets stationed at the nest to prepare for battle. Just yesterday they had suffered significant losses due to a lack of understanding of their opponent. Today, while talking to Adina Shah, he had specifically asked many questions about the 5th-tier insect nests. The other party had mentioned it before. The 5th-tier hive harbors the most terrifying war creature, the Hellfire Dragon. Clearly, the one now flying toward the hive where he was located was precisely that. Had the 5th-tier hive noticed him so soon, Lin Su was somewhat surprised, but then again, it made sense. Last night he had bombarded this very hive all night long with his giant cannon beetle, making quite a ruckus. Discovered or not, it was no big deal. War was inevitable sooner or later. Taking on one after another saved the trouble of searching for them. Perfect. With that thought, Lin Su straightforwardly went outside the hive. He switched his view several times and Lin Su looked towards the sky in the northwest direction. Under the hazy moonlight the visibility was not great. In the distant horizon a black dot began to rapidly enlarge. Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk, his void-cleaving blade unsheathed. However, just as he had calculated the distance and was about to order the giant cannon beetle to fire, the speed of the approaching figure did not decrease at all. It merely circled briefly above the hive and then immediately turned around and flew away. Not here to cause trouble, then it must be scouting. He chuckled to himself, seemingly cautious and apparently intelligent. Muttering in his mind, Lin Su couldn't be bothered to deal with them any longer. If they wanted to stir up trouble, they could come at him with all they had, whether diplomatically or militarily. With that thought, he reclined back into his rocking chair and the night passed without incident at the hive. The next morning, after waking up, Lin Su took Einel directly to the decomposition room. The efficiency of the 4th-tier hive's decomposition room was high. In just over 10 hours, it had cleanly decomposed all the corpses of the insect species, including that of Adinas. Lin Su glanced into a funnel-shaped container on the wall and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, among the pile of green crystals, there were distinctly different items mixed in. He extracted a pink and a yellow crystal and checked their properties. The name of the first was Insect Queen Energy Crystal, categorized under Energy Crystals, with an energy value of 46,000 points. Its effect: upon use, the user would possess all the abilities of the Hive Queen Adinas. Lin Su's eyelids twitched as he examined the other yellow crystal. Its name was Insect Species Gene Advancement Crystal. Categorized under genetic enhancement items, its effect: upon use, it could advance the genes of all his subjugated insects by one stage in one of the following directions: defense, physical attack, healing, magical attack, or assassination, with the direction of advancement being random for each individual. This item was only effective on insect species. After reading the information on both items, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. The first crystal was clearly tailor-made for Einel. By using it, she would acquire all of Adinas's abilities. Just the thought of it made Lin Su's expression twist with conflict. Heaven knew whether after acquiring Adinas's powers Einel's physique might also become regrettably grotesque. Shaking his head to dispel the bizarre images in his mind, Lin Su gave the second yellow crystal another glance and then stashed it in his personal space. Lin Su surmised that this crystal was likely produced by the decomposition room after breaking down the 5 professionals from other major areas. Its effects were explosive. It would allow his puppet army to start evolving towards the professional directions. This meant that his control over the puppet army would not be limited to just coordinating air and ground close and long-range attacks. Even they were able to refine various professions, and the puppets of different professions could cooperate with each other. As such, what he commanded was no longer just any puppet army of the insect nest but rather a fully upgraded professional version of the insect puppet army, right? Although this was a great asset, using it now would be somewhat wasteful. Currently, Lin Su only had just over 10,000 puppets under his command and recruitment was still ongoing. It simply did not make sense to deploy them now, thus Lin Su decided to save this resource for when he exited the dungeon, then he would use it immediately. Thinking this, Lin Su excitedly rubbed his hands together, his gaze falling on Anar, to whom he gave the order to consume the remaining energy crystals in the container. Soon a green light beam shot up from Inar's body. Inar's form began to change, her wings disappeared, her figure slightly elongated, and the armor-like plates on her neck and limbs began to recede, revealing the slightly grayish skin beneath. Quickly, the plates at her neck completely disappeared, revealing her collarbone, which now sported a unique tattoo. As for the plates on her limbs, they too receded back to the trunk and stopped. Her legs became straight and slender, her arms delicate yet not lacking in strength. Observing the advanced Inar, Lin Su couldn't help but marvel at her transformation. After her advancement, her already stunning demeanor had gained a touch of sensuality. Name: Inar. Category: Insect Queen, 4th Tier Puppet. Advancement: 36272/1500000. Level: 30. Health: 186425. Mana: 216914. Attack: 20724. Defense: 16629. Skills: Mental Roar, Soul Shock, Mental Pierce, Mental Shield. Looking at Inar's attributes, which had nearly surged by a third, Lin Su laughed out loud. Her damage had broken 20,000, moreover she possessed the ability for a very wide-range attack. Lin Su now had no doubt that even if all 5 remaining major regional teams attacking the World Dungeon combined their forces against Inar, just one shout from her would be enough to utterly rout them. Thinking of this, Lin Su suddenly remembered the staff he had in his spatial storage. Since Inar was now level 30, it was about time to hand her the staff. Lin Su called over a puppet with a high health rating and ordered Inar to attack it with her strongest move. With a swing of her staff, Inar unleashed a conical energy mass that instantly pierced through the puppet. Minus 27,654. Lin Su's eyelids twitched. The equipment could be used too? Recalling the remaining number of puppets under his command, which had already exceeded 10,000, Lin Su felt that he might never escape a fate of poverty in this lifetime. After doing all this, Lin Su looked somewhat troubled at the pink crystal in his hand. He did not particularly covet the skills of Adina's, but the crystal contained 46,000 energy points. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Su finally tossed the crystal to Inar. Eat it, he commanded directly. It seemed that Inar's direction of advancement had been set, and even with the abilities of Idanasha, his size might possibly not change too significantly. Inar didn't even blink as he caught the crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. A green light burst forth from Inar, shooting up into the sky. The notification arrived immediately, announcing Inar's new abilities: Psychic Storm, Rapid Breeding, Fast Hatching, Genetic Fusion. Lin Su, uninterested in these messy notifications, kept his eyes fixed on Inar, watching for any changes in his size. Amidst the green light, the carapace that covered up to Inar's torso began to change, starting to contract inward. Damn it, Lin Su exclaimed in shock, his eyebrows furrowing instantly. He then turned around and walked away. Moments later, Yu Ling and Chu Jing, confused, carried their change of clothes towards the decomposition chamber. Upon seeing Inar, they almost simultaneously exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, Captain, what have you done to Inar?" Chu Jing asked, her face flushed. Lin Su scowled, his voice cold. "I did nothing. She wasn't wearing clothes to begin with. After her advancement, she just turned out this way. I didn't touch her at all. As a queen of the insect race, it was natural for Inar to not wear clothes. However, she previously had a layer of armor-like carapace that made it appear as if she was dressed." Unexpectedly, after using the energy crystal from Idanasha, her form hadn't changed, but all her carapace had vanished, revealing her female characteristics plainly. Now, the only insect features left on Inar were the 2 slender antennae on her forehead, which were already quite inconspicuous. "Really, big guy, are you sure you're okay? Facing such a beautiful lady and not even clothes? Did you really hold back from doing anything?" As Chu Jing began to help Inar get dressed, Yu Ling scrutinized Lin Su, asking in astonishment. Lin Su's eyes narrowed. Yu Ling quickly backed down. Right, I believe you 100,000%. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret for sure. Holding back the urge to vomit blood, Lin Su decisively turned and left. However, he had only taken a few steps when the sentinels on the outskirts of the insect nest relayed an image. High above in the distant sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching the nest. Again, Lin Su's eyes narrowed as he stepped outside the nest. By this time, the Hell Flame Dragon had significantly closed the distance with the nest. Lin Su could clearly see that on the back of the colossal flame dragon stood a person, a woman. After several switches of his view confirming that no ground forces were approaching the nest, Lin Su's gaze returned to the Hell Flame Dragon. With just one person and one dragon coming, it was clear that they weren't planning to start a battle, at least not immediately. As Lin Su contemplated this, the Hell Flame Dragon flapped its wings and descended straight toward the open ground in front of the nest. Once the Hell Flame Dragon steadied itself, the Caucasian-faced woman on its back slowly stepped down. She glanced around, her gaze quickly settling on Lin Su. Human, was it you who attacked the Anar and Eden Asha hives? The woman looked at Lin Su with a smirk, her tone arrogant. Lin Su, without answering her question, returned the smirk and countered, "Are you Ira?" Just moments before he had used the Eye of Magic on her. The information he detected was peculiar. She appeared to be merely an ordinary professional. However, in her status bar, Lin Su noticed words like mind control. Accompanying the woman was a Hell Flame Dragon, undoubtedly from a Tier 5 hive. In a Tier 5 hive capable of commanding a Hell Flame Dragon and possessing mental manipulation powers other than the world boss Ira, Lin Su could think of no other. As for this so-called professional, she was likely an unfortunate soul who had fallen into the hive's hands and had been turned into a tool. Indeed, as Lin Su spoke, the woman giggled and praised him. "Such a clever human. I'm growing more curious about you, although I don't know by what means you've managed to control so many insectoids, even conquering the Eden Asha hive. But you must understand, the number of insectoids on this continent far exceeds your imagination. As their queen, I can command all the insectoids, so you cannot possibly be my match. Now I offer you a chance to live. Join my hive and submit to me." Lin Su curled his lips, eyeing her with interest. "Any other benefits?" Seeing Lin Su's reaction, the woman smiled faintly, pleased. "There are many humans on this continent. If you submit to me, I can grant you a territory, and you will have the right to mate first with all the beautiful human females. Of course, if you wish to change tastes and try the flavor of insectoid females." She was abruptly cut off, sent flying with a pang. Before she could finish her words, Inar moved swiftly, breaking through the air with a fierce punch to her chest. Realizing her mind was filled with unsuitable thoughts, Lin Su had no interest in hearing more of her nonsense and directly ordered Inar to take action. "Kill them." Completely ignoring her own collapsed chest, the woman glared furiously at Lin Su and gave her command. On her order, the Hell Flame Dragon opened its mouth to spew dragon's breath, but just as its mouth opened, a buzzing sound, dozens of cold, gleaming throwing knives whirled through the air, instantly piercing it. 1236549, minus 78,654. 2 rows of ferocious numbers floated above the Hell Flame Dragon's head. Sparks flew from its mouth as it collapsed to the ground. The kill record promptly appeared on the screen. Successful kill of boss Hellfire Dragon LV30 plus 70,000 EXP. 1 Dragon treasure chest obtained. Seeing her formidable weapon so quickly neutralized by Lin Su with a single move, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Don't tell me you actually thought that bringing this oversized bug would intimidate me?" Lin Su curled his lip and scoffed. The woman, her forehead veins throbbing with anger, pointed at Lin Su and said, "Ignorant human, that is no bug, that is a dragon with noble blood, the Hellfire Dragon." "Is that so?" Lin Su said with a satisfied smile as a red light emanated gracefully from his body. Fan, dinner time. Let's see what this dragon tastes like." "Woof." Fan barked excitedly and pounced towards the Hellfire Dragon. Seeing Lin Su using the Hellfire Dragon to feed his dog, the woman was dumbfounded, her eyes nearly popping out. "Despicable humans, I now declare war on behalf of the entire insect race." The woman spat out in complete fury. Lin Su just smiled, drew his sky-splitting blade and slowly approached her. "All right, challenge accepted." With a clang, her head flew off. Successful kill of professional from District A. LV20 plus 2,700 EXP. 1 slaughter treasure chest obtained and 1 slaughter badge. The announcement said, "Alert, summon beast Fan after consuming high-grade lifeform flesh gains plus 9 strength, plus 13 agility, plus 11 spirit, plus 15 constitution and plus 13% in talent progression. Acquiring new skill, Fiery Dragon Breath." Lin Su raised an eyebrow at the last prompt. "Wow, are all insect races this naive?" he had only intended to provoke Ira, not expecting her claims to be true. As he thought this, he waved his hand and a dark mist surged, instantly healing the Hellfire Dragon and the female professional, who both rose from the ground. Name: Hellfire Dragon. Type: War Creature. Boss health: 123, 6549 mana, 78654 attack, 24263 defense, 18739 skills, Dragon's Might, Fiery Dragon Breath, Air Supremacy. Lin Su, unable to suppress a grin that was wider than a rapid-fire AK, had only one thought at this moment: Ira is actually quite useful, really. However, as this thought emerged, dozens of disturbing images flooded his mind. He saw that right after he killed the professional controlled by Ira, all observable insect nests began to stir almost simultaneously. Soon after, all combat units within the nests rapidly assembled and swarmed out. Their target was the insect nest he was currently in. A total assault was imminent. Rubbing his face with excitement, Lin Su glanced at the Hellfire Dragon and then at Ira, his smile widening. He knew Ira was foolish, but he hadn't realized she was foolish to this extent. Thinking this, he sent a puppet to summon Long Yichen and others, instructing them, "I will be leaving the insect nest for some time, possibly until the end of the world instance. All these insect soldiers will stay here to protect you. Stay in the deepest part of the nest and don't wander off." With that, Lin Su tossed his jade pendant to Long Yichen. "This is for you. Crush it in a life-or-death moment to save yourselves." After realizing the task ahead was fraught with danger, Lin Su deemed carrying several bottles of soy sauce a cumbersome burden. He decided to hand over the jade pendant that Nan Gongyun had given him to a few people. He never intended to use the pendant anyway, and now it could serve as an additional layer of protection for the soy sauce. He imagined Nan Gongyun tearing through the void to find that the pendant had been crushed by someone other than himself. Lin Su chuckled dryly at the thought of Nan Gongyun's likely amusing expression upon such a discovery. Gathering his focus, Lin Su called over Yinar and leapt onto the back of the Hellfire Dragon, ready to command their departure. "Captain, where are we headed?" Dragon Yichen asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Lin Su paused for a moment before explaining, "We're attacking the next Tier 4 hive." Yuling's eyes widened with worry. "Just you, Yinar, and a dragon? Isn't that too few?" Lin Su cut her off with a confident smile before she could finish. "It's enough." As his words fell, the Hellfire Dragon roared skyward, its wings flapping powerfully as it soared towards the northwest sky. Lin Su considered Yila foolish, because she seemed to be using the Zerg's mindset to gauge his actions. He was not a Zerg, he had no obsession with hives or territories. His reasons for targeting the Adina Shah hive were twofold: to forcibly recruit puppets and to acquire energy points for Yinar's advancement. In Yila's eyes, however, these actions likely hinted at a challenge to her dominion over the hive. Thus, the one-sidedly pleasant meeting Lin Su had earlier stemmed from this misunderstanding. When Yila ordered all the hives to attack the one Lin Su was in, it was akin to her shooting herself in the foot. He was not a hive queen, he had no duty to defend a hive or protect its subjects. After all, his subordinates were merely puppets. If they died, he could simply summon more the next day. Of course, Lin Su had no intention of using Dragon Yichen and the others as bait. Yila's target was him, and it was unlikely she had much interest in the others. He believed that once he resolutely left the hive, Yila would find herself in a quandary. Her real target was him. If she continued the attack on the hive without him present, who was there to witness it? But if she instead ordered his pursuit, they would have to be able to catch him first. Thinking this, Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk. The Hellfire Dragon let out a fierce roar, its wings slicing through the air and creating a red gust. The skill Sky Dominance was activated. Flight speed increased by 100%, defense during flight increased by 30%, immune to any slowing effects. The skill would last for 1 hour. Lin Su then closed the Hellfire Dragon's skill panel and checked the images sent by the frontline puppets. Having planned the attack on the next Tier 4 hive since the previous night, he had dispatched the scouting puppets early in the morning. The once bustling hive now seemed eerily quiet. At the hive's many entrances, the majority of those coming and going were common Zergs, with only a few Zerg soldiers guarding. Lin Su sneered silently, giving Yila a thumbs up for her unwitting assistance. Now, the second downside of ordering the other nests to attack is revealed in the midst of the opponent's rage. That is, after dispatching a large number of nest soldiers, the defensive capabilities of the nest are significantly weakened, making it highly susceptible to stealth attacks. And Lin Su was here precisely for that purpose. Thinking of this, Lin Su looked towards the distance, where in the midst of the lush, verdant forest a small circular spot began to slowly enlarge. That was his target for this stealth raid, another 4th-tier nest. As the wind howled past his ears, the Hellfire Dragon approached within about 5,000 meters of the nest. Suddenly hundreds of green light spots shot up from within the nest, hurtling towards the Hellfire Dragon. With a slight smirk, Lin Su noticed that the defenders still had heavy cannon beetle tanks. Disdainfully, he commanded the Hellfire Dragon to arch its back and shoot vertically into the sky like a rocket, having previously experienced guerrilla warfare against these heavy cannon beetle tanks across various terrains. Lin Su felt that he might understand these creatures better than they understood themselves. The maximum range of the beetle tanks was only 5,000 meters, and that too when firing at a 45-degree angle. As for shooting vertically upwards, sorry, they simply weren't capable of that. Given their own movement speed, such an action would be akin to suicide. Feeling that they had gained sufficient altitude, Lin Su controlled the Hellfire Dragon to adjust its orientation and glide forward for a distance. Confirming that they were directly above the nest, Lin Su thought to himself, and the Hellfire Dragon folded its wings, abruptly flipping over with its head pointing downward, darting towards the nest like a sharp arrow. As expected this time, the heavy cannon beetle tanks went completely silent. Boom! Dust and debris rose as the Hellfire Dragon landed on the main structure of the nest in a slightly ungainly manner, although it had spread its wings to slow the descent. As much as possible, the impact was still enough to cause significant damage to the top of the nest. As for Lin Su and Einar, they fared much better. Einar also possessed the ability to fly. Realizing that the Hellfire Dragon's method of landing might have been a bit rough, Lin Su decisively switched to Einar. Begin. Releasing Einar's hand that he had been holding, Lin Su landed on top of the nest and immediately gave the command, roar. A visible ring of sound waves rippled outwards from Einar at the center. Einar's skill, the Psychic Roar, was activated. After advancing to the 4th tier, Einar's Psychic Roar had its attack range expanded to 3 kilometers. Coupled with her attack power of over 20,000 points, it was a truly formidable area of effect. Conscription Divine Technique. Just as the enemy combatants began to react and converge towards Lin Su and Einar, they fell like raindrops. The kill record flashed across the screen. Roar! Another wave of sound spread out, and in an instant the nest was deadly silent. Lin Su casually cleaned his ears, glanced at Einar's mana bar, which was less than half full, and gave a cruel smile. Roar! Einar let out another bellow. After successfully defeating the Hive Queen Irabel LV30-inch, Lin Su received 7,831 experience points and a Queen's Bracer LV30 of diamond quality, a golden light soared into the sky from Lin Su's body. Congratulations, you have advanced to LV23. Lin Su's expression froze and he turned to look at Inar beside him, speechless. Without even a greeting, Inar had roared the Hive Queen to death. Was this stealing the kill? But then he realized that Inar probably didn't have the function to greet, so he could only remain speechless as the dark mist surged and the recently fallen Hive soldiers began to rise again. The next moment they dispersed, conducting a carpet search within the Hive, exterminating every surviving combat unit of the Hive. 10 minutes later, the Hive fell silent once again. Lin Su tallied the gains from this wave. More than 3,000 puppets plus 41 giant cannon beetle tanks, essentially all thanks to Inar's solo effort. Lin Su smiled satisfactorily. Clearly the area effect weapon he had painstakingly nurtured was explosively effective. However, in terms of gains, these were still just a small part of this operation. From the images sent back by the frontline observation posts, Lin Su learned that after Inar had killed the Hive Queen, the soldiers sent by the Queen quickly dispersed. For this large wave of potential allies, Lin Su had already dispatched 5,000 puppets to take over other major areas from other professionals. Of course, the gains were still not over. With this in mind, Lin Su ordered the Hive's decomposition chamber to operate at full capacity, and had the bodies of the Hive Queen and all the ordinary insectoids sent to the decomposition chamber. Inar was just over 60,000 energy points away from advancing again. Lin Su was eager to find out what effect it would be if the already formidable Inar advanced one more time. Thinking this, Lin Su decided to release the Hellfire Dragon, letting it take charge of the vigilance while observing the movements of other hives in the vicinity. Compared to ordinary puppets, the Hellfire Dragon's field of vision was exceptionally wide. With just one circling flight, it could see everything happening within hundreds of kilometers. To the northwest, near a 5th-tier hive, a somewhat comical scene unfolded. Shortly after Lin Su's forceful settlement in the current 4th-tier hive, the expeditionary army sent by the 5th-tier hive immediately turned around and went back to their hive. The bloody lesson was right in front of them. Clearly, they were worried that Lin Su might come for their home too. Lin Su laughed indifferently, controlling the Hellfire Dragon to turn around, his gaze falling to the northeast. The situation was exactly as he had anticipated. The insectoid soldiers who had been dispatched were momentarily thrown into disarray when they lost their target. Quickly regaining their bearings, they shifted direction and began to advance towards the hive where Lin Su was currently located. However, these insectoid soldiers were all dispatched from some nearby third-tier hives, so their scale was relatively modest. Indeed, if they dared to attack the hive he was in, then the real surprise for them would still be forthcoming. As for the hive where Longyichan and his companions were, it wasn't attacked at all. Assured that the situation was very favorable, Lin Su moved out a lounge chair, stretched lazily and comfortably lay down on it. Lin Su realized that as the number of puppets he controlled increased, so did his mental exhaustion, reaching a terrifying level. This made him easily fatigued and increasingly sleepy. Indeed, just as Lin Su's eyes closed, his consciousness quickly blurred into a dream. Waves, beaches, sunset, and the cool sea breeze. He found himself comfortably lying on a beach chair. The chair gently swayed, giving a slight sense of weightlessness, and all his tense nerves completely relaxed, as if floating on clouds. Once again he greedily inhaled the air tinged with a hint of coconut fragrance, and Lin Su squinted his eyes in comfort. However, just at that moment, inappropriately, a distant barking sound came from the horizon. Shaking his head, he tried to block out the annoying barking. What was he supposed to be doing upon waking up? Lin Su pondered, his thoughts slightly sluggish. Right, he seemed to be checking the situation around the hive. Hive? Wasn't this a beach? Where did the hive come from? As Lin Su's thoughts became inexplicably muddled, a pair of slender white arms gently wrapped around his neck from behind. A faint fruity fragrance approached, refreshing and heartwarming, with a few strands of soft hair falling gently. Lin Su shifted his gaze to the owner of the delicate white arms. It was the face of a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Her eyes, shimmering like stars, were set in a face so exquisite that no flaw could be found. Seductive, passionate, innocent, shy, sexy. Lin Su marveled that someone could perfectly blend all these seemingly unrelated traits into one person without any sense of contradiction. Even from just one glance, Lin Su was sure and certain that this girl could fulfill every fantasy a man might have about the opposite sex. Awake, the girl blinked her eyelashes and asked with a smile in her eyes, her voice melodious and sweet. The barking sound grew more urgent as Lin Su smiled awkwardly, nodded and asked, "Yes, who are you?" "Selena," the girl replied directly. "Do you like it here?" Before Lin Su could continue to inquire, Selena cunningly smiled and asked first. Lin Su scanned the picturesque scenery around him and nodded sincerely. "I like it." "Good to hear you like it. And what about me?" Selena asked with a relieved smile, her starry eyes gazing intently at Lin Su. Lin Su, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. "Do I have to say I like you?" You guess," as the girl playfully pouted, pretending to be angry. The next moment, taking Lin Su by surprise, she playfully kissed his cheek. Lin Su was stunned, unprepared for such a sudden attack. Seemingly enjoying Lin Su's foolish look, Selena giggled, turned around and stood in front of Lin Su. Beneath the crimson sunset, Selena, clad in a white dress that was neither seductive nor bewitching yet outlined her curves almost to perfection, resembled a light-footed kitten. As she gently leaned into Lin Su's embrace, resting her head against Lin Su's chest, she spoke with a dreamy voice, "Promise to stay with me forever, okay?" The sound of barking from the horizon rose again, becoming more aggressive and furious than ever before. Lin Su smiled faintly, gently patting Selena's back while responding with a cold voice, "Compared to how you are now, I still prefer the look you had when you had horns on your head, right, succubus?" Selena, realizing something, the affectionately clinging Selena suddenly stood up, her face filled with shock. Lin Su chuckled, "Head, from the very first time you asked me, my answer was meant literally." As he spoke, Lin Su's gaze hardened and he stomped on the ground forcefully. With a cracking sound like a shattering mirror, all the scenery in the dream began to crack and crumble. The next instant, a dark enclosed insect nest reappeared in Lin Su's view. Announcements boomed. "This world instance has been invaded by a deep abyss boss. The invader, succubus Selena LV-75. Just returning from the dream." Two red announcements immediately appeared before Lin Su. "How could you escape so easily from the dream I wove?" In a corner of the insect nest, a figure with ram horns, bearing an 80% resemblance to the girl Lin Su had seen in the dream, exclaimed in shock. Lin Su sneered dismissively. "Buzz." His response was accompanied by dozens of flying knives dragging bright silver slashes through the air. In fact, as soon as Selena began her invasion into Lin Su's dream, his passive skill Demon's Will had activated. Selena was already level 75 inch, and even without equipment bonuses, her total attributes far exceeded Lin Su's. Thus, Lin Su was inevitably pulled into the dream. However, demons will allow Lin Su to be immune to half of the dream's effects, making him semi-conscious within the dream. Coupled with constant reminders from Fan Fan, Lin Su was fully awake. With a loud boom, dozens of flying knives pierced through the insect nest. Selena's figure, however, dissipated like a bubble, missing the hit. Lin Su was astounded. This was the first time his flying knives had failed to hit the target. He unsheathed the splitting blade, and as a blade light swept out, Lin Su immediately commanded. Tore through the air, targeting Selena, who reappeared like a cannonball. Yet, the next moment, with another loud boom, Inar's attack missed, striking through the wall instead. Meanwhile, Selena suddenly appeared beside Lin Su with a strange agility. In her hand, a red dagger glinting with a cold light slashed fiercely towards Lin Su's neck. There was a clang. Lin Su retreated repeatedly, his phoenix shield in front of him struck by the dagger, sparking a trail of sparks. Seeing the shield points drop by 2/3 in an instant, Lin Su's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had a 70% damage resistance. With such a strong attack, if it were to hit him directly, wouldn't it mean that just 2 strikes would force his frenzy out? Shocked, Lin Su gripped his sky splitter blade tightly. All the thrown knives he had released earlier swiftly circled back, hovering around him to block any possible directions of attack. Realizing that engaging in combat with Selena would be of low odds for victory, Lin Su shifted his thoughts and stared at Selena, asking coldly, "Tell me your purpose for seeking me out." At this moment, Lin Su had realized that if Selena was after his life, she would have taken action when she had pulled him into the dream realm. However, she hadn't, which suggested she must have had another agenda. While Lin Su was warily sizing up Selena, she looked back at him incredulously. Although she was a succubus, that was merely her race. According to the human classification of professions, she would be considered an assassin. Among all standard professions, assassins' burst damage was among the highest. She hadn't held back at all in her strike just now, yet it hadn't even breached his shield. He was only level 23. What kind of monster was he? No wonder Moros insisted on having her take him down. Suppressing her shock, Selena gave a charming smile and said teasingly, "Tisk tisk, you took advantage in the dream just now, and as soon as we're out you turn hostile. Men are really all fickle and unfaithful." Seeing Selena still playing dumb, Lin Su coldly smiled and said, "Fine, if you really want to fight, let's take it outside. I assure you you'll get a good fight." With that, Lin Su turned and walked towards the exit of the nest. Although he felt that his chances of winning against her in a direct confrontation were slim, it didn't mean he was afraid to let loose and fight. Inside the nest, the confined space and numerical advantage couldn't be exploited. Furthermore, the hive's decomposition chamber was operating at full capacity. Fighting here might damage the chamber and affect Inar's advancement. "Come on, I was just teasing. What's with the anger at such a young age? Can I talk business with you now?" Selena said with a pout. Lin Su stopped in his tracks, turned and looked at her. Selena smiled sweetly and got straight to the point. "Are you interested in joining the Abyss?" Hearing this, Lin Su grinned broadly, still keeping his eyes fixed on Selena, neither agreeing nor refusing. "What's that expression for?" Selena asked, puzzled. Lin Su's smile deepened as he explained, "I'm waiting for you to finish speaking. Like what benefits I'd get if I agree, and what would happen to me if I don't." Selena covered her mouth in surprise and praised, "What a clever little fellow. Tisk tisk, Moros was right, you really are interesting." Saying so, she chuckled to herself. Lin Su's pupils narrowed. The moment the name Moros reached his ears, his mind was struck by a thunderbolt. Moros, a creature from the abyss. Lin Su vividly remembered that when he checked Nan Gongyun's attributes, it was Moros that shared a symbiotic relationship with him. Selena had heard about him from Moros. Doesn't this mean that when he discovered Moros, Moros had also noticed him? Moreover, it was very likely that Selena sought him out under Moros's instruction. Unaware of the subtle changes in Lin Su's expression, Selena spoke with increased gravity. She said, getting back to the point, "If you agree to join the Abyss, they would spare no effort to train you to become the next Nan Gongyun." Lin Su, expressionless, reminded her, "Yes, Nan Gongyun, the war god of the China region. Imagine once you become the war god, how many beautiful girls would scramble to climb into your bed. That scene, wow, haha." She glanced at Lin Su appreciatively, her eyes narrowing with excitement as if she could already see that scene before her. Selena's lines seemed rehearsed and not very fluent, which further confirmed Lin Su's suspicion that she was sent by Moros. Thinking this, Lin Su kindly asked, "And what if I refuse?" "Then I'll kill you myself," Selena responded without hesitation, smiling yet coldly speaking. Lin Su simply smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, but as a Messenger, your performance is mediocre and there are things you are unaware of. If you can bring Moros here, then I might consider your request, but for now. As he spoke, Lin Su gripped his splitting blade ready for battle. The thing about Selena being uninformed of course referred to the tragedy that befell his family years ago. Since she didn't even know Nan Gongyan well, she couldn't possibly know about those events. Moros and Nan Gongyan had a symbiotic relationship and Nan Gongyan was a witness to that past event. Thus Lin Su hoped to extract some information about the past from Moros. Seeing Lin Su ready to fight at the drop of a hat, Selena, utterly speechless, waved her hand in resignation. All right, I don't know how your mind works, it seems you can't be fooled. You want to meet Moros, right? Fine, no problem. With that, she flicked her wrist, tossing a plant seed onto the ground. The moment it hit the soil, the seed split open and blood vessel-like roots stabbed into the ground. The next instant, a small flower dense with pupils sprouted from the bud. Lin Su's pupils dilated, and he activated his demon's eye. Name: Moros. Category: Abyssal creature. Clone. Level: LV1. Life: 193. Mana: 112. Attack: 1. Amidst chuckles, a voice echoed, "Who is summoning me?" A grating, unpleasant noise emanated from the mouth of the creature adorned with sharp teeth. As it spoke, its floral core rotated and Moros scanned the surroundings, quickly grasping the situation at hand. "Are you looking for me, boy?" His gaze locked onto Lin Su, his mouth twisting into a grin as he asked. Without any unnecessary words, Lin Su went straight to the point. "Yes, tell me everything you know about the incident at my family's home years ago and I promise to join the Abyss." Seemingly startled by Lin Su's direct approach, Moros paused momentarily, his floral core spinning as he looked helplessly towards Selena. Selena shrugged, indicating she knew nothing, but after a moment's thought she nodded, confirming that matters had indeed progressed to this point. Confused, Moros turned back to Lin Su and asked directly, "Is that all you ask for, nothing else?" "Of course, the premise is that you don't prevent me from seeking revenge," Lin Su added. After a moment's contemplation, as if making a significant decision, Moros nodded. "No problem, it's a deal," he declared. As he spoke, his sharp-toothed mouth opened and he vomited out a seed. "Here, take this seed in your hand, crush it, and I will immediately tell you everything I know." This was the Abyss Seed, a strengthening item that permanently increased all attributes by 50 points, but if the host committed any act severely damaging to the Abyss, all attributes would be deducted by 100 points. The seed, named Moros Vine Seed, was a parasitic entity. Once used, the vine seed would root itself into the host's heart. If Moros, the vine's master, died, the host's heart would be instantly shredded. Moreover, once enhanced, it would add 50 points permanently to all attributes, but these benefits would disappear if the vine was removed. Moros could also control the vine to attack the host's heart at any time. Lin Su, noticing two completely different descriptions through the magical detection, slightly curled the corners of his mouth. It was clear that Moros intended to trap him. Once he used the vine seed, his life would be directly in the opponent's hands and he would even die if the opponent died. Indeed, a clever move. But having this vine stab into my heart, how terrifying, Lin Su thought coldly to himself. Might as well take a gamble and see who is more cunning. With a sneer in his heart, Lin Su looked at Moros. "Do you think I'm a fool? What if I use the seed and you either don't tell or lie to me? Then let's sign a contract, an abyss pact that no one can break," Lin Su suggested, raising an eyebrow. "Okay, let's sign the pact, but I also have an additional condition," he added, anticipating that Lin Su wouldn't agree so easily. Moros chuckled dryly and asked, "What's the condition? Let's hear it." Lin Su replied straightforwardly, "I want Selena to help me clear the world instance and I want to maximize the benefits." Selena, incredulous, exclaimed, "What, boy, you actually want me to be your fighter?" Lin Su seemed unexpectedly focused on the world instance, which puzzled Moros as his dense pupils filled with confusion. Watching the expressions of the two men, Lin Su couldn't help but scoff out loud. "Didn't you just say that the Abyss would do everything in its power to nurture, and now you can't even fulfill this small request?" Stung by Lin Su's words, Moros felt a moment of embarrassment. After a brief contemplation, he touched a flower bud and said, "Fine, what do you want Selena to do?" "Just say it. Have her take control of the world boss Ira and make Ira start using the dissection chamber to dissolve all the common insect species in her own nest," Lin Su instructed. Moros, suspecting Lin Su's true intentions, challenged him. "Just this, kid, don't tell me you want to send Selena away and plan to escape. Be honest with me. I know Nangongyan gave you a jade pendant, but he's currently trapped in the Abyss battlefield and can't come to save you." Lin Su, seeing through Moros' suspicion, smirked and his gaze returned to the demonic vine seed. Contract. Understanding the cue, Moros gestured with his palm like leaf and a parchment contract appeared. Lin Su glanced over it. The general content was that after using the seed of the abyss, Moros, his avatar, would disclose everything he knew about Lin Su's family affairs from years ago. Confirming the contract was accurate, Lin Su touched it with his finger, his blood quickly staining the document, followed by Moros doing the same. The next moment a notification of the contract's establishment appeared. After all this, Lin Su took out a bottle of mineral water and, with a look of disgust, rinsed the demonic vine seed repeatedly before finally holding it in his hand. "Hey kid, I feel like you're insulting me," Moros said, annoyed. Lin Su shook his head expressionlessly. "No, I just genuinely find you disgusting. I don't mean to insult you." Moros was visibly irritated. Just then, with a snap, Lin Su crushed the demonic vine seed in his hand. Dense blood vessel-like roots emerged and violently pierced into Lin Su's palm. The next moment, realizing that Lin Su did not resist the vine's roots like leeches tasting fresh blood, desperately burrowed into Lin Su's body. Soon Lin Su's palm returned to normal and the blood vessel-like roots of the demonic vine disappeared. Notification: the demonic vine seed has parasitized you, permanently increasing all attributes by 50 points. Now do you believe me? Lin Su looked disdainfully at Moros. Hehehe, of course I must believe you. I like the resolute and decisive way you handle things. Very good, I really didn't misjudge you. Moros laughed joyfully, overjoyed as he watched Lin Su use the demonic vine seed. Lin Su, uninterested in engaging further, turned his gaze to Selena. "I'm in a hurry, you should get going now." Yes, Selena, go now, hurry," Moros urged from the side. "You little rascal, you really outdid yourself, getting a level 75 boss like me to help a newbie like you in a dungeon. Not just in the China region, but probably nowhere else in the world could you find another example," Selena said indignantly, standing up. As her voice fell, her figure disappeared from sight. "Alright, it's your turn," Lin Su said, looking towards Moros and instructing him. Moros felt a sudden surge of control by Lin Su, a line of irritation forming on his forehead. However, the thought that Lin Su's life was now in his hands quickly reassured him. After a moment he gathered his thoughts and said, "Actually, what Nan Gongyan told you is mostly how things happened, but there's one thing he lied about." Lin Su raised an eyebrow. "What?" Moros rubbed his hands together, which looked like leaves, and said thoughtfully, "There is a traitor within the China region. The entire assassination operation was successful due to the traitor's coordination from within and outside. Think about it, for such a large-scale operation, how could there have been no leaks at all within the China region beforehand? Moreover, most of the high-level core forces information is confidential, yet the targets of the entire assassination operation were pinpointed with unusual clarity. Without an insider, how could such information have been leaked?" Lin Su, pondering, asked. "So who is this so-called traitor?" "Nan Gong-yun," Moros said without any hesitation. Lin Su's eyebrows twitched, sensing something odd about the whole affair. Nan Gong-yun and Moros were supposed to be symbiotic. No, that's not right. Realizing this, Lin Su suddenly understood. He had already used the abyssal seed and knew enough about it. Nan Gong-yun and Moros were indeed in a symbiotic state, but it was one-sided. That is, if Moros died, Nan Gong-yun would also perish. However, if Nan Gong-yun were to die, it would not affect Moros at all. At this moment, without any hesitation, Moros betrayed Nan Gong-yun. Putting aside the matter of revenge itself, his intentions became quite clear. He wanted Lin Su to confront Nan Gong-yun. Although Lin Su currently lacked the strength to do so, he would definitely possess it in the near future. This meant that there must be friction between Moros and Nan Gong-yun. In fact, Moros was already contemplating eliminating Nan Gong-yun, as Lin Su thought to himself. "Don't worry, although you currently lack the strength to deal with Nan Gong-yun, with the help of our abyss you will soon grow strong enough to handle him personally," Moros continued. "Besides, Nan Gong-yun's strength isn't as exaggerated as the rumors suggest. Facing an army of 300,000 from the abyss alone, and how is that possible? That was just a show put on by us in the abyss to elevate his position." As Lin Su heard this, his eyelids twitched and he looked at Moros, puzzled. "So, are you admitting that Nan Gong-yun is one of the abyss?" Seeing Lin Su's knowing look, Moros scoffed disdainfully and said, "Kid, no need to pretend. I felt you sensed something was off about him the moment you first saw him." With a long sigh, Moros explained, "As for Nan Gong-yun, he only has himself to blame. After we in the abyss supported him to power, he started acting recklessly. Well, now let me ask you one last question." Lin Su had no interest in listening to the rambling stories and he cut off the other person mid-sentence. "Ask your question," Moros said directly. Lin Su, with a cold stare, calmly asked, "Has the abyss been involved in my family's affairs?" Moros shivered and hurriedly explained, "Yes, but that was orchestrated by The previous Abyss Monarch who is now dead. Even if you want revenge, you cannot find him, right? Lin Su sneered, his murderous aura subsiding as he turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? Selena has already settled things on her end. She is urging you to come over, Moros called out, hopping behind Lin Su. Let her wait. If she's bored, she can go and round up the professionals from the other major regions and bring them to the 5th-tier insect nest, Lin Su commanded without turning back, and then he headed straight for the decomposition chamber. Are you ordering me around again? Moros grumbled indignantly. In the insect nest's decomposition chamber, all the insect corpses had been disassembled. Lin Su summoned Inar and ordered him to consume all the energy crystals obtained. Since the nest had not been subjected to artillery fire, almost all the ordinary insect corpses had been preserved intact, yielding a large harvest of energy points. Soon a green light rippled from Inar's body. The 2 antennae on Inar's forehead disappeared as he advanced again. Name, Inar. Type, Insect Queen. 5th-tier puppet. Advancement, 26272/500000. Level, 30. Health, 326425. Mana, 296914. Attack, 30724. Defense, 24629. Skills, Queen's Authority, Mental Roar, Soul Shock, Mental Pierce, Mental Shield. Note: due to Inar's advancement to a 5th-tier Mother Queen, a new skill was acquired, Queen's Authority, which allows control over all insect units of the 5th tier and below. Seeing Inar's newly acquired abilities, Lin Su felt a surge of satisfaction. With this skill, subduing the 5th-tier insect nest would be much less troublesome. Thinking of this, Lin Su quickly checked Inar's advancement again, realizing that it would take another 470,000 energy points for another advancement. He felt a chill. Normally, decomposing all the ordinary insects in a nest would yield at most 50,000 to 60,000 energy points. Needing over 400,000 more meant that it was unlikely for Inar to advance again in this instance. Suppressing his cluttered thoughts, Lin Su closed Inar's attribute panel. Follow me to the 5th-tier insect nest. Catching sight of Moros, who had just managed to catch up due to his short legs, Lin Su commanded directly. As he led Inar out of the insect nest, Moros, once again frustrated, asked, Hey you, how much longer can Selena stay in this instance? Grabbing Moros and tossing him onto the back of a Hellfire Dragon, Lin Su asked coldly, thinking he still wanted to use Selena to gain benefits in the instance. Moros replied irritably, she can stay for about another 6 hours. Pondering for a moment, Lin Su continued to inquire, can she leave at any time during this period? No, I can't leave until the time is up. Why are you asking this? Moros asked warily. Lin Su smiled and explained, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to know how long you can keep working for me. Moros snorted disdainfully in response. Soon, the Hell Flame Dragon carried Lin Su and landed in front of the 5th-tier insect nest without encountering any attacks. By then, Selena was already waiting at the clearing. Observing the insect nest soldiers standing around like wooden statues, Lin Su asked Selena curiously, how did you manage this? Selena scoffed dismissively, it's just a level 20 world boss. I caught her and beat her up, and now she listens to whatever I say. Lin Su was astonished, not expecting Selena to handle a world boss with such brute force. It was probably even more unexpected for Ira, the world boss herself. She had just declared war on her own, only to have a level 55 abyss boss show up at her doorstep. Thinking of this, Lin Su asked Selena, have the ordinary insects started disintegrating yet? Yes, Selena nodded directly. She then glanced around at the densely packed insect soldiers and said somewhat speechlessly, with so many insects, you're not planning to kill them all for leveling up, are you? That would take forever, and I can't stay here that long. Indeed, according to Selena's thoughts, there were already over 10,000 insect soldiers. Even though they had all lost their ability to resist, it would still take Lin Su a while to kill them all, and she could only stay in this world instance for less than 6 more hours. Hearing Selena's comment, Lin Su just smiled nonchalantly and shook his head. No need, it will be done quickly. Saying this, he conjured an image in his mind. In the lush dense forest, tens of thousands of insect puppet soldiers were rapidly advancing towards the 5th-tier insect nest. Thinking this, Lin Su let his thoughts move and directly instructed Inar to take control of all the insect soldiers in the 5th-tier nest. Indeed, if he personally sent these insect soldiers away, he would gain quite a lot of experience. But that would be too slow. If he let the puppets handle it, though, it would be a matter of minutes. However, just as this thought surfaced in Lin Su's mind, a sudden inspiration struck him. The insect nest soldiers could also be sent to the disassembly room for disintegration. If he disassembled all the insect soldiers from the 5th-tier nest, he wondered if it could gather enough energy points for Inar's advancement. With this thought, Lin Su directly headed to the disassembly room of the 5th tier nest. Compared to the 4th tier, the efficiency of the 5th tier disassembly room was more than 10 times higher. In just a short while, only about 1/10 of the ordinary insects in the 5th tier nest remained. With this in mind, he decided to conduct an experiment. First, he disassembled one of the ordinary insects from the nest. Lin Su's fingers touched the walls of the disassembly room. With a quick thought, Inar took control of a Zerg sentinel and directed it into the disassembly room. A notification popped up, energy point +1 followed by another, energy point +35. Lin Su's eyes narrowed immediately upon seeing this. The energy points obtained from disassembling the two were vastly different. Could this mean that Inar had the potential to advance to the 6th tier? With this thought, Lin Su decisively ordered Inar to send all the 5th tier Zerg Hive soldiers into the disassembly room. Moments later, watching the rapidly increasing energy points, Lin Su's lips curved into a slight smirk. By doing this, he would lose quite a few puppets, but he no longer lacked ordinary combat power. What he urgently needed now was high-level combat power. "Hey kid, what are you doing? Are you really going to waste all this free experience?" Moros, bewildered by Lin Su's actions, asked in a hoarse voice from behind him. Lin Su chuckled, completely ignoring him. Moros instantly felt dissatisfaction and his tone became more serious. "Okay, if you don't want to answer that, fine, but you must tell me how you managed to control so many Zerg soldiers." From the moment Moros was summoned, he noticed that Lin Su could control Zerg soldiers, and in a significantly large number at that. Undoubtedly, this was crucial intelligence for the Abyss. Seeing that Moros was determined to get to the bottom of it, Lin Su pointed his chin at Inar and explained, "It's not me controlling them, it's my summon who was also from the Zerg race and of a high tier." "Really? What a coincidence." Moros scrutinized Lin Su with suspicion. Entering a dungeon teeming with Zerg only to find that one has a high-tier Zerg summon seemed far too convenient. However, after much thought, Moros couldn't figure it out and decided to remain silent while Lin Su was busy disassembling the Zerg soldiers from the 5th tier hives. In the Huaxia region at the Abyss frontline, Nan Gongyan watched two blood-red world announcements, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. "Moros, Moros," he roared inwardly, his sword swinging fiercely in his hand. A wave of sword energy rippled out, forcing back two battling lava giants. In the next moment, a flash of white light under his feet indicated he was about to teleport away. However, just then, a massive barrier of light flashed in the sky. The white light vanished and Nan Gongyan remained rooted to the spot, unable to move. Nan Gongyan's attempt to teleport failed. A lava troll laughed wickedly. "Ha, I know what you're trying to do. Just give up, the entire space here is sealed. You want to teleport out and save that boy? Don't even think about it. Moros, I'm going to kill you." Nan Gongyan roared and charged towards the two lava trolls. Meanwhile, at the Jiangdu military region, Zhang Kai had just hung up the phone with Chen Tianming and was rushing towards Tang Dingbang's office when he was stopped by a guard. Zhang Kai glared and shouted, "Move aside, I have urgent matters to report to the commander." Seeing Zhang Kai's almost desperate stance, one of the guards explained, "The commander isn't here, he has already left for the headquarters. He said if you were looking for him to tell you not to worry, he's guaranteed the safety of that boy and he'll get the end stone even if it costs him his position as commander." Zhang Kai stiffened, his eyes reddening instantly. The end stone, a treasure of China that could in any instance allowing the people inside to return instantly, was crucial while everyone was busy dealing with Lin Su's situation. Inside the 5th level of the bug nest, a green light surged from Inar, and at the same time, a translucent green gem grew on her forehead. Name: Inar. Species: Bug Queen. Tier 6, Puppet. Progress: 6272/2500000. Level: 30. Health: 516625. Mana: 396916. Attack: 42724. Defense: 36629. Skills: Queen's Authority, Mental Roar, Soul Shock, Mental Pierce, Mental Shield. Lin Su grinned as Inar's attributes surged nearly by a third. "This definitely increases our chances of winning," he muttered. After hesitating, Lin Su finally took out the gene enhancement crystal he had been reluctant to use from his personal space. The situation had developed to this point. The world instance was virtually broken through by him, and the large-scale recruitment of puppets would likely not happen again. Thinking this, Lin Su squeezed his hand, the pale yellow crystal cracked and the notification followed immediately. Notification: Subordinates Bug Gene Evolution in Progress, Evolution Successful. As this message appeared near the bug nest, green lights flashed on nearly 10,000 arriving bug species, their human features becoming more pronounced. Lin Su quickly checked the attributes of several bug puppets and indeed found some had evolved healing abilities. With a thought, he began gathering a large group of bug puppets outside the bug nest. Hey kid, what are you doing? Selena asked, full of suspicion and dissatisfaction. God knows what this kid is up to, he always ignores our questions, how boring. Morrow shook his flower stamen, annoyed. Lin Su smiled slightly, glanced at Morrows and Selena and called out, that should be about enough, you two can come with me now. Saying this, he led Inar straight towards the outside of the bug nest. Hey kid, make yourself clear, what are you asking us to do? Selena asked, confused. You'll know once you're out, Lin Su replied coldly without turning his head. Moments later, as they watched the large group of bug puppets gathering nearby, Selena snorted disdainfully. Kid, you're not itching for a fight with me, are you? With those words, a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Lin Su shook his head, a cold smile on his face as he drew his sky cleaver blade, speaking indifferently. Of course not, I was just thinking about slaughtering you. As his voice fell, his figure instantly vanished. What the? He has spatial abilities. Selena's pupils shrank sharply when she saw Lin Su disappear. There was no doubt among all the abilities in close combat, spatial ability was the most troublesome. During their previous encounter, Lin Su had not revealed this ability, he had been concealing his true skills. A level 23 newcomer facing off against a level 75 assassin, and he had deliberately hidden his strength. This guy, if not a madman, was definitely a freak. As Selena was struck by shock, her instincts told her to retreat. However, at that moment, the sound of a blade slicing through air whispered past her ear. Lin Su suddenly reappeared behind Selena, his sky cleaver aimed viciously at her neck. How is he so fast? In horror, Selena quickly rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging Lin Su's strike in a very awkward manner. You're playing for real, she began, but before she could finish, a blast of energy from Inar broke through the air, hitting her with a cone-shaped energy attack. Selena was sent flying. A bright crimson -29,724 floated above her head. She realized in shock that Inar's strength had significantly increased compared to their first encounter. Are you serious? She wiped the blood from her mouth, glaring furiously at Lin Su. What else? Lin Su grinned, his tone chilling. As his words ended, a buzzing sound filled the air. Dozens of knives trailing silver streaks shot towards Selena at high speed. Boom! Selena's figure vanished like a bubble, and the spot where she had just been standing was blasted into a crater several meters in diameter. Are you insane? I've already told you everything I know, and Selena even helped you control the Fifth Order hive. Why are you attacking her? At that moment, the short-legged Morrows arrived just in time to witness the battle between Lin Su and Selena, asking in shock. Lin Su gave a cold laugh. There's nothing good in the abyss, you know what you gave me, don't you? Moreover, you think a contract without any penalties would deceive me, but let me thank you, fools. Without your help, Inar wouldn't have been able to advance to the 6th tier, and I wouldn't have gotten those free 200 attribute points. As his voice fell, Lin Su's feet pressed hard against the ground, and he shot towards Selena like an arrow released from a bowstring. Clang! As Selena reappeared, barely steady on her feet, Lin Su's blade struck, sending her flying over 10 meters away. Selena's eyes twitched with fury as she noticed a glaring notch on the dagger. She shouted, Morrows, we've been played by this brat. He never intended to join the abyss, nor did he believe your lies. Attack him, kill him, damn it. Right when Selena was losing her temper, Inar appeared beside her like a phantom. A gray fist broke through the air, violently aiming for her head. With a splatter, blood flew everywhere. 76245, -76,245. These ferocious numbers floated above Selena's head just as she dodged Inar's attack. Suddenly, Lin Su appeared beside her, his long sword swinging down fiercely, slicing off a large chunk of flesh from her shoulder. Lin Su, stop, or do you believe I won't kill you? Morrows yelled from the side, his face twisted with malice. By now he had completely realized that Lin Su had known all along that what he offered was not a seat of the abyss, and Lin Su had played along with him and Selena merely to use this time to allow Inar to advance and enhance his combat strength. They had been thoroughly outplayed, and realizing this, Morrows trembled with rage. In a flicker of thought, the demonic vine rooted at Lin Su's heart constricted. Meanwhile, as Lin Su was leaning back to dodge the dagger Selena angrily aimed at his neck, his movements suddenly halted. Click! Lin Su's phoenix shield shattered instantaneously. Selena's dagger barely grazed his jaw, leaving a wound from which blood immediately began to flow. Morrow sneered, boy, consider this a small lesson. Next time I will directly shred your heart. However, just as the smug Morrows finished speaking, a scene unfolded that nearly popped his eyes out. right after Lin Su was wounded, nearly 1,000 colorful spells emerged from the surrounding insectoids. Without exception, all these spells were healing abilities and they all landed on Lin Su. His health instantly returned to full and his wounds healed right before their eyes. Seeing this miraculous scene, Selena shivered, her dagger nearly dropping to the ground. My God, how can insectoids possibly have priests? That was the first thought that popped into her head, but the reality hit her hard, leaving no room for disbelief. Not only were there priests, but there were nearly 1,000 of them. Though the healing spells from these insectoids were basic, their sheer number was overwhelming. So many priests focused on restoring one person's condition. Not just any lively person, but even if the one on the receiving end were a corpse in a coffin, they might well have brought it back to life. This explained why Lin Su dared to confront her directly after gathering a bizarre group of insectoids. It was all premeditated. Thinking this, Selena lost any desire to continue fighting Lin Su and turned to Moros, cursing, Moros, what are you waiting for? Kill him, this guy is a freak, we can't fight this battle. A flicker of conflict passed through Moros's eyes. Indeed, Lin Su's talents were extraordinary and it would be a real pity to kill him. As the situation reached a critical point, Selena, already struggling between Lin Su and Yinar's coordinated attacks, was unexpectedly struck in the back by Yinar. Damn it, fight back, she urged. By now, she had fully recovered her senses and realized that her charm was no match for Lin Su and Yinar. Continuing this battle would lead only to one outcome, death. Fine, Lin Su, you brought this on yourself, Moros growled viciously. Just as he hesitated, his eyes suddenly focused intently. Boom! A surge of red energy burst forth from Lin Su, his health plummeting to the brink. He spat out blood, his eyes instantly turning a deep bloody red. His skill Frenzy activated. It boosted all his attributes by 50% and made him immune to any fatal attacks. Meanwhile, a notification popped up in Moros's mind, shocking him deeply. Alert! Due to unknown reasons, this attack is ineffective. How could this be? Moros felt a chill run through him, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a sinister, sickly smile, Lin Su laughed coldly, his eyes crimson with madness. Suddenly he plunged his hand into his own chest. What is he doing? Selena exclaimed in shock, staring at Lin Su's hand buried in his heart. Realization twisted Moros's face as he came to a sudden understanding. He's gone mad, he's trying to remove the Heartvine seed. Stop him. Normally, attempting to remove the Heartvine seed in such a manner would be fatal many times over, yet Lin Su stood there unaffected. Recalling the failed fatal attack from moments earlier, Moros suddenly realized that Lin Su must possess a divine skill that could lock his health. With this revelation, forcibly removing the Heartvine seed wasn't out of the question. Once removed, Lin Su would be free from his constraints. Such a monstrously growing terror, if left to roam the world instance, would pose a deadly threat to the abyss in time. Understanding this, Selena quickly dodged Yinar's attack and aimed her dagger straight at Lin Su's neck. Lin Su roared furiously. He grabbed the vine embedded in his heart with his left hand and forcefully pulled. At the same time, his split sky blade cleaved down at Selena. Selena's scalp tingled instantly. How can he react so fast, this freak? He's gotten stronger. Just as this thought flashed through Selena's mind, the split sky blade passed at an incredible speed, just a hair's breadth from her cheek. Her horn along with half her arm fell off her head as she barely escaped death. Two exaggerated damage numbers floated above her head, -157,500 and -79,890. Bang! Before the fragments on Selena's body even hit the ground, she was kicked away by Lin Su. The next moment, with a splat, the demonic vine seed that had been embedded in Lin Su's heart was forcibly pulled out by him. An alert sounded. Demonic vine seed has been removed, enhancement properties deactivated. Instantly afterward, with a squelch, the demonic vine seed exploded, turning into a puddle of blood. Lin Su laughed cruelly, his gaze now blood-red, shifting back to Selena. She glanced at her depleted health and completely drained mana, her face contorting in agony. Now, she felt as though Moros and Lin Su were in cahoots, scheming to kill her together. It was Moros who had nodded in agreement, prompting her to join Lin Su in this dungeon raid. This collaboration had enabled Lin Su to cultivate his insectoid summon into a high-level combatant capable of matching her blow for blow. Later, Moros had also given Lin Su the demonic vine seed, increasing his total attributes by 200 points, boosting his power tremendously on the spot. Now, with Lin Su and his summon working together, she was no match for them. As Moros loudly proclaimed his intent to kill the enemy, Lin Su not only survived his attacks but also doubled his strength. Damn it, who exactly is on whose team here? Selena thought to herself. She was just a level 75 succubus skilled in charm. why should she endure this? With these thoughts, she didn't bother with Moroz's fate and immediately got up and ran. Selena Moros, realizing she was ignoring him and fleeing the scene, was utterly speechless. Though it was just an avatar that would die without affecting the grand scheme, the pain of death was no less intense. Just as he was contemplating this, Lin Su, his eyes blazing red, stomped down on him. Stop, don't come any closer. Meanwhile, Selena had just turned around when she was blocked by Anar. It wasn't just Anar that frightened her. Behind him loomed a horde of insectoid puppets, and above a magic dragon circled, ready to strike. Lin Su's cold laughter echoed from behind her. Swallowing hard, Selena turned stiffly around. Clang! The crack of the void blade slashed through the air. A line of blood slowly appeared on Selena's delicate neck as she stared at Lin Su incredulously. Managing to say, "You ruthless kid, next time we meet I'll definitely kill you." As her words fell, her form dissipated like a bubble. Announcement. Due to unknown reasons, Abyssal Boss Selena has been forcibly removed from the world instance, all attributes reduced by 30 points. Lin Su's physical injuries were not severe and his mental state quickly recovered. Additionally, nearly 1,000 insectoid priest puppets aided in healing his chest wound. Glancing at the announcement, Lin Su smirked. He hadn't expected that despite his meticulous planning he would still fail to kill Selena. He thought to himself that at her level an abyssal boss would undoubtedly have some life-saving tricks up her sleeve. With that, Lin Su simply let it go. Lin Su had already made a fortune from this round of the world dungeon, and he didn't care much about the little experience Selena could offer. With that thought, he turned and walked towards the heart of the insect lair. The world boss Ira was still alive and he was determined to take her down. As the insectoid puppets guarding Ira dispersed, Lin Su curved the corners of his mouth and taunted, "To be a world boss and end up like this, you're truly the most miserable I've ever seen without a rival." Ira, whose physique was similar to a normal human, possessed human features and limbs, but her torso resembled that of an insect, specifically a bee. Ordinarily, her form coupled with her delicate features exuded a distinct aura. However, now she was a mess, hair disheveled, body bloodied, and her wings torn apart. Who knows what cruel method Selena had employed on her? Ira coldly glanced at Lin Su and retorted, "Ha, among all the humans I've met, you are the most despicable. Without a rival, we are alike in that regard." Lin Su simply smiled faintly, unwilling to argue with a dying creature, and swiftly changed the subject. "Can you still hatch a Hellflame Dragon here?" he asked. The attributes of the Hellflame Dragon were truly impressive, and as a war creature born for battle, Lin Su was keen to acquire more if possible. However, upon taking over the 5th-tier insect lair, he hadn't found any other Hellflame Dragons. Realizing Lin Su was eyeing the Hellflame Dragon, Ira scoffed disdainfully. "What a beautiful dream you have. Each 5th-tier insect lair can only have one Hellflame Dragon in its lifetime. Once dead, it can never be hatched again, so you might as well give up on that idea now." Lin Su pursed his lips, now understanding why no Hellflame Dragon had been sent from the second 4th-tier lair he had occupied. Disappointed by this revelation, he glanced at the pitiful state of Ira once more and said resignedly, "Well, since you put it that way, there's no need for you to survive either." With that, his eyes narrowed and his sky-cleaving blade was drawn in an instant. Successfully slaying world boss Ira LV20 inch, he gained plus 430,000 experience and received one world boss treasure chest, a golden light sword from Lin Su, as he was congratulated for advancing to LV24 and successfully completing the world dungeon. The strife of the insectoids earning an additional world dungeon treasure chest. As the dungeon concluded and a half-minute countdown started for exit preparation, Lin Su glanced at Ira's unyielding corpse. With a thought, a swirling black mist gathered and a pale-skinned Ira soon fluttered back to life. "Alright everyone, come back, we're leaving." As Lin Su's voice fell, all the insectoid puppets instantly transformed into black mist, rapidly surging towards Lin Su's body. "They're back, they're back." The medical team was called to action. Hurry, check their health, treat them." After Tang Dingbang left the military area, Zhang Kai had been waiting with the medical team at the place where Lin Su and his group entered the world instance. Seeing the white light of teleportation appear, he was overjoyed and immediately began directing the medical team to prepare for rescue. The casualty rate in ordinary world instances was already high, not to mention the nightmare difficulty. Moreover, this time the world instance was invaded by an abyssal boss. Zhang Kai had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of casualties among Lin Su's group. He had even prepared martyr medals. However, upon seeing Lin Su and his team, he gradually found himself at a loss for words. To his surprise, not only had everyone returned, but apart from Lin Su, none of them were injured. As for the wound on Lin Su's jaw, if the medical team didn't act quickly, there might not even be a chance to apply a band-aid. And there was more. At that moment, Long Yichen was holding a half-finished bottle of beer and Xiong Zhuang was grabbing a handful of barbecue. Yu Ling and Xu Jing were a bit better, but the grease on their mouths was clearly not wiped clean. Who got injured among you? The medical team, who had already rushed up with stretchers, was puzzled. One doctor pushed up his glasses and asked in confusion. These people didn't look like they had just emerged from a world instance. It seemed more like they had gone for a barbecue campout. Lin Su, are you all right? Any other injuries? Zhang Kai approached with concern. No, it's nothing serious. By then Lin Su had already changed into a new shirt and the wound on his chest was indiscernible. The matter of the devil vine seed was related to Nangong Yun and he didn't want to make it public. Just then Xiong Zhuang timidly raised his hand. Instructor Zhang, I'm not sure if I should say this, but lately I've been eating hot pot and barbecue one after another and it's kind of causing me some heatiness. Before Xiong Zhuang could finish, Zhang Kai kicked him in the rear. Am I discussing whether it's hot or not with you? Zhang Kai glared at Xiong Zhuang and then pressed on. What exactly did you all experience in the world instance? Why did the abyssal boss forcibly withdraw from the instance? Also, how did you manage to get out in the end? Faced with Zhang Kai's barrage of questions, Xiong Zhuang awkwardly spread his hands. The questions you're asking, I'd like to know too, but I was just playing soy sauce the whole time in the world instance. It was only the boss fighting. Maybe you should ask him instead. As Xiong Zhuang's words fell, Long Yichen and the others immediately echoed, playing soy sauce +1, another +1, me too +1. Zhang Kai frowned deeply, speechless as he looked at them. Playing soy sauce in a world instance? What kind of international joke was this? However, just as this thought surfaced, a world announcement appeared. Announcement. The conflict in the world instance of the insect race has ended. Slayer of the world boss from the Huaxia region, Blade Devil Lin Su. Seeing that the announcement didn't even mention the names of Long Yichen and the others, Zhang Kai couldn't help but twitch. Kid, how on earth did you do it? Glancing briefly at Long Yichen and his group, whose acting seemed a bit over the top, Lin Su was equally speechless. They couldn't have missed the notification about leaving the world copy soon. The reason for their exaggerated behavior was clear. They were afraid of having the credit for clearing the world copy taken from them. With this in mind, Lin Su reluctantly explained, we just killed the world boss and came out, nothing else really. As they were speaking, a flash of white light from the teleportation array in the military camp signaled someone's arrival. Tang Dingbang, with his clothes slightly disheveled, stepped out from the array. Upon seeing Lin Su and his group safe and sound, he was overjoyed. Good lad, I knew you could do it. My trip to Kyoto wasn't in vain. Sir, your clothes? Zhang Kai asked with concern, noticing the missing buttons and a large tear on Tang's shirt. Tang waved his hand dismissively. I had a scuffle with some old men guarding the central military warehouse. They refused to hand over the Eternal Oblivion Stone because I didn't have complete paperwork, so I took it by force, he explained, slightly embarrassed. The world copy ended shortly after he seized the stone, making the fight somewhat pointless. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Su and the others. Alright, everyone should head back and rest. I'll find out more about what happened inside the copy later, Tang said as Lin Su was about to turn toward the dormitory. Tang patted Lin Su on the shoulder, adding, kid, you did well, you've earned a big merit this time. Tell me everything that happened inside the world copy later. Also, Oljin said he wants to meet you when he's free. Sure, Lin Su nodded resolutely in agreement. As Lin Su turned to leave again, Zhang Kai pulled him aside. What's up? Lin Su asked, looking back. When you have a moment, call Chen Tianming to let him know you're safe. That old guy is in the hospital and keeps asking about you, Zhang Kai explained. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. As a professional, getting sick is out of the question. The only reason to go to a hospital would be for an injury, and a normal injury could be easily fixed with a healing spell. A hospital visit would mean it's serious. The only thing that could seriously injure Chen Tianming, apart from going into a copy, I can't think of anything else. But that doesn't make sense either. The National College entrance exams are coming up and Chen Tianming should be busy helping senior students level up, not having time to dive into copies. Pondering this, Lin Su directly asked, why is he in the hospital? Catching the crux of the matter immediately, Zhang Kai's eyes flickered hesitantly before he sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Don't say I told you to make the call just like that. After saying this, he turned and left. Watching Zhang Kai's departing figure, Lin Su's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Zhang Kai's remark about Chen Tianming being in the hospital was clearly meant for him to hear. It seemed highly likely that Chen Tianming had encountered some trouble and had strictly forbidden Zhang Kai from telling him. With this in mind, Lin Su didn't bother waiting to get back to his dormitory. He pulled out his phone and made a call right away. However, he didn't call Chen Tianming. Instead, he called his homeroom teacher. Given Zhang Kai's evasive demeanor, calling Chen Tianming would probably not yield any answers, so he decided to call the person most likely to be in the know. "Hello, Mr. Wang, this is Lin Su. I wanted to ask about Principal Chen Tianming." Lin Su stated his purpose as soon as the call connected. Old Lin Su, a woman's voice quickly came from the other end of the line, sounding as though she had just been awakened from sleep, her thoughts clearly sluggish. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, she sighed regretfully. You're asking about Principal Chen Tianming? He has been dismissed and is no longer the principal of Jiangdu Middle School." "Why, when did this happen?" Hearing his teacher say this, Lin Su's brow furrowed deeply. Chen Tianming had been the principal of Jiangdu Middle School for nearly a decade, during which the school's academic performance had consistently been top-notch. Even without any particular accolades, his hard work was undeniable. Moreover, this term included himself and Li Xinrui, two students with S-tier qualifications. How could a dismissal happen just like that? Hearing the surprise in Lin Su's voice, the teacher reluctantly continued, "It just happened a couple of days ago, and it actually involves you," she added, making Lin Su even more baffled. He had been in the military district for the past few days. How could it possibly involve him? Thinking it over, Lin Su directly asked for details. Shortly, the teacher began to explain the events of the past 2 days. After Lin Su had left the hospital for the military district, Chen Tianming immediately began working on applying for municipal and provincial rewards for him. With the college entrance examination approaching, any additional resources could significantly boost a candidate's performance. Normally, such rewards would have already been distributed, just like in Li Xinrui's case. However, for some unknown reason, Lin Su's rewards had not been dispersed. Chen Tianming made several trips to the Jiangdu Professional Guild, but after 2 days, there was still no news. Eventually, the president of the Jiangdu Professional Guild, Xia Zhishuan, could no longer stand by and disclosed the whole situation to Chen Tianming. It turned out that Lin Su's rewards had indeed been issued but were intercepted by the municipal authorities before they even reached the guild, and the person who ordered the interception was Deputy Mayor Yi Pingju, who was none other than Yi Hao's father. At this point, it was clear whose hands Lin Su's rewards had ended up in. Enraged, Chen Tianming confronted Yi Pingju directly. Coincidentally, this was when the announcement of the abyssal boss invading the world instance was made, and Yi Pingju made a bold declaration. Lin Su, an orphan and wild child, was deprived of his rightful reward, which was instead given to another son. "What's it to anyone if I give the reward to my own son?" they said, justifying their actions by claiming that Lin Su was destined to die in the world dungeon where the abyssal bosses had invaded. It was fate, they argued, a waste to give the rewards to him. This infuriated Chen Tianming, who had a similar past, his eyes red with anger. "Damn it, so what if my student has no parents? He has me," he shouted, filled with expletives, and immediately confronted Yi Pingju. Chen Tianming, a level 42 warrior, didn't stand a chance against Yi Pingju, a level 56 fire mage. As expected, the confrontation landed Chen Tianming in the hospital, but his misfortune didn't end there. Within 2 hours of his hospitalization, he received a dismissal notice revoking his position as the principal of Jiangdu City Middle School. Teacher Wang narrated these events to Lin Su with a heavy heart, advising him not to do anything foolish over the incident, despite his close relationship with Principal Chen. However, recognizing that Lin Su had now made some influential connections, he hoped that Lin Su could speak up for Chen Tianming when appropriate. Hearing this, Lin Su's heart ached, his fists clenched so tightly that blood dripped from between his fingers. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me all this," he said, before abruptly hanging up and heading straight to Tang Dingbang's office. It was already 1 a.m. and Tang Dingbang was woken up again from his sleep. "What's so urgent that it can't wait until tomorrow? You've just come out of the world dungeon, can your body take this?" Tang Dingbang asked with concern. Lin Su, expressionless, shook his head. "It's not a problem. As a member of Shadowblade, there's something I need to discuss with you before I proceed." Sensing the gravity in Lin Su's demeanor, Tang Dingbang solemnly offered his help within his capacity as a military official. Lin Su raised an eyebrow, impressed yet unsurprised by Tang Dingbang's intuition. Without hesitation, Lin Su declared, "I need to kill 2 people. Yi Pingju, the deputy mayor of Jiangdu City, and his son Yi Hao." He then explained how his feud with Yi Hao began and how Chen Tianming ended up hospitalized due to Yi Pingju. Upon hearing the full story, Tang Dingbang's face darkened with anger. He had not expected that under his watch the Yi family would dare to so brazenly antagonize the military authority of Jiangdu. From a rational and emotional standpoint, Lin Su's decision was faultless. Tang Dingbang mulled over this thought but decided to test Lin Su's character. Pretending to be in a difficult position, he said, "I'm sorry, but the deputy mayor is beyond my authority. I can't help you with this." Lin Su simply smiled and explained, "I didn't expect military assistance. I disclosed my plans because I didn't want to implicate Ingren and even Chen Tianming. Currently Lin Su certainly has the power to assassinate Yi's father and son discreetly." However, once he acted, Tang Dingbang, as the head of Ingren, would inevitably be unable to explain himself. Moreover, having recently had a conflict with Yi Pingju, Chen Tianming would also inevitably be implicated. These were outcomes Lin Su did not wish to see. Just as Lin Su was about to leave Tang Dingbang's office, a loud bang resounded. Tang Dingbang slammed his hands on the desk and coldly said, "What if I order you not to go?" Lin Su stopped, turned back and replied coldly, "Then I'll leave Ingren. We can go our separate ways." Seeing Lin Su's determination, Tang Dingbang struggled to suppress a smile and challenged him, "Give me one good reason why you must do this." Lin Su narrowed his eyes and said, "For Chen Tianming, who once said, 'Though he has no parents, he still has me.'" Tang Dingbang's tone turned icy as he threatened, "What if I send someone to arrest you right now?" Lin Su also smiled coldly, the blade Wangchuan appearing in his hand. "Then you are welcome to try." Another loud bang echoed as Tang Dingbang slapped the desk, bursting into laughter. "Good lad, loyal and righteous. Old Yin was right about you. Damn it, I'm in this with you. Tell me, how many people do you need, and what exactly do you need me to do?" Realizing that Tang Dingbang was just testing him, Lin Su felt a bit embarrassed. "Old fox, your acting is truly something," he thought. Sheathing his blade, Lin Su pondered, "If possible, I'd like you to help reinstate Chen Tianming as the principal of Jiangdu Middle School. I can handle the rest myself." Tang Dingbang scoffed, "Is that all? Can you handle Yi Pingju, a level 53 fire mage?" Lin Su smirked dismissively, "I've taken down a level 75 abyss boss. A level 53 fire mage is nothing." Taken aback, Tang Dingbang asked, "You mean you drove away the abyss boss Selena?" Lin Su nodded, showing him the skilled necromancer, demon puppet. Hearing the gasp of astonishment, Tang Dingbang was momentarily stunned. "This is a walking disaster. Considering you just tackled a Zerg dungeon, how many puppets did you convert in this world dungeon?" "Over 2,000? Lin Su nodded, "A bit more than 2,000. Tang Dingbang was overjoyed. "Good lad, that's impressive. With over 2,000 puppets from just one dungeon, the abyss has nothing to fear in time." But as he laughed, his curiosity piqued and he bluntly asked, "How many more puppets did you bring back this time than the 2,000? Lin Su pondered and glanced uncertainly. "About 18,000 more, around 20,000 in total." With a clang, Tang Dingbang staggered, almost falling off his chair in shock. 18,000 more, and you call that a little? Are you really not in pain hitting an old man's psychological defenses so hard?" Tang Dingbang rambled in his mind, and after a long while he calmed down and tossed a vial of medicine to Lin Su. "Give this to Principal Chen, his injuries will heal quickly. Also come to my place tomorrow morning to pick up the documents to restore his position as principal." Having said that, Tang Dingbang thought for a moment and called his guard over. After whispering a few words, the guard turned and left the room. Less than 10 minutes later, the guard returned with a stack of documents and nodded at Tang Dingbang. Tang Dingbang glanced at the documents, his expression instantly becoming serious. "Shadowblade Special Ops Team Lin Su, listen up." "Yes, sir." Lin Su stood at attention immediately. Tang Dingbang's lips curled slightly as he continued, "My department has received a report. In the Imperial Garden Villa area, Villa Number 1 is suspected of hiding spies from other regions. You are hereby ordered to lead the barrier squad to investigate. If there is resistance, treat them as spies. Eliminate on sight, no need to report back. Ensure no harm to the innocents and do not disturb the nearby residents." "Can you do it?" Lin Su's expression stiffened. A sense of gratitude towards Tang Dingbang naturally arose in his heart. "Where are the spies?" This was clearly Tang Dingbang informing him of the specific location of the Yi family father and son. He had even thought of the excuse for him. Moreover, Tang Dingbang had prepared assistance for him. With these thoughts, Lin Su immediately stood at attention and resolutely said, "Mission will be completed." After speaking, he turned and left the office. Outside, several military vehicles bearing the Jiangdu Military Region license plates were ready to go. "Sir, we are ready to depart at any time," a soldier said, standing at attention before Lin Su. "Move out." Lin Su nodded and directly got into the lead vehicle. The engine roared and the convoy sped towards the Imperial Garden. The convoy passed through the gates of the Imperial Garden without any obstacles. Soon a semicircular barrier silently enveloped a three-story villa, completely isolating it from the surrounding buildings. As the most luxurious villa in the Imperial Garden, Villa Number 1 was located on a hillside some distance away from the other villas, making it by no means crowded as a battlefield. Accepting a token from a member of the barrier squad that allowed free passage through the barrier, Lin Su's lips curled slightly as he walked directly towards the hill. Glancing at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. What slightly surprised Lin Su was that the lights of Villa Number 1 were still brightly lit at this hour. As he approached, he soon heard voices coming from inside the villa. Why should I keep a low profile, Dad? So what if Lin Su comes out of the world copy? He's just lucky, that's all. What's the big deal? We can just have someone kill him again, Yi Hao roared, his voice abruptly cut off by a sharp slap. A middle-aged man's voice followed, furious and exasperated. Kill, 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 that's all you think about? Just yesterday I had Chen Tianming beaten and removed from his position as principal. Do you have any idea how much trouble this has caused? Do you think Chen Tianming was principal for all those years for nothing? Because of what happened yesterday, do you know how many people have started pressuring me? And the worst part is, the union president Xia Jishuan pointed right at my nose and told me to wait and see. That young master might not hold a high position, but behind him stands the entire Xia family, do you understand? And now that wild kid comes out of the world copy, he'll definitely be specially trained by the military district. If he complains about us to the higher-ups, considering how those old fools coddle their own, we'll be in deep trouble. The villa fell into a brief silence as the middle-aged man's shouting echoed off the walls. Moments later, a loud sob broke the stillness, and Yi Hao's weeping followed. I don't care. You have to kill Lin Su for me, Dad. As long as he's around, Li Xinruwei will never look at me properly. And what about the pressure from Chen Tianming? Just kill him too, and then there won't be any problems. Once both Lin Su and Chen Tianming are dead, who would bother to oppose you, a mere mayor over 2 dead men? About 50 meters from the villa, Lin Su paused, a cold smile playing on his lips. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows on one side of the villa's living room, he could clearly see the scene inside. There were 3 people: Yi Hao, the slightly overweight Yipingju, and a man who had been silent the whole time, his face perpetually dark. Seemingly swayed by Yi Hao's suggestion, Yipingju was visibly startled, but he quickly regained his composure and cursed. Lin Su is now in Jiangdu military district. Who would be crazy enough to go there to kill someone? Sensing Yipingju's momentary temptation, Yi Hao immediately reiterated, then let's kill Chen Tianming first. We can let Wang Bo do it to ensure nothing goes wrong. As for Lin Su, he can't hide in the military district forever. With Wang Bo's skills, it would be easy to kill him the moment he is alone. Yipingju opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to object, but he couldn't immediately come up with a reason. Just then, the man who had been standing silently at the side spoke up. The young master is right. Lin Su has incredible potential. If we let him grow, he will definitely pose a fatal threat to our J district in the future. It's indeed better to remove him sooner rather than later. As for Principal Chen, he has already severely threatened Mr. Ye's reputation, which would be detrimental for your future entry into more core departments of Huaxia district. In my opinion, he doesn't need to be spared either. Hearing what the gloomy man said, Yi Peng's eyelids twitched as he asked, when do you plan to make your move, Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang let out a cold laugh. The night is long and dreams aplenty. I will act now. I'm going to deal with Principal Chen first. As he spoke, he rose from the sofa, but just as he reached the door, he paused, his eyes meeting Lin Su's, who was smiling amidst a swirling black mist. His smile deepened as he joyfully asked, from J district? Uncle Wang was taken aback. Upon seeing Lin Su clearly, his eyes narrowed, his voice also filled with surprise. Lin Su. Although he had never met Lin Su in person, he had memorized his photo and was certain he could not be mistaken. Yes, it's me. Lin Su nodded, his tone unusually calm. Overjoyed, Uncle Wang looked at Lin Su as if he were looking at a fool, laughing out loud. I was just about to go looking for you, and here you are, delivering yourself to my doorstep. What luck? What? Lin Su's smile faded, and he coldly asked as he watched Uncle Wang's face twitch. At that moment, outside the villa, within the magical barrier, including the sky, all that met the eye were swarms of vigilant insectoid puppets. Lin Su, curious, asked, you weren't about to say I'm seeking death, were you? Cold sweat broke out on Uncle Wang's forehead as he hastily waved his hands. No, absolutely not. I meant to say how hard it has been to find you. I'm here on behalf of J District to sincerely invite you to join us. His words were abruptly cut off by a loud bang. Inard breaking through the air with a forceful uppercut struck Uncle Wang in the abdomen, interrupting his unfinished sentence. Though only level 30, Inar's true combat strength nearly matched that of the level 75 assassin Selena. Hit by her powerful punch, Uncle Wang's eyes bulged as he was sent flying, bending over midair. Before he could even land, Inar appeared above him. With a fierce side kick from above, she smashed down upon him. Another loud bang followed. Uncle Wang, like a cannonball, plunged into the ground. As the dust settled, Lin Su looked down at the bleeding and barely breathing Uncle Wang, sneering coldly, "Just a level 61 mage and you speak without thinking." He stepped over Uncle Wang's face, smiling as he walked towards the villa. Just then, with a crack, the huge French window shattered instantly. Yi Peng's frightened voice came through. "Son, run fast, I'll hold him off." Although the battle outside the villa was brief, it was by no means quiet. Seeing Uncle Wang knocked out in just 2 rounds, Yi Peng trembled with fear. He couldn't fathom how Lin Su's actions could be so swift and that he would come knocking directly at their door. What shocked him even more was that the other party had only gone through 2 world instances and had already grown to such an extent. However, before he could finish his thought, Yi Hao, who was about to leap from the French window, suddenly stopped. At this moment, more than a dozen spears, gleaming with a cold light, were pressed against his neck. "Run, my son, run," Yi Pengju anxiously urged as he noticed Yi Hao standing still. Yi Hao, seeing the scene outside the villa, almost wet himself with fear and said with a crying voice, "Dad, we can't run anymore, there are monsters outside." Following his son's gaze out the window, Yi Pengju's pupils suddenly contracted and a chill spread through his heart. Ignoring the Yi family's self-dramatizing, Lin Su comfortably sat on the sofa in the living room, letting out a cold laugh. "You wanted to kill me, now here I am, come on, make your move," Lin Su taunted with a smile, looking at Yi Pengju. Seeing Yi Hao, who was forced back into the living room with a spear against his neck, Yi Pengju's face twitched as he pleaded, "Let my son go, you were schoolmates after all, spare him, I'll agree to any conditions you set." Hearing the words "you were schoolmates after all," Lin Su scoffed loudly, and after a moment he coldly commanded, "Kneel down." Yi Pengju was stunned. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a spear from one of the insectoid sentinels instantly pierced through Yi Hao's abdomen. Yi Hao fell to the ground wailing in pain. Yi Pengju's face turned pale. Lin Su, with a slight smirk, tilted his head and asked, "Tell me again who you are." With a thud, Yi Pengju knelt down. "I am nothing, please don't harm Xiao Hao, I will agree to anything." Seeing such a compliant Yi Pengju, Lin Su nodded in satisfaction and casually placed a card on the table. It was the same card issued by Chen Tianming for school rewards. 5 minutes, transfer all the funds you can access to this card. Since I decided to seek justice for Chen Tianming, it couldn't just be about outright killing the father and son, there must be compensation, both mental and material. Soon Yi Pengju, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, put down his phone. "It's done, all transferred, I swear, not a penny left." Looking at the phone showing a transfer alert of over 250 million, Lin Su's mood improved significantly. Thinking this, he no longer felt like bothering with the Yi family further and stood up. "Alright, considering the compensation is adequate, we'll skip the apology, let's consider this matter settled," Lin Su said as he started walking towards the door. Seeing Lin Su actually turning to leave, Yi Pengju sighed with relief and collapsed on the ground. It seemed that his status as the mayor had saved his life after all, as the other party dared not kill him outright. Just as Yi Pengju was comforting himself with these thoughts, Lin Su, who had already reached the door, suddenly stopped as if he remembered something and turned to look at Yi Pengju with an inscrutable expression. "Oh, one more thing I forgot to remind you." "What?" Yi Pengju asked, his expression tensing up again. After a moment's pause, Lin Su sneered and said, "In your next life, if you decide to be human again, remember not to provoke those who can kill." The swarm of insectoid puppets surged forward, and in an instant Yi Hao transformed into a hedgehog of defense. As for Yi Pengju, his furious roar was quickly drowned out by the puppets. Successful kill of a level 53 professional experience +1. Successful kill of a level 15 professional experience +1. Watching the 2 kill records, Lin Su chuckled nonchalantly and simply pocketed the bank card into his personal space. At the Jiangdu military region, Tang Dingbang was completely distraught upon seeing Wang Bo, who Lin Su had brought back half dead. Even his speech stuttered in surprise. You actually caught a spy?" Lin Su smirked, casting a doubtful look at Tang Dingbang. "You didn't know?" Initially, Lin Su thought that Tang Dingbang had concocted a story just to vent on his behalf. However, after actually encountering Wang Bo, he instantly felt that Tang must have had some inkling to send him on this mission. Now, it seemed that might not be the case. Hearing Lin Su say this, Tang Dingbang nearly blew his top, slamming the desk as he cursed, "I knew nothing. If I had known, I would have acted sooner." it's just your luck, kid, that you actually caught a spy. Now things will be much easier to handle. Ha, with this, plus the earlier world dungeon, I'm promoting you 3 levels and raising your monthly salary to 800,000, how about that? Generous, right? Lin Su smirked and decisively left Tang Dingbong's office. Returning to his dorm, Lin Su didn't even bother to shower, he simply collapsed onto his bed. Between the world dungeon and the incident with the Yi family, he was completely exhausted. The thought of dealing with a world treasure chest was simply too much, he had no energy left. The next morning, after obtaining a document of appointment from Tang Dingbang, Lin Su headed straight to the hospital where Chen Tianming was, after confirming Chen Tianming's room number at the hospital reception. Lin Su hesitated for a moment before finally pulling out his phone and making a call. Kid, you finally remembered to call me, ha, good job on taking down another world boss, impressive. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly changed the subject. By the way, how badly are you hurt from the world dungeon? The college entrance exams are soon, you can't afford to be injured. Lin Su smiled knowingly, walking upstairs as he responded, got it. Where are you now? I have something to hand over to you. Hearing this, Chen Tianming on the other end of the line became somewhat flustered and quickly replied regretfully, I can't right now, the work pressure has been a bit much recently. I was just taking my wife and daughter out for a trip and we're currently out of town. With a creak, the door to the hospital room opened and Lin Su appeared with a grin, seeing Chen Tianming wrapped in bandages and one leg suspended in midair. Lin Su's lips curled in a tease. Seems like the roads out of town aren't too kind, huh? Got you all banged up like this? Blinking, Chen Tianming's expression turned incredibly awkward as he confirmed the figure standing before him was indeed Lin Su. Just as he was about to fabricate an excuse, he suddenly grasped the profound implication in Lin Su's words. With his only unbandaged hand, he swiftly grabbed Lin Su, pleading anxiously, Xiao Su, promise uncle, don't do anything foolish. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. Please don't let this minor issue affect you, and don't even think about troubling the Yi family. Seriously, even if uncle begs. Before he could finish, Chen Tianming, driven by his emotions, nearly sat up from the bed. Lin Su quickly restrained him, comforting him, it's all right, I know everything about the matter, let's turn the page on this. Saying so, he handed over an official document to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming, taken aback, took the document with a puzzled heart and glanced over it, exclaiming in surprise, kid, how did you manage this? Lin Su scoffed disdainfully and laughed, you're just a high school principal. With my current military rank, appointing 7 or 8 of you is just a matter of words. Thinking that Lin Su was joking, Chen Tianming cursed playfully and burst into laughter. However, just then, with a loud bang, the door to the hospital room was pushed open again. Zhang Kai stormed in, yelling as he entered, old Chen, you know about your student Lin Su, the commander, right? Upon realizing that Lin Su was also in the room, Zhang Kai's face twitched and he quickly snapped to attention with a salute. Given that Lin Su's military rank was already high and he had been promoted 3 levels just the night before, Zhang Kai now had to address him as commander, which somewhat irked Lin Su. Lin Su was annoyed because Zhang Kai could have explained Chen Tianming's situation clearly yesterday, but he chose not to. Although Lin Su knew Zhang Kai probably didn't want to disturb his entrance exam preparations, Lin Su felt underestimated. How could such matters be resolved with just a phone call? With this thought, Lin Su snorted coldly and ordered out, stand guard at the door. Zhang Kai's face twitched again and with a dark expression he stood at attention. Yes sir. After saying that, he turned and left. Seeing Zhang Kai being put in his place shocked Chen Tianming, but he couldn't help laughing. However, he accidentally aggravated his wound and grimaced in pain. Lin Su flipped his wrist and handed a bottle of medicine to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming looked at the item information and his pupils dilated. Top grade healing potion, kid, you've really made it big? Lin Su grinned and teased, I wouldn't say I've made it big, but looking after a small principal like you is no big deal. Get lost. Chen Tianming cursed at the boastful Lin Su but didn't hesitate to down the healing potion. Soon after, Chen Tianming was able to get out of bed and all his bandages were removed. Feeling refreshed, he tried moving his limbs and praised, awesome. But after the excitement, he looked at Lin Su with some concern, advising, Xiao Su, uncle knows you care about him, but don't get involved with the Yi family. That's not something for someone your age to meddle in. Got it? Yeah, I got it, I won't trouble them, Lin Su replied with a cold laugh, and then, checking the time, he turned on the wall-mounted TV. Chen Tianming was listening when a news broadcast suddenly caught his attention. The news broke with an emergency announcement. Jiangdu City's deputy mayor Yi Pingju and his only son Yi Hao, in collusion with officials from other districts, had been selling critical information about their region. The evidence against them was irrefutable, and both were killed by military forces at 2 a.m. the previous day. Chen Tianming was stunned, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg. Lin Su gave a faint smile and explained, "They're gone now. If you want to settle scores with them, you'll have to wait until the next life." Chen Tianming felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening. Chen knew without any doubt that Lin Su was behind this. He vividly remembered that the world instance had ended just after midnight and the Yi family's incident occurred at 2 a.m. with his own appointment papers delivered that same morning. This meant that Lin Su, immediately after leaving the world instance, had tirelessly worked through the night just for him. This clearly showed how important Chen was in Lin Su's eyes. More importantly, the amount of energy required to orchestrate such events was immense. It was hard for Chen to believe that the man standing before him was once a struggling student who couldn't even afford basic equipment. With this thought, Chen quickly turned away and rubbed his eyes. Let bygones be bygones. Also, here is the 30,000 yuan you lent me back then for my equipment, Lin Su said, handing over a card to Chen. Seeing that Chen did not refuse it, Lin Su smiled lightly. "I still have some matters to attend to in the military district. Once I'm done, I'll come find you at the school," he said, preparing to leave. Just then someone knocked on the door and Zhang Kai awkwardly poked his head in. "Sir, Principal Chen's wife and daughter are here to see him," he said, but before he could finish, Lin Su playfully punched him in the chest. "Alright, you got me. Next time, let me know about these things first." Zhang Kai, taken aback, also punched Lin Su back. "You got it, buddy." Lin Su chuckled and pulled open the door. Outside stood a dignified woman in her 30s, cradling a toddler in diapers. Lin Su's eyelid twitched, recalling Chen Tianming once saying he wanted to introduce his daughter to him. Lin Su turned to Chen with a puzzled look. "Is this the daughter you wanted to introduce to me?" Chen stiffened his neck and responded, "Yeah, what about it? Just say my little girl is cute, isn't she?" Speechless, Lin Su gave Chen a thumbs up, greeted the woman, and decisively turned to leave. Seeing that Chen's injuries had fully healed, the woman was overjoyed. After learning that Lin Su was responsible for the medicinal potion, she looked gratefully in the direction he had left. Curiously, she asked Tianming, "Who was that young man?" Chen grinned proudly. "That's the best student I've ever taught." "Then why are you still holding his card?" "No worries, I once helped the kid out and there's just 30,000 yuan in there." Sensing something amiss, the woman took the card to check and her face turned pale. Instantly, "Tianming, this card has over 250 million yuan, you said there was only 30,000. With a loud thump, Chen Tianming fell straight from the bed. What did you say?" In the Jiangdu Military District dormitory, Lin Su sat cross-legged on the bed, a row of treasure chests neatly lined up in front of him. After a quick count, since he hadn't deliberately killed professionals from other districts, the number of chests he obtained from this world instance wasn't many, only 8. 6 of these were slaughter chests and the remaining 2 were world chests obtained from killing the world boss and clearing the world instance. Without any hesitation, Lin Su first took out the 6 slaughter chests and opened them right away. As the information of 6 acquired items appeared, Lin Su glanced over them. Aside from 1 diamond quality item, the rest were all gold. Feeling quite lucky, Lin Su immediately stored the items into his personal space. After doing so, he decisively picked up the world chest from killing the world boss. The prompt indicated that due to the invasion of the Abyss boss in this world instance, the difficulty of killing the world boss had significantly increased. Upon opening the chest, he was guaranteed to receive a profession-specific weapon, and he could choose one of the following as compensation: a skill enhancement scroll that could enhance any skill below max level once, or be profession enhancement stone ×1. Level SS. Lin Su's lips curled into a slight smirk upon reading the chest's description. It seemed that the Abyss boss's invasion wasn't entirely without benefits. Thinking this, he momentarily felt that Selena and Maros were even more unjustly treated. His gaze returned to the 2 options, and after a moment's hesitation, Lin Su decisively chose option B. The enhancement needed at level 20 already required 4 S-grade profession enhancement stones, and who knew how many would be needed at level 40. As for option A, although equally tempting, it could only enhance skills below max level, making its utility relatively limited. Once the choice was confirmed, Lin Su decisively chose to open the chest. As the chest vanished, a blood-red vortex appeared immediately after, and in the next instant a red light soared into the sky with a long black mist slowly rising from the vortex. Congratulations, you have obtained the Demon Blade's exclusive weapon. Soul Blade read the announcement. Soul Blade, Demon Blade exclusive, category, weapon long blade, intangible, where level, none attack, plus 1000 effect. Increases all attributes by 50%. Characteristics: 1. Intangible. Note: Soul Blade is intangible and has no fixed form. 2. Soul Break. When equipped with Soul Blade, the attacker's attacks carry soul damage. Note: soul type injuries are extremely difficult to heal. Skill: Soul Control. After equipping Soul Blade, the souls of all slain enemies will be imprisoned by Soul Blade and forcibly implanted with a soul brand forever loyal to the Master of Soul Blade. The Master of Soul Blade can also directly erase the souls using the soul brand. Reading the information about Soul Blade, Lin Su squinted his eyes. The base attributes of Soul Blade were almost identical to those of the Rift Blade. The difference was that while Rift Blade came with the ability to traverse space, Soul Blade came with soul control. If the skill Soul Mastery is considered in isolation, it might not seem impressive, as souls themselves do not possess combat capabilities. However, when this skill is combined with the necromantic puppetry, it's a whole different story. This combination means that one would possess an undead army capable of autonomous thinking and absolute loyalty. Even more, if desired, one could randomly combine the souls in puppets. While Lin Su was pondering this, a prompt appeared. The message read: Host has obtained a new exclusive weapon which can be fused with the Rift Blade. Proceed with fusion. Without hesitation, Lin Su took out the Rift Blade and chose to fuse it. The next moment, the Rift Blade floated up and the Soul Blade transformed into a wisp of black mist and merged into the Rift Blade. Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive weapon Soul Rift Blade. The item was classified as a weapon, specifically a long sword with no level requirement for wielding. It boasted an attack boost of plus 5000 and an increase in all attributes by 100%. Additionally, it had the traits of immortality and soul-cleaving skills like Rift and Soul Mastery at a Starshine/max level. The prompt added that due to the enhanced quality of the Soul Rift Blade, the skill Rift now allowed the user to traverse up to 200 meters through space. Looking at the attributes of the fused Soul Rift Blade, Lin Su raised an eyebrow. The damage boost had shockingly jumped to 5000 points. And all attributes had doubled. TSK. This meant that equipping the Soul Rift Blade effectively doubled one's level. Such power was outrageously unparalleled. With these thoughts, Lin Su's gaze shifted to the last chest from the World Dungeon. The prompt explained that due to the invasion of an abyssal boss, the difficulty of completing the dungeon had drastically increased. As compensation, opening the chest would definitely yield a Radiant level armor set and a high-level World Dungeon. Invitation: open it. Lin Su commanded immediately. Congratulations, you have obtained a Radiant level set named Aurora set, came the prompt. The set included a breastplate, arm guards, a belt, leg guards and battle boots, all wearable from level 20. The set effects included plus 100% movement speed, plus 50% attack speed, a 50% reduction in skill cooldowns and plus 3000 defense. The Aurora skill, when activated, transformed the user's body into elemental form, granting immunity to physical attacks and increasing movement speed by 500% for 3 minutes. With a cooldown of 24 hours, Lin Su narrowed his eyes. This set was completely different from his current Phoenix Defense set. It was focused on attack speed. If he had this set during his fight with Selena, the battle wouldn't have been so challenging. With this thought, Lin Su immediately swapped out the Phoenix Defense set for the Aurora set. After completing his tasks, Lin Su opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name: Lin Su. Profession: Blade Demon. Unique: level, LV 24 health, 14,300 mana, 14,300 attack, 16,800 defense, 14,800 attributes, 216, all, controllable flying blades, 28/43, skills. Blade Demon: Heart of Magic, Greed, Smile of Magic, Will of Magic, Body of Magic, Frenzy of Magic, Blade Glow, Blade Control, Necromancer, Puppeteer. After reviewing his attributes, Lin Su couldn't help but grin broadly. Given his current attributes, he seemed less like a person and more like a humanoid boss, right? Starting with a basic attack of 168,000 damage plus mana and life-drained paralysis and his army of puppets, his combat power was formidable enough to not just pass exams but to be pulled into the abyssal battlefield without any fear. While Lin Su was pondering this, a black card with intricate patterns fluttered down from the sky and landed in his hands. Notification: you have received a level 40 Nightmare difficulty World Dungeon invitation. level 40 already. Lin Su felt a bit disappointed as it meant he would have to wait some time before he could enter. He pocketed the black card and stood up, heading directly to the Professionals Guild. As per the agreement, the flying blades that Xia Zhishuan had helped to commission should be ready by now. At the Professionals Guild, Lin Su took a flying blade from Xia Zhishuan. Name: Flying Blade. Category: Weapon, Secondary, Attack, 550. Quality: Gold. Satisfied with the flying blade's attributes, Lin Su nodded approvingly. For what appeared to most people as a disposable weapon that would be gone with a single throw, achieving this level of attack power was no small feat. Alright, I am very satisfied with the blade. Now tell me, how much more do I owe you? Lin Su said as he gathered the 20 flying blades from the tray in front of him and looked up at Xia Zhishuan. Considering the attack power alone, the flying blades Xia Zhishuan crafted could match a level 40 basic weapon. Moreover, flying blades were a niche item and he needed 20 of them on a tight deadline of just a few weeks. Based on the normal market rates, the 7 million plus 14 killing badges he had paid probably weren't enough. Although Lin Su had an average impression of Xia Zhishuan given the latter's efforts in the matter of Chen Tianming, it didn't seem right to take advantage of him. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhishuan immediately waved his hand generously. No need, no need. Though this order did indeed cost us a bit and I even had to pull some strings at home, please, no money needed really. Compared to their last encounter, Xia Zhishuan seemed much more familiar with Lin Su this time, and Lin Su noticed that he often couldn't help but smile at him. What do you want then? Lin Su asked, sensing the implication in Xia's words. Xia Zhishuan snapped his fingers. I love talking to smart people, it's simple. How about you spar with me again, please? I really want to experience how fierce someone who has killed 2 world bosses can be. Lin Su felt a headache coming on. If before he was just worried about accidentally killing Xia Zhishuan, now with his upgraded cleaving blade technique, he was even more concerned about obliterating Xia's soul to the point of preventing reincarnation. However, as he was about to refuse, Xia Zhishuan cut in. Rest assured, the newly upgraded fighting arena on the top floor of the Union building simulates real combat with 100% accuracy, and death in combat has no consequences. Lin Su glanced at Xia Zhishuan, who was eagerly watching him, hesitated for a moment and then turned to head towards the rooftop. 2 minutes later, seeing Xia Zhishuan covered in cold sweat and with a wooden expression, Lin Su could only offer a wry smile. Some people really seek out punishment and they wouldn't take money not to. I've never seen anything like it before. Of course, Xia Zhishuan didn't last 2 minutes under Lin Su's hands. It took them 1 minute and 36 seconds to get upstairs, 8 seconds for Xia Zhishuan to deliver his opening lines, and at 1 minute and 45 seconds Xia Zhishuan was defeated, the battle over. What are you laughing at? Xia Zhishuan asked coldly, his lips twitching as he looked at the resigned yet disdainful smile on Lin Su's face. Never mind, I'm leaving, Lin Su said nonchalantly, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Wait, Xia Zhishuan suddenly stopped Lin Su. What now? Lin Su asked, frowning. Although you took down Yipingju, he's just a dog raised by others. His masters are the Wang family of Kyoto. Be careful, they might seek revenge. Lin Su narrowed his eyes and nodded. Thanks, he said, before stepping away. A week later, in the Jiangdu military district, Lin Su stepped out from a sweaty session in the skill training room. Downing a bottle of mineral water in one go, he opened his skill panel, his gaze immediately landing on the knife control technique. Knife control technique, active SS level. Use mental power to control flying knives, performing rapid attacks on targets within a 500-meter radius. Flying knife speed increased by 200%. Every 5-point increase in mental attribute adds +1 knife control, and each knife consumes 1 mana point per second. Pleased with the results of his relentless training over the past 7 days, Lin Su smiled contentedly. Ever since coming out of the world replica, he had been eager to enhance his knife control technique. After all, if the technique couldn't hit agile enemies, it was useless. Now not only had he increased the control distance to 500 meters, but the speed of the flying knives had also tripled. Just as Lin Su was lost in his thoughts, the door to the training room burst open. Zhang Kai strode in nonchalantly. Dude, the college entrance exam is tomorrow, and you're still training. Chen Tianming is going crazy looking for you all over the place. Lin Su nodded. Yeah, I'll head over there. On one hand, he was worried that Chen Tianming might want to return the savings card to him. On the other, he was eager to improve his skills. Since leaving the hospital, Lin Su had not contacted Chen Tianming at all. Now he was headed to the principal's office at Jiangdu Middle School. As soon as they met, Chen Tianming wanted to return the card to Lin Su. However, before Chen Tianming could finish his sentence, Lin Su interjected, if you don't want it, just throw it away. Knowing how stubborn Lin Su was, Chen Tianming's face twitched involuntarily. He was certain, absolutely certain, that if he tried to force the card back on Lin Su would definitely throw it away. After a long pause, he sighed and decided to change the subject. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. Turn off that confusion detecting equipment you carry, and by the way, what level are you now? 24. Lin Su replied calmly. Chen Tianming, upon hearing this, spit out his tea in surprise. What did you say? Lin Su, with a smirk, decisively turned off the confusion detecting badge that Zhang Kai had given him. He had used the badge previously to deter those with malicious intents from seeking revenge. Now he was more than ready to face any trouble that came his way. Seeing Lin Su turn off the badge, Zhang Kai used a detection spell on him and was instantly dumbfounded, then began to laugh foolishly. Ever since the establishment of the college entrance exam system in Huaxia, no current year student had ever surpassed level 20 given that they only had a month to level up. Yet Lin Su had reached level 24, smashing the record for the highest level ever achieved by a student taking the exam. Chen Tianming began to fantasize about the moment this formidable student would appear in the exam hall. He imagined the shocked and bewildered expressions of other school principals. In the past 2 years, the students from Jiangdu Middle School had been of average ability and Chen Tianming had often been ridiculed by his peers. This year, with Lin Su and Li Xinrui, he was certain they would redeem their past humiliations and hold their heads high. Just as Chen Tianming was entertaining these thoughts, there was another knock on the door of his office. Li Xinrui walked in. Lin Su, you're already level 24. She instinctively used a detection spell on Lin Su and covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Su nodded calmly. While Li Xinrui was happy for Lin Su, she felt a bit disappointed herself. That's amazing, thank you for letting me join that military dungeon, but I'm only level 19, she said, slightly downhearted. Lin Su smiled faintly. Remembering the beginner dear Li Xinrui had left for him in the dungeon hall and pulled out the phoenix set, this is to boost your spirits for the exam. Chen Tianming's eyes lit up at the sight of the diamond quality set. Young man, you're being too generous, but Li Xinrui immediately tried to refuse, saying the set was too valuable. Chen Tianming, however, grandly accepted it on her behalf. This young man is quite affluent now, why be modest with him, just take it. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and added with a hint of regret, young man, seeing your performance today, I've seriously considered, and it seems that your involvement with my daughter might not be entirely out of the question. Just wait another decade or two, how about you start calling me father-in-law to get used to it? Get lost. Lin Su rolled his eyes and retorted. The three of them laughed heartily. After their laughter subsided, Chen Tianming's expression turned serious. Alright, the reason I called you here is simple. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. Good luck. The next morning, in the Jiangdu City Square, a massive teleportation array specifically for the exam was ready. Thousands of combat role students from Jiangdu City were fully prepared and waiting to depart. The venue for the college entrance examination was located in a vast, secretive area capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of candidates from across the nation all at once. At this moment, the teleportation array before them was the gateway to this mysterious realm. Chen Tianming checked the number of candidates from his school and distributed the admission tickets one by one. After ensuring everything was correct, he turned to Lin Su and Li Xinrui, speaking earnestly and with deep emotion. I am honored to have guided such outstanding students as you two. Keep a steady mind, forget all unnecessary distractions and perform as usual. No matter the outcome, I will always be proud of you. Thank you, principal. Okay, responded Li Xinrui and Lin Su, nodding in agreement. Alright, let's set off, Chen Tianming declared spiritedly with a grand wave of his hand. The staff operating the teleportation array understood and activated it instantly. As the white light faded, Lin Su found himself and the surrounding students appearing in an extraordinarily large coliseum. This arena could easily accommodate several 100,000 people and still appears somewhat spacious. Above the coliseum, there were several huge virtual screens floating, pointing in all directions. The screens scrolled through the information of all the candidates. Wow, level 24? Am I seeing this right? There's already someone at level 24, one exclaimed in disbelief. That's like being a third year in a regular university and I'm only level 12, how can I even compete? Compete? Did you see who that level 24 is? Lin Su, the world boss butcher, you're not even in the same league. Realizing that the group was not looking at him but at the large screen above the coliseum, Lin Su, feeling somewhat speechless, quickly moved away from them. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the coliseum's edge, a girl with a somewhat expressionless face was also staring at the information about Lin Su on the big screen. After a moment, she tilted her head with a strange smile and crushed a ring in her hand. Silence, Just then, a commanding voice echoed across the Colosseum. All candidates shuddered slightly, and the murmur of whispers abruptly ceased. With the arena now quiet, the authoritative voice continued, "I am Bai Jingting, the chief invigilator and the overall in charge of this college entrance examination. We will now begin announcing the rules for this exam. Firstly, this exam adopts a scoring and ranking system with a total of 216,537 candidates participating. The top 50% of candidates will qualify for further education in universities. The ranking system delineated clear paths. Those who ranked in the top 50% to 20% would have the opportunity to advance to second-tier universities. The top 20% of the rankings could advance to first-tier universities. Specifically, those who rank within the top 50 in this national exam could gain direct admission to Capital University. Upon hearing this, a buzz swept through the arena filled with candidates. Lin Su raised his eyebrows, amazed by the rigorous nature of the Gokao in this world, which seemed no less challenging than the one on his previous planet, Blue Star. Silence. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Bai Jingting's voice echoed once again, "We will now announce the specific rules for this Gaokao." The exam was divided into two parts. The first part consisted of foundational tests tailored to the candidates' respective professions. For instance, damage output was the main focus for attackers, while healers were primarily tested on their healing abilities and so forth. The second part involved advanced combat tests, where candidates could choose scenarios of varying difficulties. The harder the scenario, the more points were earned upon completion. Furthermore, a crucial rule was highlighted. During the exam, the use of any enhancement props or potions was strictly forbidden, with immediate disqualification as the penalty for any violations. Now, with the rules clearly stated, the exam officially begins, Bai Jingting declared, and as his words settled, a flash of white light enveloped each candidate holding their exam admission ticket, teleporting them into their respective test scenarios. Simultaneously, in the surveillance room beneath the arena, over 200,000 screens lit up, displaying every candidate's performance clearly. Just then, a staff member hurriedly approached Bai Jingting with a respectful tone. "Mr. Bai, the military has called. They've requested that we hide all information regarding one particular candidate." "Which candidate?" Bai Jingting asked, an eyebrow raised. "It's Lin Su from Jiangdu City, the one who chose a unique profession and subsequently defeated 2 world bosses." Bai Jingting didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Did the military specify the reason?" The staff member nodded. "Yes, they mentioned that this candidate had repelled a level 75 abyssal boss before and feared he might be targeted for retaliation by the abyss, potentially disrupting the Gaokao." Bai Jingting chuckled dismissively. "Well, I'm here overseeing the exam, so no worries. Go back to your duties." Knowing that Bai Jingting didn't take the military's concerns seriously, the staff member, speechless, turned and left. Bai Jingting thought to himself that if a level 24 novice could repel a level 75 abyssal boss, it must have been with the help of some extraordinary item. Moreover, rumors suggested that this young man had a close relationship with Nan Gong-yun. This connection made it even more plausible that he could defeat 2 world bosses consecutively, especially with an obscure unique profession. As for the possibility of the abyss sending someone to disrupt the exam, Bai Jingting was utterly skeptical. Given the current defense level of this secret realm, anyone sent by the abyss would be walking into their demise. Shaking his head to clear these tangled thoughts, Bai Jingting decisively ordered the surveillance feed for Lin Su's test scenario to be brought up. Just a glance at the screen made Bai Jingting exclaim in shock, "What is that? Why is there such a vast expanse of black mist?" On the screen, a staff member turned to look at Bai Jingting, equally puzzled. "I don't know. It must be some kind of skill. After all, nobody fully understands the Blade Demon profession, but we can clearly see the candidate is not cheating." As they discussed, Lin Su frowned upon seeing the first test content of his scenario: attack the dummy in the center of the field within a 5-minute limit. The higher the cumulative damage, the more points earned. Lin Su didn't dare waste a second. He immediately drew his soul void blade and his flying knives shot out in an instant. However, he did not rush to attack. As he made these moves, a black mist surged, and the mighty army of 20,000 puppets, including Inard the flame demon dragon, the insectoid sentinel, the dragonfly hunter, and the cannon carriage bug, swiftly assembled. They adjusted their positions and the angles of their attack to ensure that their assaults did not interfere with one another. 3-inch 2-1 fire. Lin Su's pupils suddenly contracted as the soul void blade unleashed a streak of light and dozens of flying knives burst forth. Simultaneously, the insectoid puppet army unleashed their full firepower, firing all at once like a volley of firecrackers, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The ground shook and a massive mushroom cloud rose from one corner of the arena. Meanwhile, alarms blared loudly in the monitoring room. A highly complex precision instrument began to emit wisps of black smoke, signaling the end of its lifespan. Glancing at the smoking device, all the examiner's eyes involuntarily turned to Lin Su's test screen. A collective gasp of shock echoed through the room. He pierced through. That kid actually broke through the spatial barriers of the test scenario? What kind of monster is he? How is this possible? No, this must be a mechanical failure. Definitely, they muttered, struggling to believe what had happened. It seemed impossible for a novice candidate to breach the test space's barriers, which, although not as strong as normal space, should not have been breached so easily. Seeking validation for his disbelief, one skeptical examiner turned to his colleague. Professor Wang, you specialize in this field. Tell us, isn't this impossible? Pushing up his thick glasses, Professor Wang analytically responded, purely from a data standpoint, to achieve this, the attack must be concentrated at a single point in an extremely short duration, and the damage has to be at least in the hundreds of millions. For a freshman, I personally find it highly unlikely. Hearing the examiner's varied opinions, Bai Jingting decisively ordered move Lin Su to a new testing space with twice the spatial strength and test him again. As his words fell, all the examiners' gazes fixed firmly on Lin Su's monitoring screen. On the arena's side, Lin Su, seeing himself reappear in the arena and noticing the large crater with a radius of several meters on the ground, his face instantly darkened. Where's my test field? Where are the dummies? What about my remaining 4 minutes of test time? If I fail the college entrance exam, who am I supposed to complain to? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of white light appeared on his admission ticket. Lin Su found himself back in the original test scenario with the test instructions reissued exactly as before. As time reset, he seemed a bit more composed, remarking, the college entrance examination is indeed very rigorous. With a mere thought, the dark mist reappeared, and this time the positions of the puppets were perfectly adjusted. Boom! A second mushroom cloud rose within the arena, followed closely by Lin Su's reappearance in the arena, and another smoking piece of precision equipment added, clanging as Professor Wang stumbled and fell to the ground. Despite this, he continued pointing at Lin Su's monitoring screen, trembling as he said, my heavens, the space was definitely penetrated. 200 million. This candidate's instant output has broken through 200 million. A miracle, haha, I've actually witnessed a miracle today. As an authority in the scientific field, Professor Wang's words convinced everyone. A newcomer at level 24 breaking through 200 million damage. This research topic has clearly ascended to the realm of metaphysics. Suddenly, teachers from various major universities started looking at Lin Su with shining eyes. From this moment, the Huaxia region had a new field of study in the professional realm, that is Lin Su. However, just as the university professors were secretly calculating how to recruit Lin Su, a staff member timidly said, Professor Bai, this isn't good. Lin Su's damage is indeed explosive, but he doesn't have any test scores. If it remains like this after the first round of results come out, he will be directly eliminated. Reminded by the staff member, Bai Jingting's face instantly turned pale. Damn, that's really the case. As he was caught in a dilemma, a supervising teacher suggested, why don't we set up a few more dummies for Lin Su and add some defense to them? Before the supervising teacher could finish, Professor Wang immediately waved his hand and said, that won't work. When the damage concentrates to a point and exceeds a certain limit, the first thing that can't withstand it is the space itself. In other words, before Lin Su's attack even hits the dummy, the testing space would simply shatter and there still wouldn't be any scores. What should we do then? Hearing this from Professor Wang, all the supervising teachers from the university simultaneously scratched their heads. All the teachers racked their brains trying to limit a student's attack, something unprecedented since the establishment of the Huaxia region. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Bai Jingting smiled slightly. This time I'll handle it. I'll personally administer Lin Su's test content. The next moment, Lin Su, who was already on the verge of cursing, disappeared again, only to find himself in an identical testing space. Again, facing this scenario, Lin Su was already traumatized psychologically. Although he had given his all in the previous 2 tests, he hadn't received any notification of earning points. In other words, there were no scores at all. As Lin Su anxiously awaited in his heart, the new test content was issued. The test content read, please attack the dummy in the scene gently, within a time limit of 5 minutes and only attack the dummy once. The higher the damage inflicted on the dummy, the more points are awarded. Note the dummy records a maximum damage of 100,000 points with an additional 2,000 points of defense. Upon receiving the prompt, Lin Su's brows quickly furrowed. What does it mean to gently attack the dummy, he thought, a casual basic attack from me and I'm already hitting over 100,000 damage. Is this test designed to assess my control over my output? It's difficult. This year's college entrance exam is really challenging. Inside the examination room, seeing Lin Su at a loss, a teacher immediately spoke up for him. Professor, by for a student capable of delivering over 200 million. In burst damage isn't a limit of just 100,000 too constraining. As soon as these words were spoken, another teacher chimed in. Exactly, it's like asking an elephant to step on an ant without killing it. How is that even possible? Professor Bai Jingting waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm aware of your concerns. I'm just curious about Lin Su's ability to control his output. Regardless of the outcome of this test, I assure you he will definitely advance to the next round. At that moment, within the surveillance footage, Lin Su, who had been deep in contemplation with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He could control the damage of his blade at will, but to pinpoint the exact amount was nearly impossible. With this in mind, he took a deep breath and launched a blade streak towards the test dummy, minus 99,881. A number incredibly close to 100,000 floated above the dummy's head, causing an instant stir in the examination room. Heart fierce as a tiger, yet can delicately sniff the rose. This kid, no matter how he performs in the second round of tests, we at Jiang University must have him, countered a voice from the crowd. What's so great about Jiang University? Our high university has more beauties. I bet Lin Su would choose us, another yelled. Hold it right there, our Qing University hasn't even spoken yet, why the rush? Yu Qing University added a star, but I from Wu University disagree. If you want Lin Su you have to go through me first. Cough. Cough. Everyone calm down. The second test hasn't even started yet and here you are making a scene over one student. What about the other students still needing to take their exams? As the group of seasoned academics and professors were on the verge of coming to blows over Lin Su, Professor Bai Jingting with a stern face chided them. The crowd fell silent, suddenly remembering that there were other students participating in the exams. They quickly shifted their attention back to them. Meanwhile, seizing the moment of distraction, Professor Bai Jingting quietly instructed a staff member after the exam send an invitation to Lin Su immediately on behalf of Jing University. Damn, the staff member nearly blacked out, almost smashing his head into the virtual screen in front of him. Moments later, the results of the first round of exams were announced with Lin Su the Blade Demon at level 24 scoring 300 points and ranking first, followed by Long Yichen the Thunder Dragon Warrior at level 22 with 250 points, and in 5th place Yu Ling the Arcane Mage at level 21 with 232 points. Down at the city square in Jiangdu, Chen Tianming was ecstatic as he looked at the big screen showing the results, grabbing the principal of Lingnan Middle School beside him with excitement. Did you see the top 10 rankings for the National College Entrance Exam? Our Jiangdu High School secured 2 spots. Yes, 2. That's 1/5 of the top ranks. Impressive, isn't it? The principal of Lingnan High School glanced at Chen Tianming with an expressionless face and said coldly, don't get too excited too soon. This was just the first round of tests. The real challenge is the second round, the actual combat test, which is the true test of skill. And let me remind you, our student Han Mingyu also performed well. Moreover, combat is where Han Mingyu excels, so. With a sneer, Chen Tianming, gritting his teeth, interrupted. Chen Tianming, seizing the opportunity to taunt the other, couldn't let it go. Cough cough. Then could you tell me what rank did your so-called Mingyu achieve in this first round? The principal of Lingnan High School was visibly agitated. Given the constant competition and friction between Jiangdu and Lingnan, which often were neck and neck in rankings, Chen Tianming saw a perfect chance to humiliate his rival. If you don't agree, we can settle this with a bet, Chen Tianming challenged provocatively. A bet on what? The principal of Lingnan High School asked through clenched teeth. With a sly smile, Chen Tianming replied, let's bet on the college entrance exam results of Lin Su and Han Mingyu, and the stakes. The principal of Lingnan High School, almost spitting fire, pressed on. After a moment of pondering, Chen Tianming proposed, whoever loses will serve meals in the winner's school cafeteria for a year, and yes, cleaning included. Fine, it's a deal. I can't believe a student focusing solely on one profession could outperform our school's pride. Han Mingyu, the principal of Lingnan, agreed begrudgingly. While the two men bickered, a dignified-looking female principal nearby scoffed disdainfully, "A bunch of silly men always about fighting and competing." Don't forget our Jiangdu girls high student Su Luoluo also made it into the top 10 for auxiliary professions nationwide. Meanwhile, at the arena, Lin Su sighed in relief as he looked at his scores from the first round of testing. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought to himself how fortunate he was to have held back his strength. Thank goodness, had I hit any harder the dummy would have exploded and I would have ended up scoring 0. Who would I even complain to? While reflecting on his luck, Lin Su realized that many familiar names were on the current leaderboard of the college entrance exam. As he pondered, the voice of Bai Jingting echoed again from the arena. Now as the first round of exams comes to an end, regardless of how well everyone performed, I hope you all will continue to strive hard. Next, I will announce the specifics for the second round of exams. This will be an advanced combat test where candidates will face attacks from simulated abyssal monsters. Each candidate, depending on their profession, may choose up to 4 NPC teammates to assist in the scenario. Naturally, choosing fewer NPCs means more points for each monster killed. Additionally, candidates can choose the number and difficulty of the abyssal monsters they face. Ultimately, based on the choices and the difficulty and number of monsters slain, the system will score the second phase of testing. As Bai Jingting's voice faded, several prompts appeared in Lin Su's mind. Please select the number of NPCs you need to carry for the second test, a 4B3C2D1E0. Please select the strength of the abyss monsters, A easy B normal C medium D nightmare. Please select the number of abyss monsters, a 0500 B 501 2000 C 2001 5000 D 5001 10,000 E 15,000. The specific details of the second test were released, causing a stir in the examination room once again. An excited proctor rubbed his hands together and asked Professor Wang, "Professor Wang, what do you think Lin Su will choose?" "Yes, I'm really curious. How will this guy who has dealt over $1 billion in damage tackle the second test?" Another proctor chimed in eager agreement. After a moment's thought, Professor Wang adjusted his glasses and said, "Based on my estimation, the Blade Demon is a profession that possesses extremely high single-target damage. Correspondingly, it has relatively low defense and health, therefore I believe that Lin Su is likely to choose to bring a tank and a priest, and as for the difficulty and number, I feel about 10,000 enemies of medium difficulty would suit him well, as any higher difficulty might risk failure if his performance is off." Upon hearing Professor Wang's analysis, all the proctors nodded frequently in agreement. Indeed, if they were Lin Su, they would likely make the same choice. However, just as everyone was thinking, this information came from Lin Su's monitoring screen. Number of NPCs carried, 0, difficulty, nightmare, number of enemies, 15,000. This kid is insane, he chose the highest difficulty for all options. Does he not know that this kind of test has never been cleared before, that it's only meant to test the upper limits of scenario difficulty for the staff? No sooner had he spoken than his face fell. After all, Lin Su was just an ordinary candidate, how could he possibly know these things? With this in mind, he immediately turned to Bai Jingting and said, "Mr. Bai, what do we do now? With this level of difficulty, it's not only impossible for Lin Su to pass, but he might even be in danger of losing his life." Bai Jingting frowned and said directly, "Keep a constant watch on Lin Su's test scenario, be ready to terminate his test at any moment. We cannot let anything happen to such a talented individual." "And what about Lin Su's score?" the other asked immediately. After a moment's thought, Bai Jingting replied coldly, "If he fails, just cancel his score for the second test. For such a genius, it's good to give a bit of a setback occasionally, at least it might teach him to know his limits." "All right." Although with some reluctance, the proctor finally agreed to proceed. But just as everyone was anxious about Lin Su's future, a strange scene appeared on the surveillance screen. In the dark closed valley, fierce and terrifying abyssal beasts were seen everywhere. Lin Su, however, stood motionless, his face marked by an expression of deep dejection. "Ah, I said it, a level 24 newcomer, even with high attack power, couldn't possibly face tens of thousands of abyssal beasts. He must be regretting it now." One proctor lamented, thinking that Lin Su had realized the gravity of his situation and was regretting his earlier choice. "Yes, but there's nothing that can be done about it. Young people who hasn't been reckless in their youth." Another proctor chimed in, preparing to terminate Lin Su's test. However, just as this proctor's finger was about to press the test termination button, a strikingly cold and beautiful girl emerged from the swirling black mist behind Lin Su. Roar! A circle of visible sound waves rapidly spread outwards from the girl. Name: Abyssal Wolf, level 18, attack 3423, defense 2109. Lin Su. Hadn't finished reading the information detected by his magic eye when a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the second round of tests. Since the candidate chose all the highest difficulty options, you receive a full score for the second round, 450 points. Congratulations, your current total score ranks first. Seeing himself reappear in the arena, Lin Su's forehead creased with lines of disbelief. That's it, I haven't even made my move yet, is this really okay? At that moment he felt as if he was in an exam where he had just casually written his name on the paper, and the teacher immediately exclaimed in shock, "Student, this name you've written is incredibly cool, truly unprecedented and unrivaled. Full marks, your paper must get full marks." However, Lin Su quickly snapped out of this absurd mood. Although the second round of the test was indeed a bit dull, it was unavoidable. After all, the college entrance exam was facing candidates from the entire Huaxia region. Making it too difficult not only posed a risk but also deviated from the original intent of selecting talents. With this in mind, Lin Su could only sigh helplessly, then moved out a rocking chair, stretched lazily, and comfortably lay down to wait for the other candidates to finish their exams. Silence, a deathlike silence in the examination room, but moments later the room exploded with noise. He passed. In less than a minute he actually cleared it. How is that possible? What did that boy do? I saw it clearly, it seemed to be his summon creature that released a super wide range attack with at least a 3-kilometer radius, sweeping away all the wild monsters in the test scenario in one go. Right, if we don't count the time he was dazed, the real time it took to clear the second round of the exam might have been less than a second. Whoa, damage in the billions, and with such a powerful summoning beast, insane. This kid is too insane. TSK Lin Su is now only level 24. If he gets carefully trained by our martial university for another 2 years, he's definitely another Huaxia war god. Right, no, why should it be your martial university? It should be our Qing University. Nonsense, it's our high university. As the teachers in the examination room were about to start fighting over Lin Su again, the results of the second round of tests began to be announced one after another. 3 hours later, the second round of testing was thoroughly concluded. Lin Su, the Blade Demon at level 24, scored a perfect 750 points, ranking first. Long Yichen, the Thunder Dragon Warrior at level 22, scored 702 points, ranking second. Yuling, the Arcane Mage at level 22, scored 685 points, ranking 13th. Li Xinrui, the Elemental Mage at level 19, scored 677 points, ranking 49th. In the city square of Jiangdu, Chen Tianming danced with excitement as he watched the exhilarating news on the big screen. Perfect score. My student scored a perfect score. This year's national exam top scholar is from our Jiangdu Middle School. However, disbelief clouded the face of the principal from Lingnan Middle School as he watched the same screen. This is impossible. In the history of the national exams, no one has ever achieved a perfect score. This must be a system error, he exclaimed. Agitated, he immediately made a phone call to the National Examination Admission Office. Soon after, his face darkened even more. The response he received was brief but clear: not a system error. The scores of Mr. Lin Su, this year's top scholar, are valid and effective. Seeing the Lingnan principal's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot, Chen Tianming burst into laughter. Come and cook at our school starting tomorrow, and do some cleaning in the cafeteria while you're at it, he said, barely containing his glee, worried that the Lingnan principal might renege on their bet. Chen quickly added, remember our bet, whoever reneges is a spineless turtle. The Lingnan principal, nearly gnashing his teeth in frustration, reluctantly responded, fine, I'll go. You just got lucky this year with that freak Lin Su, but watch out next year, I will definitely foster a national top scorer from my school. As he grumbled, a flash of white light appeared in the square and most of the exam participants were teleported out. Principal, I managed to place in the top 400 nationally, how about that? I didn't disgrace our school, right? Han Mingyu approached the Lingnan principal excitedly as soon as he appeared. Wiping a tear from his eye, the principal sighed, yes, you did fine, no disgrace at all. There's no use complaining about the results now. Although he found Chen Tianming's smug look utterly irritating, the Lingnan principal didn't vent his frustration on his student. Oh, principal, why are you crying? It's not that serious, I just performed normally, Han Mingyu said, puzzled. The principal, speechless, simply waved his hand and turned away. Han Mingyu's confusion deepened. Hey, where are you going, principal? That's not the way to our school. I'm off to Jiangdu Middle School to cook, the Lingnan principal replied dejectedly without turning back. Cook? What do you mean by cook? Han Mingyu asked, utterly baffled, just as Chen Tianming approached nervously. Fellow students, have all the students returned? Why haven't I seen Lin Su and Li Xinrui from our school? Before Chen Tianming could explain who Lin Su and Li Xinrui were, Han Mingyu directly said, "Oh, them. The top 200 students nationwide were all retained to participate in one final selection round, a selection contest." Chen Tianming scratched his head in confusion. Over on Lin Su's side, after a flash of white light, the bustling arena instantly quieted down, leaving only 200 candidates remaining. At that moment, a teleportation array lit up. Dozens of middle-aged men, originally dressed elegantly but now slightly disheveled, stepped out from the array. These individuals were generally older, with some even having white hair. Then a dignified man in a Zhongshan suit with silver hair stepped forward and announced loudly, "I am Bai Jingting. The people behind me are the proctors of this college entrance examination, and they are also professors from top universities. To allow you to fully demonstrate your abilities, we have decided after discussion to add a selection contest. Each professor here, including myself, has priority admission spots, so I hope you will perform well in the upcoming contest to get selected by one of these professors." Bai Jingting continued, "Now let me announce the rules of the selection contest. First, the contest will be a mixed team battle mode with 10 people per team freely choosing their teammates. The last team standing wins. Once the battle starts, you cannot change teammates or use any enhancement or recovery items." As he spoke, it seemed he remembered something. He glanced at Lin Su and beckoned him over. Lin Su, raising an eyebrow, walked over. Bai Jingting lowered his voice and said, "How about taking it easy this time?" Lin Su was stunned and looked at Bai Jingting in disbelief. Bai Jingting quickly explained, "We've all seen your strength. If you go all out, there wouldn't be much left for other students to do, right? So I wanted to discuss this with you in advance." "What about my results?" Lin Su frowned. "I'm from Jingda. If you come with me to Jingda, I'll admit you right now, okay?" Bai Jingting said straightforwardly. But as soon as he finished speaking, booms resounded and strong auras erupted from behind Bai Jingting. All the professors glared at him with nearly murderous looks. The students staggered back in shock. Lin Su's eyelids twitched as he saw an old skinny professor whose muscles suddenly swelled, ripping his shirt apart. "Man, to be this old and still have such good hearing," Bai Jingting muttered under his breath, then coughed twice and corrected himself. "What I meant to say was you can choose any university in China and we'll admit you right now." "Okay, fine, I'll go to Jingda," Lin Su said decisively. "TCH, hey, no taste, no vision. Good job, kid. Once the selection contest is over, you're coming with me," Bai Jingting said, ignoring the murmurs of disapproval from behind. Amidst the chaos, the old professor, who was grumbling and deflating like a punctured ball, Bai Jingting patted Lin Su on the shoulder, his excitement palpable. "So how much should I hold back later?" he asked eagerly. Lin Su, pausing to think, replied with some difficulty, "Summon beasts are not allowed, and I see your knife is of high quality too, so you can't use that. Oh, and you have throwing knives too, right? What's the attack power of those?" Bai Jingting inquired further about the throwing knives. Lin Su somewhat meekly answered, "Just over 100,000." Ignoring defense, Bai Jingting took a sharp breath in and decisively shook his head. No, that definitely can't be used." Lin Su felt frustrated. "If I can't use this and I can't use that, shall I just run around when others attack me?" Just as Lin Su was thinking this, Bai Jingting slapped his thigh, having an idea. "How about this? When others attack you, you just run, just draw their aggro without fighting back." Lin Su was speechless, almost feeling like vomiting blood, while Bai Jingting smiled sheepishly and said, "It's a necessary evil. After all, once we receive the top scholar award, our university will compensate you with another reward." Lin Su nodded decisively. "Deal." Seeing Lin Su agree, Bai Jingting was overjoyed and immediately announced, "Now everyone freely choose your teammates. You have 10 minutes. The countdown starts now." As Bai Jingting's voice fell, the 200 candidates immediately burst into action. Boss, take me with you." Yu Ling was the first to rush over. "Captain, I'm the best in defense, take me too." Xiong Zhuang followed close behind. "I'm the top in the healing group. Captain, can you take me too?" Chu Jing also approached, somewhat shyly. Observing this scene, the other candidates were dumbfounded. The competition had barely started, and Lin Su's team already had the top players in offense, defense, and healing. Moreover, these individuals clearly knew each other well, appearing quite familiar. If they really formed a team, what chance would the other candidates have? At that moment, a beautiful girl gently tugged at the arrogantly smiling Long Yichen's sleeve and proposed, "Little brother, your offensive ranking is second, barely less than the first. Why don't you lead a team? I can join you." I'm the 6th-ranked assassin." Long Yichen glanced at her dismissively and said, "Repeat the first half of your sentence." Confused but mindful of the limited time, the girl quickly repeated, "I said, little brother, you're ranked second close to the first. What's the issue?" Enjoying the moment, Long Yichen squinted and replied, "No issue, but dreams are full and reality is harsh. I'm far from being first, so ha." With that, he didn't even glance at the girl again but instead ran towards Lin Su shouting, "Hey hey captain, take me in, eh? Little dragon requesting to join the team. Are you crazy or what?" Caught off guard by Long Yichen's disdainful demeanor, the girl cursed and decisively turned away. With Long Yichen joining the fray, the arena was once again buzzing with excitement. 5 contestants, 3 ranked first, 1 second and 1 fifth. What's the point of even competing? Lin Su muttered somewhat speechlessly as he glanced at Long Yichen and his group. "Just to let you know, if you insist on teaming up with me, be prepared. I plan to hold back this round. Don't expect me to make a move," he declared. The group exchanged looks and Yu Ling was the first to signal an okay gesture. "No problem, if you were to step in, we wouldn't even get a chance to show what we can do." "Exactly, I wasn't hoping for you to step in for me. I just didn't want to be on the opposing side to you. That would be terrifying," Xiong Zhuang chimed in. As time ticked by, more and more contestants, driven by the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, expressed their desire to join Lin Su's team. Lin Su, unimpressed by some, outright rejected them, but soon enough 3 more had joined his group. At that moment a tall lowly-like girl approached Lin Su's group and timidly said, "Boss, my ranking is too low, no one wants me on their team. Could I hang on to your coattails once more?" Turning around, Lin Su realized the speaker was Su Luoluo. "You made it into the top 200? He asked in surprise, remembering clearly that Su Luoluo was only a B-grade talent. For a professional of her caliber, to enter the national top 200 was nearly an impossibility. Embarrassed, Su Luoluo scratched her head and explained, "All thanks to that world chest you gave me back then. I found a very powerful skill scroll inside." Lin Su nodded. "Alright, fall in." "Thanks boss," Su Luoluo exclaimed excitedly. However, in the next moment she hesitated and added, "Boss, I also saw Li Xinrui and she's in a similar situation. No one has teamed up with her either." Following Su Luoluo's gaze, Lin Su saw Li Xinrui speaking with a few people, her expression troubled. Just as Lin Su was about to approach Li Xinrui, a girl tilted her head and gave him a strange smile. A chill ran down Lin Su's spine as his pupils dilated suddenly. In an instant his figure vanished from the spot. With a whoosh, the girl's head flew off. Nevertheless, it was too late. The headless body of the girl laughed eerily as it smashed a black crystal. Boom! A black ripple instantly spread out, sweeping over all the contestants present. In the blink of an eye, everyone was hit by the black ripple, and a flash of white light enveloped them, making them all vanish. "What's happening? What's happening? Where are my people?" Bai Jingting's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he frantically looked around the now empty arena. To avoid influencing the contestants, all the examiners had stayed far from the students, even positioning themselves in the stands of the arena. The incident had unfolded too quickly. In just a moment, every contestant had disappeared without a trace. This is a large-scale spatial teleportation device. Professor Wang picked up a fragment of crystal from the ground and exclaimed in shock, "And this girl, look, she's clearly been dead for a long time." Another professor pointed at the girl's headless body and shouted in alarm. Following the direction of the professor's finger, everyone glanced over and immediately felt a chill. They saw that under the clothes, which had previously covered parts of the girl's body, livor mortis had clearly set in. Seeing this, Bai Jingting felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision darkened and he nearly passed out. The Secret Realm's teleportation array not only had the function of teleportation but also could scan all the personal spaces of the examinees. Items capable of causing large-scale damage were absolutely forbidden from being brought in. However, teleportation items were not restricted. It was a trap. The scene before him was definitely a meticulously planned operation aimed at decapitating all the top new talents in the Huaxia district. Realizing this, Bai Jingting couldn't help but feel puzzled again. With the current information and the methods used by the opponents, it was impossible to determine which power from which district was behind this attack. The Abyss hostile districts, all were possible. While Bai Jingting was pondering these thoughts, a staff member, looking panicked and hurried, found him and said, "Mr. Bai, the Jiangdu military region has sent a message saying that they captured a spy who suddenly confessed 2 days ago. There's a top-secret operation targeting the Huaxia district's college entrance exam. Commander Tang Dingbang has instructed us to be cautious." Hearing the staff member's words, Bai Jingting couldn't help but twitch his face. Damn spy not confessing earlier. Or later, but only when the situation has already escalated. It's highly likely that the other side already knew their operation was successful, and by giving out this information now, they were clearly sending a signal to the Huaxia district. They captured the person, so if we want them we have to go to them. Thinking this, Bai Jingting squinted his eyes and asked directly which district is that spy from. After thinking for a moment, the staff member replied, it seems to be from District J. Upon hearing the words District J, Bai Jingting laughed angrily and cursed between his teeth. District J, very well, thinking that I, who have not been on the battlefield for many years, can no longer wield a knife. Saying this, Bai Jingting ordered the staff member directly, in the name of Jing University, sound the assembly call. Get all those old folks guarding the secret realm level 75 and above to gather. Moreover, from other major universities, anyone level 70 and above, follow me to District J to retrieve our people. Startled by Bai Jingting's command that was almost a declaration of war against District J, the staff member was visibly taken aback. But then, thinking about the top talents of the Huaxia district who had been abducted, who were indeed the future foundation of the Huaxia district, he realized that if someone dared to target Huaxia's foundation, they must be made to pay a severe price. With this thought, the staff member responded affirmatively and immediately went to convey the orders. Lin Su found himself and a group of examiners suddenly transported into a vast Japanese-style courtyard. The courtyard was serene, featuring crisp bamboo forests, flowing streams under small bridges, and numerous artificial hills, all exuding an air of elegance. Just as he was taking in his surroundings, Yu Ling quickly voiced the collective confusion of the group. What in the world is this place? And why did you just kill that girl? Ignoring Yu Ling's first question, Lin Su scanned the area, finding no immediate dangers and, aside from the examiners, no other people around. He frowned, unsure of the location himself. As for why he had killed the girl, it was because his demonic eye, used for gathering information about others, had revealed the words corpse puppet, great Tengu, and her status. While Lin Su was not familiar with what a great Tengu might entail, he knew well what a corpse puppet was. It meant she was not truly alive. However, mere knowledge of her undead status wouldn't have led Lin Su to act so drastically. The real trigger for Lin Su's action was what the girl held in her hands at the time, a forced teleportation crystal with a range of 500 meters, capable of transporting all professionals within that radius to a specified location. The presence of such an item, especially in the hands of a suspicious undead, was a severe threat. If they were transported into a situation where professionals couldn't survive, it could mean their immediate demise. With this in mind, Lin Su had taken decisive action. Unfortunately, even though he had decapitated her swiftly, the crystal was activated nonetheless. Reflecting on this, Lin Su checked his kill records and, finding only a corpse, realized that his plan to interrogate her soul was foiled. Despite gaining no useful information from the corpse puppet, the situation suggested that whoever had transported them here wasn't intending to kill them outright. If they were, they would have attacked immediately. This implied a need for negotiation or discussion. With this in mind, Lin Su decided not to rush. He would simply wait for the other party to show themselves, confident that the truth would eventually emerge. Meanwhile, noticing that Lin Su hadn't responded to Yu Ling's question, many examiners began to look at him suspiciously, even distancing themselves with wary expressions. Unfazed by the mistrust from some of the examiners, Yu Ling and others who trusted Lin Su completely knew he likely just didn't feel like explaining. Xiong Zhuang glared at those who were suspicious, expressing his discontent. What's with you guys? What's wrong with killing someone? My boss has killed many. I've been with him in dungeons every day killing people. What are these looks about? Realizing Xiong Zhuang's words might be making things worse, Yu Ling quickly interjected, signaling Long Yichen to step forward. Understanding the situation, Long Yichen gave a disdainful snort and coldly said, My boss has killed countless in his life. There's no need to explain ourselves to you all. Get lost. Realizing that Long Yichen was unreliable, Yu Ling directly pushed him aside and prepared to step up herself. However, before she could even speak, Lin Su stopped her with a gesture. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Su's lips curved into a slight smirk and he said, Alright, someone will come to explain everything to you soon. The real content of the third test is about to begin. Remember to perform well. That's all I can say for now. As Lin Su finished speaking, everyone, including Long Yichen, looked at him with renewed bewilderment. Wow, no wonder Bai Jingting had pulled Lin Su aside for such a long conversation earlier. It was all for this reason. This is the true content of the third test. this realization dawned upon them, and it suddenly became clear that Lin Su's earlier act of murder was just a performance. To think that a top college entrance exam scorer, no matter how fierce, wouldn't just kill someone in front of so many invigilators, with this thought a light of realization shone in the eyes of all the examinees. "So you mean to say, boss, you were planted inside by Lao Yuling," began, but before she could finish, Lin Su patted her shoulder and gestured for her to be silent. Understanding his cue, Yuling quickly covered her mouth and then gave Lin Su a thumbs up. This was the college entrance exam, and Lin Su telling them this was taking a huge risk. He could have easily been punished for it. Thinking of this, the previously eerie atmosphere cleared completely, and everyone looked at Lin Su with gratitude. One after another, everyone gave Lin Su a thumbs up. Seeing the students now energized as if infused with new vigor, Lin Su was speechless. What a mess this third test is, he thought. He had simply been too lazy to explain and didn't want these people causing trouble, so he made up a reason on the spot. Surprisingly, the excuse worked incredibly well. Just as the previously oppressive atmosphere had cleared, everyone's gazes hardened, and some were even eager to try whatever came next. It seemed that no matter what happened next, they were ready to give their all. Observing the crowd now energized as if injected with adrenaline, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk unwittingly. Just then, the courtyard gate creaked open. A refined man around 50, dressed in a crisp kimono, holding a fan and wearing wooden clogs, stepped in with a smile. Behind him, dozens of fully armed professionals dressed as ninjas with masks followed closely. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. This attire was unmistakably from the J district. Thinking this, he directly used his demon eye on the middle-aged man. Name: Liang Mutaku. Level: 76. Occupation: on my OG life. Unknown mana: 213877. Attack: unknown. Defense: 31277. Shikigami. Great Tengu. Unknown skills: unknown. Seeing the scant information detected, Lin Su's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Without a doubt, this seemingly gentle man was a formidable opponent. At this thought, he couldn't help but take another glance at the masked ninjas. Without exception, not a single one was below level 50. Impressive, he thought to himself as Lin Su pondered. Liang Mutua gently swayed his feather fan, speaking politely. "Apologies for the wait, heroes of the Huaxia region. I am Liang Mutua, president of the Black Dragon Guild from Region J." As he spoke, Liang Mutuo's face wore an even warmer smile, his voice sincere. "Today, I have gathered all of you talented individuals here to sincerely invite you to stop." Before Liang Mutua could finish, an abrupt voice cut him off. All eyes immediately turned to Xiong Zhuang. With a dismissive curl of his lips, he scoffed, "Old man, are you trying to get us to join your J region or some nonsense about the Black Dragon Guild? Let me tell you straight, there's no door to that. Even if you kill me, I would never agree, never." With the information previously revealed by Lin Su, the moment Liang Mutua appeared, Xiong Zhuang quickly deduced the core of this third test: loyalty. Yes, loyalty. Faced with such a cliched tactic, Xiong Zhuang had no interest in playing along and flatly refused. Of course, what he didn't know was that this acting was purely his own doing. If necessary, Liang Mutua would not hesitate to take his life on the spot. As soon as Xiong Zhuang's words fell, the other candidates, also believing this to be merely a test, showed their mettle. "Yes, count me in too. What nonsense about J region? I was born in Huaxia and I'll die as a man of Huaxia. Dream on if you think I'll join you." This scene made Lin Su's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He inwardly sighed at how these candidates were dancing wildly on their own graves. Liang Mutuo's expression turned cold, almost smiling as he looked at Xiong Zhuang leading the defiance. Xiong Zhuang, the esteemed second son of the Northwest Military Region's chief, good to meet you. You guessed right, this invitation was indeed to ask you all to join our J region. Xiong Zhuang snorted in disdain. As a part of the test, it was normal for the other party to know his background, but this time he didn't even feel like responding. Knowing that he was the second son of the Northwest Military Region's chief, how could he possibly bring shame to the Northwest Military Region? Yes, he had to maintain this strong posture. Thinking this, Xiong Zhuang's expression became even more disdainful. Not feeling satisfied, he even boldly flipped a middle finger at Liang Mutua. Lin Su rubbed his face speechlessly, black lines forming on his forehead, while Liang Mutua was directly provoked into laughter, his expression suddenly turning cold. Very well, your integrity is truly admirable." Xiong Zhuang proudly tilted his chin up, nostrils flaring, his face spelling out, "Absolutely necessary. Kill him," Liang Mutua ordered immediately. As he finished speaking, a ninja closest to Xiong Zhuang swiftly unsheathed his long sword and viciously slashed at Xiong Zhuang's neck. With a clang, the ninja staggered back. Lin Su, wielding the soul-empty blade, appeared beside Xiong Zhuang. a shallow wound slowly appeared on Xiong Zhuang's neck from which a drop of blood fell. Xiong Zhuang paused, touching his neck in disbelief. Damn, is this all just an act? If my boss had been a moment slower, I'd be dead. Seeing his strike blocked by Lin Su, Liang Mu Tuo's attention instantly shifted to Lin Su, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, Lin Su, having cleared 2 world dungeons and defeated 2 world bosses, truly a hero emerges from youth with impressive skills. Lin Su's smile deepened as he responded, you flatter me, but you might not know that I was also the one who wiped out the J District professionals in the previous world dungeon. Liang Mu Tuo frowned, sizing up Lin Su, and scoffed. With that said, it seems my plan to recruit you into the Black Dragon Guild is off the table? Lin Su curled his lips slightly, remaining silent, and showed Liang Mu Tuo an old system record. Barely glancing at it, Liang Mu Tuo's face turned pale as if he had seen something terrifying, and he instinctively took a half step back, his eyes fixated on Lin Su, cycling through fear, astonishment, and realization, his complex emotions evident. Watching Liang Mu Tuo's expressive reaction, Lin Su felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking he had made the right bet. Thinking quickly, Lin Su glanced at the eager candidates behind him and turned back to Liang Mu Tuo. Keep an eye on them and find a place where we can talk. Liang Mu Tuo's lips twitched, but after only a moment's hesitation he commanded, bring him with me. He then headed towards a loft inside the Japanese-style courtyard, asking as soon as the wooden door closed, what exactly does the Abyss want to do? The system message Lin Su had shown was about the Abyss seed and the hint that he had been parasitized by the demonic vine. Though Lin Su had since removed the demonic vine seed, Liang Mu Tuo believed it impossible to remove. Moreover, since system messages can't be faked, in his eyes Lin Su was undoubtedly a man of the Abyss. Lin Su's gamble was that while Liang Mu Tuo dared to offend the Huaxia region, he wouldn't dare offend the Abyss, capable of contending with all humanity. For Liang Mu Tuo, it was not just Lin Su's identity that shocked him, but the alarming speed with which the Abyss acted. At the young age of 24, Lin Su had already joined the Abyss, and he was deeply involved with the Chinese military, so much so that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had penetrated the upper echelons of the military. This revealed the extensive reach of the Abyss in the China region. Indeed, with this context, the extraordinary achievements that Lin Su had accomplished began to seem reasonable. With the entire Abyss backing him, it wasn't just about defeating world bosses or clearing world dungeons anymore. He could practically take off from where he stood. As he pondered this, Liang Mu Tuo couldn't help but grow suspicious again. Without waiting for Lin Su to answer his previous question, he pressed on. Why would the Abyss need to invade the last world dungeon if you are with them? Lin Su hesitated for a moment, then spread his hands and answered truthfully, the Zerg dungeon was too boring. Selena helped me conquer the last Zerg nest and the world boss. Moros came too, but it was just an avatar. Liang Mu Tuo's face twisted in shock. Are you saying they were helping you clear the dungeon? As a veteran in Region J who had dealt with the Abyss for many years, the names Moros and Selena were very familiar to him. That these influential figures in the Abyss would intervene personally and at great cost just to help this young man clear a level 20 world dungeon showed just how important Lin Su was to the Abyss. Seeing Liang Mu Tuo looking as if he had never seen the world and without any intention of turning hostile, Lin Su scoffed and, unwilling to waste more words, said coldly, you people in Region J are overreaching, interfering with my plans. I need an explanation for today's events. Liang Mu Tuo's face twitched, and when he looked at Lin Su again, it was as if he were looking at a hot potato. He had indeed planned to undermine the China region somewhat, but who could have known that the Abyss had already taken steps ahead of him? Moreover, by accident he had stirred up a spy from the Abyss planted within the China region. As for dealing with Lin Su, killing him to silence him was feasible, but what then? Secrets can never be kept forever, and the incident involving the college entrance exam in the China region was already public. If Lin Su were killed, the Abyss would surely hold Region J accountable. For someone like Lin Su, for whom the Abyss would dispatch people to personally assist in dungeons, the ferocity of their retaliation if provoked was not hard to imagine. Moreover, seeking revenge on Region J would be much easier than invading a world dungeon. But if he simply let Lin Su go, not to mention what others might think, Lin Su himself would likely not agree. If he were to return alone, suspicions within the China region would be immediately aroused. Thinking of this, Liang Mu Tuo was utterly frustrated and exclaimed, how could I possibly know that the Abyss had plans targeting students in the China region? It's all a misunderstanding. What kind of explanation do you want me to give? Lin Su chuckled coldly. Fine, then no explanation is needed. Just wait for the Abyss to wage war on Region J. Do you believe I could kill you right here and now? Liang Mutuo, furious, turned purple in the face. Being so manipulated by a newcomer in his 20s was a first in his life. Lin Su's eyes narrowed into slits as a grin spread across his face. Haha, I don't believe it, he scoffed. As his voice fell, his figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the blade of the soul-empty sword whistled through the air, slashing fiercely towards the neck of Liang Mutuo. Liang Mutuo's pupils contracted sharply. With a flick of the feather fan in his hand, a handsome winged Shikigami holding a bone flute appeared. With a clang, the bone flute blocked Lin Su's powerful strike and counterattacked, thrusting at Lin Su's throat. Bang! Before the bone flute could hit, Inar appeared, punching the Shikigami and forcing it back. Just then, a splatter of blood erupted as the head of a ninja who had just drawn his long sword flew off. Instead of continuing to entangle with Liang Mutuo, Lin Su swiftly turned around and decapitated the ninja. Successful kill of a level 53 professional from District J plus 90,000 experience, the system notified. As the soul-empty sword's tally of captured souls incremented by 1, Lin Su's eyelid twitched in surprise. He hadn't expected that killing professionals from other districts outside the instance would also yield experience. Seeing the other ninjas preparing to continue their assault, Lin Su gave a cold smile and dozens of flying knives began to swirl around him. Enough, stop, Liang Mutuo bellowed with a fierce yet fearful expression. He had the guts to intimidate Lin Su, but he really dared not hurt or kill him. Moreover, seeing Lin Su's confident demeanor only deepened Liang Mutuo's sense of unease. At Liang Mutuo's command, all the ninjas ceased their movements. Very well, Lin Su, you've won. Tell me, what do you want from me? Liang Mutuo asked through gritted teeth. Lin Su responded without hesitation. Besides myself, how did you manage to bring the rest of the Huaxia district people here? Now send them back. Liang Mutuo's eyes narrowed. You want to save them? That doesn't seem like the style of the Abyss. But as soon as he spoke, he realized Lin Su was looking at him as if he were an idiot. After listening to Lin Su's explanation, Liang Mutuo's forehead broke out in cold sweat and he looked at Lin Su as if he were a monster. Considering the terrifying backgrounds of those exam candidates' families, Liang Mutuo instantly felt that the Abyss managing to recruit Lin Su was a stroke of sheer luck or a curse for the Abyss Lord's family. It was no exaggeration to say that if Lin Su played his next moves well, his future in the Huaxia district would skyrocket. Realizing this, Liang Mutuo felt a surge of reluctance. Calculating in his mind, he straightforwardly addressed Lin Su. If I really do as you say, then RJ District's operation will be declared a failure. We have carefully planned for so long, invested a great deal of manpower and resources, and in the end you reap all the benefits while we suffer the losses in J District. Who will compensate for that? Lin Su raised an eyebrow, thinking that this old man was not so easy to fool. After a moment's thought, he directly responded, as long as you cooperate, I can represent the Abyss and promise that we will not invade J District in any form for 3 years. He knew he didn't have to fulfill it anyway, so Lin Su made the promise easily. Liang Mu narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment and then said, alright, it's settled then. But a verbal promise isn't enough, I want to sign a contract with the Abyss. Lin Su frowned. Where the hell am I supposed to get such a pointless contract? But although he was cursing internally, he agreed without hesitation. No problem, but you have to help first. After the matter is concluded, I'll call Moros over. Feeling that Moros held a slightly higher status than Selena, Lin Su ultimately decided to use Moros's name. However, who he would actually call in the end, well, that was another matter. Alright, that's a deal. Seeing Lin Su agree so readily, Liang Mu didn't bother with further discussion and decisively agreed. Moments later, there was a loud bang. The wooden loft where Lin Su and Liang Mu were located had its roof blown off by the shockwave from the explosion. At the same time, Liang Mu, his face in shock, was blasted backwards. Lin Su gripped his soul blade tightly, stepping back repeatedly until he smashed through the loft's wall. In the air, Liang Mu waved his feather fan and a blue light enveloped his body, stabilizing his figure and allowing him to land gently. Impressive, young man. I didn't expect such a rare genius to emerge from the Huaxia district, possessing the strength to fight me before even reaching level 30. Since you refused to join my Black Dragon Society, I have no choice but to leave you here. With that, he pointed his fan at Lin Su and commanded, attack, kill him. In the next instant, ninjas drew their long swords, dragging them on the ground in sparking flames as they rapidly charged towards Lin Su. Seeing this scene unfold, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. Feeling that Liang Mu was somewhat flattering him, moreover these ninjas' acting was a bit over the top. As Lin Su was besieged by the ninjas, students eager to show off rushed towards them, but as soon as they engaged, they were shocked to find that the ninjas, who seemed as flimsy as paper in front of Lin Su, suddenly became like war gods. Often, they would knock the students down with just a few punches and kicks. However, thinking this was just to test the students, although full of the desire to perform, did not fight desperately. This led to their resistance being tenacious but not bloody. As for the ninjas, Lin Su had strictly forbidden them from taking lives, so they too held back their blows. This further convinced the students that this was indeed just a test. Thus both groups, thoroughly deceived by Lin Su, fought with an unusual harmony. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Su roared loudly, and a 100-meter-long blade light aimed at Liang Mu slashed down. As expected, Liang Mu was once again sent flying by the strike, spitting out blood mid-air and bellowing in shock. "Retreat, this kid is too strong, the plan has failed, retreat, retreat quickly." After saying this, his figure flickered repeatedly and he soon disappeared. As his voice faded, the ninjas began to throw smoke bombs to the ground, and after the smoke cleared, they had all fled. "Damn, that really hurt, I think I lost a tooth," Xiong Zhuang cursed while clutching his face, spitting on the ground. His overconfidence had led him right into a beating, and Liang Mu Tao's men had taken particular pleasure in dealing with him, leaving his face swollen like a pig's head. Lin Su curled his lips, silently sighing that if it weren't for his intervention, Xiong Zhuang's head might have been kicked who knows where. "Alright, that's enough. Let's go, the test is over, I'll take you out of here," Lin Su said, beginning to lead a group of bruised and battered students out of the courtyard. "This is it, just pinning me to the ground and pummeling me, and it's over? Couldn't there at least have been a beauty to lure me away? This ending is too abrupt," Xiong Zhuang complained, his face a picture of disbelief. Lin Su barely managed to smirk, choosing to ignore him. No one seemed amazed that Lin Su had managed to repel Liang Mu Tao, who was at level 76, nor did anyone question how Lin Su knew the way out or why he could lead them to safety. Exiting the courtyard, they were greeted by a crisp bamboo forest nestled against the mountainside, with water flowing nearby, presenting a picturesque scene. Yuling couldn't help but praise the surrounding beauty. "Boss, where are we? I'd love to come here again," she said. "A secret realm," Lin Su explained with a smile. Moments later, he led the group to a teleportation array, gesturing towards it. "Go on, the teleport destination is the arena. Also tell Bai Jingting to save a spot for me at J University. I'll be back later." Feeling that Lin Su's words were somewhat odd, Long Yichen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain, are you going to stay here long? What are you doing here?" Lin Su hesitated before replying, "That jade pendant you got from the last world instance, give it back to me." "Oh right, I almost forgot about that." Long Yichen quickly took out the jade pendant and handed it back to Lin Su. Ever since they had left the world instance, he had kept the pendant in his spatial storage, and since Lin Su hadn't asked for it, he had simply forgotten about it. "Alright, let's go," Lin Su said, checking the number of students and finding none missing. He activated the teleportation array. The teleportation ended with a flash of white light, and 198 students appeared simultaneously on the arena floor in the Huaxia region, shouting jubilantly, "Woohoo, graduation! Ha, it's vacation time, don't anyone leave, let's all gather tonight, my treat." Even though the results of their final exam weren't out yet, it couldn't dampen their excitement. "Shut up, what's all this noise? Are you all crazy? You're ruining the site, can you afford the consequences?" Professor Wang, who had been inspecting the site, nearly dropped his glasses in shock at the sudden appearance of the Huaxia prodigies who had just been teleported. The shocking news that the J region had invaded the Huaxia region's college entrance examination site and abducted the top 200 candidates had enraged the entire nation. Not only had Bai Jingting's academy already assembled and was preparing to strike back at the J region, but the military was also furious. All 8 military districts were already mobilizing rapidly towards the southeast. Even amidst the chaos, various civilian organizations such as the Huaxia Region Professional Union and the Huaxia Region Veterans Alliance began to revolt, spontaneously gathering towards the southeast. At this critical moment, the entire Huaxia region was united with a single goal: those who offend Huaxia shall be annihilated. However, just when the situation seemed most dire, the students quite unexpectedly teleported back themselves. How did you all get back?" Professor Wang stuttered in disbelief. "We just came back after finishing the test," Yu Ling replied somewhat perplexedly. "Test? You were abducted before even the third round of tests began. What test did you participate in?" Professor Wang asked, completely confused. Moments later, after thoroughly understanding the situation from the students, Professor Wang's eyes reddened as he murmured Lin Su's name and immediately started to notify Bai Jingting and other key figures in the Huaxia region. Meanwhile, the students, now aware of the real situation, looked at each other in disbelief. There wasn't any third test at all. The boss, he deceived all of us. Why did he do this? Xiong Zhuang, recalling his previous reckless actions, felt a chill down his spine. Clutching his hair and with a face full of conflict, he asked. Long Yichen's face was ashen, tears swirling in his eyes. After much thought, overwhelmed with emotion, he punched Xiong Zhuang in the chest. Damn you, showing off all the time. If it weren't for the boss, you'd be dead already, you know. He was worried about us going all out, so he and Liang Muktua staged the whole thing. He must have used his own skills to swap all of us out, he said. I knew there was a reason why the boss didn't leave with us, and out of nowhere he asked me for the life-saving jade pendant. Everything was planned by him, Yu Ling sobbed, wiping her tears. The boss took all the burdens alone. Why did he have to do it this way? I feel so indebted to him, it's heartbreaking. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of District Jade, Lin Su sighed deeply as he watched 198 bottles of soy sauce vanish before his eyes. Last time managing 4 was already a hassle, this time nearly 200 came at once. How is one supposed to cope? As Lin Su grumbled inwardly, Liang Muktua appeared nearby, eyeing the jade pendant in Lin Su's hand warily. What is that you're holding? Mr. Lin Su smirked and decisively showed the information about the pendant, explaining, aren't you here to sign a contract? This will be used to summon Maros later. Liang Muktua squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and praised, indeed, Mr. Lin Su, such a clever move. It's much safer to have it on someone else than yourself, and even if it's discovered, you can easily blame someone else. Lin Su, annoyed by Liang Muktuo's sycophantic tone, interrupted him. How many guards have you arranged in this secret realm? Lin Su asked. This question immediately put Liang Mu on alert. Lin Su chuckled. I need to report back to the Huaxia region after all. What, are you worried that I might break out of this secret realm or even call someone to demolish it? Pierced by Lin Su's pointed question, Liang Mu's expression turned awkward for a moment. However, upon further thought, he felt it was unlikely and quickly laughed it off. How could that be? There are over 400 guards here, all core members of the Black Dragon Guild. 2,000 against 400, the ratio seems fine, Lin Su remarked with a smirk, turning back toward the courtyard. Hey Lin Su, weren't we supposed to sign a contract? Liang Mu hurriedly followed and asked as Lin Su started to walk away. Wait a moment, find me a room first. I need to rest, Lin Su instructed without looking back, causing Liang Mu's face to twitch. Though he was helpless to do anything, a room was quickly arranged. Lin Su took out the soul void blade, and with a thought, a colorless transparent energy form was released from the blade, floating in mid-air. Is this the soul? Lin Su squinted at the energy form. It felt similar to when he summoned puppets. He could clearly sense the connection between himself and this soul. He tried to control it, and the energy form began to drift back and forth in the room. Like controlling a puppet, Lin Su could access the other's sight and hearing at any time, and even sense its emotions, submission, terror, and confusion. However, one thing was clear, the soul had no combat capabilities. Thinking this, Lin Su's mind moved once more and black mist surged as the ninja he had slain earlier appeared. Enter, Lin Su commanded the soul. The two quickly merged. The next moment, the skin of the ninja puppet turned a normal color. Wow, Lin Su's eyelids twitched. Seeing the puppet now indistinguishable from a normal human, his eyes gradually lit up. Could it be that the puppets he summoned later could easily blend in with humans? With this thought, he commanded a flying knife to lightly cut the puppet's hand. No blood flowed out, only a wisp of faint black mist wafted from the wound. Lin Su squinted his eyes. If this is the only difference, it was completely acceptable. Just then, before he could continue giving orders to the ninja knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, Master. Lin Su smirked and mentally instructed the puppet to remove its mask. The ninja complied promptly. It was a very pretty young girl, named Lin Su. Esther, Yamada Reina. Where is this place? Black Dragon Guild secret realm. How many members of the Black Dragon Guild are stationed here? According to what I know, there are over 400. Moments later, Lin Su was ecstatic. He asked all the questions he wanted to know one by one. Yamada Reina knew everything. Lin Su found that his speculations were completely correct. Using the skill of soul control with the soul empty blade, he could easily extract all the information known by the souls branded with the soul mark. Moreover, after a soul is injected into a puppet body, the puppet gains the ability to act autonomously, while its combat power surged, the mental energy it consumed greatly decreased. Thinking of this, Lin Su decided to conduct one final experiment. With a thought, Inar appeared and entered the body. Yes, Master. Yamada Reina knelt down, her eyes once again becoming vacant. Soon Inar's eyes lit up, her skin color restored, and she knelt on one knee respectfully saying, "Master, can I do this?" At this point Lin Su felt like he had become the creator himself. The ability to freely combine puppets and souls was definitely a heaven-defying divine skill. After testing the abilities of the soul-empty blade, Lin Su was very satisfied. He let Yamada Reina's soul return to her original body and then put her away. "Lin Su, have you rested well already?" Ryomo Takuo asked with surprise as he saw Lin Su reappear in the courtyard. Lin Su nodded and said, "Yes, now we can let Moros come over." Saying this, he decisively took out the jade pendant. Good. Ryomo Takuo was overjoyed. As he spoke, he hurriedly adjusted his clothes. As long as this contract was signed, not only would no one pursue his failure in this mission, but on the contrary, he would be credited with a great achievement for District J. Just as Ryomo Takuo was excitedly lost in his thoughts, there was a cracking sound. The jade pendant in Lin Su's hand shattered, and the fluctuations of spatial power rippled through the air. With a metallic clang, just as a spatial rift appeared, an exceptionally sharp sword chi slashed directly at Ryomo Takuo's face. Ryomo Takuo's pupils suddenly constricted and he instinctively raised his feather fan to block. Clang! The sword chi was extraordinarily domineering, and Ryomo Takuo didn't even have time to see who attacked him before he was blasted away like a cannonball, smashing through the courtyard wall. "Child, are you alright?" Nangongyun appeared beside Lin Su holding a long sword and asked anxiously. As a top military force, he naturally knew about the kidnapping of Huaxia's prodigies by District J. In fact, the military's retaliation against District J was led by Nangongyun. However, strangely enough, before they could start fighting with District J, all the kidnapped students except for Lin Su were mysteriously transported back. Soon news spread within the military that Lin Su had exchanged the others back with his abilities. While moved, Nangongyun was also anxious. However, at that moment the transport jade pendant he had given to Lin Su suddenly reacted. Without needing to ask, Nangongyun immediately guessed Lin Su's current situation, so as soon as the spatial rift appeared, he took action. Gratefully glancing at Nangongyun, Lin Su shook his head. "I'm fine, help me keep an eye on Ryomo Takuo, don't let him escape. Today I want him to die here." Having learned from his previous encounter with Selena, Lin Su was confident he could handle Liang Mutuo, although he wasn't completely sure he could kill him on the spot. If Liang Mutuo were to escape, it would jeopardize his subsequent plans. To ensure nothing went wrong, Lin Su decisively called over Nangongyun. Nangongyun, already frustrated from being outmaneuvered in Zone J, was harboring a seething anger. Upon hearing Lin Su's request, he cruelly smiled and nodded in agreement. "All right. No problem," he said, flicking his wrist. Dozens of sword illusions descended from the sky, piercing the ground and instantly forming a massive circular sword array. A system alert notified them that within the area of the sword array, all spatial items and skills would be disabled. Seeing the system alert, Lin Su's lips curved into a smirk. "Now we're stable." At that moment, Liang Mutuo, emerging from the ruins, caught sight of Nangongyun and twisted his expression in horror, exclaiming aloud. Lin Su simply smiled faintly, uninterested in entertaining this fool. As he waved his hand, a dense swarm of insectoid puppet soldiers surged forth. "How is this possible? How could you have so many summons?" Liang Mutuo was once again shocked into incoherence. "Kid, what are these?" Nangongyun, struck by the terrifying scene, couldn't help but ask in astonishment. "Puppets," replied Lin Su, briefly directing them to leave Liang Mutuo barely alive. "I want to kill him with my own hands." He then commanded the puppet army to engage the ninjas. After a moment's thought, to ensure no survivors, Lin Su even released the Hell Flame Dragon. Watching the puppet army flood towards the ninjas like a tide, Nangongyun's eyelids twitched involuntarily. At that moment he felt that even if he hadn't come, Lin Su would still have managed on his own. Here was a novice only a month into his class change, whose strength had already reached such a fearsome level. Given more time, what couldn't be accomplished in the abyss? With this thought, Nangongyun wasted no more time and rapidly charged at Liang Mutuo with his sword. Lin Su did not join in Nangongyun's fight with Liang Mutuo. He realized that ever since acquiring the ability to control puppets, he had become increasingly lazy. He avoided any battle he did not have to fight personally. Meanwhile, although the puppet army outnumbered the ninjas, the significant difference in levels made the battle fiercely challenging. Often 20 or so puppets would fall just to take down one ninja. However, the good news was that the intense battle did not last long. In a bamboo grove, a blood-soaked ninja was pinned to the ground by several insectoid sentries wielding long spears. Blood spurted from the ninja's abdomen as he neared death, roaring and swinging his long sword. Two insectoid sentries' heads slid off their bodies and heads vanishing into black mist. Seemingly moved by his own final act of defiance, the ninja laughed heartily, dying with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the ninjas around cast admiring glances at the brave warrior. However, in the next moment, the warrior, who seemed dead beyond doubt, suddenly opened his eyes. Barely breathing, he called out for help to a companion not far away. The face hidden underneath the companion's mask twitched, puzzled at how the severely injured warrior still had the strength to cry for help. Without much time to think, as the battlefield situation changed rapidly, the companion instinctively reached out to pull the warrior up, their hands clasped tightly together. But what greeted the companion was not a thankful survivor. Instead, a dagger pierced through his heart with a poochie sound. The companion's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the short blade that had instantly penetrated his heart. Before he could scream or shout, the brave warrior swiftly plunged a second and third knife into his chest. Similar scenes unfolded continuously within the secret realm, drastically reducing the number of ninjas. Gradually, the ninjas began to retreat in defeat, their eyes red with panic and on the verge of collapse. The terror was overwhelming. No one knew when a teammate fighting alongside them would suddenly stab them in the back. The trust among teammates collapsed instantly, and the ninjas began to keep their distance from each other, each fighting for themselves. This was an excellent opportunity for the puppets to counterattack. In less than 10 minutes, more than 400 ninjas were annihilated. A golden light soared into the sky from Lin Su's body. "Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to LV-25. Lin Su's lips curled into a smile. Unlike the previous control over the puppets, this time Lin Su merely issued an order for the ninjas to be killed without exception. The subsequent operations were all freely executed by the puppets infused with souls. Undoubtedly, the effect was explosively effective. Lin Su's lips curled unconsciously. Indeed, the most formidable weapon for killing was never the blade but the human heart. As Lin Su thought this, his gaze shifted to Liang Mutua, who was fiercely battling Nan Gongyun. At this moment, Liang Mutua no longer bore his usual gentle and elegant demeanor. His hair was disheveled, and his pristine kimono was covered with bloodstains and slash marks, utterly disheveled. Clearly, even though Nan Gongyun's combat power was not as exaggerated as the rumors suggested, Liang Mutua was still no match for him, even though he had summoned all 5 of his guardian spirits to fight. Lin Su's lips curled, and seizing a gap, he commanded mentally the Hell Flame Dragon dove towards Liang Mutua, unleashing a dragon breath several meters in diameter directly at Liang Mutua and his guardian spirits. Amidst the sudden screams, Liang Mutua, overwhelmed, fumbled clumsily. In the next moment, one guardian spirit opened a semicircular shield to block the dragon's breath. Liang Mutua, in a somewhat disheveled state, rolled on the ground, attempting to escape the range of the dragon's breath. However, just then an extremely cold and beautiful girl suddenly appeared behind Liang Mutua. Bang! With a deafening explosion of sound, the girl's fiercely powerful kick tore through the air, striking Liang Mutua with such force that he was sent flying like a soccer ball. Before even hitting the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Lin Su, I'm going to kill you," Liang Mutua growled, his eyes filled with rage as he struggled to rise from the ground. However, before he could get up, a foot pressed down on his head, forcefully grinding it into the earth. His unfinished threat turned into an unintelligible whimper. Lin Su sneered dismissively. "You've said that twice today," he mocked. "Just so you know, aside from that faster than a rabbit Selena, everyone else who has dared to speak to me like that is dead." With those chilling words, Lin Su's soul void blade swiftly decapitated Liang Mutua. Strangely, Liang Mutua did not die instantly. Instead, a red light flashed from his body. As the power of space emanated, a pendant around his neck cracked open. The burst of spatial power was instantaneous, but thanks to the sword array Nan Gongyun had set up around them, Liang Mutua was kept in place. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Su commented, "At this level of profession, one would expect some life-saving tricks up their sleeve. Good thing I was wise to bring Nan Gongyun along, or Liang Mutua would have definitely escaped." Thinking this, Lin Su couldn't help but glance at the shattered pendant. Rebirth combined with spatial teleportation, such equipment is astronomically valuable. He sighed internally at the thought of how valuable his strike had been, then raised the soul void blade again. Successfully killed a level 76 professional from District J, experience plus 216000. Watching his experience bar surge by 1/5, a smirk played across Lin Su's lips. Killing professionals from other districts is indeed much faster than running dungeons. As for not getting the killing chest and killing badge, there was no regret. Since dying outside of dungeons meant leaving all equipment on the body, Lin Su could simply strip it directly, moreover not just the equipment on the body but also the items within the personal space of the puppets, which retained all abilities of their owner before death, could be taken by Lin Su in one fell swoop, making the profits far more substantial than opening killing chests. After toggling his vision a few times, Lin Su was dizzy from the dazzling array of items. Suppressing his excitement, his gaze settled on Liang Mutuo. With a thought, a dark mist surged and Liang Mutuo's neck wound healed. Slowly he rose and knelt on one knee before Lin Su, respectfully saying, "Greetings, master." "Child, there." Seeing Liang Mutuo resurrected and kneeling respectfully to Lin Su, Nan Gongyan exclaimed on the spot, "The targets I killed, I can turn them into puppets." Lin Su explained simply. Nan Gongyan was shocked and pointed to the tens of thousands of puppet soldiers around him, exclaiming, "Are all these puppets ones you've killed?" After thinking it over, Lin Su shook his head. The vast majority were killed by other puppets, but being killed by puppets counts as being killed by me too, so they can be transformed. Nan Gongyan nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. How could a newcomer of just over level 20 kill so many? But wait, that's even more terrifying, he suddenly realized. Doesn't that mean as long as Lin Su uses his puppet army in battle, his puppets will keep coming endlessly? This ability is simply defying the heavens. Knowing what Nan Gongyan was thinking, Lin Su smiled subtly, saying quietly, "It's not as terrifying as you think. My spiritual power is limited, so naturally, the number of puppets I can control is also limited. The current scale is already the limit I can handle." Lin Su was actually lying. Although Nan Gongyan seemed genuinely supportive, he was after all parasitized by the demonic vine seed. Such life and death course secrets couldn't possibly be shared with the other party. On the other hand, once the Abyss truly realized the terrifying nature of his necromancer puppeteer abilities plus soul manipulation, they would definitely kill him at all costs, before he truly gained strength. Revealing this to someone he couldn't fully trust was akin to suicide. "Oh, I see," Nan Gongyan murmured, nodding, his expression unreadable whether it was out of relief or worry. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked Lin Su, "So the last time you repelled the Abyss boss Selena, it was also with these puppets?" "Yes," Lin Su nodded directly. Nan Gongyan frowned slightly, probing further. "So it was just Selena who came looking for you, no one else, right?" Lin Su said as a matter of course. "What did Selena tell you?" Nan Gongyan pressed. "She asked me to join the Abyss, I refused, then we fought and she ran away," Lin Su replied without hesitation. He had prepared this set of statements since coming out of the last world instance. He would never admit to knowing about Nan Gongyan's symbiosis with Maros. Whether Nan Gongyan was friend or foe was still unknown. Until his own strength was sufficient to confront the other, he would never admit he held leverage over him. Hearing this, Nan Gongyan's brow furrowed deeply. "Is there a problem?" Lin Su asked innocently. "Oh, no problem." Realizing he had been lost in thought, Nan Gongyan hurriedly said. After speaking, it seemed his mood had lightened somewhat and he beckoned to Lin Su. "All right, let's leave the matters here. You've made a great contribution to the China region this time. Come on, I'll take you back to receive your reward." Saying this, Nan Gongyan was about to grab Lin Su to teleport away. However, Lin Su directly refused. "No, I still have some things to deal with in the J region. You go back first." "What, you want to stay in the J region?" "No, absolutely not, it's too dangerous." Nan Gongyan frowned, firmly refusing. At this moment, the drawbacks of summoning Nan Gongyan for help were apparent. Lin Su had anticipated that the other party would never agree to let him stay in the J district. However, he had already prepared his arguments. Thinking of this, Lin Su smiled faintly and explained, "Back during the college entrance exams, I was transported here unexpectedly, wasn't I? Is returning to the Huaxia district now truly safe?" Hearing this, Nan Gongyan's face twitched, left speechless. It was well known that this incident involved spies from the J district planted within the Huaxia district. The fact that they could tamper with the college entrance examination venue showed their deep infiltration into the Huaxia district. In other words, there were definitely still spies from the J district in the Huaxia district. Even if Lin Su went back, his safety couldn't be guaranteed if they decided to target him. Seeing Nan Gongyan's troubled expression, Lin Su softened his tone and continued, "Another point, it won't be long before the secret of the Black Dragon Guild's sanctuary being breached gets out. If you leave, everyone will assume I went back with you, and ironically, that would make me safer." Nan Gongyan frowned, pondering for a moment before probing. "So what exactly do you want to do by staying in the J district?" After a brief pause, Lin Su replied directly, "I want to infiltrate the J district to gather intelligence and try to root out those rats. As he spoke, he took a ring from the hands of the puppet Liang Mutua, displaying its information to Nangong Yuan. The item was named Cherry Blossom Ring, a spy-type identity tool that allowed the wearer to possess all the rights of a professional in the J District, such as entering trials and joining guilds in the J District. The wearer could also customize their personal information. After reading the information displayed by Lin Su, Nangong Yun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. There was no doubt that it was a professional spy tool. "Where did you get this?" Nangong Yun couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Su smiled faintly and pointed at Liang Mutua, who looked somewhat dazed beside him. "He prepared it for us." Nangong Yun opened his mouth, wanting to say more, but ultimately closed it. Indeed, with this tool, Lin Su's situation was not as dangerous as imagined. Moreover, with Lin Su's abilities and intelligence, whether it was self-protection or infiltrating the higher ranks of the J District, there seemed to be no great difficulty. With this in mind, Nangong Yun simply nodded and said, "All right, then be very careful." After speaking, he took out 2 jade pendants and handed them to Lin Su, explaining, "One is like the one you used before. Crush it and I'll come immediately. The other is for teleportation. It can directly transport you back to the headquarters of the Huaxia Military District." "Okay, thanks," Lin Su replied courteously. Nangong Yun chuckled, "Silly boy, no need to be so formal with me. When you return to Huaxia, I'll commend your achievements." Nangong Yun laughed and scolded, then heavily patted Lin Su on the shoulder before vanishing into thin air. After Nangong Yun left, Lin Su let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, with a thought, all the ninja puppets, including Liang Mutuo, regained their clarity of vision. "Greetings, master." All the ninja puppets kneeled down in unison before Lin Su. Lin Su glanced at Liang Mutuo and spoke directly. "List all the spies J District has placed in the Huaxia District for me in detail." "Yes, master," Liang Mutuo responded and immediately set about the task. Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk. "Looking for spies? What a joke!" With the skill of soul manipulation, pulling out the spies J District had placed in Huaxia was merely a matter of saying the word. The reason Lin Su chose to stay in J District was threefold. First, to level up and enhance his combat abilities. Of course, this so-called leveling up wasn't about defeating monsters but through eliminating other districts' professionals. This method of leveling up couldn't be achieved within the boundaries of the Huaxia District, as killing professionals from one's own district yielded no experience. Second, to plunder the resources of J District. Just like raiding the ninja troops of the Black Dragon Society, for every J District professional he killed, it was akin to looting all the equipment and items they possessed, even those within their personal space. This was no longer mere robbery. It was a complete plunder. Moreover, if Lin Su wished, with just a thought, those puppets from J District would willingly offer everything they owned, including themselves. However, according to the habits of professionals, all valuable items were usually stored in their personal space. Therefore, Lin Su decided not to expend energy on these matters for the time being. Combining the above 2 points for Lin Su, the entire J District was like a dungeon he was currently experiencing. And it was a super luxurious dungeon that required no entrance ticket, had no time limit, and offered benefits so rich they were dizzying. As for his goal, Lin Su intended to uncover the truth about an incident from his family's past here. With his previous life experience as an assassin, Lin Su inherently held a skeptical attitude towards information obtained directly from others. Thus, whether it was Nangong Yun or Moroz's narration, Lin Su didn't completely trust them. He only believed what he heard, saw, and deduced himself. But, with the ability of soul manipulation, things suddenly became simple. Since the J District was also involved in the incident of his family, whether it was for revenge or to extract information from the puppets, the more J District professionals he killed, the closer he got to the truth. Realizing this, Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk as he put on the Sakura ring. Notice, the professional now possesses the same rights as J District professionals. Notice, please draft your personal information. Notice, once personal information is confirmed, it cannot be modified again. Please fill in carefully. Following that, a dialog box appeared directly in Lin Su's field of vision. Name? Lin Su squinted his eyes and a frown quickly settled on his forehead, considering his own talent for naming. He was initially shocked, but then he thought it over. A name change was absolutely necessary, especially since he had appeared on the global notice twice already. Carrying the name Lin Su was practically asking for trouble. Scratching his head vigorously and guided by the principle of pragmatism, Lin Su decisively wrote down a new name in the name field: Lin Xiongyi Chen. After looking it over from left to right and feeling somewhat satisfied, he quickly confirmed his choice. The next dialog box popped up immediately. occupation. Like the reason for changing his name, the occupation Sword Demon was unique in the world to him alone, and being detected would mean exposing his identity. Without much hesitation, Lin Su chose Summoner. After confirming this choice, his basic information was completely filled out. Named Lin Xiongyichen, occupation Summoner, level 25. Note: information will be restored after the Sakura ring is removed. Looking at his new identity, Lin Su couldn't help but laugh. Excellent, in the J region Lin Xiongyichen will make a killing. About half an hour later, Liang Mutaku respectfully handed over a thick stack of documents to Lin Su. Lin Su took them, flipping through casually. The information was detailed, with a significant portion handwritten. Excellent, he thought. Once he returned this to the Huaxia region, he could exchange it for a reward. Stowing the documents away, Lin Su pondered for a moment before asking Liang Mutaku, about 10 years ago there was an assassination attempt targeting the upper echelons of the Huaxia region. Do you know about this? Liang Mutaku looked puzzled, thought for a moment and nodded. I know, but I only have a vague idea and was not a direct witness to that event. Lin Su raised an eyebrow and Liang Mutaku continued. According to intelligence gathered by the Black Dragon Guild, the incident seemed to have been sparked by a struggle over a divine status. Struggle for divine status? Lin Su's brows immediately knitted together. Sure enough, after the conspiracy theories of Nan Gong-yun and the traitor talk of Moros, a third version involving his family had emerged. The struggle for divine status. Liang Mutaku wouldn't lie to him, and compared to the previous two accounts, Lin Su chose to believe Liang Mutaku without hesitation. What is divine status? Is curious, Lin Su asked directly. Soon, with Liang Mutaku's patient explanation, Lin Su understood what divine status was all about. Divine status, the key for a level 99 professional to ascend to level 100. According to Liang Mutaku, professionals encounter two significant bottlenecks during their leveling process. The first is between levels 79 and 80. Professionals below level 80 are considered ordinary, while those from level 80 to 99 are called pseudo-gods. To ascend from level 79 to 80 not only is sufficient experience required, but also an item known as divine status. However, what is referred to here as divine status is actually a castrated version of the true divine status. As for level 99 professionals aspiring to reach level 100 and become true gods, they need the complete version of divine status. According to Liang Mutua, the incident that erupted in the Huaxia region years ago was all about competing for a complete version of a divine attribute. However, whether it was a pseudo-divine attribute or a complete version, they were both exceedingly rare, to the point that Liang Mutuo had never seen either. In his description, the divine attribute seemed both like a piece of equipment and like a prop. Having understood this, Lin Su glanced at his own skill panel, which was only at level 25, and chuckled. No wonder Nan Gong-yun had been stuck at level 79 for so long. And as for himself, who knew when he would be able to use a divine attribute? Thinking this, Lin Su decided not to dwell on the topic and asked Liang Mutua about who had personally participated in that incident in the J region. Liang Mutua straightforwardly responded that all three elders of the Elders Council had been involved. Lin Su narrowed his eyes. Unlike the structure in the Huaxia region, the administrators of the J region were guilds comprising three main ones. The Black Dragon Guild was mainly responsible for intelligence gathering, espionage and assassinations. The Qingmu Guild managed ordinary life-related professions, maintained social order and oversaw the operation of cities. The Rakshasa Guild managed the J region's military and all combat-related professions. Above these three guilds stood the Elders Council. The council consisted of three elders who jointly decided on all major issues in the J region, forming the core of the core. In other words, seeking revenge on the Elders Council was akin to waging war against the entire J region. With a slight smirk, Lin Su asked Liang Mutua about the personal strengths of the elders. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Mutua answered that, without exception, they were all pseudo-gods. Lin Su rubbed his face in frustration. Great, the strength of the enemies had reached a new level. Considering this, he quickly discarded the idea of assassinating them. Not to mention the uncertain power of a pseudo-god, Lin Su had experienced Nan Gong-yun's strength. Without exaggeration, Lin Su felt that even if he deployed all his strategies and added an army of puppets, he would hardly be a match for his opponent. Moreover, if the opponent was determined to flee, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Now, suddenly facing three pseudo-gods, Lin Su turned to Liang Mutua and asked, "Do you have any good suggestions for wiping out the J region?" Nowadays, Liang Mutua, who was loyal only to Lin Su and recognized no other, had the same level of cognitive ability as before. Although it felt somewhat simplistic and more susceptible to persuasion for someone who was the head of a guild, after all, Liang Mutua was more familiar with the J region and Lin Su wanted to hear his thoughts. When asked by Lin Su, Liang Mutua scanned the puppet army that had already started cleaning the battlefield methodically and pondered before responding. Given the master's current strength, it would be difficult to take down the entire J region in one go, therefore I suggest the master adopt a gradual approach to erode their power. Lin Su nodded and smiled, patting Liang Mutuo's shoulder. Very well, it is almost as I expected. Therefore, let's start with the Black Dragon Guild. Now in your name, order all members of the Black Dragon Guild to gather within the secret realm. Currently, only a portion of the Black Dragon Guild's members are inside the secret realm. Compared to the other two guilds, the Black Dragon Guild has the fewest members, totaling only about 5,000. However, since they mainly handle espionage and assassination, their personnel are of the highest quality among the guilds. Those below level 40 are not even qualified to join. Yes, master, I will begin gathering the members immediately. Liang Mutua received the order without any hesitation and started to act on it. However, just as he turned around, he was stopped by Lin Su's telepathic call. Master, do you have any other instructions? Liang Mutua turned back and asked respectfully. Lin Su stuffed a chokingly large biscuit into his mouth, chewed twice and frowned slightly. After hesitating, he spat out the biscuit and said to Liang Mutua, "Find me a woman, someone who is both a good cook and emotionally intelligent. I have no requirements regarding her combat skills or appearance." Liang Mutua was momentarily stunned, then a knowing smile appeared between the two men. Lin Su, unamused, rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain. He wasn't looking for a woman to solve that kind of problem. He wanted to solve his dining issues. Every time they went into a dungeon, it was nothing but bread and mineral water, or biscuits and instant noodles. Honestly, the meals were worse than a school cafeteria. As for buying ready-made meals, Lin Su neither had the time nor the energy, thus he wanted to find a chef, or rather a maid. And why not a male? Wouldn't that be odd? Alright, master, as your companion, I actually have an excellent candidate in mind. After a moment's thought, Liang Mutua said meaningfully. Lin Su frowned and gave Liang Mutua a swift glance, prompting him not to keep him in suspense any longer. Akiyama Sakina, a dancer, a level 79 lifestyle profession and the guild leader of the Aokimu Guild. Lin Su's action of tearing the bread halted. A lifestyle profession holder as the guild leader of the Aokimu Guild. What level of emotional intelligence must she have? Considering this, Lin Su asked a question that slightly worried him. How old is she? 21 years old, replied Liang Mutua. Lin Su squinted his eyes. At that age, such maturity, but he wondered about her cooking skills. Thinking this, Lin Su decisively said, after clearing out the Black Dragon Guild, invite her to the secret realm, then eliminate her. After Liang Mutua left, Lin Su looked silently at the bread in his hand. After a moment, he called out Fan Fan. Ever since Fan Fan had devoured the Hell Flame Dragon in a world dungeon, its condition had become unusual, lethargic and sleepy. Initially, Lin Su thought it had a stomach issue, but then the system occasionally popped up notifications about Fan Fan's attribute growth. Confirming that Fan Fan's attribute panel had no abnormalities, Lin Su speculated that it was probably just overfed and sleepy. Only recently, feeling that Fan Fan was becoming lively again, did Lin Su let it out. After Fan Fan appeared, he immediately began to run around Lin Su with great excitement. Lin Su smiled slightly and handed the bread in his hand to Fan Fan. Fan Fan first sniffed it excitedly, then his three dog faces drooped simultaneously, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Lin Su's mouth twitched slightly. Great, you mean if I eat this, I'm worse than a dog, he thought. With that thought, he summoned a ninja puppet that immediately went toward the attic. Moments later, a well-proportioned and pretty long-haired young girl emerged from the attic and walked towards Lin Su. She was Yamada Reina, the first ninja Lin Su had killed. In reality, given the usual pace of progression for fighters, calling Yamada Reina a young girl was not quite accurate. With her B-grade talent, reaching level 53 would typically require someone to be at least in their 30s. However, this world showed leniency towards women, especially female fighters, as their aging process was remarkably slow. Therefore, judging her age by her appearance was inaccurate. Of course, Lin Su was not interested in knowing her exact age. He merely wanted her to act as a guide, nothing more complicated. Lead the way, Fan Fan and I are going out to eat, Lin Su commanded Reina. Having said that, he retracted Inar back into his body and headed straight for the teleportation array. As a formidable enforcer, Lin Su was accustomed to keeping Inar close by. As for the upcoming battle in the secret realm, an army of 20,000 insectoid puppets along with a hellish flame dragon, 400 ninja puppets and Takumi Ryoku would handle a few thousand members of the Black Dragon Society without much trouble. In such large-scale battles, whether he was present or not made no significant difference, so Lin Su decided to take a hands-off approach. At worst, he would simply control the situation with his mental power once the battle began. Even if all his forces were wiped out, he was indifferent. He could simply summon them again the next day. At a bustling noodle shop in Saikyo Street, Lin Su pushed aside his third empty ramen bowl, utterly content and squinting with satisfaction. Scenes from the battle in the secret realm streamed in. Hundreds of eerie green lights traced a dazzling Milky Way across the starless, moonless night sky, rapidly converging towards one area. These were the heavy artillery beetle tanks focusing their fire in one direction. Following the explosion, the hellish flame dragon's breath lit up, and immediately after, the roaring of the insectoid army echoed. Takumi Ryoku was cunning. He hadn't transported all the Black Dragon Society members into the secret realm at once. The first batch consisted of about 1,000 members. These people, caught completely off guard, could never have imagined that their guild leader was plotting their demise. The battle, no, the massacre, commenced without suspense. After a volley of fire, more than half of the betrayed Black Dragon Society members were wiped out instantly. As soon as the infernal flame dragon unleashed its breath, it had to withdraw from the battle. Before it could breathe out a second time, the remaining members of the Black Dragon Society had already been overwhelmed by a swarm of insects. Congratulations on reaching level 26, a beam of golden light soared into the sky. From Lin Su's body, every diner in the noodle shop was stunned. Leveling up from eating noodles was something they had never seen in their lives. With that thought, everyone's gaze instantly turned to the noodle shop owner. The noodle shop owner, equally confused, quickly looked over at Lin Su. "Boss, let's have another 50 servings of char siu," Lin Su said, ignoring the owner's puzzled look and pointing to his pet Fan, which had returned to the size of a normal dog. In fact, Lin Su wanted to order 100 servings for Fan, but saying so would clearly seem troublesome. Moreover, if he really let Fan eat to its full capacity, Lin Su felt it could keep eating until the next morning. Glancing at the three-headed, fiercely red-eyed Fan, not knowing whether from heat or fear, the owner also wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and responded with a forced smile, "Yes, your summon is really cute, ha." After receiving a stern look from Fan, the owner decided not to waste any further words and hurriedly went to work. While Lin Su was waiting for the food, a loud bang echoed as the door to the noodle shop was flung open. A man in a jacket stormed in. "Fellow compatriots, I bring shocking news. A large number of professionals are spontaneously gathering in the Huaxia region, preparing to attack our J region. I call on all compatriots to unite and face the enemy together." No sooner had he entered than the man in the jacket began to shout passionately. The once bustling noodle shop went silent for a moment. Those who were eating continued to eat, and those who were adding vinegar to their noodles did just that, completely ignoring the man. The unspoken rule of this world is that wars between regions do not concern ordinary people or lifestyle professionals. Even if the army of the Huaxia region were to break through Xijing, they would never harm ordinary people. At this moment, most in the noodle shop were just ordinary lifestyle professionals. Of course, wars between the Abyss and the regions are not included in this category. Unlike the united indignation of the Huaxia region, the common people in the J region, unaffected by the conflict, appeared indifferent. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, the jacketed man felt a bit embarrassed. His gaze swept around the noodle shop and quickly landed on Lin Su, who was accompanied by Fan. At the same time, Lin Su also glanced at the man. "LV6 E-rank talent," Lin Su muttered to himself, immediately dismissing the thought of killing the man. Such trash, killing him yields no experience, and summoning a puppet would be a waste of spiritual power. However, seeing that Lin Su had glanced at him, the man suddenly became excited. He grabbed Lin Su excitedly, exclaiming, "Brother compatriot, I see you have a summoning beast with you. You must be a summoner, right? At such a critical moment for our region, we really should." Lin Su frowned. Standing at the doorway, Yamada Reina entered silently and positioned herself behind the man. At the same time, a gleaming short dagger appeared in her hand. Lin Su felt that killing such a person would dirty his own hands. Just as Lin Su was about to order his execution, the man in the jacket suddenly changed his tone and magically produced a box from his hands. Brother, if for some reason you can't go to the front lines, then look, donating a bit of spare change is always possible, right?" Yamada Reina slipped the short dagger back into her space. Lin Su rubbed his face in silence. It was clear that the man before them was not a true patriot. he was merely a scammer looking to exploit the situation between the Huaxia region and the Jie region, seeking to swindle some money. Get lost, Lin Su said, his gaze shifting away from the man, unwilling to spare him another glance. The man's face twitched as he tried to provoke further. He scanned the customers in the noodle shop and raised his voice by an octave. Brother, all these people are watching. As a professional nurtured by the region, given resources to strengthen your abilities, surely you can't be unwilling to contribute a small amount of money. Lin Su scoffed loudly, growing angry. Last warning, get out. It seemed that the man had not expected these words to still be ineffective. Lin Su was known to usually yield to such tactics. Thinking this, the man's stubbornness kicked in, his face turning red as he challenged, fine then compatriot, tell us, in this battle between the Jie region and Huaxia, where do you stand? With a loud pft, the man's head exploded, his headless body collapsing to the ground. Lin Su shook the blood from his fists and sneered, I stand with Huaxia, a murder. After a moment of dead silence, screams erupted within the noodle shop and chaos ensued. The Black Dragon Guild is handling official business. Everyone shut up, kneel down, or we will kill without mercy. Before Lin Su could issue his commands, Yamada Reina stepped forward, blocking the exit of the noodle shop. She displayed the cherry blossom engraved dagger to everyone. The disturbance instantly calmed, and several patrons who were about to flee stopped in their tracks. The sound of difficult swallowing filled the air. Without any resistance, including the noodle shop owner, everyone obediently knelt on the ground. Lin Su smiled as he accepted a towel passed to him by his companion Fan Fan, wiping the blood off his hands. He glanced at the middle-aged owner, who was trying not to cry and dared not even breathe heavily. Pack up my order and make it quick. He then laid a stack of bills on the table. Yes, right away. The middle-aged owner, as if granted a pardon, began to hustle with all his might. 3 minutes later, Lin Su, holding a soft drink warmly offered by the owner, called Fan Fan and left satisfied. Master, those were just some lowly civilians, why didn't you order them killed? Just as Lin Su made his move, Yamada Reina also drew her dagger, targeting the civilians. It was only a thought from Lin Su that stopped her, causing her to change her strategy just in time. Faced with Yamada Reina's question, Lin Su merely rolled his eyes and did not respond. I'm neither a psychopath nor a pervert, why would I engage in slaughtering civilians like a beast, he thought to himself. At the same time, he issued an order to Yamada Reina, take me to the nearest dungeon hall, level 30, the higher the difficulty the better. Yes, master. Yamada Reina responded promptly, decisively, pulling open the door of an off-road vehicle. Since the recruitment activities within the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm had already begun in earnest, Lin Su had no intention of sitting idly by. He could ignore civilians as they held no interest for him, but as for professionals, sorry, but they were fair game. And where could one find the most professionals? Clearly a dungeon hall was the place. As for why he chose only a level 30 dungeon hall, it was because, with Lin Su's current level, the highest level dungeon he could enter was 30. His plan was to enter the dungeon hall and eliminate every breathing combat professional. Afterwards, he would use this extreme event to attract the attention of the Aomori Guild. While planning these events in his mind, Lin Su settled into the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle, his eyes slightly closed, the scenes from inside the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm passing before his eyes. Inside the realm, insectoids and ninja puppets were each busy with their tasks, already moving into the phase of clearing the battlefield and collecting spoils of war. With a thought, Lin Su summoned a surge of black mist, and the nearly 1,000 members of the Black Dragon Guild, who had been annihilated earlier, appeared on an open space in the secret realm, immediately getting to work. As for where to summon the puppets, Lin Su had two options, either at their place of death or directly by his side. The matter of the Black Dragon Guild's betrayal in Area J was still not to be publicized, as it could easily lead to being surrounded and attacked by the Aomori and Rakshasa guilds. Therefore, given the current situation, Lin Su's choice was to grow stealthily and avoid recklessness. However, when necessary, he could recall all the combat units from within the secret realm back into his body and then release them at his side. The scene would surely be shocking. An hour later, Lin Su stepped into the dungeon hall. The hall was somewhat noisy. Lin Su glanced around subconsciously. Perhaps due to the difficulty of the dungeon, the number of professionals was not very high, just over 100. While feeling slightly regretful, he made a mental note, and Yamada Reina quietly blocked the entrance to the dungeon hall. She did this to prevent anyone from escaping in the chaos that would soon ensue. Ignoring the redundant Yamada Reina, the soul void blade appeared in Lin Su's hand, following his mental command. Immediately Yamada Reina crouched down pretending to tie her shoelaces. However, just as Lin Su's right hand touched the hilt of the soul void blade, a man's exclamation suddenly erupted. Look, 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 see what I've found. From the most crowded part of the hall, a man with a nose ring walked towards Lin Su with an exaggerated expression. Lin Su stopped as he drew his sword. A mere level 26 daring to challenge the notoriously difficult level 30 dungeon, it was laughable. Standing 2 meters in front of Lin Su, the rogue burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if not laughing would be the death of him today. His laughter invited more mockery, and soon the surrounding crowd of professionals began pointing and ridiculing Lin Su. With a slight smirk, Lin Su unsheathed his soul void blade. What are you trying to do? You're not thinking of chopping me, are you? The rogue laughed more wildly as he saw Lin Su draw his weapon. He taunted further by shaking a card in his hand at Lin Su. Come on, kid, if you dare touch me today, I'll gift you this nightmare difficulty invitation. Lin Su couldn't help but laugh heartily, internally thanking the rogue's ancestors. Just as Lin Su was about to make his move, a girl in a staff uniform bravely squeezed through the crowd looking timid. Please, esteemed professionals, do not engage in conflict within the dungeon hall. I will be penalized if you do, please. She bowed deeply to Lin Su and the rogue. Lin Su scoffed at her. A commoner, of course he knew the answer, he could see her status at a glance. The girl didn't bite at Lin Su's somewhat absurd question and continued with a nervous expression. Fighting here is considered very poor behavior and will immediately attract the enforcers from the Aokimu Guild. I'm sure neither of you would like to deal with the enforcers, so please. Before the girl could finish her plea, Lin Su burst out laughing again. He pointed to the ground with his chin, signaling the girl to lie down. He thought people from District J were incredibly naive. Either they were rushing to offer their heads on a platter or assisting others without realizing. The girl's face turned red in an instant. It was not uncommon for living class professionals like her to become the outlet for combat class professionals' frustrations. Despite the unfairness, the guilds overtly and covertly favored the combatants. Victims like her had no choice but to swallow their grievances. Lin Su's gaze turned cold as he thought she was showing her animal instincts. 3 seconds, if you don't do as I say you'll bear the consequences. He coldly began to count down, his sword hand gathering strength. In the next moment, with her eyes brimming with tears and a face full of grievance, the girl lay down on the ground. Lin Su glanced at her and a vein throbbed on his forehead. If time permitted, he really wanted to kick her squarely on the butt and shout, "Lie down," with some dignity. Just then, as Lin Su internally complained, a ring-shaped blade aura burst forth from him as the center, sweeping just over the head of Yamada Reina, who was tying her shoes at the doorway. The blade successfully killed a level 35 professional from District J, granting plus 60,000 experience, followed by the death of a level 33 professional, adding another plus 50,000 experience. The kill log updated rapidly on the screen. A beam of golden light shot up from Lin Su's body, followed closely by a second one. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to LV27, LV28, 2 levels at once. Lin Su was slightly surprised. Although the puppets did not participate in this battle and only Fan took a portion of his experience, the number of professionals he had just killed should not have allowed him to level up so quickly. With this thought, Lin Su switched his perspective. Indeed, the second wave of cleanup operations against the remnants of the Black Dragon Guild within the secret realm had begun. Perhaps feeling that the last battle was not challenging enough this time, Liang Mutua directly teleported about 2,000 guild members. With nearly 1,000 puppets joining the previous wave, the battle still lacked highlights. The one-sided situation was very obvious. Thinking of this, Lin Su casually handed over the command to Liang Mutua and then turned his attention to the delinquent. The delinquent's pupils began to dilate. With a ding, the soul-empty blade was sheathed, and Lin Su smiled as he took the nightmare difficulty invitation from the other's hand, sincerely saying thank you. The girl lying on the ground was dumbfounded. She had never expected that instead of facing Lin Su's brutal assault, what came was a reconciliation between the two who had just drawn swords at each other. Just as she turned her head to look behind her, blood spurted out and she saw the upper half of the delinquent's body slowly sliding to one side. What shocked the girl even more was not just the fate of the delinquent. All the professionals who had been alive just moments ago were, without exception, having their upper bodies slide to the side. The girl's eyes widened in horror, nearly fainting from the shocking scene before her. However, after being slapped lightly by Fan, she immediately came to her senses. Lin Su looked at her calmly with a smile. Call the police, notify the Aokimu Guild to come. The girl's cheeks twisted and she instinctively raised her hands, swearing to the heavens, Sir, rest assured I definitely will not. Lin Su sneered, his mind made up, no longer bothering with her. Soon Yamada Reina approached the girl. After a warm and friendly exchange, the girl's face sported several fresh red slap marks and she immediately made a distress call to the Aokamu Guild, making 3 calls in a row. At this moment, the way the girl looked at Lin Su was as if she were seeing a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, he had killed over 100 professionals and insisted on making her call for help to have the Aokamu Guild capture him. What arrogance, what audacity, how could such a monster exist in the world? However, as the girl was internally ranting, the lobby of the instance was swirling with black fog. Those professionals who were dead beyond dead had somehow risen again, their previous injuries healed as if nothing had happened. Master, all the converted puppet professionals kneeled before Lin Su in unison. Lin Su glanced at Yamada Reina and instructed, take them with you and treat our friends from the Aokamu Guild well later. Also, if they are in a hurry to find me, tell them I've entered the instance and will be out shortly. Yes, master, Yamada Reina responded. The girl gasped, suddenly feeling a ridiculous sense of these people possibly putting on a show just for her. Lin Su's gaze then fell on the nightmare difficulty instance invitation. A beam of golden light shot up from Lin Su's body, followed closely by a second one. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to LV27 LV28. 2 levels at once. Lin Su was slightly surprised. Although the puppets did not participate in this battle and only Fan Fan took a portion of his experience, the number of professionals he had just killed should not have allowed him to level up so quickly. With this thought, Lin Su switched his perspective. Indeed, the second wave of cleanup operations against the remnants of the Black Dragon Guild within the secret realm had begun. Perhaps feeling that the last battle was not challenging enough this time, Liang Mu Tuo directly teleported about 2,000 guild members. With nearly 1,000 puppets joining the previous wave, the battle still lacked highlights. The one-sided situation was very obvious. Thinking of this, Lin Su casually handed over the command to Liang Mu Tuo and then turned his attention to the delinquent. The delinquent's pupils began to dilate. With a ding, the soul-empty blade was sheathed, and Lin Su smiled as he took the nightmare difficulty invitation from the other's hand, sincerely saying thank you. The girl lying on the ground was dumbfounded. She had never expected that instead of facing Lin Su's brutal assault, what came was a reconciliation between the two who had just drawn swords at each other. Just as she turned her head to look behind her, blood spurted out and she saw the upper half of the delinquent's body slowly sliding to one side. What shocked the girl even more was not just the fate of the delinquent. All the professionals who had been alive just moments ago were, without exception, having their upper bodies slide to the side. The girl's eyes widened in horror, nearly fainting from the shocking scene before her. However, after being slapped lightly by Fan Fan, she immediately came to her senses. Lin Su looked at her calmly with a smile. Call the police, notify the Aokamu Guild to come. The girl's cheeks twisted and she instinctively raised her hands, swearing to the heavens, Sir, rest assured I definitely will not. Lin Su sneered, his mind made up, no longer bothering with her. Soon Yamada Reina approached the girl. After a warm and friendly exchange, the girl's face sported several fresh red slap marks and she immediately made a distress call to the Aokamu Guild, making 3 calls in a row. At this moment, the way the girl looked at Lin Su was as if she were seeing a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, he had killed over 100 professionals and insisted on making her call for help to have the Aokamu Guild capture him. What arrogance, what audacity, how could such a monster exist in the world? However, as the girl was internally ranting, the lobby of the instance was swirling with black fog. Those professionals who were dead beyond dead had somehow risen again, their previous injuries healed as if nothing had happened. Master, all the converted puppet professionals kneeled before Lin Su in unison. Lin Su glanced at Yamada Reina and instructed, take them with you and treat our friends from the Aokamu Guild well later. Also, if they are in a hurry to find me, tell them I've entered the instance and will be out shortly. Yes, master, Yamada Reina responded. The girl gasped, suddenly feeling a ridiculous sense of these people possibly putting on a show just for her. Lin Su's gaze then fell on the nightmare difficulty instance invitation. Category: Instance Invitation. Instance Name: Hidden Evil. Difficulty: Nightmare. Level requirement for entry: 25-35. Note: this instance is of extremely high difficulty. No record of successful completion exists for nightmare difficulty. Professionals are advised to enter with caution. Lin Su, upon examining the invitation, could find no useful information and could only smirk in frustration. After a moment's thought, he decided it was just a level 30 instance and couldn't be bothered to ask those professional puppets for advice. He chose to use the invitation directly and immediately felt the sensation of weightlessness that comes with teleportation. As his vision cleared, Lin Su scanned his surroundings. He found himself in a rather simple wooden bedroom. At this moment he was lying on the bed in the bedroom. Observing the style of the furniture and decorations, Lin Su's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, these items were not of modern make. He even spotted an ancient-looking oil lamp on a nearby table, the ancient setting, and notably no immediate combat. This was definitely not what he wanted. Originally Lin Su had hoped for a quick battle upon entering the instance to rampage through and clear it swiftly. However, to his surprise, the instance started off in a relatively safe environment. There was usually only one explanation for this: he was in an exploration and puzzle-solving type of instance. This was precisely the type of instance Lin Su, a straightforward man, least wanted to experience. Not to mention how bothersome it was to collect scattered clues. Time was something Lin Su could not afford to waste. Typically, such instances could take days or even weeks. The people from the Qingmu Guild were waiting for a fierce battle with him, and not just them, the Black Dragon Guild's secret grounds were also counting on his presence. What an awkward situation it would be if Liang Mutua called the chef, who was also the leader of the Qingmu Guild and Lin Su's intended new chef, and Lin Su couldn't attend the interview. While these thoughts were running through Lin Su's mind, a knock on the door interrupted him. His eyes narrowed as Anar, his puppet, appeared. Lin Su instructed her to open the door on his behalf, feeling no pressure about what might be lurking outside. He didn't even bother to ask who it was. After all, if the visitor meant harm, they might as well leave their life behind. The door creaked open. The old wooden door creaked open and a girl dressed in a kimono peeked shyly inside. Her name was Fujita Mia, labeled as cursed, inactive, level 35-45, a character somewhere between a plot character and an elite monster, a cat girl with health points 15238/43254 and mana 13578/45831. Lin Su squinted as he saw the girl's attribute panel. Unlike Nangong Yun, who was parasitized, this girl was cursed. Furthermore, her status toggled between a plot character and an elite monster. Did this mean that when her curse was inactive, she was a plot character, and once activated, she turned into an elite monster? As Lin Su pondered this, the girl's soft voice floated through the air. "Ichin Jun, you're awake. Here, I brought you some food." With that, she pushed the door open and entered, carrying a food box, a fluffy tabby cat trailing behind her. It was the first time someone called him Chen, and Lin Su felt a bit uncomfortable, not realizing it immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed to the table with his chin and said, put it down there." Since her curse was not active, she temporarily was just a plot character, and Lin Su chose not to confront her directly. As he was contemplating whether it was better to ask her questions or not, considering she was still alive and a plot character, a notification appeared. Alert, interaction with plot character detected, initiating first quest. Quest 1, discover the cause of the town residents' madness at night, time limit, 24 hours, reward 130,000 experience points plus critical clue for the next quest. Penalty for failure, confinement in the instance. Note, as night falls, the town's residents will enter a frenzied state of murderous rage, significantly increasing their combat abilities and brutally slaughtering all outsiders. All adventurers currently trapped in this instance have perished. Please find clues urgently. Reading the ominous warning in his mind, Lin Su's forehead creased with worry. Level 35-45 was considered a spike in combat ability? Was there really a difference between being killed instantly at one level and another? Still trapped, how terrifying! But despite his thoughts, Lin Su began piecing together the clues he had: the town, the residents, nighttime madness, slaughter secrets. After a moment, Lin Su was speechless. This level 30 instance, touted as the most difficult in the J district, truly lived up to its reputation. Other than thinking that the townspeople were cursed, he couldn't figure out any other clues. But this reason seemed too simple. It couldn't possibly be the solution to the first quest. Congratulations, the first quest has been completed in 7 seconds, setting a new record for the fastest completion of the first quest. Experience reward doubled. Congratulations, experience plus 260,000, reward, an old pipe. Lin Su stood there dumbfounded. What did I even do? Was the first quest supposed to be this easy? The answer was clearly written on the face of cat girl Fujita Mia. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it right away. Is this the most challenging copy? Are the people of J District idiots? However, upon further thought, Lin Su realized something. Right, the people of J District don't possess the eye of magic, so they can't see the hidden attributes of the Catwoman. To uncover these, they would have to explore bit by bit. With this thought, Lin Su moved under the bed and pushed open the bedroom window. The bedroom was at least 3 stories up and the attic offering a splendid view. What he saw was an ancient town surrounded by green mountains. The distant horizon was graced by the setting sun casting a pale red glow on the bustling faces of the townspeople, creating a scene of tranquility and peace. Glancing at the horizon where only a sliver of sun remained, Lin Su estimated that in about 3 minutes night would fall. That meant the time for slaughter was nearly upon them. How many residents does this town have? Lin Su asked the Catwoman while observing the pedestrians not far down the street. As the Catwoman took out food from a box and arranged it neatly on the table, she thought for a moment and replied with a slight smile, probably over 2,000 but less than 3,000, only the village chief might know the exact number. Why do you ask, Lord Chen? Lin Su nodded, shifting his gaze away from the passerby. No wonder no professionals from J District could clear this nightmare difficulty copy, not to mention before the curse was activated. Even now those seemingly inconspicuous residents on the streets all ranged between levels 26 to 35, even the babies in their cradles were no exception. A fully equipped team of 5 level 35s would be annihilated if they didn't flee swiftly from these residents. Once the curse is activated, it would be 5v2000 plus. It seems that the professionals from J District who came before to conquer this copy died very peacefully. Realizing this, Lin Su decided not to waste any more time. With a thought, Inar appeared silently behind the Catwoman. Control her after nightfall, kill her, Lin Su commanded Inar directly. The next moment, despite her futile resistance, the Catwoman, with a face full of astonishment and terror, was pinned to the ground by Inar. Watching the scene unfold, a calico cat following close behind the Catwoman instantly bristled, baring its teeth and hissing violently at Inar. Lin Su sneered, and a red light flowed elegantly from within him, releasing Fan Fan. The moment Fan Fan landed, it slapped the cursing cat into a corner of the room and then pinned it to the ground with a swipe of its paw. In a little while, these two would transform, and Lin Su was curious to see what they would look like after the transformation. Besides, killing them post-transformation would likely yield more experience. Lord Chen, it was I who rescued you from the mountain when you were gravely injured. Why do you want to do this? The Catwoman, tears in her eyes and a face full of grievance, loudly questioned Lin Su. Lin Su gave Catwoman a brief glance, showing little interest in explaining himself, and instead shifted his focus to the clue he had acquired. It was an old pipe listed under the category of plot props. The effect of this prop was specific: find the pipe's owner to gain some useful information. And if lucky, secure his protection. A prompt appeared: activate the second ring of the quest. Quest details: find the pipe's owner and obtain the next clue for the quest from him. Quest deadline: none. Warning: in 2 minutes and 27 seconds night will fall, activating the curse on all villagers, turning them into killers. Extremely dangerous. Professionals are advised to locate the pipe's owner promptly. Quest reward: plus 250,000 experience points, 1 diamond treasure chest. Failure penalty: the professional will be detained in the replica. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. According to the prompt, he had just over 2 minutes of safe time left. This meant that if he didn't want to be mobbed by the villagers once they entered their murderous state, he needed to find the pipe's owner and secure his protection within this short window. He glanced at Fan Fan, his expression speechless. 2 minutes was hardly enough time, especially for a dog. Even if Fan Fan had a keen nose and the village seemed small, the time constraint was indeed pressing. Confucius once said something along the lines of, if you lie flat, life cannot press you down and rub you against the ground. Right, no problem at all. With this thought, Lin Su curled the corners of his mouth and put some force into his hands. With a crack, the pipe shattered. You actually destroyed the village chief's pipe? Catwoman's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Lin Su's actions. Lin Su sneered and brushed the wooden fragments off his hands. As time ticked by, he kept his gaze fixed on Catwoman. Soon, the sky darkened completely. The whole village fell eerily silent, as if someone had hit the pause button. The tabby kitten that Fan Fan had been holding dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke and merged into Catwoman. Crunching sounds of misaligned joints filled the air, making one's teeth ache. Catwoman's pupils gradually turned green and slit-like, her fangs bared and limbs twisted, with bone blades piercing through her skin. Despite her transformation, Catwoman was still no match for Inar. At level 45, Inar could stand up to Selena, who was at level 75. Realizing she couldn't break free from Inar's grip, Catwoman glared furiously at Lin Su, her mouth opening and closing, her voice sounding extremely unpleasant. Cackling madly, the Catwoman taunted the outsider, "Just like those who came before you to our village, you will be torn to pieces bit by bit and buried in the hills behind." After transforming, the Catwoman looks neither human nor beast, completely different from what you might imagine. Lin Su curled his lips, his interest in the spectacle completely lost, and he replied with a light smile, "Is that so? Thank you for remembering to bury me after killing me." With that, he gestured to Inar to make a move. Inar's slightly gray fist instantly tore through the air, smashing down towards the Catwoman's head. With a splat, her head was pierced through. Catwoman Elite LV45 killed plus 15,000 experience. The kill notification popped up as a pale green light rippled around Inar. Lin Su raised an eyebrow and checked Inar's attribute panel. Name: Inar. Category: Insect Queen, Tier 6, Puppet, Level 36. Lin Su was speechless. He thought Inar's original 43,000 plus damage shouldn't have been enough to instantly kill the Catwoman, who had a similar amount of health. However, it was inevitable given the enemy's powerful area attack skills, which significantly boosted her level to 36 without making a sound. Such skills indeed make the experience soar. Thinking this, Lin Su glanced through the window at the nearby street. The scene resembled a procession of 100 ghosts, with zombie babies crawling on the walls and night-roaming monks carrying their own heads. With the plot prop destroyed, there was no longer any possibility of searching for the pipe's owner. Deciding this, Lin Su ordered Inar to go all out. Inar roared to the skies, a visible soundwave rapidly spreading around him. The wooden attic's walls and windows burst instantly. Lin Su's ears rang and Riri transformed into a streak of light entering Lin Su's body. Unable to withstand the high decibel noise, scattered kill notifications began to appear. After Inar's second roar, the kill notifications flooded the screen. Following the third roar, the notifications were updated, adding suffixes like elite. A golden light burst from Lin Su as he ascended to LV29. Glancing at Inar, who still had about 1/5 of her mana left, Lin Su's mouth curved into a smirk. Inar decisively roared a fourth time. After this, a few more scattered kill notices appeared, then ceased altogether. Simultaneously, a system notification arrived: important plot character killed, second ring mission failed. Seeing this, Lin Su scoffed audibly, "You say die and die? I didn't approve your death, did I?" With this thought, he activated the Soul Taming plus Necromancer Puppet skill. A black mist began to spread across every corner of the village, and the villagers who had died miserably began to rise from the ground. Warning: if the extraction and imprisonment of souls exceed 1/3 of the total number of souls in the instance will permanently disappear upon leaving. Reading this scarlet warning, Lin Su's eyes brightened and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Well, isn't this a good thing? Do I even need to think about it? Extract, definitely extract to death. As Lin Su entertained this thought, a large number of villagers turned into puppets with brightening eyes. Alert: you have now extracted over 75% of the total souls in the instance. Upon leaving this instance, it will be permanently closed. Only 75%? Lin Su frowned immediately. Releasing the newly transformed villager puppets, spare no one alive in the instance. He then glanced at the also risen Catwoman and asked, "Who did you say owned that pipe earlier?" "Your Majesty, it is the village chief," the Catwoman reported truthfully. Lin Su glanced at the Catwoman's current appearance, found it awkward, and quickly waved his hand for her to leave. He then used his mind to send a command to all the villagers, ordering the village chief to come to him immediately. About 10 minutes later, a thin old man, his body emanating black aura, floated into the attic, which could now be described as ruins. As soon as he entered, the old man knelt down before Lin Su. Notice: due to unknown reasons, a key character has been resurrected. Congratulations, the second phase of the mission is completed in 12 minutes and 25 seconds, breaking the record for no previous completions. Reward increased to 3 times. Congratulations, experience plus 750,000 diamond. Treasure chest X3. Seeing his experience bar rise again, Lin Su couldn't help but smirk. This is how you properly clear a level. Notice: the final phase of the mission is activated. Mission details: defeat the village chief, gain his recognition, and then take the village chief's head to solve the curse. No time limit. Mission reward: SS grade skill scroll. Penalty for failure: remain in the instance. After reading the third phase mission notice, Lin Su's eyelid twitched. Defeat the village chief? What kind of defeat? Didn't he already kill him outright just now? Thinking it over, it seemed that wasn't considered defeating him, so Lin Su decided not to overthink it. With a raise of his eyelid, the village chief immediately stood up, respectfully saying, "At your command, my lord." Lin Su didn't waste words and showed the village chief his task for the third phase. The village chief's face twitched upon seeing it, but the next moment, without any hesitation, he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Lin Su's forehead creased with frustration. Watching the village chief's over-the-top acting, he almost burst out laughing. However, the next moment, notice, you have successfully defeated the village chief and gained his recognition. Stunned, Lin Su was speechless. Indeed, if you're not embarrassed, then the embarrassment falls to others, confirming Lin Su had received the notice. The village chief quickly got up from the ground, respectfully saying, "Your Majesty, here's what happened." Ready to launch into a story, Lin Su quickly waved his hand. "Just tell me where to go and who to kill. I'm not interested in the rest." The village chief got straight to the point. Cave on the back mountain, the eternal night curse which Senyu Sakura. Understanding Lin Su's intentions, the village chief spoke succinctly. As he finished, a short dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, and without a word he slit his own throat. Watching the village chief's head fall to the ground, Lin Su was astonished. Tsk, such commitment, such efficiency definitely deserves a good review. Half an hour later, Lin Su along with Anar and the Catwoman carrying the village chief's head arrived at the back mountain. From a distance, Lin Su could see the cave on the hillside. It felt eerie. The entire hillside was densely packed with hundreds of wooden plaques. "What are those wooden plaques?" Lin Su asked the Catwoman. "Your Majesty, those are the tombstones of the professionals we have killed," she replied. Lin Su nodded, somewhat surprised that the villagers had indeed dragged the bodies to the back mountain for burial. As Lin Su was preparing to move forward, a sudden thought struck him, and he quickly asked the Catwoman, were there pieces of equipment buried along with them? The Catwoman, not quite understanding the implications, nodded. "Yes, we always collect everything very carefully." Lin Su squinted at the dense tombstones, thinking to himself about the potential treasures buried underneath. If we dig out the equipment in there. His thoughts trailed off as he issued a direct command using his mind. "All villagers, grab your hose and assemble at the back mountain immediately." Worried that attacking the vengeful which directly could lead to a forced exit from the instance due to her resilience, Lin Su waited at the bottom of the hillside for quite a while. Although the villagers, now cursed and of various grotesque forms, weren't exactly a pleasant sight, it was undeniable that they were exceptionally skilled with their hose. In less than half an hour, over 2,000 villager puppets had thoroughly overturned the entire hilltop, scattering human limbs and bones all over. As for the loot, it was astonishingly abundant, almost making Lin Su's mouth split into a wide grin. Before him now was a pile of various types of equipment nearly as tall as two men. After a quick inventory excluding those completely damaged beyond repair, there were still over 1,000 usable pieces. Although these items were generally of low level, the professionals who dared to challenge this notoriously difficult instance had naturally decent equipment. Among these, less than 10% were of silver quality, while 60% were gold, and the rest were diamond grade or higher. Just as Lin Su was considering whether to distribute this batch of equipment directly to the insectoid puppets, an old farmer with a gaping hole in his chest and an obviously hollowed-out thorax excitedly approached him. In his hands he held an object the size of a chicken egg, shimmering like liquid metal with a dazzling starlight. He respectfully placed it at Lin Su's feet before immediately turning around to continue his bustling work. The moment Lin Su saw the liquid metal, his eyelids twitched. Judging by the sheen it emitted, it was definitely of starlight quality, a demi-artifact perhaps. Shocked, Lin Su tossed a bottle of mineral water to Anar, who then washed the liquid metal clean before handing it back to Lin Su. The item was named Chronos Oblivion, part of an equipment set, specifically a mask, 1/3. Its effects included a 300% increase in mental recovery speed, reaction and dynamic capture ability. Additionally, once equipped, the mask would not obscure the wearer's face and would allow anyone who had seen the wearer to forget their appearance and voice. No activation skill was included, and there was no required level to wear it. Upon reviewing the properties of the equipment, Lin Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had truly not expected such a serendipitous find in this level 30 instance. The key point is that, although the mask is merely a part of a costume set, its attributes are no less significant than those of the Aurora set he currently equips. Moreover, the two sets do not conflict in terms of the parts they cover. In actual combat, the enhancement of reaction speed and dynamic capturing ability by threefold is truly terrifying, and his combat power is bound to increase exponentially. With this in mind, Lin Su decisively stopped hesitating and equipped the time-forgotten mask. A slight dizziness came over him, as if a slow-motion mode had been activated. The movements of everyone around him slowed down to 1/3 of their usual speed. The water droplets falling from Inar's fingertips, the dirt clumps stirred up by the old farmer's hoe in the distance, the breeze sweeping over the hill causing the grass to sway slightly, every moving object's trajectory was distinctly visible, everything was slow, truly slow. The whole world seemed to be in slow motion. At this moment, this was the only thought in Lin Su's mind. Lin Su closed his eyes and shook his head, feeling somewhat better as the discomfort subsided. Glancing at the piles of equipment that had accumulated like a mountain, he summoned 10 ninja puppets from the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm with a mere thought. There was too much equipment and his personal space couldn't hold it all. These ninja puppets, having been professionals themselves, also possessed their own storage spaces. Once the puppets had stowed away the equipment, Lin Su headed straight towards the cave on the hillside. With a kick, he knocked down the rusty iron gate blocking the entrance and notifications popped up. Entered the territory of the Eternal Night Curse, which Thousand Blossom Sakura, subject to curse suppression. Carrying the village chief's head reduces suppression by 50%, all attributes temporarily deducted. Due to location curse suppression effect nullified, professional attributes not reduced. Reading the consecutive notifications, Lin Su frowned. So the village chief's head is used to reduce curse suppression, but I have the passive will of the demon, which after a round of judgment grants me immunity from suppression. In short, the curse witch's total attributes are inferior to mine, and the village chief died in vain. However, the problem could wait until tomorrow to summon the opponent. It was just a witch, causing such a fuss and inadvertently leading to the death of one of his men. She truly deserved to die. To appease the spirit of the village chief, Lin Su resolved to strike the witch a few extra times later. Angrily pondering this, he surveyed his surroundings and unleashed his soul void blade. The cave was dark, blocked and filled with a foul, decaying odor. On the rock walls, there were large patches of twisted text seemingly written in blood, long since dried and turned black, indiscernible to Lin Su. Throughout his journey he encountered no attacks nor any forks in the path leading him directly to the deepest part of the cave. This was a remarkably crude stone chamber with dusty, shabby furniture that seemed to have been inhabited long ago. The eerie part was not just the furniture, but also the torture instruments scattered around covered in dried bloodstains. Considering the large iron gate at the entrance, Lin Su realized that calling this place a stone chamber wasn't quite accurate, it was more like a prison cell. Lin Su frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the center of the cell where a massive iron coffin lay on the ground. It was evident that the seams of the iron coffin had been sealed with molten iron at one time, but judging from the metal fragments scattered on the ground, the lid had been forcefully opened from the inside. Glancing at the motionless coffin, Lin Su was speechless. Was this all there was to explore? It seemed overly simplistic. As Lin Su stood there puzzled, he suddenly realized that the Catwoman was gone. The village chief's head lay on the ground some distance away, and Inar's health had dropped by a third. Lin Su's eyelids twitched. Inar's health was over 500,000. All this had happened in just a short while. With a thought, Lin Su immediately retracted Inar into his body. He quickly checked the summoning list and, as expected, saw a notification that the Catwoman had fallen due to a heavy curse. Damn it! It was because of his own passive immunity to the curse of the evil spirit that the Catwoman and Inar were affected. He knew this dungeon couldn't be this easy. The Catwoman had the strength of level 45 with over 40,000 health points. Just a short way into the cave and she was gone. If it were any ordinary professional, they wouldn't even have qualified to face the final boss. Lin Su, cursing under his breath, realized just how devious people from District J could be. Silently killing off one of his puppets without making a sound, unacceptable. With these thoughts his brow furrowed deeply and he stomped on the ground before fiercely kicking the iron coffin. Bang! The huge iron coffin spun and crashed into the rock wall with a sound like it had been hit by a truck. An extremely sharp scream burst from inside the coffin as it shattered against the wall, spilling human bones and a thick black mist that gathered in the air of the stone chamber. Shortly after, a young girl dressed in a black kimono with snow-white skin floated in the air. Perhaps unaccustomed to such a violent greeting, her beautiful face twisted in anger as she shouted, "Since you brought the village chief's old head, outsider, I'll offer you a way out. Leave my territory now." Lin Su raised an eyebrow. A way out? He laughed inwardly. If she hadn't realized that her curses were ineffective against him, why would she let him go? With that thought, a sudden whooshing sound filled the air as a flying dagger pierced straight through the girl's chest. Bizarrely, however, the dagger caused no harm. Lin Su, puzzled, glanced at the girl and activated his demonic eye. Name: Eternal Night Curse Witch Sakura. Type: Dungeon Final Boss. Spectral. Tier 1. Note: spectral beings are immune to all attacks except those that deal soul damage. Level 45 Soul Strength. 2137 mana, 52138 attack, 7677, with soul damage, soul defense, 1358 skills, Eternal Night Curse. Domain Weakening Resentful Curse. Understanding Sakura's attributes, Lin Su realized what he was dealing with. Labeling the opponent as the ultimate boss despite their underwhelming attributes seemed laughable at first. It turned out that the opponent was a spirit entity immune to any attack that didn't involve soul damage. In this world, soul attacks were considered exceptionally powerful. However, whether it was equipment, skills, or professions, those capable of soul attacks were rare. Now you see my strength, don't you? Your attacks are useless against me, if you don't want to end up like your summon creatures in agony. You better leave, chuckled Senju Sakura, barely hiding her mockery. But before she could finish her taunt, Lin Su's figure suddenly appeared behind her, delivering a fierce kick to her lower back. With a loud thud, Senju Sakura was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into the rocky wall and curling up on the ground. Lin Su's lips curled into a smirk upon realizing that Senju Sakura hadn't passed through the wall of the stone chamber. Good spirits don't have the ability to phase through walls, so there's no escape for her. How could you possibly hit me? Senju Sakura's face paled, her voice filled with disbelief. Lin Su just smiled coldly, delivering another kick, then a second and a third. Admittedly, the resilience of a spirit body was quite remarkable. Each kick rebounded her off the wall like a rubber ball. Lin Su himself did not possess the ability to affect spirit bodies, but his soul void blade did. Not only could it touch spirits, but Lin Su could even manipulate pure soul entities as if they were tangible objects, playing with them in his hands. This meant that Lin Su could easily touch Senju Sakura, though he was merely making contact. Despite the brutal appearance of the assault, no real damage was inflicted. The reason Lin Su refrained from using the Soul Void Blade, which could cause soul damage, was concern that a single strike might be fatal given her frail form. Against targets protected by physical bodies, Lin Su could slash without worry, knowing that soul damage wasn't activated. However, for Senju Sakura, activating soul damage might mean instant annihilation, completely dispersing her soul and losing a valuable puppet. Considering these factors, Lin Su had to adopt this method of negotiation. Moments later, Senju Sakura, the ultimate boss who had comfortably existed in this dungeon for centuries without meeting her match, finally broke down and wept bitterly. Lin Su's actions perfectly exemplified what it meant to inflict harm without humiliation. Overwhelmed, Senju Sakura, already burdened by her past life, couldn't fathom why she had become merely a plot creature within the confines of the dungeon. Heaven still sends such a vicious man, treating himself so brutally. Stop, please stop, you just want to remove the curse from those beasts, right? I promise you. Okay, Chen Yueying sobbed as she stood up, wiping tears that weren't there. Speaking to Lin Shu, who had already raised his foot again, slowly put it down, frowning as he countered, who told you I want to lift the curse from the villagers? What are you looking for me for then? Chen Yueying's face was filled with confusion. After a moment's thought, Lin Shu said directly, can you curse them again, making them remain in a state of slaughter even during the day? What? Chen Yueying was instantly disordered, her eyes nearly popping out. Looking at Lin Shu again, she thought, damn, you're even more ruthless than me. Are you a demon? Lin Shu smiled faintly, too lazy to explain. The villagers' normal state during the day and their murderous state at night are 10 levels apart. Their combat effectiveness is worlds apart. If possible, it's naturally better to keep the puppets in the latter state. Is that not possible? Seeing Chen Yueying stunned, speechless for a long while, Lin Shu asked somewhat regretfully. After a moment, Chen Yueying gave a sad smile. It is possible, I can do it, but I can't get out of here. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, feeling Chen Yueying was starting to be dishonest again. As he chuckled, he lightly touched her skin with the soul-damaging Soul Hollow Blade. With a crackle, like a red-hot iron touch, Chen Yueying screamed in pain. You didn't really think I couldn't kill you, did you? A prompt appeared suggesting using the Soul Hollow Blade to touch a spirit for 3 seconds, which would forcibly imprint the soul. Seeing the sudden prompt, Lin Su's unfinished words stuck in his throat. So that's how it is, no need for further nonsense. What are you going to do to me? Realizing Lin Shu had stopped talking and was inexplicably smiling, Chen Yueying looked terrified at the man before her, resembling a fierce beast. Sitting on the ground, she scooted back inch by inch. Moments later, a mysterious rune entered Chen Yueying's forehead. I greet you, my lord. Chen Yueying knelt before Lin Shu, utterly respectful. Answer my previous question, Lin Shu demanded directly. Devour those beasts' souls and they will maintain their current state, Chen Yueying replied after a pause. Lin Shu squinted, hesitating for a moment. devouring the souls inside those villagers was merely a thought away. However, if the puppets lost their souls, though their combat power would increase, he would still need to exert effort to control them, which felt somewhat troublesome. Thinking this, Lin Shu simply changed the subject and continued asking, how can you ascend in rank? Upon checking Qian Yueying's attributes, Lin Shu found that, similar to Anar, her skill panel showed a rank. Since there was a rank, there was no doubt it could be improved. If he could create another super fighter like Anar, especially one immune to all attacks except soul damage, his invincibility index would surely soar again. Devouring other spirits or souls works, but the best are pure souls, Qian Yueying explained. Ha ha ha, my lord, why do you laugh? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Lin Shu chuckling, Qian Yueying asked, puzzled. You're absolutely right, the one thing I'm not lacking right now is this. As he spoke, Hun Kong blade plunged into the ground. In the next moment a fierce cold wind howled, and at the same instant a colorless and transparent energy began to drift from the bodies of all the transformed village puppets. As this energy dispersed, the eyes of the villagers, akin to a procession of ghosts, dimmed once again. Master, this Chiyu Sakura covered her mouth in surprise as she saw pure souls rushing swiftly from the cave entrance, quickly filling the stone chamber. Her face filled with disbelief. Lin Su grinned, his smile slightly cruel. Didn't you want to kill those villagers? Here are all their souls, not one less. Now, they are all yours. The moment Chiyu Sakura saw it, the emotions conveyed back by the souls of the villager puppets were eerily uniform. Terror, despair, disgust, hatred and guilt. Lin Su didn't care what had happened between these villagers and Chiyu Sakura. Standing on a moral high ground to judge, he scoffed at the idea. Justice. Whoever has the might to punch a crater into the ground is the bearer of justice. Compared to a super fierce fighter dealing with over 2,000 soulless puppets that required a bit more effort, seemed like an excellent trade. And now Lin Su's might was supreme, thus these villagers were guilty and their crimes were severe. Haha, bet you never thought this day would come for you, did you? Chiyu Sakura began to laugh maniacally, but her laughter soon turned into loud sobbing. Enough, don't waste time. Hurry up and devour them, then I'll take you away, Lin Su reminded her with a frown as he watched the crazed Chiyu Sakura. Yes, master, Chiyu Sakura responded, her eyes slightly closed as she spread her arms and floated mid-air. The next moment a powerful suction force targeted its souls burst forth from her. The screams and wails of the souls followed immediately. Notice, Chiyu Sakura's progression plus 15 inch plus 17. Notice, Chiyu Sakura has been promoted to the 4th order. Name, Chiyu Sakura. Category, Puppet Spirit Lord Order. 4th progression, 17264/50,000 level, 45 soul strength, 38,137 mana, 92738 attack, 21855, with soul damage, soul defense, 19,322 skills. Eternal Night Curse Domain Weakening Curse. Moments later Chiyu Sakura devoured all the villagers' souls. Watching her attributes surge tremendously, Lin Su's lips unconsciously curled up. This damage will definitely give the Qingmu Guild a big surprise. Thank you, master, thank you for avenging me. Chiyu Sakura knelt down respectfully before Lin Su, sincerely speaking. How large an area can your cursed domain cover? Lin Su asked nonchalantly. Covering the entire village and its range, Chiyu Sakura responded after a moment of contemplation. Lin Su was astonished as he silently estimated the scope. Wow, this range is even bigger than Inar's mass attack. Alright, let's go, I'll take you out of here, he said, pulling out a teleportation scroll from his spatial storage. This scroll was acquired during his first visit to the Jiangdu City Professional Guild from Xia Jishuan in exchange for a slaughter badge. Lin Su dared to destroy the second ring's mission item because he had this scroll. Even if the mission failed to clear, he could simply teleport out. As for now, although he had recruited Chiyu Sakura, she was still alive, and it seemed unlikely that the third ring's mission would be cleared. This was evident from the delayed mission completion prompt. Wait, Master, Chiyu Sakura said, stopping Lin Su as he was about to use the scroll. What's the matter? Lin Su asked, looking up at her. Please, give me your hand, Chiyu Sakura pleaded. Puzzled, Lin Su extended his hand to her. She took his hand, closed her eyes and gently pressed her forehead against the back of his hand. A notification appeared. Received Chiyu Sakura's blessing, soul defense permanently plus 1,000. Lin Su smiled indifferently, ready to recall Chiyu Sakura into the soul blade. However, at that moment Chiyu Sakura's body transformed into sparkling points of light, converging on the back of Lin Su's hand. The next instant a feather-shaped black tattoo appeared on his hand. Lin Su could clearly feel that it was Chiyu Sakura. Congratulations, third ring mission completed, breaking the record for no one passing the third ring reward skill scroll quality upgraded to SSS level. A notification followed allowing him to choose from a skill list as a reward for clearing the third ring. After quickly reviewing around 40 to 50 skills, Lin Su decisively made his choice. The skill he chose was Forbidden Air Domain, an SSS level skill scroll that once mastered could immobilize a radius of 1000 meters, rendering all space related skills and scrolls ineffective without affecting the caster. The effect lasted 1 hour with no consumption and a cooldown of 24 hours. Lin Su immediately used the skill scroll. Skill scroll used successfully. Acquired skill, Forbidden Air Domain. He thought to himself, if he had this skill earlier there would have been no need to involve Nan Gongmyun when killing Liangmu Tua. As Lin Su was contemplating this, the dungeon clearance notification appeared. Professional cleared the hidden evil dungeon. Teleportation will begin in 3 seconds, please prepare. The teleportation sensation quickly overtook him. When Lin Su opened his eyes again, he was already in the dungeon lobby. He had just landed when an announcement appeared. Announcement: due to unknown reasons, the hidden evil dungeon is permanently closed. The blood-red announcement appeared 3 times in succession, followed by a beam of golden light shooting up from Lin Su's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV30. After scanning his surroundings and seeing no danger, Lin Su shifted his view. Indeed, the operation to clean up the last remnants of the Black Dragon Guild on the secret ground side was nearing its end. It was still an unequivocal slaughter. In less than half a day, Liangmu Tua, the president of the Black Dragon Guild, had thoroughly betrayed his former subordinates. Lin Su glanced over at Yamada Reina, who was covered in blood, and asked, "What's the situation here?" He had been focused on the instance just before and hadn't paid attention to the outside. By now the floor of the instance lobby was littered with dozens of corpses. Yamada Reina, who didn't have the ability to bleed, was undoubtedly covered in someone else's blood. The 100 or so puppets that Lin Su had transformed and killed earlier were now mostly destroyed, with less than 30 remaining. "Master, we have annihilated 2 groups of enforcers from the Aomori Guild. They must have gone to call for reinforcements," she reported. "Good job," Lin Su praised her. Then with a thought, a black mist surged and the bodies of the enforcers on the ground quickly stood up. Thinking further, Lin Su summoned the 10 ninja puppets he had collected equipment from within the instance. He glanced at the puppets and ordered, "Using your previous connections, notify the Aomori Guild and the Rakshasa Guild. Tell them that monsters from the hidden evil instance have escaped and ask them to send people to clean up." "Yes, master," the puppets responded in unison and then turned to leave. "Also go on. Remember to convey everything that happened here and what I just said to the Aomori Guild. Tell them to start evacuating the civilians and to act quickly." Lin Su then turned to a young female staff member who was pale with fear and hiding under a desk. "Go on, tell them," he instructed. "Okay, thank you for not killing me, but will they believe me if I tell the Aomori Guild what you said?" The girl trembled as she crawled out from under the desk, her voice laced with worry. Lin Su was momentarily taken aback by her question. She was probably doubting whether the Aomori Guild would believe the news about monsters escaping the instance, especially since an announcement had just declared the instance permanently closed and so far not a single monster from the instance had been seen. Lin Su, surprised by the girl's apparent Stockholm Syndrome, thought for a moment and then the black mist surged again. The next moment various gruesomely dead villagers roared out of the black mist and charged out of the instance lobby. Witnessing this scene, the girl, who had just mustered the courage to stand up, collapsed with a thud. "Is this satisfactory now?" Lin Su asked coldly. "Yes, it's enough." The girl finally managed to crawl out of the instance lobby. After dispatching the girl with Stockholm Syndrome, Lin Su did not linger in the lobby. Leading charges was a task for the puppets and his personal involvement was not significant. With this thought, Lin Su called on Yamada Reina and headed straight for the teleportation formation that led to the Black Dragon Guild's secret realm. On the way, Lin Su observed a large number of enforcement vehicles gathering towards the direction of the instance lobby, the alarm blaring disruptively as the entire city of West Kyoto descended into chaos. "Master, all the members of the Black Dragon Guild that could be recalled in the short term have been completely annihilated," reported Liangmu Tua respectfully to Lin Su as they reached the secret realm. Lin Su nodded, acknowledging the instruction. "Find me a room. I need to rest. Fighting from day till midnight, I'm truly exhausted now." "Very well, my lord. When should I call the president of the Qingmu Guild over?" Liangmu Tua asked as he escorted Lin Su towards the attic. After a moment, Lin Su let out a dry laugh. "Tomorrow, I suppose. She probably can't get away right now." The following morning in Shijing City District, a battered and bruised Rakshasa Guild cleanup crew scrambled into a large supermarket. Count our numbers, ordered a burly man with a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his face, his voice echoing hollowly. Captain, there are only 17 of us left. We're down to just 17, replied one of his comrades behind him, his voice laden with a sob. It was clear that this comrade was on the verge of collapse. No wonder he reacted this way. Although they were called a squad, it was just a name. In reality, their squad had 500 members, all between levels 45 and 55, high ranking professionals. As for their captain, he had reached level 62, yet, in less than an hour, they were reduced to 17 men and the captain had lost an eye. Captain, let's pull out. The enemies we're facing now aren't just the usual monsters from a dungeon. If we stay, we'll all end up dead here. The comrade had barely finished speaking when another member immediately chimed in agreement. Ignoring the discussions among his men, the bandaged burly man looked behind him. Seeing that the monsters had not followed, his expression eased slightly and he slumped against a row of shelves. This is too bizarre. According to the intelligence he received, the chaos started in a level 30 dungeon hall. Initially, it was reported that a professional was causing trouble in the dungeon hall, killing over 100 professionals. The Qingmu Guild immediately sent people to investigate, but after sending 3 groups, all contact was lost. Subsequently, the level 30 dungeon was inexplicably shut down and the monsters inside escaped. This time, the Qingmu Guild dispatched 2,000 elite enforcers to suppress the situation, but hours passed with no word from the enforcers. Initially, the Rakshasa Guild didn't believe the Qingmu Guild's account. A dungeon that a 5-person team could clear even if the monsters escaped. 2,000 elite enforcers should have been able to suppress them, much less end up missing. However, to figure out what exactly happened, the Rakshasa Guild still sent 2 cleanup squads. Then the other squad had already lost contact and this squad was nearly annihilated. The burly man was horrified to discover that they were not only facing the escaped monsters from the dungeon but also a large number of enforcers. What made his scalp tingle even more was that their enemies were exceedingly cunning. Without the advantage of gathered forces, they never engaged the cleanup squads in direct conflict. As soon as they initiated the chase, they immediately ducked into nearby buildings. However, as soon as the clearing squad entered those buildings, a large number of enemies would surge from all around instantly, surrounding them. It was as if an all-knowing, omnipotent puppet master was manipulating the entire battle behind the scenes. Just as the burly man was pondering this, his companion suddenly shouted in surprise, "Captain, look, it's the squad leader and Big Head. They're alive, they're coming towards us." At that moment, there was nothing more exhilarating than hearing that comrades who had been out of contact were still alive. While he exclaimed, the companion immediately started towards his teammates. However, the burly captain turned pale and stopped him. "Don't go over there, those people are dead, all of them are dead. I saw it with my own eyes." "Impossible, how can this be?" the teammate argued, struggling free from the captain's grasp and heading straight towards his comrades. But the next moment, a long knife pierced through the heart of the teammate. The squad leader of Team 1 gave a sinister smile and said coldly, "Welcome aboard." Without looking back, he then commanded the nearly 1,000 puppets behind him, "Kill them all."